now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Cool cars, cool people, good time. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys Autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Wayne from Richmond. RNS is a great company. Have used their gate repair services over the years. Their technicians Juan and Eric are awesome. After installing new gates, parts, and sensors, they walked me through everything. Cannot recommend them enough.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Clouds early, sun later, going up to 78 in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Gray shoots this one up the middle, but right there is Bogarts. And that's the ball game. So this one was not kind to the Giants. Certainly that second inning was one that we'd all soon like to forget. But in the end, the Padres take 3 from the Giants, and the woes for the Giants at home continue. They've now lost, let's see, 13 of their last 14. And I would never, ever think to see that coming.
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
You know, I finally realized when you truly hit rock bottom. I realized when that happens. Because people will say, oh, this is rock bottom. No, that's rock bottom. No. When we all collectively say it's rock bottom, whether it's Mark Willard, whether it's Joe Shasky, whether it's Sam Lubman, whether it's Carter, whether it's Matt Nahagian, Stephen Langford, I could just name names. When we all can finally accept it and say it together, that's when it's rock bottom.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
The San Francisco Giants have officially hit rock bottom on this season. They're 3 games under 500. They're cooked. 11-1 the final. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area right there. I say good morning to Shasky, Lubman, Carter, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. It's over. It's a wrap, and I may have witnessed the worst attempt at a throw I've ever seen in a professional baseball game yesterday from one Elliot Ramos. Yikes. Yikes.
Poor Kaiwei Tang.
Oh.
You know, honestly, like, what?
I mean...
Poor Kaiwei Tang.
That's what we're starting with. I mean, Kaiwei Tang. You're right. Kaiwei Tang, yeah.
Honestly,
4 walks, 6 earned runs.
Think of where this season started. Kaiwei Tang. Had anyone in any article or any podcast or any radio show ever uttered the name in the preseason when you were breaking down how the Giants season would go, Kaiwei Tang? Did he ever get any oxygen? We are at the Kaiwei Tang, and I'm not trying to rip him. I'm saying, like, what are we expecting? And here's the funniest part.
Oh, no.
You know, yesterday I told everybody, like, we're so beyond the manager. Like, we are. Have you been paying attention? Have people been paying attention to this team? We are. The manager I knew was cooked weeks ago, all right? And then I see, and look, I know he comes on this station. He does Odyssey podcasts. I see Cal coming, well, it might be time to fire Bob Melvin. You think? You think, TK? What, did Charles Johnson and Greg Johnson have to send you a personal email to let you know, yeah, firing squad, start it up? Like, this man has been dead man walking for weeks. And now I want to know right now. Bay Area, we have seen some horrific coaches.
Oh.
No, I'm dead serious. Horrific coaches.
Don't tell me.
I think I'd rather have Jim Tom Sula coach my team than Bob Melvin.
Okay, come on.
No, he won 5 games with way less talent.
I mean,
no Willis,
Bob is actually,
no Bowman.
I know what Bob means to the Giants, but in his career, he has accomplished way more than Jimmy T.
This is one of the worst coaching jobs the Bay Area has ever seen.
They're 3 games under 500.
Tom Cable on line 1. 3 games under. They're like 15 and 35.
Well, before that, they were good.
Joe, they're the 8th worst team in baseball.
Listen, you're going to paint me into a corner of me trying to defend Bob Melvin. I'm not defending what I'm seeing out there. I will defend him in this regard, though. He is not the worst manager we've ever seen in our lifetimes. I think people in the hate for Gabe Kapler was worse.
Kapler would have won more games.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm very skeptical on that. He would have called out some people probably in his own weird casting couch way, but Yeah, it's not good, Joe. I'm not here to say it is good. It's awful, quite frankly. And the explanation on the Elliot Ramos throw, and we'll get to it because, I mean, it even got worse for Bob. At first, we were all laughing at Elliot Ramos, and I still am because it was a Chris Davis, and I'm talking Chris Davis with a K, the A's Chris Davis type of throw, where it was just awful. Like something I would do. Something Benny might have been able, 5-year-old Benjamin Spadoni may have been able to throw that ball further. But then you get the explanation from the manager, and we'll get to it here in a second. Well, actually, let's play the call first, because God bless Dwayne Kuiper, because you can hear it in his voice, Joe. His team is beating him down. We heard it with Flem yesterday. Obviously, Giants broadcaster, R95 7 Game Giants insider. Great stuff with Fleming. You can hear it in his voice. The fans, as soon as it was 1-0, it was just, oh, well, this lead's insurmountable. 1-0. And you brought up the stat yesterday. They've scored one or fewer runs now. And what is this now? So this is 12th time since 12. June 15th.
Yeah, tying the White Sox. It's great company.
Hammered down the line. This will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score. That's unbelievable.
There's a short list of coaches, managers, that are just, when I say their name, you're like disgusted. But I actually might cape up for some of these other people because their team didn't have the money and the hope that this team had. Dennis Erickson, Niner fans, remember him? I used to call him Dennis the Drunk. Remember Dennis? Yeah. Well, he had multiple DUIs. Mike Singletary, Mike Nolan, those guys are obvious. Tom Sula, Chip Kelly, terrible. I mean, when I start bringing up, God, I love you, but Gary St. Jean and
fellas,
Dave Cowens and Brian Winters and Eric Musselman, we're talking about a bunch of very bad coaches. They never had expectations. The Keith Smart Warriors did not have expectations, okay? Bob Melvin is in a class all on his own. Joe, he's all by himself. It is so funny. It is universally known now today, which I knew weeks ago, but it's universally known today. Well, it's him. He's got to go. Everyone. And you knew the APB went out to all the beat writers and all the columnists when Kawakami writes, well, maybe we're thinking about it. I was like, we're beyond this. We're beyond this. I think they have major issues in the clubhouse, clearly. Right, that's obvious.
Well, we're going to hear from some of the guys,
and we can blame Bob. Bob stinks. I mean, there's no other way around it. But some of these guys show some professional pride.
Well, that's what I'm getting
at. Paid a boatload of money, and we're all just going to scapegoat. We're going to basically throw away a year. And I'm not even saying Bob's good. He's not good. This is his last job in baseball, in my opinion. But we're basically going to just mail the year in and point the finger at just the staff and the coaches. And you're not going to take any accountability? You're not going to be culpable for horrific base running, defense, at-bats, situational awareness. No one covering second base as Elliot Ramos is trying to, I don't even know, tuck rule that ball from left field. I mean, what are we doing?
All the words to use.
Guys, 10 years from now, the Bob Melvin era, we are going to be laughing. Like, people say, LOL, laugh out loud. We're literally going to be laughing out loud.
Well, I hope so, because it could be worse. That's what I'm saying. It can be worse. We've seen some truly awful teams here in the Bay Area. But right now, and you look at the record, it's not really emblematic of the team that's out there. They're not playing like a team that's like hovering around 500. They're playing like the White Sox and the Rockies this season.
They've got to be 20 under. They've got to be 20 under since like June. I'm serious.
Oh, since Devers got here. Interesting. Huh. There's a conversation. I'm just real quick as we're talking about Bob Melvin, but we're going to bring the players involved in this. I don't know what the correlation is or causation or if there's anything to be made of this, but the fact that the Giants were 10 games over 500 when they got Rafi Devers, and we're fast forwarding 2 months now, and they're 3 games under, and the Red Sox, who were hovering around 500 at the time of trading Devers, are now, 10 or 11 games over 500? Like, there's got to be something there. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Devers the player, The fact that Red Sox just pivoted off there and brought up their young stud, maybe the Giants should have done that instead with Eldridge. There's something there, though. Something's happening here, Buffalo Springfield, and I don't know what it is.
You know what's funny? You bring up Eldridge, and I was having this like thought processing, and I'm thinking things out loud. I'm convinced if the Oakland A's had Bryce Eldridge, well, now they're called the Sacramento A's, or just the A's.
Actually, they're the Athletics.
Okay, whatever the hell their name is.
Club.
You know what they would have done with Bryce Eldridge?
What?
They probably would have brought him up in like May, and he would have played all summer, and he'd be looking great by now.
He would. He probably wouldn't help the win-loss record.
That doesn't matter.
They're off pitching.
But how optimistic, if you are one of the few A's fans out there, and I'm not trying to disrespect him in any way, how can you not feel optimistic, even though your record looks terrible?
Oh, the young talent is...
They've got 3 or 4 guys who would be better than anyone on the Giants right now.
I mean, you say Kurtz, Wilson. They literally have 2 of the AL Rookie of the Year top 2 candidates.
Ridiculous. And I'll take Butler in a heartbeat.
Lawrence Butler.
The center fielder who's been hurt, has been dynamic.
Tyler Soderstrom. The names go on.
The point that I'm getting at is that, like, some organizations are just like, you know what, we're just going to do it. And you can say, well, we're trying to win. What are you trying to win? You're not trying to win. You know what the Padres did with Jackson Merrill? They said, you're going to play center field every single day, and we're going to try to make the playoffs, and we're just going to live and die with you succeeding or failing. And you're going to have good months, and you're going to have bad months, and we're just going to let you be an athlete and just develop on the fly. This thing that, like, he can't adjust to the breaking ball. He's striking out 1 out of every 3 at-bats. So is everyone on this team. We're on pace for 1,500 strikeouts this year. Everyone on this team is struggling to not strike out right now. Oh, but he can't lay off the changeup. You can't hit fastballs. You're the worst fastball hitting team in America and Canada, because there's the Toronto Blue Jays.
Shout out.
It's just the excuse making. Like, I just, either you're going to play him and let's go, or you let him go and you trade him for something. Like, that's where I'm at now. I want to either see Bryce Eldridge today, tomorrow, or trade this guy in the offseason. This is ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. He can hit 7 gazillion AAA home runs that mean nothing to me. I don't care if the guy goes 1 for 40 when he gets called up. 1 for 40. 1 base hit. It could be a blooper. It could be a ground ball up the middle. I don't care. Let me cling to something positive, because there is nothing that has been a silver lining to this season. Even the Randy Rodriguez experiment, which was awesome, has fizzled out. You can't even get to the 4th inning in a close game, let alone get to the 7th, 8th, or 9th with an opportunity to win a game to get Randy Rodriguez onto the mound.
I mean, I haven't seen him like in a week. He's been MIA.
Sasquatch has more appearances than Randy Rodriguez since the All-Star break.
Pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Poor Kaiwei Tang. I mean, just, you know.
He's the least of my concerns right now.
What?
1, 2, 3.
Poor Kaiwei
I have
Tang.
to laugh at the name because it's just like a creative player at this point. Kaiwei Tang, please stop. I'd rather just have some Tang right now. You ever remember that? The Tang drink, the little powder stuff? Yeah.
I love Tang.
Yeah, I liked it too. Because that's what we could afford as a kid. That's what our family could afford. We couldn't get the Sunny Delight. We had the Tang instead. Kaiwei Tang, 1 2/3, please. I don't care about. No. You know who we're getting on? No,
that's a joke. You gotta laugh a little.
Willie Adames, dude.
Oh my god,
this guy. I mean, 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, and yes, God love him for signing all those autographs. That's
supposed
great.
to do when you're making $185 million. But I'm glad he's doing it. Okay, I'm glad he's doing it. But come on,
when the leader and the guy that's the emotional, presence of that clubhouse, he just sounds so damn defeated yesterday. We're going to play the sound. We're going to hear from him. We're going to hear from Bob Melvin. We're going to hear from everyone. And I want to hear from the people on this team at 888-957-9570.
I know, man. Just poor Kaiwei Tang.
Okay. Was this Kaiwei Tang yesterday too?
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
They just hope to get it done. They hope to.
Gotta go play hard for Kaiwei Tang.
Yeah,
he's their Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, win one for Kaiwei Tang. Is that what we're gonna do? That's the rallying cry going forward. Win one for Kaiwei.
How much does
Kaiwei.
How much does this clubhouse hate Bob Melvin? I mean,
you know what's even worse,
It is
Joe?
insane.
You know what's even worse? I don't even think they hate him. I just think they're like, yeah. That's even worse.
So you're gonna
That's even worse.
You're gonna sacrifice a year of your prime or whatever's left of your career just because you just despise the manager. See, like that's the part.
It's easy
where I
to
push
sacrifice
back.
a year of my prime when I know I'm getting paid as much as these guys are getting paid, and it doesn't seem to faze them. Like, I'm sorry, like to call that out there. All these guys are making $100+ million, and I'm not questioning the care level of them, but I'm questioning whether or not these guys should be sticking around going forward. If this product is what Giants fans want going forward, is this the product that you signed up for this season? If you're a season ticket holder, no, it's not. As they're raising ticket prices all around all these different sports, and I'm sure they are for the San Francisco Giants fans out there. I mean, Stephen Langford is at the game. He's right there. Our KCBS guy, former host here. He was at the game. He literally walked in before the show started. I was like, "You have to 1-0." The stadium knew it was over. 1-0. They knew it was over. 1-0.
Elliot Ramos, he's a DH. Devers, he's a DH. Casey Schmidt, he can play some infield, you know? Dom Smith was playing first base. I like Dom Smith at first base. Adames playing shortstop, probably a second baseman in a year or two. All right? Jung Hoo Lee, not a major leaguer. He's just, I don't even know what he is. There's $90 million left on his deal. Yeah.
Right.
Grant McCray came in later on in the game. I don't think he's a big leader at this point. Pat Bailey, I mean, he's a designated catcher. He's a framer. That's literally all he is. He should just go up there with no bat and just try to draw walks. He might have the same amount of success that he's having currently. Go up and down this team. It's a bunch of DHs or guys who can only play in the field and can't hit. It's just bad.
Who do you want to hear from right now, Joe? And I'm going to ask the people, like, who needs to have a presser today and talk about the state of the San Francisco Giants?
I want to hear from the Padres as to why they all of a sudden took off when Bob left their team.
Maybe, you know what?
Like, that's what I want to hear from.
Actually, you know what, Sam? Let's reach out to one of our Padre host affiliates down there, whatever the station is, down Odyssey.
The amount of Padre fans
let's do that
have been hitting me up and are like, this is what happens with Bob Melvin. I'm like, what? Like, what? The team just punts on a year? Like, what? And I'm not, again,
97.3 the fan down there.
I don't think he's good. I'm not here to say it. But, like, I can't understand. I'm at the plate, okay? And it's, you know, runner on second, runner on third, less than 2 outs. I'm trying to get that guy in. And I'm like, I hate the manager so much. I'm gonna fail here. Like, what? That just I don't think that's how it works. Now, like, everyone getting along and stuff in between innings, and you know, there's something to be said for there. Where's the individual pride on somebody making hundreds of millions of dollars? Where's the individual pride for some of these guys to prove they're worth the money that they're getting? That's the part that I just. We could argue about, like, Bob should have been, like, he should be fired. Like, we know that. He should be fired. But what about the guys who are making a boatload of money? Where's their personal pride?
Well, we're going to hear from Willie Adames on the other side. We're going to hear from Bob Melvin. We're going to hear from you, the fans, 888-957-9570. As we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
You know, my dad was a plumber, and then he ended up being a stationary engineer, which is similar to that.
Was your dad the actual Joe the plumber? Remember that?
No.
Yeah, it wasn't him. Okay.
My uncle Matt's a plumber. My brother's a plumber. And, you know, with plumbing, you have to open up the walls, right? Electricians have this same kind of thing. You open up the walls and you put all your stuff in. Then you seal the walls, and no one sees your work, right? And I used to tell my dad, like, Dad, why do you make it look so perfect and so meticulous and so clean? And my uncle Matt's like one of the best plumbers, like, in the city. You talk to anybody, he runs the port. And he's like, they both say the same thing. Personal pride. Yeah. I know what's inside that wall. The customer may not know. I don't want to see pipes crisscrossing all over. No. So when the next guy opens up that wall, they see how clean my work is. There's nothing like when you're doing a remodel at whatever house that you got, and you open it up and you're like, oh my God. We used to call it Joe McGee work, right? With somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, and cords and cables are crisscrossing, and it's not up to code, and it doesn't look right. Where's the personal pride? That's the question that I have. I'm beyond Bob Melvin. And here's the other thing I want to say to Giants fans. You want me to just, you know, take my foot off the gas, pivot to the Niners? No, absolutely not. I refuse to do that, because when I get text messages from my buddy Greg Moore talking about how his tickets go up 22% after this season, the gall of the Giants to raise ticket prices 22% when it's August 15th and we are imploding like Krypton in the Superman movies, like ready to explode. How tone deaf does an organization have to be to raise ticket prices in one of the worst expectation seasons I can ever remember?
You're taking a page out of John Fisher's notebook. Look at that. Moneyball, baby. It's back. All right, we got to go. We got Bill Romanowski coming up at 8:30. Can't wait for that. Guess what? It's Bill Romanowski. Okay. And as all guests in 95% of the game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? But on the other side, we're going to hear from Bob Melvin himself, and it's brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and and Diamond Certification Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Inbounds pass, Shug Sutton, right baseline. Looking for a friend, gets it into Citron. Step back long two over Salon is no good off the front rim. Rebound Chechi, and that'll do it. The Valkyries hold on for an 88-83 win. It got a little uncomfortable there, Sophia, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. The only point that matters is the point that marks you as another dub in the win column. That's exactly what the Valkyries are going to get. And now they own the tiebreaker against the Washington Mystics.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, there's a lot of layers right there. Shout out Pods, who was on our airwaves yesterday. Don't hide your enthusiasm pronouncing my last name, Pods. He was on Willard and Dibs, and apparently he's the Valkyries correspondent. He's going to be a weekly on Willard and Dibs now, courtesy of River Islands. Brandon Pajemski. Huh. Look at that. And shout out to Valkyries, Sophia Jones and Kevin Dana on the call right here, 95.7 The Game and on the Odyssey app. Valkyries, 17-15 on the season, Joey. They're looking playoff bound. They're showing up. What were the expectations for them to maybe win 8 games? They've already doubled that?
Well,
I mean, the hell with the Giants. I'm watching the Valkyries now. Giants, Kaiwei Tangs of the world, please. No. Veronica Burton. Dropping 30? 30? And Sam, what did you tell me? First time in franchise history? I know, it's first year at the franchise, but still a 30-point game? That's awesome. Let's go. And by the way, coming up, we still have our strongest player of the game, so don't forget about that. Who was the strongest player of the game yesterday for the Giants, Joe?
Well, I do want to defend somebody. I was just doing some math here regarding their record. I'll get to it in a second.
Some calculus?
Like, you know, we're talking about professional pride and like going out there and playing. Spencer Bivvens, the poor guy's arm's going to fall off. I'm not here to say that this dude's an all-star. He's not. He's appeared in 40 games this year and has been basically not the mop-up guy. He has been the rec room guy. He has to go in and clean up every single mess with like a hazmat suit.
No, he's the janitor on the first, because it's first day of school this week, so like kids are throwing up all over the place or something, and that's like, you remember walking through the hallway and there's like sawdust all over something that just looks like, what the hell is that? Yeah, Sam's looking at me. No, literally.
Because it dries up all the liquid.
It dries it up. It soaks it all up.
In meat markets.
Did you go to a private school too?
I did, yeah. What do you, so? That's what?
I was shocked to hear vomit on the floors of private school, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Private school kids don't throw up, Sam. There you go. We don't spill.
Not at school, at least.
What the hell is...
Seems like public school behavior.
What is going on here? Anyways...
Sam, I don't know if you noticed, anyone can throw up. You are just a funny man.
The Giants were throwing up all over themselves yesterday.
I think the Giants are making him sick. But Spencer Bivvens has professional pride.
Now, he may not be good enough, but every time I watch this guy go out there, he's trying his darndest.
That's so don't pour Kaiwei Tang me, pour Spencer Bivvens me.
No, and that's why I honestly do feel bad for guys like that. Like, and I don't know, I'm not going to question everybody's effort level or whatever, but like, show some damn pride. This throwing everybody under the bus behind the scenes and whatever the hell is going on with the Giants, it's embarrassing. And again, I know yesterday I lost my mind about blowing it up, and I stand by that. Because if I have a bunch of dudes who can't go out there and play for some pride, I got the wrong guys. And I'm questioning if I got the right group of guys in that clubhouse, just in general. Clearly we don't. That's obvious. And I don't have the right manager, the head dog, the captain, the sergeant, whatever you want to call it. But guys like Spencer Bivvens, look, he may not be good enough. I'd rather go to war with a guy like Spencer Bivvens than some of these front runners.
Nick in Berkeley, I'd go to war with any day out of the week. Nick, how about these Giants, huh?
They're not the Giants, they're the Giants because they suck. Hey, Giants, check this out. All of you, listen to me. Take note from this, take note from the Valkyries, and take note from Shasky and Spadone. You guys suck. You guys are that bad. If I was the owner of the team, I'd send all of you down to AAA and tell the whole AAA team you're coming up because we can't get worse than this. You guys are sloppy. You can't play catch. You don't know defense. You can't bunt. You don't know how to run. What are you doing? You're not. You're just out there acting like ball players. You guys are pretenders, man. Straight up. I haven't seen a team to call you the Bad News Bears would be an insult to the Bears. And man, give me some Johnny LeMaster. Give me some Robbie Thompson, Bob Brinley. Give me somebody with some heart on the team that wants to win. I mean, all of you, listen to me. You guys suck. You go out there, take some extra catch. You know what I mean? Take some extra BP after a loss. Kobe Bryant, after he lost, he'd be in the gym at 3 a.m. shooting 1,000 free throws. What are y'all doing? Going home, putting your feet up, getting your feet rubbed in front of a fireplace. I don't even know what y'all doing. Y'all suck, man. Have some pride. This is San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Hawaii. You guys aren't on vacation. What are y'all doing? You're playing a kid's game for millions of dollars, and you guys act like you're entitled like some 8th graders. Oh, let's blame the manager because we don't know how to bunt. Man, you guys sound pathetic, man. Set up a machine and get out there and do some hit and runs. Billy Martin would be socking all of y'all in the face right now. That's all I got, man. Let's go. Let's go, Valkyries.
Nick, I love you.
Let's go, Niners.
Let's go, Nick.
Nick, I love you. They've played 50 games since Devers got here, or since the trade was announced.
June 15th, Father's Day.
They're 18-32.
Say that one more time.
They've played 50 games since the Devers trade was announced. They're 18-32.
Oh my gosh!
Now,
why?
That's about a 36% winning percentage.
Oh,
36%. If you
that's a fail.
Multiplied that over 162 games, how many wins do you think that is?
I'm not a mathematician. I don't.
This is a third of the season.
Okay.
58 wins. They have been a 58 win trend. So these people are like, they're better than this. No, they literally are one of the worst teams in all of baseball. Today, even with their good 2.5 month stretch at the beginning of the year, today, they're the 8th worst team in baseball. If I told you were drafting 8th heading into the year, you'd be like, what happened? Who got hurt?
Exactly. No, actually, you added players. No one got hurt. You added people. You got Rafi Devers. Like, no, seriously. Like, what if I told you that the Giants, they were 10 games over 500, basically, right? Something around then when they got Devers. You added Rafi Devers. You got rid of Kyle. You didn't give up much. I mean, Kyle Harrison, see you later. People really weren't high on him anyways. Jordan Hicks didn't have a spot here. He wasn't a starter anymore. And then, James Tibbs, he was your first rounder from last year, but you don't know anything about the guy. It's like, oh, really? Oh, okay, we got Rafi Devers. I mean, guy's a World Series champion. Red Sox, I mean, let's go. He's in his prime.
Joe.
And they're even worse.
Joe, 36.
Worse.
So their win percentage since Rafi got here, or the trade at least, 36%.
36.
Where do you think that, if that was the whole season, and that's 50 games, that's a third of the season, where do you think that would put them?
Oh, they'd be bottom 3.
The only teams ahead of them would be the Rockies and the White Sox.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the company you've been in since the Rafi Devers
So
trade.
let me ask you this. When you are evaluating the Warriors after they made the Jimmy Butler trade, are you even considering anything that happened prior to the Warriors trading for Jimmy?
Yes, but it's on an individual player basis.
Okay.
So, like, I think Kuminga, in fairness, you have to kind of separate how you viewed his season before and after. But that's on an individual player basis.
But you evaluate them on what you saw, for the most part, after the Jimmy Butler trade.
Correct.
All right? When the Niners traded for CMC, you evaluated them on like what they were after CMC.
Correct.
Now, I'm not saying that you forget about everything that happened prior. This team is on pace with Rafi to be the third worst team in baseball. Not over like a week, 2 weeks, a month. 50 games, a third of the season. And I don't think it's getting better.
I want to hear from Buster Posey. I actually don't want to. I need to hear from the president of baseball operations, Buster Posey. He was the guy that picked up the option on Bob Melvin. He was the guy that told the fans, hey, don't point the finger at the manager. I'm the guy that put the roster together, so it's on me at the end of the day. Well, if it's on you, Buster, then you need to talk about it. You're the one that swung this big deal. It wasn't just him. There was the Manassians of the world, and it's a group think, it's a group effort, but you're the guy. You're the dude. It's the same thing when we talk about GMs, when it comes to Dunleavy, when it comes to John Lynch. We're going to give you all the credit. We're going to give you all the blame because that's the position that you chose. I want to discuss more of that on the other side, but first, it's time for the Golden State Valkyries Strongest Player of the Game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health, and this makes me happy. That bed makes me happy because the Golden State Valkyries are making me happy because they keep winning. They fought off a late charge from the Washington Mystics yesterday, holding on for the 88-83 win. And we saw a little history, too, as Veronica Burton became the first player in Valkyries history to break the 30-point barrier.
Burton across half. Left wing, crossover, into the paint, out for repair. Left corner, 3-2 strong. Martin, the offensive rebound. Peels it out to the left wing. Burton open from the corner for three. 30 points for Veronica Burton, drilling the left corner three, making Valkyries history.
Ice cold from Burton, and shout out Burton, the snowboard company. The win gives the Valkyries firm control of the 7th spot in the WNBA standings, a game and a half up on 8th place Seattle. So that's huge. That was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. On the other side, we're going to discuss why Buster Posey needs to address Giants fans and the media sooner rather than later. Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app.
app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Macy's One Day Sale is the one sale you can't miss because it's our best prices of the month, like jeweled women's sandals for $19.99 and under, 60% off premium bedding from Charter Club, and over half off Alfani 3-piece suits. Half off. Plus, it's Star Money Bonus Days, when Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster. Not a member yet? Join for free and earn $10 in Star Money for every 100 you spend. Tomorrow at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Subject to credit approval.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hammered down the line. This will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
They're not the Giants, they're the Giants because they suck.
Oh, God, I love Nick and Berkeley. It was a hot night in August.
So on that play.
God, I love this beat. Sorry. Good job, Carter.
When a ball gets hit past an outfielder, depending on the philosophy of the team, into the gaps or down the line, okay, there are different principles on the diamond. So you'll double back or basically have not a double cut, but let's say in that situation, your shortstop's going out. They thought the ball got hit over Ramos's head, and maybe the play was going to go to third. So the shortstop goes out there, and the second baseman, again, depending on what their philosophy is as an organization, balls down the line. Sometimes it'll be your first baseman down the right field line, and you'll double back. Sometimes the shortstop. Again, it depends. Sometimes your shortstop's got the best arm. Sometimes randomly teams might go with the second baseman because the shortstop's arm is injured or whatever. Like again, it depends on what they're teaching. But 9 times out of 10, I'm doubling back. So I am trailing the shortstop as the cutoff in case of an overthrow or underthrow that gets by him. And in that case, I'm the trail player in that. I'm the first baseman. I believe it was Dom Smith. I need to concede first base knowing it's already a base hit. And now I become the guy covering second base. Yes. If I notice my second baseman double backing behind the shortstop in that situation. Sometimes it might be the pitcher paying attention, but usually the pitcher is two plays ahead. He'll go to third, or he'll go somewhere between third and home, or he'll go right behind home in that scenario, depending on where the base runners are and what you're conceding. No one was covering second base. And so Ramos caught the ball off the wall, turns around, and goes to throw to second base, realizing no one's there. And it's not like you're yelling because you're in a stadium, okay? In an empty ballpark, 2-2-2, 3-3-3, right. Whatever it is, cut, hold. Everyone's got different verbiage, okay? But someone's got to be there. And just by a million reps, I'm sure Ramos is thinking, I'll play this off the wall, I'll turn, I'm giving up third base, I'm giving up home, I'm going to try to throw back to second. In this scenario, it's backdoor. And that first baseman, if the second baseman is taking off, is hopefully paying attention. He's the one who's got to be in front of the play and beat the runner to second base to cover there. He's not there. Now, simultaneously, your right fielder should be paying attention, and he should be backing up said throw that might be coming into second base. Right. On any given play, everyone's moving is what I'm getting at, and no one's moving. And we can blame that on individual personal pride, on management, on the coaches, on whatever, but like everybody's at fault. This is a stupid play.
Well, that's why it makes it worse, Joe. It's like the throw itself and then the explanation of the bad throw because it's almost like when a pitcher has to still throw the pitch because he's already started his windup and they call time. It's like instead of holding onto it and hurting their shoulder or something, they just have to just throw it and scud it down. And that's what happened yesterday. It was Ramos literally realizing on the fly as he's throwing, it's like, oh, bleep, no one's there. So I'm going to look like an idiot, but whatever.
Joe, I had this play on Monday night. We were playing at Moscone, and
you were playing.
I was at second base, and I was the cut from right center, and I thought I was going to go to 2, and I went to kind of like ease up on the throw because I didn't want to throw it away because the guy had slid in, and instead I scud missiled one straight to the second baseman. Like that's what happens when you go to like stop your throw and the ball's already kind of coming out. It looks ridiculous from Elliot Ramos. But again, you zoom out and you watch the whole play. There were like 4 different mental mistakes on that play.
And Bob Melvin talked about it yesterday.
You're talking about Ramos in his defense. He's throwing to second base, and we're double cut, and we're in the wrong spot as far as the cutoff and relays goes. So he's throwing the ball to second base, sees that nobody's there, and it came out of his hand. So it wasn't his fault. It was more how we were positioned for the cutoff. And then the ball gets by, Bailey over his head, and it just looks bad. The way we've been playing, it looks horrible. Now it's all of a sudden it's 7-0, and we're in the second inning, and the way we've been playing, it's just miserable feeling.
I feel bad for all the people that went to the game yesterday. My brother took his boys out there, and they had fun because they, you got to do the lap and whatever.
You're a kid going to a game, right? At least the Padres gave him something to enjoy watching. You can watch the Fernando Tatises of the world, like some stars, do some things. That'd be nice for the Giants to do that occasionally.
Like my brother's like, hey, look, you guys, they're so worried about the in-game entertainment. Just how about be good?
Right.
How about be good, and we'll actually stay in our seats and enjoy the game.
Oh, you don't want to go see Saweetie and her concert that she's having? What is that, this weekend, Sammy? Yeah, there you go. After the
Saturday
game.
night, City Connect concert.
Oh, sweet. Is she get it? Saweetie.
You think she's going to have her own City Connect jersey?
That's awesome. I want one. You got to laugh at the pain, Joey. Come on. You got to laugh at the pain. You can't allow this team to bring you down this much. We got Niner season approaching. I don't know if it's going to be that much better. You can't let this team bring you down this much, right?
Great pep talk.
Come on.
You can't let this get you down. It might get worse.
Exactly. It can always get worse.
How can it get worse?
Well, they are only 3.
Shut up.
Well, that's the fun part. It's getting the answer to that question.
I'm not letting. And the words of Steiny.
3 games
and the words of Steiny. I'm not letting you do that.
The math is still technically there. They're what, 5.5 back? Seen things happen in the last month. Maybe they just need a spark.
Yes, things happen, but not those things.
Maybe they need a spark. Can they get one?
Stop asking that question.
Can they? Hey, Elliot, can you guys get a spark?
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
It's not over till it's over, Joe. Something could happen. Take care of business against the Tampa Bay Rays.
You can't even say that with a straight face.
I'm trying so hard for you, buddy.
What? I know what we are.
Yeah, but you had a lot of expectations this year. It's got to hurt. It's got to hurt.
But here's the thing, Joe. Like, when you watch every night, I don't need fan graphs and stat muse to explain to me what my eyeballs are telling me. I know they suck. I know they're not good. I know they've quit on the manager. I know the manager isn't very good. But that being said, like, show some pride. Like, that's the part that bugs me. And like, I was thinking about this. Like, you guys are like, well, they were booing them. Yeah, they should have been booed. Like, they should have been booed yesterday. And I'm glad. You have your right. When you buy a ticket, you have a right to boo. Now, don't ruin it for others. Don't be screaming like that woman in the Padre-Giants game the other day.
Oh, where's my scream?
Screaming and yelling.
Play it. Yeah.
But, like, I'm telling you guys, man, I can remember certain moments for fans. And you guys are like, well, the Warriors got booed going into halftime against the Raptors.
They got booed a couple times, like a couple of years ago they did. Not last season as much, but definitely the season prior. They got booed
going
a couple
into
times.
halftime for basketball and for football, it is normal for a fan base, not normal, but it's way more acceptable to boo them. Booing random second downs and just everyone booing, like effort levels. Armando Benitez being booed for just walking onto the mound. Mark Melancon being just rained upon for getting checked into the or put into the game. I remember distinctively Alex Smith getting just booed so bad.
You want a good one? I got one. His first ever appearance. His first ever in a new uniform. It was Jim Johnson. I was at the A's opening day. I think it was Cleveland Guardians they were playing. It's either Guardians or the Twins. They're always playing some AL Central team. But he just gave it up in the 9th inning and he just got booed. Just his first ever appearance. It was like it turned into like the Yankees Stadium West. It was unbelievable.
Carter, do me a favor. Look for the "We Want Car" chants from Candlestick.
David.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my boy Mikey C, White Mike, might have been one of the people that started
White
that
Mike's
chant.
Back.
I remember very vivid moments when the Niners had a team. They were playing the Falcons, and Singletary called a team-wide timeout, and the whole team huddled up around him. I had never seen it on a football field except like high school football.
Like Matt Ryan's like rookie season.
Roddy White did like a 70-yard touchdown on the very next play.
I loved Roddy White.
The very next play.
PPR legend.
The entire stadium booed them. The entire stadium booed the entire team. Like, those are different than like, oh, you're not going for it. You guys have only scored 3 points going into halftime. Like, that's different. When you have booed because you are just done as a fan base, God, think of how much you've broken this spirit of this community.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And I teased something heading into the break. And, who do Giants fans want to hear from right now? 888-957-9570. Do you want to hear from Buster Posey? I do, because he was the guy that made the big acquisition to bring in Rafi Devers. He was the guy that signed, and I know technically he's not the one signing him. He has to work with the agent, but he brought in Matt Chapman. He brought in Willie Adames. All right? And now Chapman was here prior, but he doubled down and said, you know what? Chapman's a guy that we need. We need everyday guys in this lineup. He could be a leader for this team defensively. We need that consistency. All right, great. And then he picks up the option on the manager a couple months ago. All right, he picks up the option on Bob Melvin.
I call that the severance package.
But he picked it up. And you know what he said, Joe? He said, don't blame him. Come at me because I was the one that put this roster together. I'm the one that did that. Come at me. So should we be coming at him then? If that's the template he's going to say and he's going to use, shouldn't we be going after Buster Posey then?
He's been on the job a year.
I mean, the expectations, it's all of a sudden.
What were the expectations?
You tell me. What were your expectations
a
of this
year
team?
ago?
Yeah.
Just be relevant?
No, starting of this season, what was the expectations?
I wanted to make the playoffs.
There you go.
But I didn't expect them to make the playoffs. Like the Niners last year, I expected them to make the playoffs, and they didn't. They went 6-11. I didn't expect the Giants to make the playoffs. I expected them to be in the mix till the end. Joe, they're 2 months they've been out of it. They're going to be out of it for the end of the year, 2 months. That was not on my expectation list. So they have, yes, not even come close to my expectations.
So,
and this thing that like, oh, well, they're 500 now, Shasky. No, they're 18-32 over their last 50.
Well, that's what I want to get at.
They're horrible.
That was the big acquisition. And since that acquisition of Rafi Devers, the team has sucked. And I'm not saying it's Rafi Devers' fault. I'm just telling you the facts. Since acquiring Rafi Devers, this team has sucked.
I don't know what to make of that.
I don't know either. I don't know if there's a causation, correlation. And all I know is, and I can't help but look over in the AL East, and I see the Boston Red Sox, and they didn't look back after getting rid of the guy. I'm not here to tell you, and I'm not reporting anything. I'm not saying Rafi Devers is a bad clubhouse guy. All I'm saying is there's questions about leadership right now, top to bottom, within this Giants roster. Whether it's at the managerial level, whether it's with the players, there is a lack of leadership right now that is glaring. And I don't know how to solve it, Joe. I don't think the leader of a team could be the president of baseball operations. It cannot be someone that's in the front office. I love Bob Myers. I love him. And he was a great, when he was on our station, whenever he spoke, very eloquent, very matter of fact. He was very personable. Loved me, Bob Myers. He was never the leader of those Warriors teams. Made some moves. And he struck the right chord most of the time. But he can't be your leader. Like, Buster Posey can't be the leader of this team.
So you want to hear from Buster?
I would love to hear from Buster, yes.
And I'll ask you, you can think about it. Like, what do you want to hear from him? Because the only thing I want to hear is Bob and whoever else is going to be dismissed, and we're bringing in Dusty Baker for just the last month or so to just stabilize things in the clubhouse, finish the year on some kind of a note that is more positive than whatever we've been going through now. And you know, Dusty's in retirement right now, but I would bring in Dusty and say, Dusty, we're begging you. We need 1 month of your help here to end the year and just figure out what the heck's going on in my clubhouse.
I want to hear what the direction of this team is. What, like, where do you see this team going the next couple months?
I don't think you can even be as forthright as you want to be until the end of the year. I really don't. The only thing I want to hear from Buster is we're firing Bob and because it's so bad. Like, remember how bad it was at the end of the Kapler thing? Like, you couldn't wait the 3 days to the end of the year to get rid of him. This is way worse.
Does he regret any decisions that he made the last 6-7 months? He's not going to say what they are, but I wonder if he. I don't know. I'm not going to.
I don't know.
I'm not saying Devers is the problem, but does he regret doing the deal? Like, would he have done this deal knowing that the team would have imploded since the acquisition? So, like, they have. The proof is in the pudding right now. The team, since acquiring Rafi Devers, has stunk. You just keep 36%, you said?
Yeah, 36% win streak over 50 games.
Their winning percentage is 36%.
Which is the third worst in baseball.
I mean...
And it's barely edging out the White Sox. Barely. I'm talking barely.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm saying I need to hear from Buster Posey right now. He's the one that picked up the option on Bob Melvin. He's the one that gave him the vote of confidence. He's the one that told us. I want him to come out and say, you know what, guys, I'll take the blame for this season. Say that. Fall on the sword then. Just fall on the sword. Just say that then. And you know what? I would have respect for him saying, he's like, you know what, Bob, like, maybe we need a new direction going forward here. Maybe we do need a new direction. And I thought this team could have competed. I tried to make some moves. They didn't work out, and we're going to reevaluate after the season. That's actually kind of what I want to hear right now.
Well, I think two things are...
He's not going. I'm here to tell you they're probably not going to happen, but I would like to hear it.
I get you. I think one thing he needs to come out and say is, like, we underestimated the lack of pitching depth, number one. Number two, we miscalculated at the deadline, and we probably should have sold more. Looking back on it right now, is Robbie Ray's value going to get any higher over the next year or so?
Yeah, you're talking about buyer's remorse. I don't think there's any buyer's remorse when it comes to Rafi Devers, but there's definitely seller's remorse from not moving off of Robbie Ray.
The thing that I don't understand from people that I hear is like, we just got to get rid of Bob, and that's it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
It's not that easy.
Guys, what team are you watching?
Yeah, no.
Like, yes, they could absolutely use a managerial change, and that will help them a little bit here and there. Does this team look like they're 3-4 deep in terms of pitching to even finish the year out? Forget next year. I have so many questions about next year. Does this team look like they need a catcher, a second baseman? They need at least one, maybe two outfielders, 3 starting pitchers, because you're going to lose Verlander. I don't know where Birdsong's at. I don't know about Carson Whisenhunt. You need to rework your bullpen. I don't know who your closer is. I've got so many questions. They're not just like plug and play a manager and they're going to be good. What?
This isn't the 2013 Boston Red Sox when they moved off of Bobby Valentine in one of the worst dumpster fire seasons you can remember in quite some time, and then they go to John Farrell and they win the World Series. They're not a John Farrell away from winning a World Series right now. They're not. We had Dave Fleming on yesterday, Joe, and he had a lot of good stuff. Voice of the Giants.
Maybe all the boys going down to O'Farrells will help them out.
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Well, he talked about, you can't blame Devers for the team struggles. I am not blaming Rafi Devers, but there's something to be said about acquiring a guy and your team imploded since the acquisition. It's not all on him. A lot of it's on the pitching. Roop getting hurt came at the worst time. Verlander not being what you thought he was going to be. Birdsong, Harrison, it didn't work out. It was basically Webb and Ray and Prey. That's what it ended up being this season. But Dave Fleming's telling us you can't blame Rafi Devers.
I don't think there's a simple answer to that. I don't blame Devers. I mean, Devers has been their best hitter now for weeks. And Devers is fitting in, and Devers has a great attitude, and he works hard, and everybody likes him. Like, this isn't like, oh, this guy showed up and everybody's miserable. That is not what has happened here. So I'm not saying you guys are doing it, but nobody should be pointing the finger at Rafi Devers and saying, man, he poisoned this team. That is not what has happened here.
I mean, did the team just buy into the hype that everyone was bestowing upon them when they made the acquisition for Devers, and everyone was saying, you know what? Maybe they could be World Series. You know what? They're talking us up a little bit. Yeah, maybe, you know what? We are legit now. Let's go out. Did they just crater under the pressure? I'm just trying to figure out why, since adding a player like Rafi Devers, they've just gotten worse, Sam.
Well, I mean, did they get worse, or were they already kind of sliding before Devers arrived, and then Devers just didn't stop the bleeding like was anticipated?
Well, we were talking about the Giants winning that series against the Dodgers. Like, it ended up being like they punted that game because Harrison was scheduled to start then. They ended up going opener. It didn't work. Who was it? It was Sean Jelly that opened that game. Like, we saw the writing, but they had a huge win that Friday. Casey Schmidt at the Grand Slam, right? I remember the vibes were great after that Devers acquisition, Joe, weren't they?
They were.
But like the team wasn't like that all time, like they weren't like scuffling that bad.
Yeah, but you could see that the pitching was starting to leak oil.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, like, look, you guys all want to cape up for, not you, but people want to cape up for Verlander. Verlander's been bad.
No, he has not been good.
Has he been the worst guy? No. But he hasn't been even close. Like, we all thought it would be better than this.
Yes, he thought that.
Hayden Birdsong, since going from the bullpen, it hasn't been good. Harrison wasn't good at all, really, all year, except for his appearances out of the bullpen. Jordan Hicks, completely useless. Right? I'm just going through the rotation.
Oh, by the way, Jordan Hicks doing the blame game again now, but in Boston.
Is he?
I don't know if you saw the latest there. They're not telling him the right pitches to throw, he's saying.
Oh, of course. This is the guy who... all right. There's some things I know about him treating people, some police officers.
We do not miss Jordan Hicks here.
Yeah, it's just he's just a jerk. I just think he's a jerk for no reason too, which is just beyond me. Landon Roop, he was awesome, and then he got hurt. Yeah. Robbie Ray, he was amazing, and then he hit a little wall. It was probably to be expected he wouldn't pitch Cy Young level all year.
When you're relying, and again, what did I say? Webb and Ray and Prey. That's basically what it's been this year. When you're relying on just two guys, they're going to start to falter. I don't care if it's Roger Clemens, Sadie Koufax. They can't handle it all themselves.
No. And Logan Webb hasn't been as good, I would say, in the second half of the season. And I'm not talking about All-Star. Kind of before the All-Star break.
A little bit. Yeah.
You know? So, like, it's just, everything is coinciding simultaneously, and it's screwing everything up. And then also, Chapman and Adames have been weak. Like, this thing that they're in the top 80 percentile defensively. Like, guys.
Yeah, but they're in the bottom 20 percentile when it comes to just being bad at the plate for the amount of at-bats they got, right?
I'm asking, have they had good seasons? No. They've been okay. Wouldn't you agree?
They've been fine. I mean, no, they've been below fine. They have not been, they've been not good. They've been, if we're going to get crushed Verlander, what we thought we were going to get from Verlander this year, I'm even more disappointed from what we've gotten from Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, quite frankly. 42-year-old Justin Verlander withstanding. Like, come on, guys. You're supposed to be in your primes right now, right?
Yes.
You're supposed to be in your primes.
And that's why I just think, like, you can't have your best stories on the team be Landon Roop and Casey Schmidt and Dom Smith.
That can't be it.
Right? Like, those are the best stories of this year.
That's Colorado Rocky stuff. That's Chicago White Sox stuff.
Yes.
And I love that. It's no disrespect to the Don Smiths of the world. He's actually, again, he's been a bright spot.
I like these guys, but you need career years from top dogs.
Yeah. We have some callers I want to get in on this. We got Deli Boy. We got Casey in San Jose. Do you want to hear from Buster Posey, Giants fans? And what do you need to hear from Buster Posey right now, quite frankly, is a guy that picked up the option on Bob Melvin, told us that the buck stops with him. He put this roster together. Come at him. Don't come at the players. Don't go at the manager. Go at Buster Posey. All right, Buster. This is going to be the ultimate test here in the next couple months and in the offseason about the future of the San Francisco Giants. I think even he may have underestimated just how poor this team was from top to bottom. The foundation, I should say, how poor that was. That's what's coming up, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous to other drivers, to people walking or biking. Speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National. The crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet. A vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Poor Kaiwei Tang. I mean, this guy... He's trying his hardest out. Why are you guys laughing at me?
No, poor me.
He
for
deserves
having
better.
to watch that.
He deserves better.
Poor me and you and Carter and Sam for having to
I'm
watch
happy with Kaiwei
Tang.
Happy with Kaiwei Tang.
No, I'm not.
We're not hard on Kaiwei Tang.
Not hard on Spencer Bivvens. I mean, what
I
do we...
hate all of you.
Bob Melvin's hard on Spencer Bivvens. Make him throw too much.
I am happy with Brock Purdy.
I'm not hard on Bob Melvin. By the way, I got to give Bonte credit. He went in on the Giants on Tuesday night. I mean, he just went in on them. And then yesterday, he was so defeated. My mom was over watching LJ. And thank you, Mom. I love you so much.
I heard it on the show call.
Yeah.
We all did.
And you know what? Pipe down. Pipe down over there, Mr. Single Man. All right.
Pretty cool life.
Single Sam Lubman's what they call him.
They call him a lot of things.
Just do what I want.
Bonte's like, I don't know. They've lost so many games with the Padres, 8-9. I'm not even sure what it is right now. And I was like, dude, I love that guy.
Oh, Ramon Laureano's just looked like a god against them, by the way. He's batting like 333.
So they all look like gods.
They all do. Tatis, doesn't matter.
On a field of Adonis.
On a field of Adonis. On a field of Kaiwei Tangs. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed.
Hey,
in
the
San
laughter
Francisco.
helps, heal the pain.
Laughing Monk. That's where you go.
Well, remember, the Niners are coming up, so it's only going to get worse.
It might.
Spadoni, the motivational speaker over here.
Enjoy this Giants season. It could get worse.
Dude, last night.
Valkyries, though. They're going to the playoffs.
We had our old man,
in.
40 and over, city championships last night. And so.
We had a late night. You sent it. When Shasky sends something in the group thread at like 10:30 at night, I was like, "Oh my goodness, you got to be asleep, dude."
Yeah,
10:30.
Yeah,
that's late.
Yeah, it was. Went to extra innings. We won on a walk off. I actually was the walk off run to score.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah, my boy Omar came through. I'm really happy for him. It was a great win for us. Like 12 Angry Men's a great team.
Matt Williams, he's windmilling you in or what?
No, I
were you the automatic runner or did you reach base?
No, I got on, and I actually went first to third on a base hit to center field. But anyway, neither here nor there.
Oh, Lamont Wade Jr. out here.
Drew Gilbert.
God, can I tell the story? Jeez Louise.
Oh, you don't like being interrupted? Weird.
It's my show. Like, no one said it's the Sam Lubman show. All right? That's garlic fries and baseball, guys.
It's just frustrating.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it.
Exactly.
You have to get it done.
So this team goes to right field a lot, right? So I'm playing right field. They got a power lefty. Ball hit down the line, all right? And I'm going after this ball.
Sure.
It takes a ricochet and goes down. The field is so dry. Someone knocking on the door over there?
It's something. Yeah, someone's like, this is like, I don't know what's happening. There's like a knock, knock, knock.
It's all right. I go down the line, and there's this safety cone. And I'm thinking, safety cone? Now, it's a grass field. I take one step near the safety cone, and my entire foot gets submerged in mud.
Ugh. Gross.
It hasn't rained in weeks. Where's the mud? Oh, there's like a sewage line break or a water line break.
Oh, so it's poop.
I don't know what it was. Brand new shoes. I just got new turfs. Whole leg covered in water and mud. I go, this day can't get any worse. And then I looked up and I said, poor Kai Wei Tang.
Oh, no.
It did get worse.
Poor Deli Boy, who was apparently at the game
Who won the
yesterday.
championships, though, Carter?
At Oracle Park.
I heard they're going to post it on the Olympic Club website above the U.S. Amateur.
Wait, are you a part of like Olympic Club? Is that who you play for?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we have the Open City Championships Monday night.
Do you guys have like a slogan? Do you guys do the, like what do you guys do?
Yeah, sure. No, we just go out and win.
You guys don't have like a, winning with class?
No, it's called Half Pride.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you guys should have been out there yesterday against the Padres. You guys think you could have done better?
I might have been covering second base.
Oh, your throw would have been better than Elliot Ramos's, you think?
That's not on him. I'm not even mad at Elliot.
Deli Boy, who are you mad at? Good morning. You're on the morning roast,
You were at
Deli
the
Boy.
game yesterday?
He was.
Yeah, I was at the game yesterday, and let me just say that after maxing out my credit card to buy 4 slices of pizza for my boys, we go to sit down, and before the second inning over, it's already 7-0. My 3-year-old Teddy just turns to me and goes, "Yeah, I'm ready to go down the slide now." So even they know. Like, yeah, this isn't much to look at right now. Who am I mad at? I want to be mad at everyone from top to bottom, but is there a top? This team seems like it's all bottoms right now. What's going on? I'm disappointed in Adames. I thought he was going to be way better than what he was. I mean, I'm not thinking that he was going to be some sort of MVP-like player, but, I mean, do something. I know that yesterday there was that awkward bad bounce on the bag. I just kind of felt like that was just our season in a nutshell. Just kind of like everything. If anything can go wrong, it's going to go wrong. I don't know what's going on. I mean, and then with our pitching, after Ray and Webb, we have nothing. I mean, you can't rely on a 2-man rotation. And if you are going to rely on a 2-man rotation, well, then you better be hitting. This isn't the Arizona Diamondbacks where you have a stacked lineup all the way down down 1 through 8 to make up for not having 3 other pitchers. We don't have that.
What was the crowd like yesterday? Well, because there was a lot of boos, and you've probably been to every one of these Candlestick games I'm referencing where the Niner fans booed Alex Smith and Mike Singletary and Mike Nolan, like booed them off the field. So what was it like yesterday? Because
everyone I talked to walking around, waiting in line to go down the slide or waiting to go into that mini ballpark, everyone's just asking the same question, just kind of like, when is Bob going to go? And it's not just Bob, but what else is going to happen? Someone else has got to. Someone else has got to go. This team is not just one player away or one trade away. This is kind of like a top to bottom. We might need to just kind of restructure and rebuild and blow it up. Something needs to be done. I mean, no one really has any confidence in this team right now. And the thing is you go to the game and you can see fans are there. Fans are willing to spend. I went to the dugout store. People are spending money like it's crazy.
Was it packed?
I was about to spend $40 on a Lucille plush doll, but I had to put that back. Like, I'm not spending $40 on a Lucille plush doll. Are you kidding me? I mean, they're raking in money. So I don't want to hear that like fans are not showing up. We are showing up. But give us something. They always emphasize. I know they emphasize a fan experience here. They want to emphasize a fun fan experience. It's a good fun fan experience? A winning experience.
Yeah.
Give me something to go to win. I don't care about all the little extra things that they have going on during the game. I want to see them win. And I think most people want to say the same thing. Winning is a fun fan experience. I don't know what needs to be done. Honestly, I'm so frustrated. It's not just Bob. I don't want to say it's just Bob. And don't say it's Devers, because Devers has actually been playing really, really well. And I also think that when we got him, he was hurt. When we first got him, I think he had that groin injury. I I really don't know what it's going. I don't know what we're going to do. I really don't know. Hey, my kids are going crazy.
No, you're good, Daily Boy. Thank you. And again, that the kid saying, I want to go down the slide, I think it's time. That's basically the Giants these last 2 months. They've just gone down the slide. It's over. And at least going down the slide, the fans feel good about it, but the fans haven't been feeling good about watching this product. No. Padres fans feel good about the product that their team is putting up right now. That they feel great. That fans screaming at all the misery, right? That they feel good right now. The Giants fans, I mean, the last time you actually felt good about a Giants team was when? Felt good. Even you were skeptical of the 2021 season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I talked myself into it. The last
time you felt truly good, was it 2016?
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh, I thought that team, if they would have found a way to beat the Cubs, was going to win the World Series.
Yep, and they may have.
I talked myself into that.
Well, you got to.
It was an even year.
Talked yourself into Kaiwei Tang. You feel bad for him. Will Clark.
One thing, everyone's pointed Buster. And look, Buster took the job, right? So when you take the job,
he did.
You're going to get the accountability.
He did.
In times like this, I do wish that the Giants had one singular owner, because then I could hear from that individual. There's something to be said about hearing from Joe Lacob, hearing from Jed York. Now, there's a time and a place, and I know there's been times I didn't want to hear from Joe or Jed York. Today's a day I wish that they didn't have a conglomerate running the team, and I wish they had a singular owner who was front and center, the governor of the team, if you will. And I just wonder what the hell's going on. Is Buster just given carte blanche to fix it? And if so, what is his blueprint? What's his plan? It can't be this.
And that's going to be the ultimate question after the season's over. Whatever moves they make, they move on from Bob Melvin. At this point, Joe, if they do bring back Bob Melvin, would you have serious questions about Buster Posey?
They can't. They literally cannot.
They can't?
They can't.
What if they do?
He brings back Bob Melvin. I mean,
because no one's talking about that. We're all talking like it's a foregone conclusion that he's gone. I don't know.
Joe,
I don't know.
Joe, it would be a one-way ticket to having his playing career get evaporated and him being known right now, not that he's not one of the all-time greats, but people and the approval rating on Posey would sink so low. I couldn't even fathom it. There is no scenario where he can bring him back. I don't think there's a scenario where he lasts the month.
Do you think it would get to Chris Mullin, GM of the Warriors levels when it comes to Buster Posey?
This would be worse.
Really?
Yeah. Because Mullin wasn't completely inept.
No, he wasn't.
There were bad moments. They were rebuilding. There was a lot going on. The expectations and the pricing isn't what it was then that it is now. There's a lot that's different. Remember, it was the Warriors, right? The Warriors hadn't had a lot of the success. There's a cachet with the Giants right now, even after 8 out of 9 years not making the playoffs, that the Warriors never had.
Right.
So,
and Buster being a part of that.
It's easy to know the Warriors and what they are now and everything. Oh, this is how it's always been. They were an afterthought around the league. And when Mullin took over, we just wanted someone with a pulse to run the team. So it's just so different. But the shine did wear off on Mully real quick.
And that's what I'm talking about with Buster Posey right now. The shine is wearing off right now with every single Giants horrible loss. The defensive miscues, the lack of leadership, the lack of just enthusiasm from anyone right now. I mean, we could play all the sound we want from after the game from the players. Like Dave Fleming, who is the voice of the team, who's our insider, who's around this team every day, Joe. He gets the pulse of this team. What's concerning for Dave, just like it is for us, is this overall lack of enthusiasm. They've lost it.
I do think there is an element of this team that is prideful. They're veteran. They've been around. They have big expectations of themselves, and they've watched this thing sort of slip away. And I'm not saying the season is over, but I think the body language and the energy level would definitely say this is a group that has lost some of their enthusiasm, not because they don't want it, but because they realize the math right now. And that sucks. I mean, it does. Nobody wants that. And Elliot, that was perfect from Elliot. That is exactly the way everybody's feeling. Like, who knows what to say about this? Everybody's underperforming. How do you explain that? How do you explain that, like, a bunch of guys who have big league talent and track records are all struggling? I don't know how you explain that. I don't know that there is an easy explanation, but that's the reality right now.
Dave Fleming on yesterday, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 The Game, Giants insider. And KC is in San Jose now and wants to talk about one Buster Posey, president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. KC, what's up? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. When we have reached Joe one step away from a torn hamstring chassis, that I can actually envision him going first to third and covering second base part of the season, we're in trouble. A couple of months ago, you had a guest. I can't remember his name. He came down Buster's lane. I realized he's going to get his 4 years. The guy's a legend, right? He came down. I believe they were cooked. When he took over, he did not get rid of the GM or the scouting department. You looked at, I went down because I'm one of those crazy fans, Shafty. You look at their top 30 prospect list for like the last 10 years. Like, you can't even, it's so bad.
I know.
Like, I think your kid or my kid can pick just random guys off some Baseball America and they'll have a better, it's like they're sabotaging on purpose.
It's crazy.
How is he keeping the same people together? How? How are they going to rebuild? You can't throw money at this problem. Bringing another top guy is not going to fix it. And to stick with the Warriors team, guys, it's Rafi, Antoine Jameson, Devers, and it's Matt, Corey, Maggette, Chapman. That's the vibe you're getting, and that's what it's going to be.
Oh, my God.
KC.
Wow.
San Jose. Telling it like it is. That's how he feels right now. I wouldn't go too far with the Devers comp there, but, I mean, it's baseball right now, and I've seen time in and time out. If you have one player that's above average and good or great, it doesn't matter. I watched Mike Trout yesterday at the plate for the Los Angeles Angels going up against Shohei Ohtani, and part of me was just overall just kind of sad watching him strike out a couple times because I was like, man, I think we've seen like the best of Trout, and I don't know if he has any more elite seasons left in him. I think it might be over for him, which sucks because as a baseball fan, Joe, I just love watching the guy play. But he's the poster child for, you can have one of the greatest players of all time. Doesn't matter. The rest of the team stinks.
Tony Gwynn, Barry Bonds. All these guys had like little to no playoff success.
There you go.
So there's lots and lots of guys that have had that. You got to have a full team. There are very few guys that are Ohtani and Judge where their impact permeates up and down the lineup. And even then, those guys need to have dudes in front and behind them, and it's just, I think we talk about this in basketball. Like a De'Aaron Fox keeps signing these max deals, and there's only so many legitimate max deal difference maker players.
Right.
Like Steph is on a whole nother level that even though they might be making comparable money than some of the other max guys on his list.
Even on his own team, then Jimmy Butler is also making bank.
Exactly. Paul George, there's a just because you're making a lot of money, and that's one thing that I do want to talk about today is everyone's like, they signed stars. Adames is not a star.
No.
There's no correlation to the amount of money I've paid you and you legitimately being a star. Just because I gave you a big deal doesn't mean you're a star. Is Kirk Cousins a star? No. Has he made a lot of money? Yes. Yeah. He's not a star. He's just not. And so, this thing, they signed stars. No, they didn't. They signed role players, good role players who cannot be leaders of your team. I thought Adames could be a leader of your team. I don't think he could be a leader of your team right now. I'm questioning that. I for sure as hell know that you can't do it with Chapman. The point about developing and drafting, everybody points to the Tampa Bay Rays. There's no doubt they do a great job identifying, developing, drafting. The Milwaukee Brewers are another team. They do a great job identifying, developing, and drafting. What the hell magic, syrup, do the Oakland A's, the Sacramento A's have?
Yeah.
They constantly find 3-4 guy nucleuses over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And, but Farhan did, like, that's one thing, like, I heard a lot, like, well, you got to get a guy who's done it before. Yeah, Farhan did it with the A's as the number 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah, he wasn't Billy Bean. He wasn't David Forst. Exactly. He did bring in, I think his biggest one was probably Yoenis Cespedes as an international signing. But again, the credit isn't going to go to Farhan there. Just like it wasn't in L.A., it was who? Andrew Friedman. And the proof is in the pudding, as the Dodgers right now, according to various outlets, have the number 1 farm system in baseball. The Dodgers. Of all teams, the LA Dodgers.
But they identify, draft, and develop over and over and over again.
Makes me sick.
And it does. It makes me sick too. And like, he's right. It's been a decade. I'm sick of talking about prospects that I don't get to see. I'm sick of waiting on them. And I've said this, and I know, like, and I know I can hear Mark Willard's point of view on the other end of the room yelling that I'm an idiot, because he's not alone. A lot of people think this way. Like, my brother took his kids yesterday. Does he want to take his kids if it's a bunch of 23-year-olds that nobody knows and they're winning only 65 games a year? Honestly, yeah, I think we would. Give me a couple years of that. I want to see Bryce Eldridge. I don't care if he bats 200. I don't. I literally don't. Like, you owe it to yourself. He's not just going to stay in AAA against remedial pitching and all of a sudden figure it out and like, well, now he'll never strike out again. Guys, everyone in baseball strikes out 1 out of 3 or 4 times in their at-bats. It's a league-wide problem right now. That's not exclusive to just Bryce Eldridge or just the Giants. Just play the kid. Bring his ass up. Play him. Let's get a look at him. All right? Bring up Luciano, give us a month of let's see what we've got, and let's just go from there. Look, you owe it to Wilmer and everyone else. DFA Wilmer. I don't need to see another Wilmer Flores at bat. He's been a really good Giant. I like him. We're going nowhere. Now is the time to promote and hope one of these guys makes play. Like this Drew Gilbert kid. He's struggling mightily right now. Let him play the next 3 or 4 weeks. This is what you needed to do for years. You refused to do it, and it made sense on a nightly basis. We've got Yaz. Can't play Ramos. Can't play Matos. Can't play Luciano. We got Yaz. Well, now you don't have Yaz. There's no excuse to not get a look at Grant McCray, at Gilbert, at Luciano, at Matos. Everybody needs to if you have no future on this team, you need to sit. You need to get a phantom injury. You need to be DFA'd. And yes, I'm being harsh and probably a little unrealistic. I need to see all the young players. All of them.
Well,
period.
I mean, the veterans aren't doing anything, so why not? Like, there's no excuses to not bring these guys up. And I really don't want to hear from, he's striking out too much, because Dave was on yesterday, and I'll play the cut.
Team is striking out.
But that's where I'm at with this team right now. If we're all going to accept, and they're not going to ever do it and wave the proverbial white flag because, the math is still there and we still got a shot and we're going to try to go out there and do it. Well, do it with Eldridge. What do you got to lose, Dave?
He's still striking out a lot. And, the thing about AAA, like AAA has changed over the years. And is AAA full of future big league stars? It is not. What AAA is full of is a bunch of veteran players who've had a taste of the big leagues and can spin the ball and change speeds. And in the lower minor leagues, it's a lot of sloppy breaking balls and big fastballs. I mean, Bryce is crushing fastballs, which is a great sign. Giants sure need more hitters and hit fastball. That is a really good sign, but he's also getting exploited at age 20, where he's 5, 6, 8, 10 years younger than the guys he's facing. He is swinging and missing a lot at off-speed stuff and off-speed stuff down. If you just watch the at-bats, it's a lot of change-ups and sliders low, and this is a sport of reps. He just needs a little more time to see those pitches. He's going to get it. This guy has big aptitude. He's going to lay off those pitches, right?
They have nothing to lose.
I mean, he's saying these guys are whiffing at everything. So is Willie Adames, so is Matt Chapman every time I watch them. They're just striking out constantly. Now that you can say, those guys are made men and they have these big contracts, but I want to see.
Let me ask you this.
I want to see them.
What would the A's do right now?
But the A's, I hear you on the A's comparison, but they are just they've been rebuilding forever.
What would the Brewers do?
Well, what the Brewers did do was say, I don't need Willie Adames, and I'm going to sign my guy Jackson Chourio to this deal. And we have belief in him so much so that we have barely seen him in the big leagues that we're going to sign him to this big contract. We're going to play him all the time. We have belief in him. Same with Roman Anthony with the Red Sox. Like that's the team I go out
Jackson. Chourio Jackson got to play from day one all the way through. They were like, you know what? It might look ugly. We're going to do it. Like we don't care. We believe in you.
20 strikeouts and 42 at-bats this month so far. 20 strikeouts and 42 at-bats. What does that tell you?
Well, that tells me he fits right into the current team. Like what? Who are we discussing? Are you kidding me? Look, should I look at the statistics for this team when it comes? I'm pulling up right now. Let me give you the strikeout numbers this year for the Giants. Willie Adames has 134 strikeouts. 134.
Do you have what he's batting against left-handed pitching? It's got to be like 100.
Okay. Elliot Ramos, how many strikeouts? 119.
Oh, no.
Matt Chapman missed a month of the season. How many's he got?
Still have over 100?
100. Oh, Mike Yastrzemski hasn't been here for quite some time.
Over 100?
He has 86.
Oh, okay. That's better.
Okay. Pat Bailey, how many do you think he's got?
200.
100. Okay. All right. Wilmer Flores, who has played 20 less games, and a lot of those appearances have been pinch hit appearances, has 70 strikeouts. Rafi Devers has 63. He's been here since June 16th. It's June 16th.
Good for him.
All right.
That's plate discipline right there.
How many at-bats total in the month of August for Ramos?
At-bats total for the month of August? Let's extrapolate this 4 times.
They've played, it's about 14 days worth of baseball.
Yeah, so 4 times 14, carry the 56.
He's got 11 at-bats. What is Flores doing on this team?
Was I right, by the way? The 56 at-bats?
For Flores?
No, for Ramos.
I said my bad. I meant Flores. Flores.
Oh.
Flores is 11 at-bats. What's he doing on the team? He ain't playing first base.
You were on the Flores thing. I don't know why he's on the team still.
I'm not trying to be mean. He had a nice run, but my gosh, guys, come on.
I would have felt a lot better about the Giants had they just told us that the expectations were nothing. Because, I mean, they did in a way. When you get rid of your biggest strength with what your bullpen was, with Doval, you get rid of Rogers, right? And then you get Yaz, whatever. But had they just gone out and traded Robbie Ray and just said, you know what, we're going to move off Ray, and Flores like, okay, good. Now I know you guys don't expect to be playoff contenders. That would have been okay, Joe. I could have actually wrapped my head, right? Like, you could have wrapped your head around that as a fan. Say, all right, well, I'm not going to go into the second half of expectations thinking this team's going to be a playoff team, but I know that we're adding young talent. We got more youth in the farm system, and maybe we can call some of these guys up that could give us some hope in the future to build something, build a foundation, right? They don't have any young pieces to build a foundation right now, and I think that's what's so frustrating, and that's basically what you're getting at here, is the foundation is what? It's non-existent right now. It's Devers, it's Chapman, Jung Hoo Lee. I'm just going off the guys that are $100+ million contracts. Jung Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, right? And yeah, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, but I kind of expect them to move off Robbie Ray now, in the offseason. I don't expect them to keep him around, right? Maybe they do and they try to use him as a rental again, but I don't know what the direction of this team is right now, and I guess that's what's so befuddling for a lot of fans. And, that play yesterday with Elliot Ramos, really, I think just was, you said it was a couple days ago, the straw that broke your back. I think this broke the Bay Area's back yesterday, and it was this.
Hammered down the line. This will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score. That's unbelievable.
You got Kruko and Kuiper just... they're at a loss for words.
The amount of people that have so much misinformation when it comes to the minors, it kind of drives me insane.
Fake news?
I bring up the Jackson Chourio name and people, he was raking in the minor leagues. How many at-bats do you think this kid had over a 3-year period in the minors?
Might have been a couple hundred.
About 1,000.
Wow.
Okay. He batted a robust, in the minor leagues throughout his 3-year plus, 286 with 47 jacks. 286, 47 jacks, okay?
Oh, I'm surprised to play that. God, didn't they call up when he was 18 or something? I feel like he was so young. That's why I said a couple hundred. I didn't think he was playing that much because he was in high school.
Eldridge, through parts of 3 seasons, batting .281 with 48 home runs and about 900 at-bats. This thing that like Jackson Churio was destroying it. Dude, he had like 10 AAA at-bats and they called him up.
All I'm going to say is you never like
just do it. What are we talking about?
Jacob Wilson, as you're going to the A's analogy, he literally was playing like, I don't even know, like half a season in the minor leagues, and they called him up last year and it's like, all right, here, we've seen enough. Yeah,
Joe, do you knowing what we know now, okay? Does anyone on the planet think that Patrick Bailey was 1 year of development in the minors away from being a 280 hitter?
No.
How about Joey Bart? Was Joey Bart an extra year or two away in the minors from being Johnny Bench?
No.
Like, who are we kidding?
I've seen too many of those names you're listing, the Franklin Barrettos of the world, the 4A players of the world, just like, and who always are telling me, he's tearing the cover off the ball. Yeah, they're going to either fail or succeed at the next level. So it does minor league stats for me, like, and I get it what Dave is saying here when it comes to like striking out and the chase rate and all of that. Part of the process of being a great major leaguer is learning from the mistakes when you're back up in the big leagues. Casey Schmidt has been able to adjust. I'm not saying Casey Schmidt is the next all-star. I'm not saying he's ever going to be an all-star. He's batting like 250 right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Like, he had to adjust at the big league level. You just need to. And he got multiple opportunities to do it. Injuries played a part in it, but you have got to be able to adjust at the big league level. In AAA, it's just not the same. And you're not going to be able to.
Look at Tyler Fitzgerald. How many times has he gone up and down this year?
Few.
Okay. Is he some like perfect player since going up and down multiple times? Or is he kind of who he was at the beginning of the year? And
who he was.
Yeah.
He's just not, he's not a big leaguer right now as currently constructed. It's not happening. As Elliot Ramos said, Joe, it's just not happening.
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
Hey, Bob Melvin, where do you guys go from here?
We just got to concentrate on winning a game, not worry about the standings, not worry about where the wild card is. Playing a clean game and winning a game and getting back to playing clean baseball. So, at this point in time, we have to go inning to inning, game to game, not worry about the standings at this point.
So we just got to worry about winning games, kind of what Buster Posey told us 2 weeks ago.
The expectation is for us to go out and we're going to play hard. We're going to play hard the rest of the way. The expectation is we need to play better. I've said it from the beginning, there's a brand of baseball that our fans expect, and that's going to always be the goal. The goal is every day to go out and try to win the game in front of you. Obviously, you're not going to win every day, but the mindset, no matter what the standings say, no matter how bad you feel like it is, that's what we have to do. And, Bob obviously is on board with that.
They're not the Giants, they're the Giants because they suck.
I mean, come on. It's just, it's stripped to the bare bones. If we just got to go out there and win a game. Win a game? Really? Thank you. I didn't know that was the goal to every single day. That should be the bare minimum. You shouldn't even have to say that. You shouldn't have to say, well, the goal right now is just to win a game. Yeah, obviously. Thanks. It's not to go out there and lose it. This isn't soccer. You can't tie. We're not getting a point here for tying. We understand that. This isn't preseason football.
Has Randy Rodriguez pitched in the last month?
He has pitched in the last week. Literally, I think it wasn't. It's just like the Mets, or maybe the pitch against the Nationals.
He blew that save opportunity. I think that might have been the last time he's pitched.
Oh my God!
No, but doesn't that kind of speak to how they're so bad they can't even find a way to use them?
It was against the Pirates. It was literally more than a week. Yeah, it was more than a week ago. It's against the Pirates. This is his most recent. August 6th, Wednesday. Come on, man.
We've seen Juwan Jennings on a field more than Randy Rodriguez.
Glad we got him. Glad we kept him. Glad we kept him. It's great. It's just
and the part that bugs me is that Giants fans do care, and that's why I'm not going to give up on this team in terms of ripping them to shreds every day until.
I'm not giving up on this team when it comes to crushing them, because I'm doubling down harder,
what's
brother.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
It's because usually when you say I'm not, Joey, because you were saying
I'm doing it for my community.
Hold on, 2 weeks ago, Joe, you were telling me I'm not giving up on this season. I'm not giving up on this team after they had that bad news Bears loss over the weekend, and then you come out and lose to the Braves, and the next day he's like, I'm done. I'm over it. And then fast forward again to saying, I'm not giving up crushing this team. I'm going to be on their ass every single step of the way.
I am. You want me on that hill. Or what is it? You want me on that wall.
You need me on that wall.
Exactly.
Code red. Yeah.
I mean, the problem with Giants fans is there is a whole group of them that cannot handle the truth. And the truth is, just because you gave a guy $150 million doesn't mean he's a superstar or a star.
Is there anyone still defending this team?
You wanted stars. Yeah, I wanted Aaron Judge. Well, we didn't get him.
You're referencing like people that like are still defending this team. Is there anyone still defending this squad right now?
I have people in my comment section saying, what did you expect? They're 500 right now. Exactly where I thought they'd be. Oh, this was the route to 500 that you thought.
That is such, no. Those people are liars, first and foremost, because those are the same people come June 15th when they made trade for Rafi Devers that were telling me that they could win the division or be a playoff team and make some noise and maybe get to the World Series. That's what they were saying. Because that's what Dave Fleming was saying. That was Jim Bowden was saying. Hell, Keith Law, who was critical. I wouldn't say he's against Buster Posey. He was critical of him being like the overarching, like, I do everything. I'm in control of everything. But even he was telling us they got action. Everyone was saying they got action. They had the opposite of action. This is they've crapped out. It's over. They've crapped. It's a poo-poo
I've
platter.
never seen anything like this.
I have, but in different scenarios and ways. And by the way, there was another Bob Melvin led team.
What was it?
2014 A's. Bob Melvin was the manager then too.
So
they traded Yoenis Cespedes.
Oh yeah, for Johnny Lester.
For John Lester, and the team cratered.
Who was the catcher that couldn't throw against the Royals?
Was it Derek Norris then? Alberto Callaspo?
Well, I know he couldn't throw over, but also the catcher.
Was it Giovanni Soto?
No, it wasn't.
He got hurt. No, but he was on the team. I think he got
love
hurt.
Soto.
Well,
Kurt Suzuki.
Yeah, because Kurt wasn't there. I think it was
teasing.
Derek Norris though. Then
I think you're right.
2014. I think it was Derek Norris, who was an All-Star. I think at one point. I remember a Derek Norris Battle of the Bay series in Oakland. Derek Norris hitting a walk-off 3-run homer against Santiago Casilla once upon a time. And I think the Giants. I think that was in 2014 as well when the Giants ended up going to win the World Series. So there you go. There you go.
So you saw Bob just melt down at the end?
I mean, that's what he did in 2014. That's what I could like. That's like the collapse I'm talking about here. It's not as bad because even that A's team made the playoffs. At least they made the playoffs.
How many stolen bases in that game? You said it was Derek Norris? How are you looking at the box score?
It was Derek Norris. I'm not looking at the box score though.
Oh,
yeah, Callaspo wasn't a catcher, but Giovanni Soto I think was, and I think he came in after or one of the other. I forget how it was, but
I mean, I would have been bunting on Johnny Lester all day, making him to throw over to first.
Who was that? Gerard Dyson,
yeah. And then they had Lorenzo Cain. You had Alex Gordon in left field.
Eric Hosmer.
Yeah,
Hosmer. Mike Moustakas.
Yeah.
Moose. They had, obviously, who's my guy? Salvador Perez, Alcides Escobar. That bullpen was just Greg Holland and co.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Ventura.
R.I.P.
Yeah. Man. Those were the good old days, Joe. That was 11 years ago.
I'm ready to pivot to another sport and another topic. But I will say this to you guys.
I'd feel better about that, honestly. About Bill Romanowski.
I'm not easing up on the Giants.
Good. You want Bill Romanowski's thoughts on the Giants? What he's seen from them? You think the Giants clubhouse could use a Bill Romanowski?
Bill would have spit in someone's face in the on-deck circle.
Or punch someone?
I mean,
I want some fight. At least they'd show some fight.
If I get Xavier McDaniel, Bill Romanowski, who else needs to be in that dugout?
Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. Draymond Green.
You hate to go Hawaiian.
Draymond Green.
You gotta bring up the punch.
Devo Samuel.
Could you imagine Devo karate chopping Pat Bailey?
Tabor Pepper.
Stop pretending like you gotta walk.
Judo chop.
I mean, it would be hilarious.
Whenever you and Bonte bring up the judo chop, I'd think of immediately Austin Powers.
It's the best.
Oh, do we got the injury report? Is that what's coming up next, Carter?
Austin Powers all-time movie.
It's so good. I loved all of them.
They're all great.
All three of them were great.
Fat B was so funny.
I think you can say it.
Am I allowed?
I think Fat Bastard is fine.
Goldfinger was disgusting. Yeah. Beyonce so hot.
Goldmember.
Goldmember.
What'd I call him?
You called him Goldfinger.
Goldfinger was what it was the original. That's
my bad.
That's James Bond.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, is it? What do you expect me to do? Or what is it? Do you expect me to... I'm butchering it. It's okay. That's Sean Connery version.
Yeah, baby.
I expect you to die,
exactly,
Mr. Bond.
But I don't know what he said before that.
Do that again.
I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. That's my Goldfinger.
No, you just turned... That's Count Chocula. I don't know.
Goldfinger.
Yeah. No, he's German Goldfinger, I think.
Or the Count.
I think they actually dubbed Gert Frobe on that one.
2,
That was
3.
honestly really good.
It was.
I expect you to die. That's a good one.
Your limited fake James Bond character. You kind of look like a James Bond character.
I mean, don't we all look like James Bond characters?
Not really. I fancy myself more Bourne Identity.
What is going on?
What is going on here?
That's what it was. Thank you, Boxer and Gerson, work injury to his text line. Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. It's an all-timer. That's what it is. Sean Connery's still the GOAT as far as I'm concerned, but Pierce Brosnan's right up there with me as well. I loved some Daniel Craig. Roger Moore, I think Timothy Dalton's underrated, and George Lazenby with 1. It's fine. I think he gets an unjust amount of hate. But speaking of the injury report, the 49ers are taking part in joint practices today with the Raiders. But will Upton Stout be out there? He was held out of the Niners preseason opener with calf tightness. It is not practiced this week as the Niners exercise caution with the young cornerback. The expectation is that he will be on the field today. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Elizabeth Hurley hasn't aged a day, by the way.
Oh.
A day.
Has Bill Romanowski?
Not at all.
8:30, Romo, coming up, 95.7 The Game.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's Fiber-On decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-On decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Halfway home here on a Thursday. And good morning to all you lovely people here in the Bay Area. Whether you're in Miami, whether you're in Vegas, where the Niners are taking on the Raiders. Joint practice number 2 today. Yeah, the Broncos last week. Raiders starting today as they take on the Raiders over the weekend at Allegiant Stadium, which was the host of the Super Bowl just last calendar year, Joe. You were there, Bonte, Sam. And it was Chiefs, Niners, got to overtime, came up just short, and you're going to be playing there again. You played there last year, but, it's something to be said as we're talking about the Giants the first couple hours, expectations, what have you. The expectations for this Niners team this season have kind of shifted all over the place, I feel like, from the fans. And I can't wait to talk to Bill Romanowski, Romo. I remember I used to do a lot of Raider events, and Romo would always be there pre and post game. Romo, sign my book, be my dad, Romo. Every time. They love the Raider fans, the Niner fans. We all love Bill Romanowski here. So 8:30, a guy that played for both of these teams that are at joint practice today. We'll talk to him about it because I want to get his expectations of this team. I still don't know what they are, and they're ever changing. Is Juwan Jennings going to be there? Is he holding in? Is he holding out? What are we going to look for? Because joint practices this time last week, Joe, what were we coming away with? We're at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, and then we were coming out of it saying, oh boy, Niners got a problem with their O-line. That's what we came away with. I want to see something we come away with after today saying, oh, Niners may have action. I don't know where it's going to be, but I want to see something improve today. That's all I want to see today.
It's interesting, like, going back to Allegiant, or I guess they're going to the practice field outside of Allegiant.
Henderson, Nevada, but they're going to be, I'm just saying it.
Yeah,
they're in the state.
Yeah.
They're in the vicinity.
And they're going up against Pete Carroll. And I'm gonna have Carter pull this sound as I'm talking to him right now on air. Hopefully he's locking eyes with me. Pete Carroll was addressing a bunch of students in a classroom, and someone asked him what are the differences between him and Bill Belichick. And I actually thought it was very interesting because Kyle probably holds himself in the media and at least in a public way closer to Belichick than he does to Pete Carroll. And there's many, many ways to lead. There's many ways to be a general, if you will. And it's a, it's an analogy because I don't want to use some wartime analogy, but it's a fascinating way to view Pete Carroll versus Kyle Shanahan.
If Kyle Shanahan's closer to Bill Belichick, Sean McVay's closer to Pete Carroll.
Absolutely.
There you go. Yeah.
Absolutely. Culture, empowerment. That doesn't mean that they don't get into it with guys. I think at the end, McVay and Jared Goff, clearly the relationship was done.
Yeah.
At the end of Earl Thomas and Pete Carroll, Earl Thomas has got a broken leg flipping off Pete Carroll.
Yep.
Right? They're not perfect. But he was basically going into the differences and how, I guess, Belichick views you, the player, as part of the Army brigade, and you just need to do your job and follow orders. Whereas Pete was like, I'm more like, a special team, like a Navy SEAL or whatever, where you're highly skilled, and I want to empower you to make critical decision thinking. And it was very, very interesting. I'm efforting Carter to be able to pull the sound. Mm-hmm. But when I just say to you, Pete Carroll versus Kyle Shanahan, how do you view the two?
Well, when I compare them as coaches, because both of them have been to 2 Super Bowls, obviously one of them has won one of them.
They both have bad losses.
They both have bad losses and questionable decisions and tight losses too. They've never been blown out in a Super Bowl. But I think of a guy like Pete Carroll, and I do view him a little different because he did work in college, and a lot of people thought his act isn't going to work, right? He had that first stint in the NFL, and was just like, all right, maybe he's more better suited as either a coordinator or maybe a college guy. So he goes to college. Then he has success at USC. And it's a brand. It's an iconic brand, and it turns into one of the greatest runs we've ever seen in college football history. You think of the names, you think of Reggie Bush, you think of Matt Leinart, you just think of what they were able to accomplish down in Southern California. He fit L.A. Even though he's a Bay Area guy, he fit L.A. It just made sense because he leaned in to the glitz and the glamour. He leaned into the Snoop Dogs being on the sideline, right? You thought about that. And he transitioned to the NFL and to be the Seattle Seahawks coach. And then they go 7-9. They win the division, and they get the beast quake. They have one of the biggest upsets in the history of the NFL, beating, the Saints, and no one gave them a shot. And Matt Hasselbeck was there. And, slowly but surely he put his imprint on the team. And it felt like that team was just, you hated them. And this is how I feel about them. You hate Pete Carroll coach teams from the outside, but if he's coaching your team, you'll love it. That's how I view Pete Carroll. I feel like Shasky, you would end up liking Pete Carroll, and obviously,
no, I actually do.
Yeah, I feel like you would like. Pete
I hate his guts, but I also I honestly do see a version of myself in him in the way that he's energy, dude.
He endears himself to every other fan base in a way that either it's just like, God, can you believe this SOB? But you're smiling.
Exactly.
Shanahan.
Exactly.
As I'm going to do the comparison.
There's
finally.
A smugness. Look, I think Shanahan, similar to his father, there's a smugness of you better do what I tell you to do.
You just said it right there, Joe. There is not that he didn't earn his spot, because I absolutely think he did. He made his bones. He took his licks as a coordinator. He came up through the ranks. Nothing was handed to him. Now, did it help that his father was in the NFL and won Super Bowls and was a part of great teams and had the ear of all those other teams around the NFL? Absolutely. That helped him get his foot in the door. And there is a nepotism aspect that I think rubs people the wrong way. They hear the last name, they think of the dad. I think Kyle Shanahan, though, we could all agree, has earned his spot amongst the best coaches in the NFL.
I mean, if you don't think Belichick's kids gotten opportunities that he wouldn't otherwise get, or how about Sean McVay being the grandson of John McVay?
There you go.
If you don't think Gruden took him on because of the understanding, everyone needs to get a start somehow, some way.
It's in any single workplace. It's about who you know.
Yeah.
Every single walk of life.
I mean, yesterday, I don't know if you saw the article, not to go too far, sideways, but one of the Lakeup boys, Joe's children, is stepping down. Kent is stepping down from the Warriors. And they, both Kirk and Kent, freely acknowledge, and his other daughters, hey, we've had opportunities because of who our dad was, that this is the family business. Like, this is what we do. And I think not shying away from that actually makes me respect them a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was a whole nother part of that article written by Marcus Thompson where Kent Lacob's talking about it. He's driving to his dad's house in Atherton in his Porsche, and it was a lonely drive. I don't want to hear about a 32-year-old driving a Porsche to his dad's house in Atherton. Like, that's just me.
That whole sentence was just hilarious.
That's my point.
Oh, my God. First world
ridiculous.
problems.
It's just ridiculous.
Must be nice. But I hear you when
I'm going to branch out on my own in my Porsche.
When we're comparing these types of coaches, right? When we're talking about Pete Carroll, why are we talking about Pete Carroll versus Kyle Shanahan? Well, because it's joint practice starting today. We got Bill Romanowski joining us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about it. Played for the Niners and obviously the Raiders at the end of his career as well. But you compare these coaches, and we kind of had the question a couple days ago. I thought it was interesting when we had a tier list, right? We have the quarterback tier list from Mike Sando. We were talking about it, but we kind of branched out from a different segment. We were like, let's do it for the coaches, because ultimately that matters here. And I would ask you right now, where would you have Shanahan and Carroll on a tiers list right now?
Today?
NFL coaches right now.
Not resume.
Not resume. Just
because
right
to me,
now.
Pete Carroll is like, it's Jimmy Johnson, Barry Switzer, Pete Carroll winning a national title and a Super Bowl.
I don't scoff at that.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
I mean, you're special. Like, what he did at USC was special.
Because it takes, and Bill Belichick's going to find this out, it takes a different skill set to coach kids, quite frankly, coming out there.
Yeah.
It's different. They are young men, but they're not fully grown men.
No.
And you have to be able to find what ticks. And that's what a lot of people were like, yeah, his rah-rah stuff, yeah, it works in college, but you're always cycling through. It's not going to work in an NFL locker room.
I think the difference for me when I think of Pete versus Kyle, just overall when it comes to their coaching, not currently, just overall, if you could do one or two things really, really, really well, it feels like Pete finds a way to use you. Percy Harvin, Michael Bennett. These were very specific players, right? Javon Kerr, super big, can go downfield. Whereas Kyle, if you've got one or two flaws, he will find a reason not to play you. Specific flaws he doesn't like.
I actually think both of them are very good at, and you're mentioning this right now, turning nothing into something. What I mean by that is fighting through adversity when a lot of the players go down and mixing and matching. Because I feel like we've talked about both of these teams being able to adjust. And Pete Carroll, and again, when I say both these teams, I was meaning Seattle Seahawks, Pete Carroll, obviously his first year as Raiders head coach now after taking a year off. Mike McDonald, obviously now head coach over in Seattle. But Pete Carroll and Kyle Shanahan being able to turn something out of nothing, because I look at those Seahawks teams with Russell Wilson, they didn't have a lot around him.
So
towards the end.
No, he didn't. But Pete's whole aura is, and I think now that the rivalry is Seahawks-Niners isn't what it was back in the Harbaugh days, we could throttle down and respect him a little more. It's like Jimmy Johnson. I can now respect him years later being removed from the Cowboy-Niner rivalry.
But now he's a Raider, and there's still Raider-Niner stuff.
But
I know.
See, I think that only exists on the Raider side toward the Niners. I think Niner fans just like to laugh at Raider
fans. I know a lot of
Niner
fans that do not like the Raiders.
They don't hate them, though.
No, they do. I know a lot of my Niner fan friends. Yes, they do.
It's more of a joke to me.
It's more of just, it's brothers fighting. That's what I liken it to. They're talking smack to each other. But I do think it sucks the fact that they have moved, they're in Vegas now. It's not, and we're a little more biased because there's still so many fans from Oakland that live in Oakland that still stayed Raider fans. But the cachet is not quite there anymore.
There's an age gap between us. Like for 15 years, they weren't here.
They were exactly
to start my life. So to me, they're always in a sense be the vagabond team.
But when they came back, I was only a couple of years old. So they have been.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
The age gap, it's just different. So here's Pete Carroll, and you tell me when you hear this, what do you think? This is Pete Carroll addressing a room full of students, and they asked him basically to compare and contrast him versus Belichick.
You can picture what it's like when an army brings in a bunch of grunts for the first day and they show up on the scene, and all the civilian guys, and they get off the bus and they what do they do to them? What happens to those guys? The first thing, people start yelling at them, right? They start yelling at them, and they start berating them immediately, and they get their clothes off. They put them in all the same clothes. Do they cut their hair? Yes. Shave their hair, make them all look exactly the same, and just rip their ass until they just break them down, and the guys just say, okay, I give up. Whatever you want me to do. That's the extreme illustration of authoritarian, coercive way of teaching and leading a group. It's the most famous, the most successful way in history. It's the one that people understand the best. You beat people down, make them scared, just do what I tell you, don't do anything else, don't take any chances, just do what I tell you to do, and then that leader can count on what you can do. Okay, that, to me, that's the extreme authoritarian way of teaching. That ain't the way we teach. Okay? It's also not the way that special forces units are taught. They're taught, they beat the hell out of those guys. We relate a lot to the process that those guys go through. They beat the hell out of those guys so they'll learn to persevere and they can hang through anything. There's nothing that they can't withstand. But they also teach them to think. They teach them to respond to the training that they encounter during the time they're there, so that when it comes time to function, they can't just do only what the guy tells them to do, but they can think for themselves, they can react on their feet, they can respond, and if they're really gifted, they can make great choices and great decisions to do things that one guy could never accomplish otherwise. In Special Forces, they do just 7 or 8, 9 guys. And they'll take on hundreds of guys, and they can whip their ass because they know how to function together and work together. And they outthink, they outsmart, they outreact. That's the end of the spectrum that we're trying to teach on and coach on. We're at the other end of it. We're trying to celebrate the individual with extraordinary commitment to practice. Practice is everything to us. We work our guys' ass off. They work hard, they work fast, they compete, they battle every day. But they're having a good time doing it because they know that we're supporting and celebrating who they are and empowering them to find their very best. That's the other end of the spectrum. Does that make sense? Popovich is in the middle somewhere, okay? And who's the other one you asked? Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson's kind of more, we're kind of over here, me and Phil, kind of over here a little bit more, And then Bobby Knight's way the hell, he's on the other end, Those are the illustrations. And it's interesting that the authoritarian way doesn't trust people. They don't trust you because they're afraid that your own personal things are going to get in the way and you're going to respond out of the norm and they can't count on you. It's a great way because that's how you control big groups. We just don't think that way anymore.
So if I was to break it down, Shanahan...
That was really good, by the way.
I'm glad
it was long, but the explanation was very good. And now you're saying the Shanahan, actually after listening to that, Joe, I actually think Shanahan's more closer to Pete Carroll than he is Bill Belichick. I actually do.
You don't think he's authoritarian at all?
No, I don't, because the way the players talk about him and the way I see him like chopping it up and he's still younger-ish, like plays the Lil Wayne, like he's partying with the guys like a little bit in the offseason. Like,
that's only a select guys at the top of the roster.
Yeah, but I never saw that with Belichick.
Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga clearly felt a certain way that they weren't on the team anymore.
Yeah, but people are always going to feel like that, right?
I understand. But what I'm saying is that there has been a sense from some of the outsiders, Treverius Ward expressed this, if you're not a part of that clique, you're not a part of the team. You're kind of on the outside looking in. I'm not saying he's one or the other. What if I were to ask you?
Well, Bill Belichick never had cliques, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Bill Belichick was the authoritarian, as he's saying right there. He's like, no. I look at Brady and I look at, practice squad guy, the same thing. I'm going to judge them the same.
Was Jimmy Garoppolo...
I don't think Kyle Shanahan does that. Yeah.
Was Jimmy Garoppolo treated as, authoritarian versus soldier, or was he more like, art student like Phil Jackson?
No, he did not.
Steve Kerr.
No, he treated Jimmy like Belichick would treat anyone.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, has he changed in how he treats Brock Purdy?
I think it started changing with Trey. Honestly, I think
interesting.
I think it's the shift started happening there because he was realizing his relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo did not end well. I mean, we have all the different examples of him like talking smack, yelling at each other. Like, that didn't end well. And I think he wanted to have a fresh start with Trey Lance. The problem with Lance was he just couldn't stay healthy. Yeah. He couldn't get on the field, and people blamed him and the skill set. It's like, oh, he put him in a position to fail. And Kyle Shanahan took blame for that. And he said, you know what? Maybe I could have put Trey in a better position to succeed, and I didn't do that, and I failed Trey Lance. I credit Shanahan when he did say that ultimately when they traded him to the Dallas Cowboys, right? And we'll see Trey Lance next week when the Niners take on the Chargers, by the way, for the final preseason game. But I do think it shifted there, and now we're seeing with Brock, I don't think the communication at the quarterback head coach level has been as good now. This is at its peak thus far. Because Brian Hoyer is like, whatever. I mean, Brian Hoyer.
So on one side, I put, special units trainer, if you will, the way Pete Carroll utilized it. That's on one end of the room. Then I put a bunch of little ticks. Then there's the middle ground, some happy medium, where he said Popovich is in that happy medium. Popovich, okay?
I think that's a great call. He's kind of in between, if you're going Belichick and Phil Jackson at one end of the spectrum.
And then you have Belichick and Bobby Knight on the other side, where they are like authoritarian. Where on this spectrum would Kyle land?
I do think he's more like Popovich, but Popovich is interesting because Kyle's not as surly like in in-game interviews and stuff like Popovich was. And I do think he's an innovator like Greg Popovich is too, in a way. So I'd say he's kind of in the middle. I'm going on the fence here. I'm going Humpty Dumpty. I'm going Steiny. I think he's in the middle. Is that a cop-out?
No, I think he's more middle to center of the Popovich to Belichick side.
If he was leaning, it'd be more to Belichick. Yes, but I do think he's in the middle because he's not fully a Bill Belichick type. I don't see that in Kyle Shanahan. He can let loose a little bit more than Bill Belichick ever could.
I don't think Pete is the innovator that Kyle is, although he knows defenses in and out, and his defense is now prevalent all throughout the league, right? And slowly teams are changing the way to go into a 3-4, but a lot of people run that. What does Kyle do better than Pete outside of play calling?
What does Kyle do better than Pete outside of play calling?
Throughout the body of their coaching
but
careers.
that's a big thing. Like outside of play, like that's a big deal to me.
I think you're talking about creating, like they both come up with it. Kyle, the Debo creation and maximizing CMC and George Kittle, that is a huge plus. And I don't know, even though Beast Mode had great years and Russ had great years, I don't know if I give Pete necessarily the credit for those guys' success. I don't think you could talk about Debo, the CMC emergence in San Francisco, Brock Purdy, Kittle, without discussing the direct line through Shanahan.
And then we talk about like who's calling the shots. Is it Pete Carroll drafting the players? Like I don't want to go down that lane, but
I'm not giving Kyle credit for those guys' careers.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I feel like I can draw the lineage through him to get to them being what they are as players. Now, could I say that about Bobby Wagner or Cam Chancellor or Earl Thomas for the secondary of and the middle of the defense of Seattle? Do I give Pete all that credit, or are those on the players?
I mean, you kind of have to give Pete credit to that because he was the architect of all of that, right? I mean, he got the Dan Quinns their jobs. He got the Gus Bradleys their jobs.
Does it matter that Bobby Wagner's still good without Pete and that Richard
He's a
Sherman?
Hall of Famer. Like Hall of Famers are going to be Hall of Famers as far as I'm concerned.
What about Richard Sherman being good with the Niners?
He wasn't all pro technically. Not that it was a Fugazi all pro though, Joe, but like kind of like how you view Talanoa Hufanga getting that all pro season. I was kind of viewing Richard Sherman a little bit in that way.
He was freaking good though. He was better than Hufanga.
He got cooked by Sammy Watkins. I can't
in the
unsee
Super Bowl.
I can't, but the legs were not what they used to be.
What about the 20 games prior to that?
There were times when I looked at Sherman and then when he was hacking a lot there too. I hear you.
He had some huge interceptions in the Green Bay game.
I don't want to sound like I'm a hater.
No,
so but that's kind of how I view that. Like,
so let me.
He wasn't all pro. I can't take that away from him.
What is a skill or a trait that Pete possesses that Kyle needs to add to his toolbox?
I haven't seen Kyle Shanahan have fun on a football field ever in my life.
It's funny. I was going to say joy. That was the word I wrote down.
I've never seen him like have fun on a football field.
What is the happiest we've seen Kyle on a football field?
He's not a smiler out there. He just doesn't.
I feel like that.
But that's
that
what
press was it media. What was the media day in the Super Bowl? Might have been the happiest I've ever seen him.
And people got mad at him for that.
He was probably 3 sheets to the wind.
But that's again like he loosens up and then we get mad at him for it. It's like he can't win. Like I don't know because we look at Rob Saleh and Bobby Saleh now. He's fired up. They got the safety last week. He's like, yeah, let's go. And he's smiling. He's joyful. He's cheerful. And Shanahan's there he's got his hat on. I can't really see his eyes.
They're total different personality types.
Polar opposites.
But that's kind of why I love what Pete was talking about because that whole soundbite. Now I'm thinking about, well, who's Bob Melvin?
Oh, wow. Bo Melvin.
Okay, just chew on that. Who is Steve Kerr? Well, Steve Kerr to me is more special units. I call it art school, right? As opposed to boarding school. If boarding school was Belichick and Bobby Knight, art school and theater class is Steve Kerr.
I mean, he's the love child of Greg Popovich and Phil Jackson. That's who he is.
So he's more in the middle over here on the spectrum.
Sounds disgusting, by the way, but yeah, sorry, I didn't put that image. Continue. The love child of Popovich and Phil Jackson. There you go.
But isn't this an interesting exercise?
I like it. No, well, I'm interested to ask Bill Romanowski here in about 7 minutes. Like, the head coach, but for John Gruden. Like,
what would you put Bill Walsh, though, one of the greatest of all time? Where would you have put him on this?
Well, he's a creative tension guy. But
he was also a very big free spirit, be yourself guy.
He's more Phil Jackson to
exactly.
Me. Yes, he's more of a Phil Jackson type of a coach. That being said, he ushered in like, hey, we got a quarterback controversy here, guys. Like, we got 2 quarterbacks.
George Seifert, to me, is more in the Belichick direction of,
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm angry. Do what I say I'm going to do. I'm going to yell at Steve Young on the sideline.
Well, this is a guy in Bill Romanowski that had, Mike Shanahan, John Gruden, the Walshes of the world, right? Like, he's gotten all of these guys.
Where's Andy Reid?
That's a good one.
I think he's more Phil Jackson.
I think so, too. Well, you think of all his post-game pressers like, how about those Chiefs? He's such like a dad, right? But it works.
It does.
It works.
Well, what about Jim Harbaugh?
He's an interesting cat, Harbaugh.
His own enigma?
He is. Like, he is Edward
empowers
Enigma.
you.
Yes, he's the Riddler.
I mean, I'll never forget him wearing 7 pairs of khakis and 4, parkas going, Michael Crabtree has the greatest hands in the history of the NFL.
He's more Phil Jackson. Honestly, Joe, as we're talking about it, you don't really see the Belichick types anymore.
Well, that's where I'm going with this.
Not our generation, because it's past our generation. Whatever Gen Z we're on, like, They don't gravitate towards that anymore. That's not their bag.
I think this is the fossil.
Yeah.
This is the dinosaur way of coaching.
Yeah.
I think this is in part why Nick Saban isn't coaching anymore. I think this archetype is not a way to connect with the modern athlete.
Well, the NIL
can't work.
The NIL is a part of that, though, in a way, because Belichick, Saban was just in the college football playoffs.
No,
he was just.
No,
you can still recruit for the best of them.
You could still win. Belichick just won a division, got to the playoffs just a couple of years ago.
Yes.
I know it's ended. You could still win, but I'm saying long term, I don't know in the modern game if you could be that kind of a guy without 6 Super Bowls on your wall. What does he have? 7 national championships, Nick Saban?
Yes, and I'm very curious to see how this is going to work, because Brady is now a part of the ownership, and he has his hands knee deep. He is all over this organization. The fingerprints are everywhere when it comes to Tom Brady, calling shots, him and John Spytek, they're homies. They go back all the way with Michigan. We'll pick this up on the other side, but I'm very curious to see how that's going to work, because Belichick and Brady, Brady comes from the Belichick like line of thought. How's that going to mesh with Pete Carroll? I mean, part of the hiring process. Very curious. Let's ask Bill Romanowski about it on the other side.
Sam Lubman, to me, is way more Bobby Knight than he is Phil Jackson.
Well, that hair Bobby Knight would not allow that hair to be on the
chairs
court.
back here definitely agree with that.
That's what's coming up. Bill Romanowski, brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
the KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper on his And We Back tour on October 16th at the Masonic in San Francisco. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking their beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yeah. T-Pain, E40. Let's go. You think Bill Romanowski is a big T-Pain guy?
Why not? Everybody is.
Come on. It's all time. This is such a sick beat. Shout out to Carter. He's been on fire today.
He's probably
shout out Carter for flipping that sound real quick, by the way. Pete Carroll, really good stuff from talking with, was that USC? Was that UNLV? Whoever he was talking to, whatever classroom, was really, really enlightening. I want Pete Carroll as my teacher. What kind of teacher do you think Bob Melvin is?
Substitute.
Sub?
Yeah. Kids going crazy.
I think Sam said homeschool.
Nah. Homeschool kids are just a little off.
Well, maybe the homeschool kids are listening right now.
Sam, were you ever a homeschool child?
You always wish you're a homeschool kid.
Because he couldn't wait to say that Bob was the homeschool parent teacher.
I knew some homeschooled kids. They were fine.
No, they were not fine.
They're fine. Once they got to like high school, they became like more like, ingratiated themselves. Yeah, I don't want to use
meaning that they're not normal.
I don't like using the term normal.
Bro, you're supposed to go out and socialize,
because there's no such thing as normal.
Of course you do homeschool.
Are we normal, Joe? Are we normal? No, we're freaking weird. All right, we're weirdos. It's okay.
Speak for yourself.
A guy that I think is wouldn't cost you as normal, but he's got great takes. Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning. How we feeling, buddy? You want to talk? What do you want to talk about, Brian? Is it the Giants? Is it the Niners? Is it the Kuminga crisis? What's on your mind today, Brian?
I don't know if you saw that. I think it's that Kent Lakeup article in The Athletic.
I did. And how about when they said, when Marcus Thompson was like, he's driving his Porsche down to his dad's house. I was like, oh, that's a detail I didn't need to read. Is that just me, Brian?
I know.
Was that just me?
Yeah, it did have Succession vibes to it,
Was it a Cayenne or a 911?
Sure,
Which one was it?
But I know. Like, man, talk about a just mega silver spoon scenario. But, but the article said that the Warriors had 44 people working in their front office.
Yes, and they went from 7
and
to
I'm
44.
just wondering, I'm curious, what are they doing? Like, what? I mean, that must be the morale just must be at an all-time low in the Warriors front office. And what are they just planting Al Horford rumors sort of every day? Is that sort of literally they've done nothing the entire offseason. I was just curious. And by the way, my take on that is I'll move off. It's really a boring subject at this point, but just an all-time absolutely just L's from every angle for everyone involved. Warriors front office, Warriors owner, Kuminga's agent, just a master class in futility and bad planning and bad decisions all around. No winners. Anyways, that's my only take on that. And, Matt Chapman and, Adamas. I mean, those, so let's face it, right? I love Buster. Those are bad contracts. So, anyways, have a good day, guys.
You too, Brian. That's Brian in Palo Alto, which leads us to Bill Romanowski, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? 4-time Super Bowl champion, linebacker, multiple-time Pro Bowler, joins us now on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And Romo, we're going to bring you right into the conversation we were having just before we hit the break, and it was about coaching and the different types of coaches, and that were kind of moving away from the old school, if you will, the Bill Belichick types, kind of that drill instructor, my way or the highway. And we got kind of more of a Phil Jackson, more of a Pete Carroll, more of a players type of a coach. In your career, Romo, I'm not going to ask who you liked better or who you liked worse. None of that. But what was more impactful for you? The type of coaching that was more impactful for you as a player? Was it a Bill Walsh? Was it a George Seifert? Was it a John Gruden later on?
Wow, good question. I think as I think about, Bill Walsh, the one thing about him, and he was amazing, is he never got close to the players. There was always a distance. George you could get a little closer to. And then I think about my Denver days, winning 2 Super Bowls there. Mike Shanahan, when we're winning, unbelievable coach, it was easy for us. We had amazing talent. But I'll tell you what, after John Elway retired, things changed. He changed the way he coached. I really never had an old school grind 'em kind of a coach. And the way these coaches are now, it's almost like these guys have to be your friends. You know, you got to develop a relationship with them. Let them know you care about them so you can get the absolute most out of them. And the dynamic has changed. And, at the end of the day, great players make great coaches. So, whatever, right now, Andy Reid's a great football coach. He's got amazing talent. He's got, a great quarterback. The dynamic has changed. You have to have the players, and great players make great coaches.
Yeah, that's well said. When you got drafted by the 49ers in 88, they had fallen on their face in that playoff game to the Vikings. Prior to that, it felt like there was a retinkering of the team, 86, 87, and 88 drafts, and you and Pierce Holt. How much pressure was on the young guys like yourself to come in and contribute? Because it feels like the Niner defense right now, they've got some pillars, Bosa, Warner. Everything else is really up in the air, and they need these young guys to come in and contribute right away. I can see some similarities there.
Yeah. You gotta get lucky. I started as a rookie, but all around me were these incredible vets. So it was it a lot of pressure? Oh my God. You make one mistake, George Seifert, our defensive coordinator, would come down on me like crazy. So I had such intense pressure, and I wanted it so badly. And because I didn't want to let down, the vets that were around me, on offense, Joe Montana, this dynamic to think that you're going to have a rookie come in and just shine and take over the league, that's probably not going to happen. You could get lucky in a few places and get some standout play, but at the end of the day, you got to rely on your veterans.
Yeah. Bill, as a former linebacker, what do you look for in the preseason? We get the practice today, and then we get the game over the weekend. The Niners got basically 3 young players that are looking for playing time right now. D. Winters, Bethune, and Nick Martin, linebackers. For us novices, this fans, what should we be looking for in these preseason games from these guys, and what do you look for when identifying if a guy can play at this level or not?
Well, one thing you don't have to do is to look for them on the field. They show up. Players make plays. And, the name of the game is all about making plays. And at the linebacker position, you shouldn't have to look for those guys. Linebackers are meant to fly around, be violent at the point of attack, and make plays. And that's what I look for. I always had this thing when I became a veteran where I wouldn't even learn a rookie's name until he showed me something. Till he showed me he could make plays out on the field. And then I would actually learn his name and call him by his name. Other than that, it was always, hey, Rook, and that's just kind of something I did. But when it comes down to the Niners, that you're right. They got a lot of pillars in place, but they also got some holes they need to fill.
They really do. That's Bill Romanowski joining us right here on the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky, courtesy of River Islands, 4-time Super Bowl champion with us. And Bill, it's a great point. And right now, I look at the linebacking core. I don't want to pick your brain at the line. That's where you made your bones, your linebacker. So we got one of the best, if not the best in the NFL with Fred Warner. But there's a lot of question marks. Who's going to be playing with him this year? Like D. Winters, like you could, in the past, pencil in a Dre Greenlaw. Well, he's in Denver now. How important is this position to get filled with D. Winters if he is the guy? And how much pressure is going to be on him this season?
It will be. But one really big advantage the Niners have is they got an incredible defensive line. And when you have a really good defensive line, that makes it pretty easy for linebackers, to line up and, you're protected and you need to fly around and show you can take care of your responsibility. I had something happen in my third regular season game as a rookie. And I played outside linebacker, and we were playing the Atlanta Falcons, and I got nosy. And a play would it'd be a belly run down the middle, and here I was on the outside, and I would fly inside to try to get in on the play. And there were 2 times where then the ball bounced outside where I was supposed to be. And George Seifert came down on me and he benched me. And I lost my starting spot. And I realized how important on defense it is for you to take care of your responsibility and don't let those other 10 guys down. And I eventually got my starting spot back. But I learned that valuable lesson. You got to take care of your responsibility first. You got 10 other guys that are counting on you.
You've referenced George Seifert a couple times now. Clearly he had an impact on you. I look at Fred Warner and I hear the things that he's saying at a podium. Sounds like Robert Saleh is that guy for him. Having the right defensive coordinator that you clearly have respect for and work with, what does that mean for those veterans like Bosa and Warner?
Oh, I mean, it means a lot. And, it sounds like he's that kind of guy that, that the guys really look up to. He's a leader. He leads them. He wants to make them better. He wants to put his players in a position to make plays. And, you got to care. This guy truly cares about his guys. And what I like about him, and when I always hear him talk, you know what he talks about? Violence. I like, he's always referencing, and to play defense, you got to have a violent mentality, and you got to get ready to hit people. And that's one thing I like about him. And I know these players respond to that.
So we were at the joint practice last week, and DJ Jones used to be on the Niners, and now he's on the Broncos. And the Broncos' defensive line was dominating the Niners. It's a joint practice, right? You've been through probably many of them, I would assume. I was telling the boys about Rockland back in the day. DJ Jones was taking his helmet off in the middle of the play after stuffing it, and the play's still going on because you can't tackle to the ground, and he's like, they're trying to replace me. They're still trying to replace me, talking smack. I mean, Romo, you've got to have some great joint practice stories. Just give us a couple of these bad boys. There's got to be a few that you've got where you were just giving it to the other team.
Well, I think I want to say we were over in Germany when I was at the Niners, and we're practicing. I want to say it was the Bears. And the thing that stands out to me is every 3 plays there was a fight breaking out. And it was, intense. There's a part of you that, wants the game to be right now. And, here you are, you're trying to keep your spot. You got young guys trying to, make a name for themselves. And at the end of the day, it's about competing and getting better. And that kind of laser focus is getting better every single day. And you get tired of practicing against your own guys. You really do. And when you get to practice against an opposing team, it's like you can't wait, to really show that other team what you got and that it's going to be hell for them on Saturday or Sunday, whenever the game is.
Talking with Bill Romanowski here on the River Islands guest line, 4-time Super Bowl champion, ahead of Niners-Raiders joint practice. Obviously a legend for both of those teams. And Romo, you were blessed to be teammates with some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Joe Montana, the Steve Youngs, the John Elways of the world. Hell, Rich Gannon was an MVP for you. You played with a lot of talent.
He was, yeah.
I mean, there is so much pressure on quarterbacks today, obviously. We just came out. They have the tier list. They have everything. I'm not asking where you're putting Brock Purdy on the tier list, but just your expectations for Brock heading into this year, Romo, because he just signed the big contract. He was an MVP candidate 2 years ago. Now, coming off a season that was kind of a disappointment for the whole team. What are you expecting from Brock? No Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, Juwan Jennings is dealing with the calf injuries, dealing with the hold in, hold out. I don't know what to make of that. The talent might not be there around him. He's getting Christian McCaffrey back, but what is Bill Romanowski's expectations of Brock Purdy heading into this year?
That every single game you go into, you expect to win. And a big part of that is because you have a great quarterback, a guy that can make every throw, a guy that gives you the confidence that if you play your game, 49, talking about the 49ers, our mentality back, with Joe Montana and Steve Young, we knew they were great. So everybody else knew if we played 49er football, we will win. And I think Brock gives you that. He gives you that kind of confidence where if we do our thing, hey, if we block for him and if we catch every ball that's thrown our way, we're going to win this game. And it's a confidence thing. It's, when the way that Brock struts out on the field, knowing that he's going to make great throws, knowing that offensive line is going to block their asses off for him, knowing when I give the ball to Christian McCaffrey, watch out because he's going to make things happen and we're going to win. That, the quarterback, is the ultimate leader for the football team. And if you have a great quarterback, you've got the ability to win every time you take the field.
Bill, do you still talk to Mike Shanahan?
It's been a little while.
Oh. Is he still?
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, do you get the sense that because I saw him at practice the other day and Brock missed a throw to Juszczyk. He threw his hands up. It was like watching my dad, get mad at me, and I'm saying, God, he's still got the fire for football. And I wonder how emotionally, I'm sure he's very emotionally invested in what's going on with the Niners. And I wonder what he's thinking about this team right now heading into this year because there's so many unknowns.
Yeah, there is, on some level, everyone thinks they're going to win the Super Bowl going into a new season. Every team in the NFL is undefeated right now. And, but I think the Niners have such big expectations, coming off a really rough season last year. And your great players have to be great. You got to get lucky with some rookies. You got to hope you don't have injuries. And you just got to get ready for that grind because that grind, I miss it every day, and I get to live it, through talking to you guys, watching games, once the regular season starts. But I truly miss that grind where a group of men, take the field every Sunday to try to do something special.
Romo, as an old school guy, I know that you understand how fragile the career can be on and off the field. Any hit can be your last hit. But I'm seeing this, all these guys holding out at every single turn. And I understand it's an element of the business of the game of football. But as a guy who be on that team, if you heard the whispers about Jawan Jennings kind of holding in, maybe he's got a calf injury, he wants more money, how does that sit with you?
I always kind of understood there is a business side of the game. It is a game, and I felt blessed to, be able to do it because, I would have played for nothing. Literally. I would have played for free. But I was fortunate that I got paid a lot of money to do what I did. And that's a reality. And, hey, if you step up and you make plays and you're consistent and you do your job, you're going to make a bunch of money. And, these guys need to go out and prove that, every week, every day in practice, every day in the film room, they've got to be there. So I don't in any way, worry about that. John Lynch will get that squared away. Kyle will get it squared away. The ownership, they'll take care of their players, and then let's go try to win a Super Bowl.
I got one more for you, Bill, and I got to ask a Raider question. I hate to bring up the term. We brought it up earlier. The Tuck Rule game was 24 years ago, right? 2001. Fast forward now, and Tom Brady is an owner of the Raiders, a minority owner. How does that make you feel, Bill? Like, isn't it kind of weird? That's got to be weird, right?
You know what? I know this. I became a big-time Tom Brady fan at the end of his career, and for some reason, he was the only guy left in the league that I had played against. So I got huge respect for Tom Brady, and the fact that, he's a part owner of the Raiders, I think it can be nothing but great for the organization. A guy that, brings that kind of clout and, where he helps and what he actually does for the Raiders on a regular basis. I have no idea, but just knowing he's part of the organization, I think is a plus.
Romo, you're the best.
That was the best. Hey, Bill Romanowski with us here on the River Islands Guest Line. Great stuff, Bill, and we'll do it again soon, man.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
So there he goes. 4-time Super Bowl champion Bill Romanowski, courtesy of River Islands.
So many things were said.
Okay. It's the all-time accent. I mean, come on. It's so good.
Carter gets in my ear. I mean, we got to get over the tuck rule at some point. Now, you're right. I'm with you.
I bring it up because he was a part of it.
No, I know.
But Tom Brady was the enemy number one, so you bring it up.
But you know what you guys sound like? You know what Raider fans sound like?
I don't care what you sound like. It was the biggest con job. It was the biggest con job ever.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. It's not the biggest.
Shasky, you could literally draw a straight line from the tuck rule to the Raiders leaving Oakland.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's how devastating it is. Like, that's why we don't get over it.
And it catapulted the greatest dynasty of all time.
They went to L.A. first, guys.
You can make the argument that it was the singular most important moment in the history of the NFL. That's not even hyperbole. It's a fact.
Not the catch.
No, it's that. The Immaculate Deception.
Well, yes, which is a bigger travesty than even the tuck rule.
The greatest dynasty of all time.
You still could have stopped them in regulation and in overtime.
The greatest dynasty in the history of the NFL is the Patriots. And
you guys went back the next year to the championship.
Is that the greatest dynasty in the history of football was the New England Patriots.
Yep, so?
And it was catapulted from that play. So that you could literally go back to that moment.
Again, there you go. You could have stopped them in regulation and in overtime.
Doesn't matter. The game was over.
Chaz, you got to know the flow of that game. When play, what it's called,
it's live. You were a child. I was.
Yeah, no, I watched it too. I've watched it back. We were all there. Like, it sucked the life out of that team when that call went down. It was over in that moment.
I'm not dismissing that. You lost to the Ravens prior. You lost after in the Super Bowl. Like we act like that was the only opportunity we had. It sounds to me.
It was their best opportunity, I think, to win the Super Bowl.
It was 24 years ago.
And they're still reeling from it.
Sports. I mean, that's the point of sports. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Get over
there are definitely things that have happened.
That was 2 years ago.
There was also a decade ago. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, but I also don't say, like, it's the biggest travesty ever that Joe Flacco kicked our butt. No, it's like, it is what it is. It sucks. I got to wear it.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up with Romo, who was a part of the game because he was our guest and he was a Raider. And now Tom Brady, who we played against, is part of the owner. That was the whole point. That's why I brought it up.
Shasky, 24 years from now, you're still going to be ruining the fact that the Niners went to Michael Crabtree in the end zone there at the end of that Super Bowl.
20 years from now, you're going to be mad at Bob Melvin and Kai Tang still.
But I also don't think that like, the Niners also, okay, they screwed that up. Then went back to the NFC Championship game and lost that game. And I don't go, well, it's because of the Crabtree fade that should have been a hold, and we would have won the Super Bowl the next year. It's like, no. Pump the brakes. Like, relax, everybody. I remember the sequence of events, all right? Like, yes, that individual thing was an absolute screw job. That doesn't take away from the fact that you went to the Super Bowl the next year.
And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors, Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What I was going to ask you, though, was...
What's up?
He said, I would have played for free. And I agree. I actually think he would have played for free. I really do believe Bill Romanowski would have played football for free. How many people in the modern game of any sport could you say, I truly believe with my heart of hearts, they would play for free?
No, I can't think of one. Not today's game.
No, I think there's some.
Give them to me then.
Well, like for example, I do believe Brandon Pajemski would play basketball for free. Yes, I do. What do you mean?
Not this next generation coming up. They're trying to get their dollar
I disagree.
Bills,
no, I disagree.
Yeah, no, I
think there's a lot of Tyrese Halliburton. I get the sense like would play for free. I think he loves competing. I think these guys are competitionaholics. Patrick Mahomes, I think would play for free. I do.
I know Kobe Bryant would have played
exactly.
for free.
See, now you're playing the game with me.
Kobe would pay to play.
All right.
But all these guys were saying this made a boatload of money.
Of course they did.
So like it's easy.
Of course they did. We're playing a hypothetical game here.
But it's hard for me to play the hypothetical game knowing all these guys made the money. Ask them that if they hadn't made any money yet and get back to me. They're probably like, nah, probably not. I want to get paid. I'd rather go overseas.
Do you believe I would be talking sports this passionately whether I was getting paid or not? Because I did for years on a podcast that no one was listening to.
But would you be getting up at 4 a.m. to do it?
I was doing it every single Niner game of 0-10 seasons of this. You can say what you want. I did it for me.
Joe, I'm not questioning your passion.
You're either about that life or you're not.
I'm not questioning your passion. I don't want to say that. But there's levels of like, would you want to get up at 4 a.m. to like talk about it for free? Probably not. Like, That's what we're asking these guys to do. Like today's game, I don't think people are willing to play for free. And quite frankly, why should you?
Of course,
they're making billions of dollars.
You're
off
taking it too literal. You're taking it way too literal. Would you wake up and lift and work with your individual trainer? I'm talking about who you could see. Like you said, Kobe. I agree with you, Carter. Kobe would have played for free. I agree. Hypothetically, in this scenario, what about Steph? I think so. I think he loves sports. The guy plays golf for free. He loves golf.
If there was a player on the Warriors, it'd probably be Steph. Sure, Steph. I mean,
what about Durant? I think Durant would. I really do. I do. I really think Durant would play for free. I know there's a compensation package and there's this and there's that. I really truly believe.
I guess what I'm trying to. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around this because of the whole CBA and everything. Like the way money has dominated the way we discuss the game now. I can't detach it anymore. As we're talking about Kuminga for the last, 5 years, it feels like.
I think one thing that I think about.
The Kuminga crisis, the qualifying
You bring up
offers.
the money, and one thing that I think about, and this is why I put Patrick Mahomes.
And I hate that I have to do that.
No, but I think that you're dismissing something. When you have hundreds of millions of dollars and you still have the burning desire to chase ghosts, that's what makes you Tiger Woods, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Steph Curry. The money, yes, of course the money makes things better. I'm not denying that. How could you have nutrition, you have, advantages financially that set you up to be trained better. And there's so many, I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that there are so many examples of people who just taper off a little, that don't care as much. Right? Like we see this in sports. They get paid a little and they just get a little more comfortable. Just a little more comfortable. I'm not saying they're not all. I'm saying there are very few that have that burning desire. It doesn't matter how much I'm making. I still am chasing my own excellence. Kobe, Mahomes, Brady, like those are the best of the best of the best of the best. Jerry Rice, Steph Curry. I'll even give LeBron this. Like we want to dog LeBron all we want. I'm going to put LeBron there. People might not. I will. I do think that he's actually, really does put in all the work and does care.
No, he does. I'm not questioning LeBron's work ethic and whether or not he cares. I'm questioning whether or not he would ever play for free in his entire life outside of high school. The answer is no. Guy is 40 years old and still wants to get $100 million. He was offended. He was offended at the notion that the Lakers want to move on with Luka Doncic as the face of their franchise. At 40 years old, LeBron's like, oh, no. Sorry. I'm very cynical when it comes to these conversations. I'm really not trying to be, Joe, because the money aspect of how we talk about sports now is just taking over so much. My brain cannot fathom players actually playing for free. It can't.
Do you think Pat Riley is motivated by money? Do you think Pat Riley's motivated by money in Miami to succeed?
He's motivated by legacy at this point. He's also 80, in his 80s now,
yeah,
right?
Why is he doing what he's doing?
I don't know.
I think he would do it for free. He is a competitionaholic.
He just loves the game.
John Lynch? Do you think John? Yeah, that's my point.
I know.
Not everyone is wired that way.
But again, it's different when you're a player compared to a front office person. I think Jerry West is similar in this. Jerry West. I think
John Lynch too is a competitionaholic. You don't think so?
I think John Lynch is.
John Lynch could do whatever he wants. He is a Stanford graduate. He is a Hall of Fame player. He was a great broadcaster. He could do anything. He does not need to be bothered. Why is he doing what he's doing? Because he truly is obsessed with football.
Gabriel's on the freeway in Berkeley, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Gabriel?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, so I love this topic, but I think that a lot of people would play for free because I just look around at the people around me. I'm 35, and a lot of people look for softball leagues or play basketball on the weekend. I think a ton of these guys really love the sport, and even if they had to work a full-time job, they might not travel the country to play basketball. It's really tiring, but I think they would all play for free.
Wait, Gabriel, real quick. The question isn't whether you or I or Sam Lubman or Joe Shasky would go out there and play for free. Absolutely. The question is the actual guys, the professionals going out there to play for free. Bill Romanowski said that he would do it. And I believe Romo. I'll take him at his word. He'd say he played for free. It's just hard for me, Gabriel, the way we discuss finances in sports now, to truly believe that anyone in today's society professionally will go out there and play for free if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying with these the amount that they're playing, because I can only imagine what that would do to your body. But I guess the question changes if it's just like, oh, would these guys go and find a weekend league?
Sure. No, and Gabriel, I appreciate your call, but again,
I think you're taking it way too literal.
But how can you not? A little bit is what I'm saying. I get what you're trying to say.
Why does Steph play golf?
Because he enjoys playing golf.
Because he freaking loves it. You think he wants to be garbage?
I think he just wants to get out of the house.
Okay.
It's his hobby. It's his hobby.
Anyone who actually plays golf as serious as he does is like, yeah, I'm trying to be really good.
If you've seen his house, too, you would not want to get out of his house.
Yeah, exactly. All I'm saying,
Kent Lake up there?
Of course, money is always a factor. We're playing a fun, silly hypothetical. You have to detach the business algorithms that these guys get in once they get into the leagues. I truly believe Patrick Mahomes. This is just my belief. And watching the quarterback doc and how obsessed he is, that dude would play for free. Now, the fact that he's made a bunch of money enables him to be able to have, whatever mindset and all that stuff. And now it is all about legacy. But there's something to be said for the guys like Tiger. Tiger could barely walk, and the guy's still out here trying to grind and get back onto the PGA Tour. Tom Brady dissolved his marriage to chase football.
He did.
That's a level of love and passion that most people can't comprehend.
You could blame why I'm so cynical about this conversation. You could blame, the powers that be when it comes to the NBA. You could blame Major League Baseball, NFL. That my mind's not even allowing me to enjoy your conversation, Joe. And I'm telling you,
I don't get it.
Because we've been talking about
you're letting the Michael Porter Jr.'s of the world,
I know.
The dummies, the straight up
There's
dummies,
a lot of them.
all the podcast-itis dummies that are out there kind of permeate through your head. I think there are, like the caller said, I think there are way more guys that do love the sports that they're in than we give credit to. They love that more than most people love anything else in their life.
Football's an interesting one, though, too, because that one gets taken away from you so quickly, right? Like when it comes to injuries, when it comes to the game passing you by, like that's a conversation we're having with Christian McCaffrey this year and how he's going to look. And if he loses a step, right? Like it's a very, what was it? NFL, not for long. Like that's what we call it, right? And it's a very humbling game. And when it's gone, it's gone. And these guys like the Romanowskis of the world, when they get up there and they start to see their mortality, yeah, then you start to question, like, yeah, God, I wish I could just have one more shot. I would play for free. I understand that.
Someone keeps texting in. Pablo Sandoval's playing in some tiny little league somewhere. Like, Pablo loves baseball. Loves it. Like, loves baseball. There's something to be said for that.
There is. No, and you're right. There are the fringe players that would like the 4A players that would just like one more shot to do it.
Julio Franco, is a guy that comes to mind that played forever. Ricky Henderson never retired.
Yeah.
Now look, Ricky had his thing on money and didn't want to cash certain things. He came from nothing. I truly believe Ricky loved the game. No doubt he loved the money. There's a reason why he hung around as long as he did.
It's true. No, all these guys, hell. I wonder if Justin Verlander wants to do that. Does Justin Verlander want to play for free next year? That's basically what people are going to be trying to look at him for, is free. Like $1 million. Come on.
But at this point, I don't think he's playing for the money.
Well, no, he's not. That's what I'm saying. At this point, he's definitely not playing for, no, I don't know what he's playing for at this point.
Of course,
anymore.
There's a compensation package.
I mean, how much did he make this year? Like 15 plus million, 18 million? What did he make this year? God, it's unbelievable. It all comes back to the Giants.
You think Buster Posey's doing the job that he's doing currently for the money or for the love of the competition-aholic stuff of trying to fill that void? Romo told you, I miss it so much.
Yeah.
He's in his 60s.
I know. Let's pick this up on the other side. We got Kay Bueno. I like that. Kay Bueno in Oakland wants to join in this conversation. Players today that would play for free. We're talking professionally, not, Joe Schmo off the couch. Who do you think in today's game would play for? It's a hypothetical. We're not taking it seriously. And I apologize to the audience, to you, Joe, if I took it to a cynical level, because
Bill Belichick's not in North Carolina for the money. No, he's going to stick you to get a couple extra million, because why not? But
no, I think he's
doing it because he loves it.
I think he wants to change the narrative about how it ended in New England, and he wants to show everyone that he can still be that dude. But he's going to do it at a college level. And that's what's coming up. The game brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be ready for your road trip with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down to the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you could save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park. Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Foodies, it's time to treat your taste buds. Foodie Week is coming to Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Indulge in exclusive menus and limited time dishes at your favorite dining spots, including Italy, King's Fish House, Mastro's, and so much more. From gourmet creations to crave-worthy comfort food, this is your chance to explore a world of flavors in one place. Plus, enjoy special offers that make every bite even sweeter. Bring your family, your crew, and your appetite to Foodie Week at Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Visit today and savor the moment.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Poor Kaiway Tang.
Oh, my God.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the new and improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Talk to him. He's Aura. This is Aura right here.
We just had Bill Romanowski, 4-time Super Bowl champion, on, and he said something interesting, Shasky. He'd play for free. So he said, he's like, you know what? I would have played this game for free. And you believed him, Bill Romanowski.
Well, here's where I'm going with this. So, like, knowing everything we know now, right?
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
You know Jerry Rice through all the interviews we've had here at the station. You've had him on.
Jerry.
We've all kind of seen how Jerry is.
Dude, you played catch with him.
Exactly. If I told Jerry, hey, you could have played 5 more years, but it would have been for free. 5 more years now that he's been retired as long as he has, he would have said, sign me up.
He would have, and also Terrell Owens, who still is trying. Yes.
Okay, 100%.
Yes.
So, like, we know there's a baseline. Like, you have to be able to have some, way of taking care of yourself or whatever. If I told Patrick Mahomes, hey, you've made all the money you've made, at the end of your career, you got to play 5 more for free or you hang them up, what would you do? I think he would want to play another 5 more. If I told Brady the last 5 years of his career, he would have had to have been for free, but he gets to play till he's 51. He would have done it. I really, truly believe that.
He took the pay cuts in comparison to pay cuts, right? But he did. But I'm saying, like, Brady in an era where no one was taking pay cuts to make their team better, he would do that. Now, like he did.
Like Brock Purdy, I don't think he had made enough generationally to be like, hey, the next 5 years you play for free. Like, no, he needed to get, compensated and be able to make his family, settled and whatnot. And so there's a lot of guys like that, whether Brandon Ayuk or whether Trent Williams Pryor or whatever. But I think when you hear these guys retire and the dust settles, right, and they're allowed perspective, the same theme for the top dog competitors is always similar of, man, If I could go back, just get a couple more years with the fellas, if I could go back to competing and whatever. If I told John Lynch today, hey, you would have had 5 more years, but those final 5 years were for free, I think he would have signed up for it.
Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. We love our nostalgia. And that's
Frank Gore. You think Frank Gore?
Yeah.
How about Patrick Willis? If I would have told Patrick Willis or Navarro Bowman, hey, the final 5, you get 5 extra years tacked on, okay? But he had to play for free. I think both would have signed up. Their bodies let out on them.
Let's go to K Bueno in Oakland, wants to join in this conversation. 888-957-9570. So we just want to ask, like, the players you feel like would play for free right now if given the opportunity, for the love of the game, for the camaraderie, whatever the reason is. What players do you think would play for free right now? K Bueno, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? Hey, first of all, thanks for taking my calls, guys. Just sipping my morning roast as I'm listening to the morning roast.
Thank you.
Poetic, I know. So, the first player that comes to mind, man, George Kittle. I mean, the dude is just a grinder.
Great
and
call.
you see how much fun he has out there. He's got so much just zeal for the game. He's so just running around, and he's up in everyone's faces, having a blast. Not just his teammates, but just his competitors, the guys he competes against during the game. He's genuinely out there playing like a 12-year-old at recess.
Do you think Fred Warner? Do you think Fred Warner similarly can be? I can say the same thing about him because I now that you say Kittle, I immediately think similar of Fred Warner.
Yeah, it's funny you say Warner too because I was thinking those are the first 2 guys that came to mind.
I like that.
The passion that they display on the field, not just the way they play the game, they play hard, they play full throttle, but just the energy they bring to their teammates, the energy they bring to the game. And you don't just hear from teammates, you hear from the opponents. You hear opponents in interviews off the field talking about who the guys that are the highest energy, the toughest opponents, with respect, of course. And Warner and Kittle come to mind. Now, I think Kittle, just because he does a lot of the dirty stuff, the blocking. He's not always doing the most glamorous the most glamorous jobs as a tight end. He's not out there just, getting catches and running for touchdowns. He's doing the dirty stuff, and he loves it. He genuinely loves the pancake dudes at the line. Now, he could certainly play for free. I think, honestly, he might be debating, if that was the case, he might go to the WWE for free.
Yeah.
But, no doubt, dude. I think he would be one guy who'd be like, you know what? Throw me in, coach. Sure. Give me a free contract. I love the game. I love my team. I love the sport. I love my squad. I love the fans. Kittle, 1,000%. Warner, too. Warner's
Yes.
1A, but number one for me is Kittle.
All right, let me throw another one at you, Spadoni. Great call. Great call.
Bueno.
We all watched the videos. I sent one to the group there this morning.
All in the videos.
Will Clark would have played another 5 years for free.
Absolutely. Will Clark, by the way, going in on the Giants. I mean, some good stuff from Will Clark in his recent podcast. But, yeah, that's one. What are the ones?
I think Hunter Pence, too. I think Hunter Pence would have played another 5 years for free if presented with the option.
Who is absolutely not playing for free?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I was going to say,
Aaron Rodgers.
I kind of like the reverse one.
I love this one. Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers
is at the top of my list.
Brandon Ayuk.
That's not fair. I don't think that's fair.
I think he wants. I think he wants to get back.
I disagree.
That's a cheap shot. Okay.
No. I think that's a misnomer. It's not your fault. I actually think that's a misnomer. I think we've painted him in the wrong light. And if I've contributed to that, I apologize to Brandon Ayuk.
No. It was a tumultuous negotiation, and it bled into training camp, and it kind of just was a precursor of things to come for the Niners season last year. I think that's why we talked about it there. But this is what Bill Romanowski said to us last segment, Joe, courtesy of River Islands, on whether or not he'd play without getting paid.
There is a business side of the game. It is a game, and I felt blessed to, be able to do it because I would have played for nothing. Literally. I would have played for free, but I was fortunate that I got paid a lot of money to do what I did. And that's a reality.
And we're just going to take him at his word for it right here, because that's all we can do. We're having fun with it. And players that you feel like would play for free, and conversely, let's ask it, players that would absolutely not play for free. He said Aaron Rodgers, which I think is a great one. Is there anyone?
Joe Montana.
I don't want to get you. Oh, that's a good one.
He loves to get paid at every turn. I love Bonds. I don't know very
well. He kind
of like Aaron. Like, I love the game. I love to play, but you gotta pay me.
God, he was so good though. He still could have kept playing and playing and playing too. And then obviously what took place, and yeah, that's an interesting one.
That's a random one. I don't know if that's fair or not. But
is there anyone in?
Well, Chris Paul also comes to mind.
Chris Paul for playing for free?
No. Him and James Harden, gotta pay me.
I mean, Chris is like 50 years old.
He's made $8 gazillion, dude.
I mean, he's 40.
It's always a narrative.
40.
Gotta get more.
Clippers, by the way, he's back. How you feel about that? As the Warriors season's going to get announced today, the season schedule, has that been announced yet, boys? No, we're still waiting? Still waiting on the season?
Unlimited possibilities.
Oh.
Warriors schedule and Jonathan Kuminga, things we were waiting on.
Don Nelson would not coach for free.
That's a good one.
And I love Don Nelson, but
no chance.
George Carroll would not coach for free.
No. Who's out there right now that would? I think Doc Rivers would. Yeah, Doc loves an opportunity. Just get him in there. Doc will coach for free.
Steve Kerr?
Actually, I do.
I think Steve will, because Steve's doing when you're doing the Olympics stuff,
I think
that means you're a diehard.
Spoelstra too would do it for free.
Yeah, like Popovich was doing it for such a long time too. Like when you start dipping your toes into getting your summers are getting taken away from you too, you love the game at that point. You have to love the game.
Dusty Baker is a life. There are certain people that are lifers within their sport, and I look at Dusty that way.
What about Bob Melvin?
Poor Bob.
Poor Bob! You just crushed the guy the entire show. What are you saying?
He's never going to get employed again.
God, stop!
This fish is stinking from the head.
I'm not allowing you for a poor Bob after ripping the guy the last couple days. Poor Bob. I mean, I'm so sorry what I had to say about him, but poor guy. Stop it. What if Bob Melvin was making nothing next year and he picked up the option? Would that be better?
No.
Oh, no,
he can't be in that dugout.
He can't be there. 888-957-9570.
I think about guys whose careers were cut short by injuries, and I think of Lincecum or Steve Young. Grant Hill, Like, would Grant Hill have played for free for 5 years if he would have been pain free? You know, like,
Brandon Roy is one.
Brandon Roy, great
That's
example.
what I was going to say.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. I like that one a lot. Greg Oden.
Yep.
You know, but I think those ones are like, I always think of Navarro Bowman, like he gave his body to the game of football.
I think one right now, and it's going to be interesting, like Mike Trout. That's the guy right now, and I watched him yesterday. I had a tweet because it was Dodgers Angels, and everyone's making a big deal because Ohtani versus Trout, the first time in Major League. In the major leagues that they've gone against each other when Shohei's pitching, because they did at the World Baseball Classic a couple of years ago, former teammates, obviously, in Anaheim. But, there's part of me watching it, like him strike out twice and just the season he's had in the last couple seasons. Like, man, probably not going to see another elite season from Mike Trout, which sucks.
Yeah.
Like, that sucks. And I wonder if it gets to the point for him, like once that contract's over, what is he going to be, like 38, 39, I want to say? Is he going to play through that whole thing? And is he going to like have an opportunity elsewhere? Like if he's like, kind of that Albert Pujols level. Albert Pujols kept playing. Like, I don't think he was making that much towards the end there. Maybe he was. I don't remember. Maybe he signed a 1-year deal thing late. But like those kind of players is what I think about.
You guys know about Pistol Pete Maravich? Do you guys know the story about him?
Yeah.
Rest in peace. It's been like 40 years.
Is there an does it matter when I say rest in peace?
Expires after 10 years today.
I can't say it anymore.
Nope. Abraham Lincoln.
Now you're just resting.
Abraham Lincoln, rest in peace.
I mean, Jesus, it's been so long. I mean, God, rest in peace.
I mean, Cleopatra. I mean, I don't even know what we're doing here.
I don't know if she was a good person or not.
He loved basketball so much. I mean, he died in like a church league on a Sunday playing ball, at 40 years old of a heart attack.
Yes, rest in peace. There you go.
Loved the game.
Okay, so what are you getting at here? You're just getting to
just tragic individuals that love their sport so much that just can't stop playing. Like, I honestly think, and I know Phil is all about the money. I think Phil's addicted to golf, but he's also addicted to money. Like, they go hand in hand.
Oh, it's funny you said Phil. I thought you were talking
Phil
about
Mickelson.
I thought you were talking about Phil Jackson for a second. You think Phil would come back for a year?
No, Phil likes to get paid.
He does. Of course he does. Yeah.
Phil likes to get paid.
He's addicted to gambling.
Who?
Phil
Mickelson.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. But I also think he does love golf.
Yeah,
I think it's both. I think it's both things, and they just happen to work perfectly.
I think he was forced to go to live, though.
Well, that's a whole nother...
He needed that money.
We don't need
talking about a guy that he had if he wanted to be the next face of golf from a media perspective, he could have been that guy, and then he needed to put a foot in his mouth because he just could not help himself when it came to that. Phil Mickelson's a good one, though. Tiger Woods, you referenced, obviously. Like, Michael Phelps was that guy towards the end.
Yeah.
Michael Phelps, I think, was a good one as we talk about Olympians, because he obviously gets all the sponsorships, and I don't know how much you make from actually being like a professional swimmer. I'm not part of that circuit. I don't know anything about that, but he didn't need to come back. Like, he'd already proved himself in Beijing, but like doubling down and going to London and going to Brazil, like, it's pretty incredible.
Let me throw another name at you, and you guys are going to smile right when I say it. Jeff Garcia would have done 5 more years for free.
That's a good one.
Right?
Doug Flutie?
Oh, absolutely. Flutie Flakes?
The Flutie Flakes.
Come on, bro.
Like, those are the players that you think about, too.
100%.
Big Boss Man, Matt Nahagian, had an interesting one here, and it kind of opens a camp.
I love how offended people get when we even suggest having fun with this hypothetical.
Well, I was offended at first because my brain was telling me to be offended by it, because we've become so accustomed to, as a society and as a media, to talk about the finances and players got to get paid and this pay. And it's a pay me world. And I get it. I want to get paid. You want to get paid. We all want to get paid. I understand that. But at the same time, like, there is a level when it comes to these athletes that once it's gone and they can't get it back. I actually hear about this when it comes to like my brothers that have served in the military and they miss it. Like, they miss the camaraderie. Like, and it kind of sounds crazy from people that haven't served and I've gone overseas and like fought in actual wars and battles. And like, I talked to my brother Rob that served in the Marines and served over in Iraq in the early 2000s. Like, there's times where I miss it. Like, I was like for me, for a guy that never, like, I couldn't wrap my head around that. But there's the camaraderie aspect of being with these, like, your brothers and your sisters in arms. Like, I'm taking it to an extreme here, but there's aspects to the stuff.
Absolutely.
Right? So,
absolutely. And I think, if you talk to anybody who played high school or college sports, or if they were lucky enough to play in some sort of minor league sports, the whole downtime in between games and in between practices, the locker room banter, the long bus rides, the trips, this, everyone's got those stories and you cling to them and you miss them. And those are the good old days.
Again, like I said, nostalgia, it's a hell of a drug. Nick Bosa, You playing for free?
I don't.
I know you want.
That does mean that he loves the sport, but I think mercenary mode.
888-957-9570. We're having fun here. What players in today's game, or maybe in the past, you felt like could have played for free if given the opportunity because they loved the game so much? 888-957-9570. Conversely, you can also put the other side, who was absolutely 100% never playing for free.
Pedro Martinez is a guy that I think of, and I know he made lots and lots of money. I think he loves the game.
Yeah, clearly. Like, the players, and I always love those random, because I think he just retired recently. Jesse Chavez is a guy that comes.
That's a great call.
Jesse Chavez, who played for 1,000 different teams.
Sergio Romo, who was on yesterday.
Edwin Jackson.
Yes.
Guys that can play. Ish Smith. There you go. For the love of the game. Let me just keep playing. I know Carter's out there laughing at Ish Smiths of the world. We've gone too far. But those guys love the game.
Incognito.
Oh, well, that guy.
He just can't stay away.
That guy. He's something else.
The baddest.
I kind of love him in the podcast game, though. The guy is.
Wait a minute. Richie Incognito has a podcast?
No, he's been on podcasts.
Oh,
though,
I was going to say
where he's shooting the breeze with.
What would the name of his podcast be? Bully Boys.
Bully Ball?
Bullies with Fullies?
It's Bully Ball with Richie Incognito.
Bully Ball with Richie Incognito.
His first guest is Jonathan Martin. Too. There you go. Sorry.
Waterlogging.
Oh, my God. That whole story, by the way, was so ridiculous. Just in hindsight, things that we just didn't need to waste our time on.
49er legend, John Was
Oh, God. Was that Chip Kelly?
If you had one block, who would you rather not have be the right tackle? Would it be Kwame Harris or Quam Harris from Stanford, or is it John Martin? Who was the worst offensive lineman?
Oh, I was going to go like Robert Gallery for me. That guy just...
He was a decent guard.
He stunk.
Not the number 2 overall pick. Did you guys pass on Larry Fitzgerald or
passed on all of them?
Or was it Calvin Johnson?
I mean, all of them.
Was it Calvin Johnson?
I think that was Jamarcus that we passed on everyone up. But yes, I think it might have been. It just doesn't matter. Who cares?
At least he could throw a football 80 yards from his knees.
Hey. Arm talent?
You didn't see that Sugar Bowl, that Cotton Bowl, whatever that was. He looked so good. I was a believer in Jamarcus.
It's the only game of his that Al Davis saw.
Dude, he looked so... I thought he was Culpepper 2.0. I was a huge Culpepper guy.
From his knees, the length.
Raider legend.
Well, that was Kyle Bowler did that before he did.
But I'll say this, he always had that comeback against the Broncos. I think it was Josh McDaniel's squad. That was the nail in the coffin. And then you hired the guy. You beat him with Jamarcus Russell. He's like, that's the guy I want to lead the Raiders in the future. Mark Davis, God, he sucks. 888-957-9570. Players or coaches you think would come back and play for free if given the opportunity, or current players you feel like would do the same. 888-957-9570.
Guru is an example. For the love of the game. Straight up. Anything he does in life. Music, sports, family, the radio. When I think of Guru, I think of for the love of the game.
He's got the biggest smile on his face listening to you right there.
What,
he's
you think I'm joking?
No, he's going to come in after this segment's over and give you a dap and give you the biggest hug and say, Butch, I love that you said that about me. That means so much. Then Steiny's going to be all upset. You think Steiny's doing it for the love of the game?
He's already in a bad mood.
You couldn't even finish the sentence on Steiny. By the way, last week I was listening to them.
If it's crushing the Warriors for 4 hours,
I got to bring this up.
Crushing the Warriors for 4 hours, he might do it.
He had the greatest idea. We have to bring this up. He had one of the greatest ideas I've ever heard. It was about how he was going to set up a bar. You know, there's like the Yankee bar, the Steeler bar. There's the Connecticut Yankee, for example, which is down near Jackson Park. There's all these
they have like Yankees like bar. Yeah.
What?
Like there's like niche bars.
Yeah, there's niche bars. Exactly.
Yeah.
We're like team bars, right? He wanted to create a bar where it's the anti-Bay Area bar. And at some point, he was like, we would be playing highlights of, it would be lowlights though, of like Super Bowl losses, of like great moments against Bay Area teams, right? Like, I guess it would be Katie getting hurt just on a loop. You know what I mean? He had one line where he was like, it would be
Blake Snell. He stinks.
He had one where it's like, no. In this hypothetical, the Little League World Series is going on, and it's Team Petaluma versus Taipei.
He goes, we just want Taiwan to crush
No, he said
them.
it was Petaluma versus China, and we're going to be rooting for China.
And he goes where everyone's in the bar rooting against Petaluma. And I swear to God, I was dying. I got a bellyache, a legitimate bellyache. It might have been the greatest 15 minutes in the history of Steiny's radio career. Honestly, it was one of the greatest ideas of all time.
I'm done discussing sports.
And then he said there'd be a VIP section for Brian in Palo Alto.
Oh, the red carpet. No, it has those little, like the red carpet rope. That's like the
velvet rope.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Steiny's the one who's bringing bottle service out to you, and it's instead of like flares and stuff, he just throws the bottle at you.
Drink that haterade.
Oh, God. It was, honest to God.
That's really important. Hey, can we tease what we're doing tomorrow or not yet, Sam? Have we given the pass on that? Are we doing that? It's okay. We won't spoil it. There is something to be said about what we're doing today.
Think about this. We can tease it to reveal it tomorrow, maybe. I don't know.
We're doing something with Steiny and Goo here on the Morning Roast. Things are percolating behind the scenes that we're going to unveil tomorrow. We'll say it like that. How about that? Does that work?
Who else?
So we're excited about
that's
that.
a tease right
We're doing
there.
a partnership.
If we were going to haters of all things Bay Area sports that are associated somehow, some way with sports, with 95.7 The Game, like the YouTube chat would be in there somewhere, right? Because there's a ton of haters that are in there.
We got all the haters there. We love haters. Haters hate, and we love them. You know why? Because if you don't have haters, there's a problem.
Okay.
You got haters, you ain't popping.
There you go. T. Swift said it best.
Who else would be in this bar that Steiny created? I'm telling you, it's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
I'd be in the anti-Bo Nix bar, wherever that is, whether it's at Oregon
That doesn't
football,
count.
Denver Broncos. That's me, though. I'm just telling you. If he ever
That's just
becomes the
called a bar.
49ers quarterback, I might be in that bar. That's it.
Like, is there a mural of LeBron James somewhere on the wall?
The ghost of trauma past is going to be all on display.
Like, there's got to be like Mahomes.
The ghost of Trey Lance.
Like a fat head of Mahomes, the ghost of Trey Lance.
Ooh, this is the
no,
ghost
it's just
of
the
Trey
evaporation
Lance.
of 3 picks.
Oh my God. Is it going to be, who else has like done more harm than good? Bob Melvin going to be in there?
Armando
Bo Mel?
Benitez, like a shrine to Armando Benitez and Mark Melanson.
Oh no.
Yeah, Bob Melvin's in there.
Bo Mel's in there. Who else?
Bob's in like the sleeping area. Like there's a bunch of pillows and then there's Bob.
Pete Carroll's
just
there.
sleeping.
Pete Carroll's hanging out.
100%.
Pete Carroll's he's just like, oh, whatever. Nick Sirianni hanging out there. Oh, Big Dom. Big Dom's hanging out there. He's the bouncer.
There's
definitely a drink named after.
Dom is the bouncer.
There's definitely a drink named after Big Dom at this bar.
Big Dom Perignon. There you go. There you go.
That's a good one.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Who was
Kyle Williams is one of the bartenders.
Oh no, Kyle
Keeps
Williams.
dropping your drink.
Sam, you're on fire.
You think Jimmy Garoppolo's hanging out as a VIP there? Towards the end, people
So
hated
Jimmy Garoppolo's one of the
Steal your girl?
Yeah, that's
Jimmy
right.
Garoppolo's one of the waiters, but he's got to bring your food to the wrong table.
No, he's gonna steal. He's gonna steal your girl
he
too.
brings the food to the wrong table. Oh,
It's all time. 888-957-9570.
and they got like Tom Sula being interviewed by Kozimor on a loop somewhere, right?
Chip Kelly hanging out there. Just all the coaches section. You have the bad ownership section, bad general manager section.
Oh, well,
You
then
have
John
it all.
Fisher has to be a co-owner of this bar.
100%.
Oh my goodness.
Moves it to Sacramento.
Which means there's like a shovel in the ground somewhere.
Oh, did you see that though? There's cement.
What?
There's cement in the
There's
ground.
cement. There's a foundation that have started at the A Stadium in Vegas.
They poured.
Did Townie pour it?
I've got the greatest concrete stat that not even Golden State Lumber knows. That's coming up next, okay, babe? On Ace Cast.
Townie pour it. Sam, you are like the 9 o'clock hour is yours.
And that's going to be...
Some more concrete.
Thank you for finishing it. I needed it, Sam.
You did the alley. I did you.
Can we just have a legitimate conversation? She is the worst
Okay,
podcaster.
I'm not getting down.
What's going in this one?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm out.
Why are we afraid?
I'm out.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
There's some very good, talented broadcasters of both genders, and she's just not good. It's okay. Every day, Instagram is roasting her someone is doing the impression, roasting
You
it.
know who's actually been crushing it, though, lately? And I'm going to give them their flowers because we were talking about it. Kevin Dan on the calls for the Valkyries.
I love Kevin
He's
Dan.
been absolutely destroying it. And I love what the Valkyries have been doing lately. And we need to be talking more about the Valkyries, Joe. All right?
You give a tip to Sprewell, who's one of the waiters, and he chokes you out. That's what the
Oh,
408
my God.
saying at this bar.
Well, in this scenario, the Valkyries will be playing in the playoffs, and we're going to be rooting for the Washington Mystics instead. Is that what we're doing?
This is the greatest. This might be the greatest text line of all time. In the Steiny bar, it's located in Howard Terminal. Oh my God, that is so good.
Jack London Square.
That is so good.
That's so
it's
perfect.
Incredible.
Next to the
oh my God.
Next to the Cost Plus World Market over there, over at Jack London Square.
I guess you could have a chain and set it up at Hunters Point too, just to keep driving it home.
No, Fremont. Go Fremont as well. There's one there.
The entire
the one in San Jose, but the Giants block it.
Yep.
There's a sign out
Bud
front.
Selig's he's a VIP. Are you kidding me?
100% blue ribbon panel.
There you go.
There's a sign
Bobby
out front
Manfred.
that says
Blue ribbon seats.
Guru will be on stage at 9 and he never shows up.
Oh no!
This guy
Evan
is
instead.
such a D.
It's Evan and Grandy, the Grandy man. Mark Giddings and Evan Grandy.
Shut up, Evan.
Is Kelly Oubre at this bar?
Oh my God. Kelly Oubre. No, Nick Friedell's absolutely there.
Oh, Friedell won
Bonus title.
He's in the VIP section, hanging out with Brian. And
No, he's in the bonus section, not the VIP section.
Nick Friedell is absolutely there. Grant Cohn's hanging out. Yeah,
I love Grant.
I know, but he's definitely there, right? Come on, Grant's definitely there.
Jimmy G and Kapler are both staring into the same mirror.
They're staring at each other, thinking it's a mirror.
Oh, the all-time haters in the Bay Area sports scene are who?
And Farhan's got to be at this bar somewhere.
Oh my!
He's platooning who the waiters are
with his cackle, with his yeah. Just a goofy there, not Krusty the Clown.
Hey guys, I needed this laugh. I've had a lot of like just stuff going on at the house with the poor dog and everything, and it's just
Dog
been
okay?
tough.
What's going on?
Poor guy's he's got a diaper right now. It's
too bad. That sucks.
He's doing a little better. It's just I'm carrying him up and down the stairs.
What do you want to see from joint practices today? Like, they're going up against the Raiders. The Broncos, I think we all agree, are going to be like a really good team. The Raiders are not going to be a good team. They'll be maybe like their high ceiling is like maybe they'll be 6-10, maybe, or maybe they'll get 7 wins. I think they're over under 6.5 from Vegas.
I don't know what to make of it.
I don't know what to make of it, but I would like to see the Niners just be better today. Can they do that?
Chip Kelly's the OC.
Chip Kelly is that.
I mean, you want to talk about a reunion here? I mean, Chip Kelly.
I actually don't hate who they have on offense.
Do you think Jed daps up Chip Kelly when he sees him? Like, thank you for that season because it got us Kyle Shanahan.
You think Kyle Shanahan, Chip Kelly, they do a meeting of the minds when it comes to offensive?
No, because
packages?
Kyle has a fullback and Chip would never use a fullback.
No, he's not. Well,
So those two minds don't ever.
He's going to have Ashton Genty. Are you interested to see him on Saturday?
Oh, I like Ashton
The
Genty.
Niners'
I'm
run
rooting for
defense,
him.
I have questions about now.
They've got nice weapons. Like the Raiders have nice weapons. They have good personnel.
Well, I think you'll see some of them too, which is what I'm saying. That you'll see, like, because you saw the Broncos in the first game too. They played a lot of their ones.
Exactly.
So
Max Crosby, I think, is the guy that I'm circling, and I'm like, oh boy,
yeah.
Is Trent going to play?
Right. I would like to see it.
It sounds to me like George Kittle is the only guy on offense who really looks like he is just head and shoulders above everyone else. I'm just going off the reports from everyone. Not that Trent isn't good, but he doesn't.
Or McCaffrey, we don't know really.
Well, both of them, Trent and CMC, have been on more of a pitch count, snap count than Kittle. It sounds like Kittle every day is dominating.
And who do you want to see dominate today, Niner fans? 888-957-957. Who needs to dominate, quite frankly, either in the preseason or in the joint practices today? I would like to see Brock Purdy. First and foremost, he should dominate that secondary. They got no one in Vegas. He should dominate that secondary. There's no one. There's not a Pat Surtain over there. Barron. It is Barron, actually. There you go. The whole secondary for me, as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of up in the air what ifs. He should dominate today, is what I'm saying. But that goes back to the offensive line. It's Max Crosby going to be dominating the O-line. I would like to see Trent Williams there. Obviously, they got, Nick Bosa, I expect to dominate too. They got the Colton Millers of the world. And don't really know who else on that right side.
Let me give you, not like a scorching hot take. I just have this feeling we're going to get close to a career year from Bosa.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
You think not saying he's DPOY, but he'll be on a DPOY level this year, you think?
Well, throw the awards are always tough because you got to be good. Your team's got to be good. You got to impact winning and all that. I'm talking I think he's on the pace for like a 15 sack season plus. I think that's on deck this year. And I'm really interested to see if Bryce Huff can give them kind of like what they got from D Ford. You look at the stats and you didn't see these crazy, gaudy sack numbers from D Ford, but when you watch the games, tremendous pressure. He forced guys to step up, and other dudes were either getting sacks or they were forced to release the ball, the quarterback was, way quicker than they wanted to. I wonder if Bryce Huff can give them that kind of impact. I really do.
I love that, and obviously any rookies that are going to be healthy or suiting up or first-year players with the team, I would love to see step up as well and show flashes, because I love what Romanowski told us last hour, Joe. Bill Romanowski joined us. Really good stuff. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. Full interview there. But he was just like, I shouldn't have to look for people to make plays. They should just make them. Like, that's how you separate yourself from joint practices and from Saturday. What are you looking at me like that?
I've got a lot of things sparking in my head. I have bad ADD.
What's up?
So now I'm imagining Barkley and Brian Windhorst at the bar, and Barkley's ordering shots, and Windhorst is paying for him with a checkbook championship.
Oh, God.
Checkbook.
Richard Jefferson, is he out there too?
Yeah, saying we.
We a lot. There you go. Who else all time? Nick Wright? Do we have Nick Wright on there yet?
Nick Wright's nose.
Beat me by 1 second on that.
Nick Wright's nose is somewhere with the booger sugar.
Hey, relax on the big noses, okay? As someone with a schnoz myself, I stick up for all big noses around here. Bill Romanowski, who wouldn't learn a rookie's name unless they made plays.
Instead of chicken feet, they got Antonio Brown's feet.
I always had this thing when I became a veteran where I wouldn't even learn a rookie's name until he showed me something. Till he showed me he could make plays out on the field. And then I would actually learn his name and call him by his name. Other than that, it was always, hey, Rook. And that's just kind of something I did.
By the way, Bill Romanowski, as you mentioned the feet with Antonio Brown, remember Romanowski was like, hey, Antonio.
Dude, he was on the show.
Yeah.
He said, come to my cryogenic chamber here at my house. We'll fix your feet in a week. He was dead serious. He was like pleading to him.
Everyone was pleading. We had the John Gruden cuts. Please stop this bleep and play football.
Instead of a bucking bronco.
The conversation.
Instead of a bucking bronco or the mechanical bull, it's Bonte's horse and chariot at this Haterade bar.
But he loves Bay Area sports. Why would Bonte be there?
Well, it's because he's hating on Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy.
He's not hating on Fast Five, though. Is he, Carter? Chasky, you can't bring up Antonio Brown's feet with me at all. That whole song, it's like a fever dream.
No, the
whole thing was insane.
He recorded everything illegally and then was like, Mama, I'm free. Was it Grandma or Mama? He's like, I'm free.
I think it was one of them.
I'm out. And I was like, this guy is completely insane.
And Josh Jacobs was talking about, like, I think either being in the room or being around Antonio Brown when that happened as a rookie. He's like, dude, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, this is a safe space, right?
Sure.
Everybody has these guilty pleasures in life.
And thousands of people.
Things that they like watch. Like some people watch The Housewives. You watch what, Love Island?
Love Island. I am in love with.
Yeah. Antonio Brown's social media account. I can't avoid it. It was like OJ's. Like I know he's bad. I know it's wrong. I know. It's funny though. Like it's bad. It's so bad. It's so unethical, immoral, however you want to. I couldn't stop finding, because I wasn't following him, because I don't want to get caught following him, but it just would pop up, and I just, oh my God.
By the way,
that For You section of Twitter, man.
It's just insane.
By the way, Antonio Brown still currently wanted on attempted murder charge in Miami. So.
Oh, boy.
Just,
yeah, he's never coming back to this country.
Where is he?
If the sock doesn't fit.
You got Sam.
I don't know what I have after
Highway Tang.
Pork Highway Tang.
Tang. Dude, the Giants, they've made me crazy, dude.
Giants have made all of us crazy. I guess that's my final
thought. Giants, they're the Giants because they suck.
There you go, Nick and Berkeley saying it for me.
Giants. It's so good.
Hey,
it's so good.
Hey, they better not be sleeping on the Rays. They're coming in red hot, the Rays. They're the Sun Rays right now because they just took a series up in Sacramento.
It's going to be series big weekend.
Is Rex Ryan giving Antonio Brown a foot massage in this Haterade bar?
Well, it's him or is Deshaun Watson there too? If we're talking about, I don't know. Justin Tucker. I'm sorry. We need to stop. We're going to get in trouble. I don't know what's happened. The last
So
20
Carter,
minutes.
what is your final thought
there's
today?
A lot that's been happening these last 20 minutes. Carter, what's up?
Yeah, I'll give my final take. My final take of the day is what the heck is up with the NFL and Rashee Rice? So they're having his disciplinary hearing on September 30th. Mind you, this incident in Dallas happened last offseason. So he was able to play a whole year, and now he's going to be able to play the first 4 weeks. A guy like Jordan Addison, who is suspended the first 3 games of the year for a DUI, but this guy just hits multiple cars on the freeway. I mean, what are we doing? If he wasn't on the Chiefs, would this happen?
I have no idea. It's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Pisses me off.
I know this. Money helps when you're fighting a case.
Chiefs should benefit.
Dude, Sam is batting 1,000.
Hey, he was hitting those 101 miles an hour yesterday on the mound. His stuff is so bad.
So you had the over
He
100?
almost looked as good as Yu Darvish on Monday night.
Oh, well, Yu Darvish looked like Cy Young. He was incredible. I love the first thing I talked about Rashee Rice. Chiefs should benefit from timing of Rashee Rice's suspension. Of course they do. Because it's the Chiefs. Of course, they might as well, right? It just, oh my God. Frank Clark going to be there too, and the talking all that smack and talking about Honey Badger. Just that whole Chiefs team that was talking all that mess.
Aaron Andrews just interviewing Richard Sherman in perpetuity.
Travis Kelce, he'll be there. Jason Kelce. Hey, Taylor Swift might be there too.
She dropped a new album on Jason Kelce's podcast.
Awesome. That's great.
I'm going to be listening to on the way home today.
She dropped an entire new album?
Yeah. Like, what's it called? Life of a Showgirl. That's what she's called.
Life of the only showgirl. There's only one.
Who is it?
The one from Saved by the Bell. Poor Kaiway Tang. Thank you.
That was the
then
Fast
Demi
Five.
Moore.
Then Demi Moore. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny Guru, our next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. But I do want to, my final thing, my one thing before we say goodbye, I urge everyone to go out there. You know, if you need to get your mental health checked out, if you need to talk to someone, I say go do that. The place to do it is called Alma. So go search ALMA.com. Search it. That's what I used. If you have insurance, if you don't have insurance, if you're employed, if you're not employed, check it out. You will find someone, I promise you, that you can talk to, the right schedule, the right person, the right practitioner. Everything you need is there. ALMA.com. It's Alma. I use that. I talk to my therapist once a week. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life for my mental health. I urge you to do the same on 95.7 The Game.
They're not the Giants, they're the Giants because they suck.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back to the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. Explore the full line of Monogram appliances beautifully displayed in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
big rigs that hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are
Don't
blocked.
wait. Get into a new Honda HR-V now. It's the Honda Summer Event, brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show is brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Step back in time and honor the greatest generation at Spirit of 45 Living History Day and Swing Dance on August 16th at History Park in San Jose. This year we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Allied defeat of the Axis powers with authentic 1940s fashion, music, dance, and historic exhibits, along with heartfelt tributes to our World War II heroes. Don't miss this unforgettable tribute to America's finest hour. Living History Day admission starts at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for tickets and information.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's off again. All right, I'll figure it out. What's up, Goo? How you doing?
What's up, baby? Thursday? Well, I'm not thirsty, but it's Thursday, baby.
It is Thursday, and the Giants coming off. Well, you tell me what they're coming off.
A shellacking, another embarrassment. And we were in the studio. We couldn't talk about it as the game was happening in real time. But, man, Steiny, 13-14 at home. And I'll say this, they haven't had a stretch like that since they come west.
Yeah, and
let me just leave that there.
Let me just be clear. When you say 13 of 14, you mean losses.
Yes.
At home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 months ago, the Giants were 41-29, tied for first place. Just 2 months ago, Goo.
Man.
They're 18-33 since.
And I heard some birds yesterday. Some boo birds. Some boo birds.
Oh.
Did you hear them?
Yeah.
I heard them.
I did too.
All right. Kind of came out Sunday, too, against the Nationals as they took BP in that route.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, what makes a fan boo? Because I think if fans determine that everybody's trying, that usually is enough. If the fans can tell that the team's given an effort. So I always feel, Goo, like a boo signifies a fan thinking the team not is just underachieving, but isn't trying as hard as other teams.
Or
and
look lifeless.
That is a problem.
Yeah, or look lifeless.
Well, Tim Duncan looked lifeless, but he was
a bit
pretty
fundamental.
good.
But he could look lifeless because you knew, he was taking it out on the opponents. And I'll die on this hill. When you pay for a ticket, I honestly believe, even if you go to a show, a play, whatever you pay for, you have the right to boo. And I'll die on this hill. This team is underachieving to me. You look at the collection of talent, and we can go down at Adames, Ramos, Chapman, Devers. Steiny, this something's up, and I understand Giant fans booing like, nah, this ain't it, Jack. Especially after you mentioned they were 40-28. This ain't it.
No, and I feel like there's, when you're out of answers and you don't understand why a team's not achieving what they should be achieving or what certain people feel they should be achieving, then it does come down to Bob Melvin. And I feel like if things continue this, what are they, 3 under 500?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, to me, I think this is a 500 team again. But if they finish 10 games under 500, that to me matters. I mean, the next 40 games matters, and I think they can give you an indication of where this team is. And I mean, if they finish the season 15-23, and they finish 10 or 11 games under 500, I think that's a much bigger problem than if they hang in there, show some grittiness, and have another year where they're 80-82. I think 80-82 might be okay for Melvin, but if they finish 10 games under 500 from where they were, then that is a big, big nosedive. And then maybe you take a look at it. But again, we have to figure out the way Posey is looking at this situation.
And that's why I asked you to put yourself in his shoes. And Evan clipped our conversation, but your comment about if you're even thinking or pondering about running Melvin, do it now. But Steiny, it's nuance because I believe with 41 games left, even when it was at 44, let's just say Posey didn't have the thought and the bottom's falling out. I mean, I think there is something at stake with how this team looks. And it may not even be wins. But now you just said it with a little energy, and I need to make sure and clarify this is where you were going. But you're not assuming now that they're 59-62, 3 under, that 500 is done data. You're right. This thing could spiral so out of control to where if Buster wasn't thinking about it, or I'm gonna give it, the rest of the season, if they end up somehow 12 or 15 under, Steiny, I really believe, forget that option. It's a wrap. Shout out Saran. It truly is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Giants fan and you're looking at Melvin, have you made up your mind already as a fan what you want to see? Guru thinks, I mean, let me ask you this, Goo. Is there any way he saves his job this year if they don't make a run?
Well, if he does, Steiny, it wouldn't be anything on the baseball diamond, and you might say, "Goo, that's a stretch or that's rough." It would be something off the field, relationship-wise, somebody vouching for him. But all I know is the young players, the veterans, they don't have answers, and they're playing like that. And let me tell you something. This next series at home, starting tomorrow with the Rays, who ran roughshod over the A's, they're playing for something. If this continues, I don't think he can do anything, and I hope you would give me this credit. Not that I'm looking for it or begging. Managers matter in baseball to me, and Steiny, the first 2 months of the season, even when things were good, there's something about Bo Mel that I felt like I questioned, but I didn't have the data that I do now to where the team just looks like the light's not on. Shout out the Johnsons. The light's not on. So I'm telling you, he wasn't my cup of tea then, and now I really feel like the momentum and lack thereof with the team on the diamond is kind of sealing his fate.
Yeah,
Why do you think they booed? And it happened Sunday as well.
They booed because those games, when you lose, like the score shows,
6-0 second inning,
8-0 and 11-1, you're not going to look good. And I think the Ramos throw or non-throw was something that.
Well, yeah, some people defending him, Steiny.
Well, that's a joke.
You think so?
Of course.
We hadn't got into it, but
if you want to get into the specifics of Bob Melvin, I think that is one, and that is. Let me find that one.
Like you can't do any wrong. He won't call you out. Like I would have threw that ball if I'm Ramos, and maybe it didn't go where it was supposed to, but anything is better than having that, throw it in the turf monster on film. Like, I would have rather throw it to second base, Steiny, been like, what are you doing? Then we could have blamed the second baseman, but some are saying nobody was there, and he got caught mid-throw, but that was just a microcosm of what's been going on.
Yeah, this is
and
what
I hate it was Ramos.
This is what Melvin said about the defensive line.
You're talking about Ramos in his defense. He's throwing to second base, and we're double cut, and we're in the wrong spot as far as the cutoff and relays goes. So he's throwing the ball to second base, sees that nobody's there, and it came out of his hand. So it wasn't his fault. It was more how we were positioned for the cutoff. And then the ball gets by, Bailey over his head, and it just looks bad. The way we've been playing, it looks horrible. Now it's all of a sudden it's 7-0, and we're in the second inning, and the way we've been playing, it's just miserable feeling.
What if your partner told you, hey, Bob, there is no defense for that. Just let it marinate and say you don't know what the hell happened, but don't get him off the hook for something that was out of the Bad News Bears playbook. Shout out Kelly.
But what if... And I think
it wasn't his fault. My gosh, what are we doing?
But this is kind of who Melvin is. He's gonna protect a player rather than rip a player, right?
But now you need to start protecting your own neck.
Well, if it wasn't his fault, you still want him to rip him?
If it wasn't his fault,
if it wasn't Elliot Ramos's fault, do you still want him to rip him for making the throw?
Well, again, I'm not coming at you like I'm Mr. Baseball, but that was Ramos's fault. It's not an interception on a football field where the receiver wasn't looking, Evan, or ran the wrong route. Ramos threw the ball in the ground. I can't remember seeing that. So maybe, Evan, I'm missing something, but that's on Ramos.
Do you want to play the cut one more time?
Yeah. I mean, what I'd like him to do is explain who was wrong because they didn't have the cutoff guys set up right.
You're talking about Ramos in his defense. He's throwing to second base, and we're double cut, and we're in the wrong spot as far as the cutoff and relays goes. So he's throwing the ball to second base.
He didn't
sees that
throw
nobody's
it to
there,
second.
and it came out of his hand. So it wasn't his fault. It was more how we were positioned for the cutoff.
Evan,
and then
he didn't
the ball
throw
gets
it to
by,
second.
Bailey over his head, and it just looks bad. The way we've been playing, it looks horrible. Now it's all of a sudden it's 7-0, and we're in the second inning, and the way we've been playing, it's just miserable feeling.
So what happens is you get the ball off of the left field wall, you turn, and he's going to throw the ball
right
to second base. No one's there. No one's at second base. So he's trying to basically hold the ball, and in the process of doing it, it comes out of his hands and looks like it's Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Now, if he's going to call out Christian Koss or maybe Dom Smith for not trailing the runner, that's one thing. But I don't understand for the life of me why everyone is killing a guy when all he did was turn, look, had the ball fall out because nobody on his team was there to pick him up.
All right, give me this, Evan. If people aren't versed like you in baseball, it looked bad.
That's what Bob Melvin said.
Bob
His
Melvin
last
what?
comments. It looked bad.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to play some more Bob Melvin because I think it feels like something's going on and I want to try to read into it. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Another big crowd out there yesterday at Oracle, and the boos were out. What was so frustrating yesterday to a fan that made you want to boo? Because
I got an answer.
It feels like some fans are feeling enough is enough, and that's what I want to get into. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops?
Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Hammered down the line. This will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score. Yeah. That's unbelievable.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Kruko's like fourth unbelievable here in the last 2 to 3 weeks, Steiny.
He also pulled what we're starting to do as a three-man group when somebody says something and you go, what? He was trying to say, Yikes.
Now, Evan showed me that clip, and I went home, saw the highlight, but I will give Evan's point some credence in regard to, okay, it wasn't Ramos's 100% his fault, but why didn't you throw Dom Smith or Koss under? Like, come at somebody right there.
Well, I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. But first, let's play it again. Right. So if you didn't see the play, Ramos is fielding the double off the wall. He turns. He's going to throw to second base. There's nobody there. So he kind of spikes it into the ground, and it looks really bad. And Melvin was asked about it.
If you're talking about Ramos in his defense, he's throwing to second base, and we're double cut, and we're in the wrong spot as far as the cutoff and relays goes. So he's throwing the ball to second base, sees that nobody's there, and it came out of his hand. So it wasn't his fault. It was more how we were positioned for the cutoff. And then the ball gets by, Bailey over his head, and it just looks bad. The way we've been playing, it looks horrible. Now it's all of a sudden it's 7-0, and we're in the second inning, and the way we've been playing, it's just a miserable feeling.
All right. So here's what I think.
He's hurting.
I think coaches know there are certain guys you get on, and there's certain guys you don't get on. Or you give certain guys just a little more leeway. I feel like Melvin right there was sticking up for Ramos, because everybody who watched the game and the play had to acknowledge that Ramos looked bad.
Okay,
Obviously,
right.
he
No
looked
doubt.
bad on that throw.
Right.
All right. So he wants to protect Ramos. Okay, so my thought then was, well, who are the two cutoff men that messed up?
Yeah. Who are the culprits?
Okay, so one is Koss. Bob Melvin really gonna undress Koss? And then Dom Smith, who was picked up a couple months ago and is really
in no man's land. Yeah.
But he's been pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, Dom Smith's given him everything they could have wanted from him. And I just think that he looks at Koss, who maybe he doesn't even look at as a big leaguer, and Dom Smith, who's been really solid, and I don't want to throw him under the bus for his first mistake like that. And so maybe that's why those three particular players he didn't undress.
Well,
One
you
is
could have
because
expanded, though, Steiny. Because you did come to his defense. It wasn't Ramos's fault. Well, go into it. Lay out whose fault it was. Even if I hear what you're saying, they're not the stewards of your team, but just break it down. Let us know who was wrong. Just another, and you could say he's taking two for the team because it was two guys' fault. if it's not Ramos. But you're right. It did look bad for Ramos, and the fans acted as such.
I do want to say, though, this is one of those things where if he comes down, I think you come down Koss's road or Dom Smith's road, I wouldn't. And the reason I wouldn't is because it's the same reason why when the Warriors struggle, I can't stand when we come down the bench guy, Guy Santos, Pods.
But even if they made a bad play, you can't speak on it?
I mean, has Guy
Melvin,
Santos...
real quick, Steiny, Melvin may have bigger fish to fry.
That's what I mean.
And he's so pissed off, they just gave up a tip. You know what I mean? Like,
listen,
so maybe as disappointed as I am in him, maybe he's got bigger fish to fry than sit up there and break that down like Baldy.
Well, I also think that, I mean, I'll tell you this. If he comes down Koss and Dom Smith's road, the first thing I'm saying is, well, that's easy to come down their road. One guy might not even be a major league player, or I shouldn't say that, but these are Koss could be a river cat, and Dom Smith's been a journeyman. It's like he rips those guys. I think then he opens himself up to, well, what about the guys that should be carrying this team? Those are the guys you gotta
and nobody's doing
go
that
after
right now. Nobody's doing it.
But that's kind of not his MO to go after those kind of guys. But I hear what you're saying. This is more Bob Melvin on, it's funny, people go, well, what now? Where do they go from here? And I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a wise ass, but it's like there's only one way to go. You got to finish out the season, and we got to find out if this team's going to scratch and claw or if it's going to continue to play like it has the last 2 months. And I know it sounds trite, Goo, but sometimes seasons like this, you realize who you should keep and who you shouldn't because of how they approach these tough times.
Yeah, and I'll say this, because I know you got some more sound from Bo-Mel, but the bottom line is for the people in the back, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't agree. If you keep saying, oh, next year we'll just hit the reset button, if you look at the books currently today, Adames is coming back. Devers is coming back. Chapman is coming back. Ramos is coming back. Jung-Hoo Lee is coming back. Unless something just pops off and it's the 4th of July and something happens and Buster just goes madman. But as far as me giving you that tidbit, I just don't trust, okay, all it'll take is, we're 0-0 and everything will be fine. And that's why I'm questioning it's time to bring in a new voice.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how Posey feels, then he's got to get rid of Bob Melvin, obviously.
Steiny, I would give you my last cent, not a lot, my last penny to find out what Buster is feeling, right? Like, is he just blown away at how inept they have been? I just want to know that. And does it take an idiot? Would I be a dummy to, come on, Goo, he's got to be like seething. Not just that they're losing, the way that they're looking. And you talked about why they booed yesterday. Steiny, people took off work. People paid parking. All the stuff that we talk about with concessions. And if that were a 15-round prize fight, they got knocked out in the second round. And it wasn't even, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, kudos for the people that stayed.
That's a nice atmosphere out there.
Well, you know what I mean. They come for baseball. And, boy, that thing was nasty early.
I can't disagree with you. On that. Here's more Bob Melvin. Here you go, Bob. Now what? Where do you go from here?
We just got to concentrate on winning a game, not worry about the standings, not worry about where the wild card is. Playing a clean game and winning a game and getting back to playing clean baseball. So, at this point in time, we have to go inning to inning, game to game, not worry about the standings at this point.
You think Bob Melvin is excited about this job right now?
Well, he better be, because now I think he's fighting for his. I really, truly do, Steiny. You better be excited. And you and Evan were having fun with me in the green room. 41 games left, 5.5 back. Normally, if you're playing good baseball, sound baseball, it's just not going your way. Maybe you get hot, who knows? But right now, if this was NASDAQ, Steiny, and the Giants were a stock, who would buy it? They're telling you who they are. And who was that the other day when somebody says or showing you, Carter, when somebody's showing you who they are, believe them. That's been my hardest lesson in life.
Yeah,
Somebody keeps cheating on you in a relationship.
Hey.
They're a cheater. Now, why would you say, hey?
Well,
it hurt, but, you get past it, move on.
You
got some stuff that happened to you?
I think everybody's had stuff happen to them, right?
But some have a better, they can let it go and process it. But some that hold on and jump in like you just did. Don't talk about that.
I just don't believe.
You might be harboring something, so I'm sorry if I opened up an old wound.
No. I just don't believe that anybody has ever been spared hardship one way or the other. We've all loved and lost.
Well, how about this? Somebody's got to be the scapegoat. How about that just in sports?
Hey, that's what Damon Cheng just wrote. Look at that.
Great minds think alike. Huh. And I was looking at you. At you. Yeah.
5.5 back. That's a lot.
Feels like 9.5, doesn't it? When you can't score, partner.
You and me disagree on how close a team is. Like, I think 5.5 is a lot with the teams in between them. And you know what also makes it a lot? When you can only win 1 out of 3 games. That's going to be tough. If you were at that game yesterday and you were booing, was there something specific you were booing, or was it just the overall sloppiness? Here we go. Truth with a $1.99 super chat on the YouTube chat, and we haven't heard this in a while. Trade Kuminga and Moody and Pods. Okay, thank you. Back to the Giants.
Yeah.
We'll take your $2.
Yeah, Pods with a new job. Correspondent, the Valkyries correspondent for Willard and Dibs. I listened to him yesterday. That's pretty dope.
They won again.
They are hot, man.
They won 3 in a row.
Without their best player.
They are in.
Kudos.
They remain in 7th place. The top 8 teams make the postseason in the WNBA.
I got to be careful here.
They were sleeping on them.
No doubt. And I'll say this to that. We talked about the atmosphere and how electric it is when you're at a game. Imagine if they do qualify for the playoffs and you get a home playoff game here at Chase. Imagine how crunk that will be. The roof might come off that thing.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yep.
You say you're going to get out there more.
Yeah, I am. I mean that. They got Pods. We got them.
You don't have to get defensive about it. I believe you.
Well,
just saying.
We'll see.
You want to hear more Bob Melvin?
Yeah, Evan told me there's some nuggets.
You want to get fired up?
Let's do it.
Let's get fired up. How do you play a clean game when you haven't played a lot of clean games?
You just go out there and continue to try to play. You probably take a look at some different compliments like we are at this point in time right now. We might be at the point here pretty soon where we give some guys some days off and look at some other guys. I'd still hate to admit that we're at that point. But we talk about being a pitching and defense team. We've pitched well all year, but our defense has not been good, really all year. So that's the main part that we need to clean up, and that's the part that really looks bad when you play games like this.
And I would just say to Bob, not even critiquing that, because it sounds like the 5.5 to him is not inviting, Steiny. I got some white flag in that, but you're not deep enough to give guys rest. You talked about it. I believe that if you go that route, it's almost like you're calling the dogs off.
Well, doesn't it feel like that anyway? And didn't Posey send that signal first?
Well, you told me Ramos can't miss a day, even if you kind of wanted to, back with the base running blunders or whatnot. Oh, you can't afford Goo to have him out the lineup. And now he's saying something else.
Yeah, because they're not in it. Like, they're not in it anymore, he doesn't feel like. And the reality is the first shot was fired by Buster Posey. Buster Posey, to my way of thinking, outside of a fan who didn't think this team was going anywhere, Buster Posey was the first guy in the organization that was like, no, this ain't happening. I'm not buying for this particular team. I'm selling.
Well, I feel like the first shot was their play, their lackluster play. And Buster reacted to that.
Sure. You can look at it that way. That's fine.
Is there anybody out here in the Bay that will call 888-957-9570 and tell us they believe this team's still in it? There can't be. Willard and Dibs had a funeral yesterday.
Well, that surprised me.
You know what it did to me, too? And let's talk about it. If they get in, the Giants somehow, miraculously, they can't be a part of it, right?
No.
They had the funeral at the church.
You know what?
Right here at 95.7 The Game, Laughing Monk Studios. We love you. It was fun.
Here's the bottom line.
But you can't put them in the coffin.
Here's the bottom line. Dibley and Willard now will get an invitation extended to them from the Haters Bar. They can now come to my bar
Stoddy, that was
where
phenomenal.
we root against all the Bay Area teams because they're clearly no longer fans of the team. The minute the Giants start to struggle, they bury them. It's just a shame. You hate to see it.
Yeah, they had the eulogy.
And, it's one of my, I try to be nice about it, but come on, fans. You got to be more faithful than that.
That was a nice segment.
Come on, Willard and Dibs. I would have tried to hang in there another 10 games or so.
And here come the Rays. Like, it doesn't even matter who it is. The Pirates swept you at home. It could be anybody. They're just, man.
Do I really want to extend an invite to Willard? To my bar?
Yeah. Shasky was telling you he liked that. Him and Spadoni, they like that idea.
Yeah.
It should be called Steiny's because people know you as a hater.
No, I think.
Just call it Steiny's.
No, that won't work.
What you mean? Well, I just own it.
There's Guru. It's called telling it like it is. That's what it is. There's no malice. There's no malice in anything I say. I just try to observe in the way I know how. And I'm observing Bob Melvin seemingly starting to acknowledge this team.
Can you play that soundbite one more time? The last one about we might have to sit some guys, and that was kind of like, wow.
You just go out there and continue to try to play. You probably take a look at some different compliments like we are at this point in time right now. We might be at the point here pretty soon where we give some guys some days off and look at some other guys. I'd still hate to admit that we're at that point. But when we talk about being a pitching and defense team, we've pitched well all year, but our defense has not been good, really all year. So that's the main part that we need to clean up, and that's the part that really looks bad when you play games like this.
I'll say that. Go ahead.
Well, the question always becomes, is Bob Melvin the reason that Ramos isn't a great defender?
Or that's Ramos, one part of it. Keep going down the list.
Well,
keep going down the list.
Okay, is it who's had a bad fielding year? Ramos has been most notable. Clearly. Damas has been mediocre. I don't dare say anything bad about Matt Chapman when Evans producing. But Chapman's made a couple errors.
Verlander is what he is?
Yeah.
At the Ronnie Lott age?
I'm talking more about the defense. Because if they thought pitching and defense was going to carry him, the pitching's hung on. The pitching's been okay. But the defense has been bad all year long.
The lack of communication, too, that leads to the bad defense. We've been seeing fly balls. Just saw one a couple days ago drop. Communication between the right fielder and center fielder is off. It just feels like they're infected.
I mean, they got a guy playing out of position. Maybe when he talks about giving days off, I mean, I wonder who he's talking about. And I mean that. Are you going to start giving Adames days off? For who?
Can you afford to? Because now I'm turning into you, what you were beating me over the head with the other day. Like, Bob says we're getting close. So what does that mean? Steiny 7.5? I come back and see you on Monday if they're 8.5 back of the wild card. Like, I kind of hated that for him to say we're getting close to that point because there's some white flag ingredients in that.
I actually think that it probably depends less on the record than how they're playing. Like if they're playing better, but they're not picking up any ground, I don't think he'll just go to subbing guys out. I mean, if they win 3 of 4 or 5 of 7, then you got to try to keep it rolling and see if you can win, 8 of 12 and make some hay. But, like, there's nothing to do until the plug is pulled official.
All right, and if I'm managing for my job, and maybe Bo Mel's tipping us off that his job is not in jeopardy, but if I think I'm managing for my job, the last thing I want to do is have reserves play and rest the big dogs when I don't have to. I'm no clinical doctor, Steiny, but I do want to run this by you. We've talked about every player on this Giant team, regardless of how good they are. We've seen them come up more often than not and fail in clutch situations. The Dodger series, they just can't get that big hit. I'm not making excuses. Do you think it could be anything to the fact that they're taking the ABs as a collective into the field, and that's why the defense is so porous? Or is it like, "Goo, this is a major league stop"?
I don't. That's tough for me to answer. You know what I mean? I think it's a fair question.
But you didn't call me crazy.
Well, it's part of baseball.
And the fans, I know they're like, okay, if it's that, then you got the wrong players if you can't shake that off.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I'm up here thinking, just talking to the people, like, you look at the book, the ledger, guys are coming back. They you know what I'm saying? Unless something just pops off, I mean, this is going to be, the team is going to be led by the guys that are right there now getting paid. Yeah. Chapman, one of them.
Yeah, and that's why, to me, you got to get better around them. And they got to get better.
And there, I was like, man, please, man, you brought it home with that.
But they also, I mean, we're not going to find out this year, but, down the road, we're going to find out if, those three guys can carry you or can at least lead a team to the postseason.
Well, when you signed them, you kind of when you brought two of them in, even Verlander, I got to believe Buster Posey thought the answer to that was yes.
I'm sure he did. But as things played out, I think you got to acknowledge that the leaders of the team have not been good and the role players have been awful for, this last 2 or 3 month chunk, and it's resulted in you being 3 games under 500. And now the decision becomes, whose fault is it? And what do we do? I mean, and I know you're not saying this, but I believe if you brought back the same team with a different manager, that would be insanity. Because I don't think it's just the manager.
Then I would say this to that, Steiny. Then on the Steiny metric, it feels like you're saying, because I think that's going to be the case. Now there'll be some moves around the edges, and okay, so I think, but man, that doesn't bode well for Bo Mel if you're saying that. Because right now, from my vantage point, that's what it looks like.
Well, I mean, I would look at next year and say, okay, what are we doing about the pitching? Like, they have to upgrade the starters right now.
You got to go shopping, yeah.
Okay, so
free agency, trade, anything.
I mean, that's kind of what I mean. I mean, if you're planning next year on Webb, Ray, Birdsong, Roop, and Wisenhunt, I don't know that this team's going to be any better next year with that staff, regardless of who they get, who they get to hit. But hey, next year's next year, and right now they got a day off, and they got to play out the season. It's really that simple.
13 of their last 14 they've lost at home. Just think
amazing.
About that. It is amazing.
It's pretty amazing. So I think I know the answer to this, but it sounds like you believe Melvin has lost the clubhouse.
I do. I do. And that doesn't mean I feel like the players hate him, but a player's biggest respect or compliment he can give his coach or manager is go out there and perform. And at least if you're not getting the individual games or you're struggling, at least give me some life. And they don't even have that across the board. And it's not me saying it. It's everybody you talk to that works for the Giants. The players have no answers. And Steiny, I mean, man, how far can that get you in regard to confidence of bringing that person back to say, okay, it'll change just because we got a new season?
I mean, my question would be, how you feel? Okay, you bring Melvin back. How you feeling? Some people might not like it. I would go this way. Well, if Patrick Bailey's your starting catcher next year, how you feeling?
Well, then now that's on Buster, though. That's on Buster to...
If Drew Gilbert's in right field...
Which he won't be, but I hear you. But that's on Posey to kind of get the necessary enhancements.
Exactly. So if you're saying that, then you are acknowledging at least the team's got to get better, even if they have underachieved.
No doubt.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get into the Niners on the other side because...
Football is back.
You can turn that on.
Football is back. Thank you, buddy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we got to get into the Niners. I feel like there might be a theme starting to emerge with our Bay Area teams, and I'm going to play some very interesting sound from Kyle Shanahan on the other side. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh, and we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Macy's One Day Sale is the one sale you can't miss because it's our best prices of the month, like jeweled women's sandals for $19.99 and under, 60% off premium bedding from Charter Club, and over half off Alfani 3-piece suits. Half off. Plus, it's Star Money Bonus Days, when Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster. Not a member yet? Join for free and earn $10 in Star Money for every 100 you spend. Tomorrow at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Subject to credit approval.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week, I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper on his And We Back tour on October 16th at the Masonic in San Francisco. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I mean, what can I say?
You're in a good mood. You got to tell the people why. Because I am shocked, man. Something just happened. Just shout them out.
Carter Chickering with and Evan thinking of me instead of themselves, and I really appreciate it.
You were in need, and without asking, they delivered. Shout out Carl Malone, the mailman.
I was in need of a closer.
Yeah.
And in came Mariano Chickering.
And look how your moods changed.
Well, Mariano just tore his ACL.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
How?
In an old-timers game.
Oh, my God.
You ought to take a lesson. Because this is
Saturday hoop might be canceled. What?
He didn't. It didn't look like he did anything.
He tore his ACL in batting practice when he was a player, shagging fly balls, and now he's torn his ACL in an old-timers game.
Man. Boy. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Goo.
Sorry, it's an Achilles.
Yikes.
When's the last time you went to a game and booed? Do you remember? You went to a game and booed the home team. Or, man, it could be the visitors. And I'm asking because yesterday there were a lot of boo birds out at the Giants game, as there were on Sunday when they got beat 8-0 by the Washington Nationals. And I'm just kind of thinking, what's got to happen for you to boo your home team? I make a lot of jokes about, you got to be more faithful and don't give up. But of course you can boo your own team if you see reason for it. My question would be, what is your reason for booing the Giants? What would it have been yesterday? Is it something in particular, or is it just something that is aggregated into full-on frustration?
All right, I'll say this. You asked me a question, and I'll keep it real. The last time I booed was the Dodgers, 1988. Dibs was at this game. It was a doubleheader Friday night at Candlestick against the Dodgers. Everything that it wasn't even just a ball would be hit to the second baseman of the Dodgers, and we were booing Kirk Gibson. That was kind of renegade stuff. We were having fun, young punks. But since I've been in the business, we where we sitting, you can't do that. But what constitutes booing to me is what the Warriors put out a couple years ago when Toronto and New Orleans came in here back to back
I remember
and
that.
beat them by 30 plus. And it was 30 before half. It felt like both nights, and the fans booed. So when you tell me, Goo, do you boo a player, which you can, because we can break it up now. But what the Giants have done together, I believe, constituted booing, and I don't even think they were offended because, again, you take days off, you do whatever to get to the park on a day game to stop your life to go, cheer and be happy and be put in a good mood and go eat and do whatever with your family or friends after and during, and to get that snatched out from you with the second inning and the collective of how they've been playing. Steiny, yesterday was exhibit A on you got a right to boo. Like, that was it.
I want to say that last year, it was last year, the Raptors and the
year before last.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to say you were at one of the games and I was at the other.
Yes,
so
you were.
You went to the Pelicans game, I think, which was the first game.
With the media pass, though, so.
Yeah, well, I just went as a fan.
But they booed,
and
they deserved to be booed. That was atrocious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
And that season ended losing to the Kings in the play-in.
Yeah, it did. So if I were to ask fans, when's the last time you booed your own team? Would you know? Or did you booed a specific player on a team? I can't remember if there's ever been a time when a specific player on the home team got booed. For example, I remember way back in the day when the Warriors traded Chris Webber to Washington, and then he came back as a Wizard.
I can't remember. Did they boo him?
Oh, my goodness. They booed him every time he touched the ball.
Wow. But that was boo of love because you left.
No, it was boos because a lot of fans believed he ruined the future of the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was Nelly.
And that's where a lot of fans had to take a side. Was it Nelly's fault or was it Weber's fault? And there were a lot of fans that were, Don Nelson, you got to remember, was pretty beloved back then. So a lot of people viewed Weber as kind of a spoiled brat who opted out of his contract and forced his way out. And I think back in the day, most people were on Nelson's side.
I wasn't.
Then it played out in a nightmarish way.
Let me do this. I feel like this is a grand slam of a comment from Damon Chang in the YouTube chat. How else would you show the front office you're not satisfied? Well, and I believe, not everybody that was booing yesterday wants a new manager, but I believe that is an activity, Steiny, of a way to show this is unacceptable. And that's what the 2025 Giants have been, their play. Even if you think they're not that good, Steiny, I believe what they've been how they've been playing to lose 13-14 just at home, that constitutes booing. So the messages and the boos, not just at the players, everything. And maybe some were screaming, make a change. And if I boo, you'll hear me, Buster. This is unacceptable. And we hope you think it is.
I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, a fan can express his pleasure, displeasure, however he or she wants. I don't think fans go to a game. They don't have the right to expect a win. That's for sure.
Especially here lately.
They had, but when you go to a game and you shell out the money that you shell out, and something happens on the field or on the court that's making you boo, I guess my question is why, what spurred that on yesterday? It's got to be a culmination of some kind.
Yeah,
and,
go ahead.
I mean, who said that? Damon Chang?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's another way, and that's just not to go.
And that's what Jim Molay just said. I didn't boo yesterday because I was not there, and this is a guy that has season tickets, Steiny. I wasn't spending my time and money. That's how I let ownership know. So maybe that's the next phase of this, is I guess if you're a front office, you got to look at it like at least they showed up to boo, but empty seats also send a message, and they haven't gotten there. So kudos to Giant fans. Steiny, I think it's par for the course to boo, because at least you're showing up.
A couple here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Armando Benitez, they say got booed. Giants closer. I'll tell you what, this is great knowledge. This is great knowledge because he's rung a bell on the Boxer and Gerson work attorney. Work Injury Attorneys text line. Chris Webber got hurt in that game. And some people, unfortunately, cheered. I actually remember that. He did get hurt in that game.
Yeah, that's a little too much for me. It ain't a little, it's too much for me. Never, you don't want to do that, right? Did Jordan Poole get booed his first game back? Can you remember?
If he did, I don't really remember.
All right.
Remember it. I booed this 510. I booed Jamarcus Russell.
Well, I know who booed
because
Poole.
He obviously didn't care about his play.
Mark Willard booed him.
I'll bet you he would say, no, I didn't.
Right.
Like, he would never acknowledge that.
Yeah, Poole wasn't Willard's guy. Oh, man.
I mean, anybody who was around back then.
But that's different.
No.
When you boo individuals, they're booing just a substandard. Steiny, just his performance play. And it's been going on for a couple months now.
Yeah. I'll tell you who got booed. Mike Dunleavy.
While he was still here or when he came?
When he was a player.
Yeah.
He got booed here. And I'm trying to think, were there any other
He
other
cannot
players?
be that guy.
That's great.
But yeah, I mean, yesterday it looked like.
Imagine if they dropped the first two to the Rays Saturday. Just
okay.
No, do you think the volume of boos will be louder?
Probably.
Oh my gosh. Or the Jim Olays where you don't go.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's somebody on the text line, the 415, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Forgot about these two. Joe Lacob.
I'm waiting for, I really believe a doc needs to, I know Jerry's got one coming out with Netflix and it hits it next week, but Steiny, Joe Lacob deserves one. And it starts that moment that he got booed. And Rick Barry, this is crazy. And then he went on to build a dynasty. I mean, my goodness. Then a privately funded arena to where the taxpayers didn't have to pay a cent, which is what we call Chase Center now. Like, my point is, there is enough meat on that bone to constitute a Joe Lacob doc.
Joe Lacob, wake up, man.
Wow. And I would title it, How I Did It.
Chris Cohan got booed at the All-Star game. The former owner of the Golden State Warriors.
And that was deserved.
With his kid by his side.
Protect your neck and chest, Naughty. People were
tried to use him as a human shield, and it did not work. That was ugly.
Yeah.
That was about as ugly as it got. Trying to think if the Niners have been booed.
And I was thinking, I can't remember.
I kind of remember this one. Colt McCoy for the Cardinals. Did he come in here last year and beat him?
No, that was a couple years ago.
You know, it couldn't have been last year.
Yeah,
am I thinking? But
McCaffrey fumbled last year at home.
There were a couple games. I mean, I'm sure Chip Kelly's teams and Jim Tomsula's teams got booed.
Yeah.
You would think. Do you get booed when a team is this despondent?
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
Man.
See, that's what I think. I think the Giants, I think there's a subtle difference between I just think they are really frustrated and they're out of answers, and now they're all pressing. They can't get it done.
So it's mental at this point?
Well, I just feel like they've kind of given in a little bit.
Now, what does that mean? Giving in means giving up.
No. I don't.
So what do you mean giving in?
I feel like if you play pro basketball, pro baseball, pro football, and you've been around for a little while, and you think about the game, and you're a smart player, you're able to look in that clubhouse or in that locker room and acknowledge when you don't have enough. And it doesn't mean you stop trying. It just means, I think, there's a piece inside a lot of the Giants players where they don't have the confidence anymore that they're a good team.
So when kids lose confidence, let's just say in schools, a school setting, it's up to the teacher to provide and get them back on the right track. Also, too, if a kid loses confidence in whatever they're doing, in the activity, it's on the parents. So do you have a problem with me saying if you are right, it's up to the manager to get that back?
No,
Steiny, let me talk to you.
I when I think of like a leader, or not a leader, when I think of a veteran, I think of a guy like Andre Iguodala.
Yeah.
All right. And that guy was kind of too smart for his own good.
Mm-hmm.
And no coach was gonna convince Andre Iguodala that he was on a good team when he didn't think he was on a good team. Like that, and I think some veterans
he
are like
never
that.
bit his tongue either.
You can't force Devers and Adames and Chapman and Webb to. You can't make them feel like they're on a great team if they know they're not. So,
well, it's not about that. It's about, forget all that. Steiny, I need you to be the best version of yourself. That's where it starts. You lead by example. So, Adames, come on, Steiny, the airs are there. It got off to a rough start at the plate and then in the field. But, I feel like you're doing too much just as a player. If you're looking at it with the multiplication that you are, it starts with you. Hey, we missed it. This is why we love Evan. Deebo Samuel got booed that Thursday night game when he dropped that would-have-been touchdown. Remember that? They booed against the Rams. I remember that vividly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It wasn't a team. It was Deebo, who is now in the nation's capital.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's this feeling I have comes from
experience,
having covered the Warriors forever, and just like over the course of a season, players just know.
But we didn't boo those Warrior teams because we accepted there were no expectations. You were going to see the other team for years.
I wonder.
Steiny, seriously, it was a great time out. You know what that was about.
They didn't not get booed for 12 years. They got booed during that stretch.
Well, for every game. You just appreciated they were going to lose. You knew. You went into that arena,
so why
paid your parking.
Why can't you just do the same with the Giants?
Because your payroll is $180 million, and you brought in what was going to be your version of Barry Bonds and Devers. Adames was going to be the new Crawford, if not better. You needed a shortstop. You went and checked that off the box. You're 12 over 500. Everything in the gumbo pot was, you were ready. And that's why everybody jumped on the train.
They weren't ready, though, and that's obvious to me.
So why? What did we miss?
They played some good ball.
What did we miss?
For a month or two.
What did we miss when everybody jumped in the pool, butt naked?
I've told you this a million times.
Here we come. Playoffs at minimum.
This will be the 19th time I've given you this answer.
I do feel like it. Give it to me, 20.
They were playing over their heads.
Over their heads.
Their pitching came back to earth. Their stars didn't produce. You don't think their pitching's come back to earth?
Somewhat. Okay. But I really believe the pitching in all of this does not.
Okay, well, I don't care to break it up into percentage of hitting.
It's the hitting and the fielding.
It's the defense.
More than the. Well, I'll give you that. So Steiny, it's the hitting.
I don't care what it is. They're 3 under 500. So they're not good enough all the way around. And I'm not saying the hitting's not worse than the pitching, because it is. I get that.
All season long. And even when they were pulling rabbits out their hat, not that I want to pat myself on the back, but I told you, Steiny, the Giants went to Costco and got a big bottle of Magic, and it's full. Ever since then, in the Bailey walk-off.
Well, why would you do that?
Because I was in the pool.
But
swimming.
But baseball's 162 games.
I'll give you that, but you can admit, and we've talked about it almost an hour or two, Steiny, we didn't see this coming, this regression.
No. Nope. But now that it's here and we've watched it, can we please be honest about what we're watching?
Well, nobody has the answer.
Yes, we do.
That's your answer.
Okay.
You can't speak for me. I feel like they're underperforming.
Okay.
And when it's all said and done, I'm going to stand on that.
That's fine. So what should their record be? How many games over 500 should they be?
I don't even want to do that. I'm going to just tell you it should be better than 3 under, my friend. That's what I'm going to say to you.
Okay, so if they're 500, you wouldn't. See, that's the thing. If they were 500,
wouldn't accept that.
Exactly. If they were 3 over, you probably wouldn't accept that either. And the reality is, and it's okay, a lot of people think this is a 90-win team. Certainly 85 to 90. And now, all I'm saying is now after a season of observation, I don't think they're a 90-win team.
Well, you got a lot of data to go with that. I'm going to call myself a fool, Steiny. I'll let others do that. But the bottom line is they're giving you all kind of ammunition to echo those sentiments, and nobody's saying anything but you're right.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Ooh.
And the Warriors did the exact opposite. They got off to a stinky start. We're talking about bilateral tendonitis and Curry. Is he getting older? His points per game where everything was just looking nasty or scary, and I'm questioning everything. They make a trade for their Devers, and then they take off like a rocket all the way to Mars.
People are really, and Evan's one of them, even though I'm dropping dime on him. And actually, I don't know if he's one of them, but they're incensed at that analogy. I'm sorry.
The Butler?
Yes.
Oh, tell me why.
Because basketball has 5 players on a team, and Jimmy Butler clearly was the second best player on the team. But baseball has one guy can't have the impact of Jimmy Butler in baseball.
Right, but you kind of know what I mean, Steiny. I'm going to go Bob, because the hope was with the Butler trade, forget how great he was, that he would change the trajectory of the team and its season.
The trajectory was already 10 games over 500.
And you thought, and you got greedy, buffet style. You thought, oh boy.
How would you respond to Shiko Jake?
Give it to me.
Thinking Devers would fix the lineup means you don't know baseball.
What about pre-Devers? I was waiting on this offense with Adames before Devers got here. So I've been
tell it to Shiko.
I've been Tom Hanks in what's the movie? Where he runs.
Big.
Forrest Gump.
Thank you, Evan.
I never saw that one.
That's like
Are you kidding me?
It's his most famous movie.
But it explains a lot about you.
Why? I never saw it.
You might be the only man on planet Earth who hasn't seen Forrest Gump.
But seriously, Evan, it's un-American. Like, at what point do you just say, I owe it to my citizenship to just sit down and watch a great film that the world, that bothers me that what do you mean?
What I mean is I didn't see the film.
He runs through almost every significant American event that was around your time. Watergate.
That hurts, man.
He was Alabama football.
Tom, if you're listening, we're sorry.
I don't believe.
He's a war veteran.
There's no way that movie, whichever movie you're talking about, was better than the one where he crashed on the island.
You don't even know the name of the movie.
Castaway. Castaway was by far his best work. Just incredible. Wilson, the volleyball.
You've seen Saving Private Ryan?
Oh, my gosh, Evan.
Oh,
Evan,
I think I saw that one, but I'm not sure.
But now I'm going to I'm snitching on you before break. You're the same guy that asked Evan and myself, is it okay for somebody to throw a birthday party for themselves?
No, you ruined a segment.
No, that's how it works.
No, you ruined a segment now. We were going to get into that.
Look at the sales guy in there with Evan. Yeah, that's our guy. You remember his name?
Steiny Trolling from Pedro Ortiz.
No, he hasn't seen it.
I've never seen Forrest Gump. I've seen a box of chocolates. Yeah, I've seen a...
That is honestly a huge red flag.
Carter, it says, I don't think he would have went and did you that favor had he known that.
He's from Oakland, for God's sake.
Not in the movie. Okay, so...
You saw Freaky Tales.
I know.
Dude, that is there.
I was
Go
disappointed.
Figure.
I was disappointed.
In what?
Freaky Tales.
Evan saw it twice.
Yeah, he liked it more than me. That's fine. Can we get back to Forrest Gump?
Dude, but
That's
sounds like we
You're
can.
telling on
It's one of
yourself,
those.
Steiny.
It's one of those movies that I feel like I've seen because I've walked by it on the television 72 times in the last 20 years.
Oh, we got a Spadoni text, Steiny. This is not good.
Yeah, great line. Life's like a box of chocolates. Okay. Boy, that's a great movie.
Spadoni saying Big is Tom Hanks' best movie.
It's
He's
also,
wrong.
and let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco.
Forrest Gump. Right-wing propaganda.
Get your boy, man.
Right-wing propaganda.
Look at the sales guy saying,
I don't like any kind of propaganda. Not right-wing, not left-wing, not middle-wing. Hey.
Yeah, you lost a lot of cred, man.
I just have to be honest.
You're done.
I've never seen it start to finish.
And the Freaky Tale review killed
Why was he always running?
He's not always running.
It's like 7/10 of the movie he's running.
Oh, my
What's
partner.
he running from?
How about you watch and find out?
Well,
yeah.
Maybe I'll put that on the list. All right. Forrest Gump. Overrated? I bet you a lot of people out there think it is. What's coming up on the game? Tom Hanks is a great actor, no doubt. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I was wrong.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Hello. My name's Forrest Gump. Do you want a chocolate?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And that's what got him an Oscar. Just admit during the break you thought, I messed up.
How? I didn't lie.
People are turning. My boy Marvin from the Union goes, I'm turning the radio, Goo.
Why?
My man hasn't seen Forrest Gump.
I don't even know what to say.
Not the whole movie. Again, I've walked by it on TV probably 75 times.
So you haven't seen it.
Huh?
You haven't seen it. If you can't thoroughly give it's some of his best work.
Here's what I know about it. He's like involved in all these historical moments, right? That's all I know. But I have a larger point here that...
You sure you want to reveal this to the audience?
Come on. What do you? I don't know where you're going.
I'm Batman.
That man.
I don't. So
Say it.
What was Forrest Gump's malady? Like, what was he? What was his? Did he have a disability?
Yeah, he was challenged.
How? Mentally? Was he mentally challenged? Like, what did he have a mental disability?
Yes.
Okay, a mental disability. Okay.
And where are you going?
I don't think you should get Oscars for that kind of work.
Oh, my God.
I don't.
Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man?
Exactly. That should not, no.
Exactly what? You got to go somewhere.
I don't.
Autistic.
I'm not saying anything about those that are.
But you make it sound like it's an easier role.
I think it might be.
Oh, you can't go to Hollywood, Steiny. You're not allowed.
For example, if I'm not mistaken, like Billy Bob Thornton won for Sling Blade.
Right.
Okay. Like,
great movie.
Half his lines were like that. Come on. That's all I'm saying. You know, like,
My left foot?
Man,
Daniel Day-Lewis?
Come on, man.
You know what?
What's eating Gilbert Grape?
Steiny, Forrest Gump gave him Tom an Oscar.
Right. And if you'll notice, all these guys who win an Oscar say, when I read the script, this character, what a blessing to be able to play this character. This character's I think it is a little bit.
Evan, it's just you and I now in our movie club, because Evan and I are movie buffs. Steiny, yeah, man.
Well, you act like you ever had a seat at the table.
What's that?
You're right. You never had a seat to take. You never were in our movie club. Like, you turned in your pass
true.
with this.
With Forrest Gump?
Yeah, and how about the 73rd time that you walk by and you see it, you're like, some greater things happening here. Maybe I should sit my ass down and watch it. Like, man, it's kind of, as the kids say nowadays, it's kind of weird. I'm shocked.
I mean, I'm sure I could find a movie that you haven't seen.
I'm sure you can, but I'm just,
Not Oppenheimer.
Seen it, 143 IQ.
You guys are blockbuster guys. I'm more of film noir.
And Evan and I aren't
simple.
just blockbuster
Mostly.
guys. Sometimes the diamonds in the rough are the ones that don't get all that fanfare.
You ever seen Joe Kidd, Steiny?
No.
Clint Eastwood, Robert Duvall.
Oh, man.
I'm not a big Eastwood guy.
Really? Do you like anybody from the Bay Area?
Who says that?
Well, he's from Monterey.
Escape from Alcatraz?
Well, first of all, if that was his best work, it was 42 years ago.
I'm not saying it was his best work.
I actually liked that one. I saw that one. That's when he...
But you don't like Clint. He's a great actor.
He's fine.
What about
he plays the same role over and over and over again?
What's my girl's name? Hillary Swank. That was the boxer, and Clint Eastwood was
I never saw that one.
Oh, my... All right, we got to move on, man.
$1 Million Baby?
Yes,
I never saw that one.
You're a real...
I cried.
That doesn't mean it's a good movie. It just means you cried.
Oh, my God.
I think you could play Walt Kowalski, Steiny.
I mean, man.
There's only one Kowalski, and that's Killer Kowalski, one of the greatest wrestlers from the 70s.
Steiny could play Lex Luthor with hair. That's who you... Superman's biggest foe, Steiny. Lex Luthor has no heart. And that's who you are.
I believe there's a wrestler, Lex Luger, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a big wrestling guy, you know that.
Well, and okay, so why do you
Grown men in underpants don't work for me.
Okay, well, blockbuster movies that are superficial, they don't do it for me.
That's an art. I took a nail with wrestling. I like wrestling. I'm going to tell you this. Evan, you weren't here years ago. Boy, I needed security to get to the house. I like wrestling.
That was a big one. I couldn't believe that one.
Yeah.
You actually, you were so mad. You were like, I don't sit here and act like you know wrestling. When did you? And I'm like, literally, it's one of the only things I know about.
Can I tell real quick before we get back to
70s.
it? Can I tell you when I really thought Nahegan was going to call me and tell me, "Goo, it's over"?
I know.
Tell me. Let's see
I'll
if
just
you
say
know
the
me.
word.
8 years.
I know exactly what it is.
On the BART train.
Breastfeeding.
Which
I thought you were going to get canceled that day.
Me too, Evan. I thought it was over, but I was misunderstood. Yeah. There we go.
It's like Steiny with this take he's got.
This is just... I guess you're the guy that when people gravitate to something, you go the other way.
I try to, yeah.
Huh?
You know, it's like when a guy hits rock bottom, then I become a fan.
See, and that's terrible. It says a lot about you.
And you know what? And I'm going to come up with a list of who's hit rock bottom, so you're going to know who I'm rooting for this year. And one guy who I think's hit rock bottom with a certain part of the fan base, and it's patently unfair, and I'm going to be his biggest supporter, and he's due for a contract next year, Brandon Pajemski. Stop putting him at rock bottom.
Oh, he's not. He's getting that contract.
A lot of fans.
But there's a lot of undertones with that. I'll stand up for Pods. Steiny, he's earned his spot, man. I'll just say, I'm not telling you he's the next, but he has earned his spot. To go out there and be tasked to hold it down with guys with just ultra basketball IQs in Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr, you got to give them something. And a lot of people think, oh, he's getting a scholarship. Nah, he's earned it, man.
Yeah, I come down in the middle.
And now we're waiting for Kuminga to learn.
We're not waiting. Nobody's waiting for him. That's the problem. Nobody's waiting for Kuminga.
I am. I want him to remain a Warrior. And if you got to play on that 7.9, so be it. We'll get a year out of you. And hopefully it'll be a special one.
Oh, yeah, it'll be special. It'll be special. And you know what's funny? That's a great
We're
launching.
losing listeners.
No,
they're saying they're turning.
Okay, night. They're like, what do you want me to do? Beg some people, please stay? You said, oh, God, I had a great segue to what we were going to talk about. You said something about special, like a special team. This could be a special team.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know. I'll ask the question after I play the sound. All right, Evan, you have the sound? Okay. Can you explain where it's from? It's Kyle Shanahan, and it's a 2-minute summation of where he thinks the 49ers are. And he kind of goes through his history here as the San Francisco 49er coach.
Right.
And I think there's so much here that it's just got to be talked about. So when I get the thumbs up for me, I'll play it. But I got the thumbs up for me. So and Evan, can you credit where this came from?
Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Did you see? Now, did you see that?
No,
it's radio, Steiny.
What did he? No, I didn't see.
Oh, you didn't hear the attitude?
What? You break his heart.
I'm
daily,
sorry,
Steiny.
I didn't know. I needed the.
You break his
venue.
heart daily.
The only thing that's bugged me today is that you haven't seen Forrest Gump. Continue.
Man,
can you please set up the sound from Kyle Shanahan?
You did a great job setting it up.
Okay, it's Kyle Shanahan. This is an
Sirius
in-depth
XM NFL Radio.
An in-depth. Just listen to the clip, people.
When we got here in 2017, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. And to me, you don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot, and we got some difference makers in there, and that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades, but everyone else has kind of been homegrown and through the draft. And fortunately, we've been able to keep some of those guys, and that's to me the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here, and we got a group of players, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are different makers, some borderline Hall of Fame players too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18, that we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players, also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan.
I love him,
and there's
man,
so
for that.
Much there.
Oh my gosh!
Can I start?
Yeah, no
with
doubt.
a question?
Take your time.
Okay, here's the question.
You didn't see Forrest Gump? Go ahead.
Here's the question that I would ask of 49er fans, and it's we can make it specific to the Niners, but I can also make it general to all the Bay Area pro teams. Do we need to start acknowledging that our teams, they're not as close as we think they are? What I heard Kyle Shanahan say there is don't ask me to tell you how good this team's going to be. I don't know. But in the meantime, what I would like to do is temper expectations a little bit. That's why I compared it to 2017, 2018. And then this line, to me, is incredible. He talks about former Hall of Famers. You know, they may have some borderline Hall of Famers.
Right.
And he said, in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right kind of team. That's an interesting phrase for me. So what he's telling me is that they might not be close this year.
I don't want to say you're being dramatic or that's drastic. That's how you feel and how you heard it. What I loved was the transparency. We know with the draft and the departures of what we deem OGs, a lot of young guys are going to be counted on. They still got studs in certain positions. And to be honest, and put another rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, the years that they went on runs, they were 3-4, 4-4. So at the halfway part, even if they weren't dependent on rookies, it took some time. And that's what he's kind of telling us, that it's going to take time, Steiny. And, you know, he is right. I believe they're in the Niners, a state of transition. And for them to be successful will be, when it's all said and done, I believe, how Robert Saleh and how Kyle Shanahan can get these youngsters on both sides of the ball to make their contributions count and matter and be dependent on will be a work in progress. So if they get off to a 2-2 start or 2-3 or 3-2, they're going to be evolving damn near the whole season. But I just love the fact that he told us what we see, and why I told you all when you told me, Goo, where are the Niners at? It's exciting in one vein, but I don't know. Like, it could go left, you know, or they could make the playoffs. But I appreciate him being honest, man. I didn't get we're far. Now,
I did.
The season could, you know, we get to week 15 or 16 and they're outside looking in, then we'll have our answer. But that's kind of the title of the jam, is what he said. Like, that was being real.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'll play it again in a few minutes, but I found that sound interesting from a lot of points of view. And Pedro Ortiz on the YouTube chat, he kind of sums up what I think is interesting take, very logical. And that's exactly what I think too. Like, he explained where they were and where they are. And I don't know if I'm reading between the lines or not, but he's telling you don't bring up 17 and 18 unless you are sending some kind of message to the fans to just expect something a little different this year.
Right. But
don't hold us to the same standards you did for the past 3 years. That's what he's saying to me. Because how else could you view it when he says the goal's just to get to the playoffs, then anything can happen. In the 3 years past, he's been saying Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I guess he can't run nor bend the truth or lie with how Niner fans watched what they did in their approach in the draft. And a lot was on the defensive side of the ball. So we all know, Steiny, at the end of the day, they're going to be counting on youth. We knew that before his soundbite, but I'm not mad at you that you're coming to that. And then again, if any Niner fan is telling me they're confident, 100% confident that they're going to the Super Bowl, I'd raise an eyebrow. And then I'd also raise an eyebrow if somehow this was the year before the year. But there's no doubt, and I'm using my own verbiage here, Steiny, this just feels like a soft reset after you've been Billy Badass for so long and all that winning, those long seasons. And I won't run from this. They had 2 excellent chances to cash in on what they built in years past. They didn't. So now, here we go. We stop and get some gas, and we got some youngsters we're dependent on. So we'll see. Our star receiver won't be on the field to week 6.
Right. Yeah,
our stud running back.
Right.
If you go on Baldy.
Stop expecting too much.
But I haven't given you my prediction. I told you, this is the first time in a long time under Kyle, I don't know where it can go so many ways.
And that's all he's saying.
And that's why I commended him on being honest.
Right, but we do disagree that you don't think he was telling the fan base,
slow your roll.
Yes. I mean, this line to me really stuck out, and I'm going to have to read it again.
Yeah.
And I'll play the sound again on the other side. In the NFL, and I can't stop thinking about Curry. In the NFL, it doesn't matter how good your stars are. You got to have the right kind of team. Like what I'm hearing there, in a little different way is they're doing the exact opposite of what the Warriors are doing with Curry. And that is anything and everything for Curry. And that's been reflected the last couple years. It feels like if the 49ers were really, or you tell me if I'm wrong, if the 49ers still have 5 to 7 star players, then I guess why would you go young? Because those guys probably, if you're saying that you got to have the right kind of team around them and you don't know what kind of team you're even going to have around them right now, then your stars are, they're probably not going to win another one.
But Steiny, I'll say this to that. If you look, they were quiet in free agency, and if you look at all the players that have gotten paid, it's tight. I feel like money is tight right now. So Hufanga's no longer here. Greenlaw, you had the draft was the avenue that they decided they would use to replace and replenish the losses. But what's funny, Steiny, is you said just a half hour ago about me thinking the Jimmy Butler trade is connected. Why hasn't Devers had that same impact? You said it. So you got the answer. You said, Goo, it's not basketball. Basketball's 5 guys. So if you got 2 stars or a star and a half, maybe that's enough. But you said it. Yeah, Kyle, that wasn't fluff. Yeah, you got 4 or 5 studs, but it's football. 11 guys are out there. You need more, and that need more is going to come from a lot of youngsters, hopefully.
Yeah, and that's why I think this is going to be a year that.
What if I asked you, are they going to make the playoffs right now today? What would you say?
I think I'd have to say no now.
And I don't think you would be by yourself.
I think
I'm
I'd
not
have
ready
to say
say
no.
that. I'm not ready to say that yet.
And this is the other thing as it relates to Kyle Shanahan, and I want to maybe do a little deeper dive here on the other side. Okay, he's been here 8 years. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls. All right, we know what his resume is: 4 playoff appearances, 2 Super Bowls, and 2 other pretty good runs.
4 NFC championship games.
So if we're acknowledging that there's some kind of transition taking place,
yes.
Okay, well then how does the judgment of Kyle Shanahan change, or doesn't it? Like, he's had 8 years. His resume is his resume. They didn't get it done. Boy, they came darn close. They seem to be turning the page on that.
Okay,
so now what does Kyle Shanahan have to do?
Recreate.
Okay.
And what did I tell you? You told me, Goo, you don't let go of the past soon enough. You always have fun with me, and I love hard. My fear for Niner fans and Kyle is you've built something that was so great that sometimes you have to reset. And what I hope is not the thesis is you had your best chance to win a ring and you didn't.
I mean, I think
so I understand there is some rebuilding to this, Steiny, and he's saying that.
Well, then I'll say it right now. If we all acknowledge where the Niners are, Shanahan, regardless of what happens this season, should not be on a hot seat. If they go 6-11, he should still be the coach next year.
Now,
why do I say that? Yeah. Because if you're telling me it's a reset or a rebuild, then we've got to expect 2 non-playoff years, which is what
he's earned that. Don't you think he's earned that?
Okay, so this will be 4 total years.
Right.
Because he got a pass for his first 2 years, and now we got to give him last year and this year to get back on track.
Because you lost it. And forget just the Super Bowl, Steiny, that you went to and won the NFC championships. You also got there, lost to the Eagles. We know what happened. Lost to the Rams in L.A. So that's a whole hell of a lot of winning. So, Steiny, I would never bellow or echo, oh, he's on the hot seat. Like, how much has that got you? Even though they didn't get it done, and you always think it's just about winning with me, Andy Reid on line 1, he's bought himself some time.
Okay, so
if they need it, if he needs it and they're not a Super Bowl threat, you know?
Well, let's assume they're not going to be because they aren't.
He's got some time in my book.
So he doesn't have to make the playoffs this year.
No, I'm not. It's how it looks, too. Like, if they're not making the offs or they're losing games, and I feel like he's going bow mail and doing some bonehead stuff, we'll criticize him. But I'm saying in general, Steiny, I think Kyle Shanahan has earned some time if they need it and they're in a transition. How much time, I don't know, partner.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Shanahan took over 8 years ago, this 49ers team. They had 2 terrible years. As him and John Lynch kind of set up their system. They made the postseason 4 out of the last 6 years. Not last year. They were 6-11. How do we judge Kyle Shanahan moving forward? That's the question I have, because I think it's going to be tricky if we acknowledge that we don't think this is a Super Bowl team. Okay, well then how do we judge Kyle Shanahan this season? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, batteries, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey, homeowners. Can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills. Just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Partly cloudy in San Francisco, high temperature 67.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper on his And We Back tour on October 16th at the Masonic in San Francisco. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
We tried to. There's negotiating tactics. You're working 20 different things at a time. These things happen. Sometimes you see something on Twitter and we weren't able to get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Willard! Look, you
about
got scared right behind you. My man got scared. Don't worry, it's the glass in between you. Yeah, my man.
Hey, Willard, what's up?
I got some office etiquette I need to run by you.
All right.
So during the break, I went and got some French vanilla coffee, and I should have came right back to my station right next to you.
Sure.
But I decided to go into another room that had opened another door, and while I did that, somebody was coming out of that other door, and I spilled. That's on me for bringing my ass. I should have came right to my desk, right? Basically, I went somewhere I shouldn't have been going with a glass, with a cup of hot coffee.
Where were you going?
In there to say what's up to the sales dude that was listening to us.
E6.
Do you know his name? Why don't you do you know what his name is?
Tom?
No. He doesn't know yours either. So.
Right. I'm trying to put me on the spot.
I did like Guru and I were sitting around that one day last week, and he goes, "So what do you guys do here?"
Dude, he asked me the same thing. There are some questions that aren't work appropriate. That's one of them.
What do you guys do here?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now we just roam.
Here's a question for our listeners. I don't know how I feel about this one. And you know what? Quite
I feel
frankly,
like I shocked you with my answer.
It's not about the Niners. And you took the easy way out, which is fine. I don't know how to feel about this. And not only that, I'm tired of taking the side of the villain. Just to take the side of the villain.
Oh, my God. Just stop.
Just to do it.
Dallas and 6.
Exactly.
That's your steroids.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
That's your PEDs, bud.
He lives for
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I mean, playing the villain gives you life.
I do it for the show.
Steiny, stop.
No, I won't. Anyway, what I was getting at is ordinarily I would take a certain side of this argument to purposely pit most of the audience against me because people like that.
No, that's not why we put up numbers. We're
My
authentic.
point is this. Are you allowed to throw a birthday party for yourself?
I'm going, seriously. I'm going Marshawn Lynch? Hell yes. And most people do it, Steiny. What did Evan say this morning? Do you sit around and wait for somebody to tap you on the shoulder? Do you want Emperor? Do you want me to throw you a birthday party? You throw your own birthday party and you invite your close friends and the people you care about. Why would you look at it as if that's not cool?
Well, it's more, I wouldn't say it's not cool. It's kind of pathetic, but I'm not saying it's not cool.
So you got to be dependent on someone else to throw you a bash to celebrate your day.
Well, would there I would look at it like this: at what age can you throw yourself the party because you can look in the mirror and say, you know what, I've paid my dues for long enough. Now I can throw myself a party. Do you have to be a certain age? You telling me when you're 23 years old, you can have your own birthday party?
Oh, my gosh, and those are the best ones.
Yeah, seems a little strange.
See, these are the type of people that list. Estimated eyes. Guru, there's no F in birthday. I said...
That's not fair.
You found that funny, huh?
No, I said that's not fair.
Birthday.
Now, why are you bringing this up, Steiny?
I didn't bring it up.
I'm
out of this one. I know trouble when I hear it.
How did this come up about the party?
I'm not in this one. Evan's throwing one for himself, and it's his 30th birthday.
I'll be there.
31st.
It's not my 30th birthday.
32?
Yeah, I'm 31.
Oh, 31.
But what did I ask you?
You get to the point to where you don't want that number thrown out there. I'm playing.
What did you tell me?
Reggie Miller. I asked you, who throws your birthday party?
Yeah, it's got to be a partner.
What if you don't have one?
I don't have one.
It's got to be a best friend.
No, Steiny.
It's got to be your brother.
It's
got to be Jack.
You are telling on yourself today. Seriously, just life lessons. You throw your own party.
All right.
There's nothing against that.
Did you hear me say I don't know where to come down on this one? I'm just asking. You always have the right. It's fair to wonder, as Andrew Baggerly would say, whether it's okay or not. Okay, you're saying it's okay. I'll get another opinion, but
I'm just simply having people over to the house.
Have the invites went out?
I sent it to you guys 4 days ago.
Well, I'm there. If I wasn't invited to his gig, I'd show up anyway. That's how we get out.
How about this?
Oh.
I offered him my house for the party.
No way.
And he said no.
That's the stuff that makes me fool with you and rock with you, Steiny. Evan, why no?
Because
You'd have to travel across the bridge and all that stuff.
No, I got people that might mess up Steiny's house, and I'd rather have that be my problem than his.
I love you for that. Dude, you got a big heart. Forget you hadn't what you hadn't seen.
But I needed him to come over and house sit the dog. Mostly. But he did say, Steiny, I can't get there till Sunday because, I'm having a party. I'm having a birthday party. And I was like, oh, well, you can have it at my place. And he thought about it and decided against it.
Because he didn't want to mess up your house. That's who Evan is. I get it.
Well, I didn't want to take the chance. And I sincerely do appreciate that, Steiny, but...
And if he gets hammered, he can't just go get in your bed. So if he's at home,
he seven other beds in the house you can get into.
I'm just saying.
All right.
What a gesture.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
The birth, that bothered me, Steiny, and you laughed.
All right. I want to get back to Shanahan, but anytime Bobby in Los Altos is on the phone, you got to take it.
He's coming for me.
Is he?
Well, he always does a little. He's my guy. But watch at the end. He'll get me.
He liked the way I threw out anti-disestablishmentarianism the other day.
Bobby!
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Hey, good memory. Thank you. Hey, Goo, first of all, during that loved-in show that we had, the Goo Appreciation Day, I believe I called in and waxed poetic.
Oh, you did. You did, B. I'm playing. You're my guy.
I don't got it out for you. So two things, and then I'd like to talk about Bomel. First of all, I don't know, Steinmetz, unfortunately I missed your SF Sports Hater Bar, but on Saturday, Loverman was waxing poetic about it for half an hour, and then this morning, Butch couldn't stop talking about it. So I'm going to have to find that on the Odyssey app, but apparently it was your all-time greatest idea on the radio because you got other hosts using their programming time to talk about it. So congrats to you,
and
content creator.
Thank you. And you know what the idea was?
No, I heard all the riffs off of it, so I totally get it.
All right.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Number two, I came in the middle of your birthday, hosting a birthday conversation because I was with the screener, but it's kind of how you view Christmas. Do you view Christmas as a time to receive gifts or a time to give gifts? So I said the same thing about a birthday party. Is your mentality that a birthday party is about me and getting things, or is it a chance for me to take this day to celebrate and show appreciation to all of the loved ones in my life? So I really don't have any problem with someone throwing their own birthday party as long as the mentality is to show appreciation for people that mean something to you versus obviously some sort of gift grab.
Well,
and then finally, look, I'm a huge Bo Mel fan. I really felt bad for him when he was a manager of the A's because I felt like, what could this guy do if he had a roster with money? And then, unfortunately, it just has not worked out so well with San Diego as well as with the Giants. So, look, we're 5 games out of third wild card. I realize that the games are slim, but we're not going to be making any wholesale changes with the pitching staff nor with the batters. So the only thing we can really delta is, unfortunately, getting rid of Bo Mel and embarrassing the players enough that they will actually show some sort of heartbeat with a temporary manager, and maybe they can sneak into that third playoff spot. So use of collateral damage. We got to embarrass this team somehow to show them that you can't be like on cardiac support like this when you got 40,000 people that are paying money to come and watch you. It's embarrassing, bro. But the players aren't responding, so we just got to do something. And unfortunately, Bo Mel is probably the easiest way to do it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Bobby. And it sounded like Bobby meant right now.
Yeah, and Bobby was my guy. I didn't want to break Bobby's heart. I don't know if he heard the Bo Mel sound you played earlier when he was like, yeah, Bobby, it's only 5.5, right? It's not a lot. But Bo Mel said we're rapidly, I'm paraphrasing, approaching to where they might pull guys and play other people, youngsters, Steiny, lesser talented players.
Yep. And
so in Bo Mel's mind, they might really be 9.5 out. And if I'm a fan, I'm like, and I wasn't on his side, that would bother me too. Like, hey, Skip.
You don't give Bob Melvin any grace because Buster made it clear they were selling, and that.
Well, who made him? Who made Buster sell?
The players
and the skipper.
Right, but they went through a little slump, and now.
And I don't look as the deadline as a total seller. You got your gift early. Just didn't work out. Just didn't have the Clint Eastwood just didn't have the sudden impact.
No, but it's had a long impact negatively.
Man, and that's what's baffling.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, I want to get back to this Shanahan sound, and I'm going to ask Evan to play it one more time.
It's on your board.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let me see. Shanahan honest assessment. Okay, this is from
Sirius XM
NFL Radio. And just take a listen because it sounds, well, I'll tell you what it sounds like to me, and then I want you to tell me what it sounds like to you. Shanny!
When we got here in 17, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. And to me, You know, you don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot, and we got some difference makers in there, and that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades, but everyone else has kind of been homegrown and through the draft. And fortunately, we've been able to keep some of those guys, and that's to me the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here, and we got a group of players, you know, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are difference makers. Some borderline Hall of Fame players too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18. That we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, you know, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players. Also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, I mean, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
All right. Lot there, lot to get into. And I want to know what people are thinking. So let me go back. Shanahan, okay, 6 and 10. All right. So we've talked a lot about Shanahan over the years. And this is what I'm kind of hearing. It wasn't obvious, but this is kind of what I'm hearing. So the 49ers went 2-14 under Chip Kelly. All right? 2016.
Gotcha.
All right. Then Shanahan came in. They went 6-10, 4-12. So they didn't make the playoffs the first 2 years, but I think most people would say, well, they needed 2 years to turn around the Tom Sula Kelly 2-year fiasco.
Yeah. And get a quarterback.
Okay. So he takes 2 years, and then boom, they make the playoffs. And when they make the playoffs, they realize we are in a Super Bowl window. Okay? So they make it to the Super Bowl. They have an injury. They lose in the conference championship. They lose in the conference championship again, and then they lose in the Super Bowl. But they still think they're in their window.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So last year, they go 6-11. And they realize they're not in their championship window anymore. So, how would you feel about this? They took over a 2-14 team.
All right.
The team last year was 6-11. What if Kyle Shanahan is really saying, look, we're at the same spot we were when we took over, so I need 2 years. And then that third year, we'll make the playoffs.
Then I believe that would be fictitious because you're not. And it's because now you got Warner, you got Bosa, you got a quarterback you've identified that was worthy of the big contract, and you got McCaffrey and Trent Williams. So just from a talent standpoint, and again, I know it's not the NBA, just those guys I just cited, you didn't have that when he first took over. And that's why the first 2 years were, I don't want to say a mulligan, but nobody was coming down his road.
That is why the 7 players you named is why I'm alarmed. In the NFL, it doesn't matter how good your stars are. You've got to have the right kind of team. So what I'm hearing him say is, I know we still have 6 or 8 stars here, but we've got many, many, many players who are either rookies or second-year guys. And the way the NFL works is that if they're not good, we're not going to be good, even if the stars are good.
I'm not mad at you, but I don't agree. And I'll say this. can you 100% look me dead in the face and say, because I thought we were kind of on the same page or at the same station, last year 6-11, a lot of that, how you culminated that record was because of injuries. Like, I don't think we got to – I mean, hey, you've lost some talent. You couldn't stop the run, but there were a bunch of reasons, and some of it, too, was attrition. But, Steiny, I think a lot of last year's ineptness stemmed from injuries.
Okay, well, then you don't even –
like, this year will really tell us where they're at. And I think that's what Kyle was trying to –
But what he's saying, though,
I'd rather not oversell it and underdeliver.
Because we have a ton of young players.
Overdeliver and undersell it, yeah.
Exactly. And so I guess my question would be, if Kyle Shanahan were to say to you, you know, last year was a 6-11 year. It was like, and now we're at the same, you know, we're kind of at the same place where we were when we took over. And it's going to take a year or two to get this thing rolling again.
See, I didn't get that. And hey, you got that. And it's your mind.
Well, even if I'm misunderstanding, my question would be, after 8 years of Shanahan and the resume he's built, and now we're going into, let's just call it a reset. Something new is happening here. Right. Kyle Shanahan is still the coach. So I guess I'll put it this way. Does he have more or less juice right now than he had when he first came?
Oh, Steiny, yes, I believe so.
Okay, well then, this is what I'm saying. Okay. If you're telling me he's got more juice now
that he's earned,
then you must give him a couple years to get this thing back on track after their Super Bowl window is closed.
But you can't say it that.
Well, I don't
want what word am I looking for? Severe. He did it in his way, and it was truthful. We're going to be dependent on. Yeah, we got some players, but it's a team. But Steiny, he didn't put it out there like you just did to where,
right.
And maybe he was, but in a different way to where, you know. And a lot of people don't know they have the 10th best. If you care about this in Vegas, the 10th best odds to go to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl. Okay, so I'll leave that there, but I just feel like he's got some equity in regard to if it takes a year or two, but you can't come out and say, I don't think we're going to do it to year two. So,
but what if it does? Like, I guess what I'm saying,
if it does, I don't think he would be on the hot seat. That's what I'm saying.
I think
you think he would be?
Yeah, I do. But I'm looking at it.
Let me ask you why. If you so brilliantly,
because I don't think he can. And this is where
the first 2 years didn't count. He was building something,
right?
And boy,
so then
did he
these
build
next two shouldn't count,
right? And that's why I wouldn't say he would be on. He shouldn't be on the hot seat if that were. We're going worst case scenario.
Well, what I'm saying is, if they miss the playoffs
this year
and next, that's like what I'm comparing it to. Because
I think you know what, and I can only have conversations with you about the now. But, Steiny, if they miss it again 2 straight years, you got the money on the books that you have, and the youngsters don't look like they're figuring it out, or maybe they're the reason, you know, that you don't make it and Brock doesn't play up to standards, then I could hear some people whispering. But I just can't ignore the 4 NFC championship games, the 2 Super Bowls. That's a whole hell of a lot of winning. And then I think about guys like well, he hadn't won one, so I'm not even going to bring him up. But, yeah, Stein, I think we're far from that. Evan? If you see the Niners don't make the playoffs in the next 2 years, do you got a problem with me thinking or saying that I believe Kyle's got enough equity to where he wouldn't be on the hot seat if we now know a big part of this team and its success is hinging on a lot of youngsters?
No, I think this year he kind of gets a mulligan, but the year after...
And they might go 14-3 this year, but I hear you.
They won't.
Okay.
But I think he gets a mulligan this season, but I think his seat gets warm going into next year, the year after, if they don't make the playoffs.
Okay, what if what if they don't make the playoffs this year, and after the season we realize they didn't have a great draft?
Well, that's where I think Kyle also falls on the sword a bit, because isn't he involved in a lot of the roster decisions? I mean, he gets final say on who's on the 53-man.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't have a good team, that's kind of on him.
Yeah, and to Steiny's point, Evan, wouldn't it be a little too overzealous or quick to say they had a bad draft just judging some of these guys in their first year? My fear would be if the OGs looked old. If what Baldy said, and we see it from McCaffrey and Trent, is not bouncing back, then I think it's like, oh, boy, they really got to, now you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the worst-case scenario. Can you really say they had a bad draft in year one? Now, it could be the reason you don't win.
Maybe it'll be obvious. I don't know. Maybe it won't be obvious. But what I'm asking 49er fans, if they're willing to buy, is this: that last year's injury-plagued season was comparable to the year before Shanahan got here. All right? Because he had to redo the whole roster, is what he said. Okay, well, now this year, he's saying we've got a lot of young players, and we'll see what happens, and I've got to temper expectations. All right, well, why don't we just say, okay, you got 2 years, and then your third year, we want to win again.
But McCaffrey will be done at that point. Trent will be done.
Well, you did it without McCaffrey.
But I guess I'm just having trouble processing that because, Steiny, you do got more talent than you did when you first.
And I hate to do this.
Yeah.
In the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right team. That, to me, I don't know.
I'm not saying they have a Mahomes. No,
it might be a cop-out.
You know what? And I could see somebody making that case, but the bottom line, Steiny, is I would tell Shanny, and this is some might not say it's fair, Mahomes on line one. As that dude went, so did the Kansas City Chiefs. And I know they had talent other places, but that dude was so great at his craft. You know, how he went, the team went. So I'm not going to sit here and say I necessarily agree. It could be an out, Steiny. What word am I looking for? One of those quiet outs in a sense, like buying them some leeway. But I don't buy that. You got studs like a left tackle, a running back, Ayuk. You got Warner and Bosa. Yeah. I get it. You need help, but damn, that ain't that man. Come on now, you got something to work with, Kyle.
And I wonder if most 49er fans feel like you feel, or whether they understand what Kyle's saying, which is those 6 or 8 guys, they ain't going to be able to do it unless the rest of the guys are legit players, and they're too young yet to be legit players.
But they're going to be put in that situation this year, and that's why it's kind of exciting to see how it plays out.
So give them 2 years to grow, and we'll get back into the postseason in 2027.
Or it might pop right now.
Highly unlikely is what he's saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through national debt relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, boys and fire.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the Warriors schedule has come out.
Uh-oh.
Yay!
It's back, baby.
We'll talk about it a little bit later. If you want to check out some more details, you can go to our Twitter page at 95.7 The Game. Trying to look at some key things.
But they are the Deion Sanders, the Warriors are, because I know off the bat they got 2 primetime games, and that's opening night in L.A. and Christmas, baby.
Well, it says they have a franchise record 34 national TV appearances.
Damn.
But, does the streaming really count?
Yes, it does. And we got the new NBC studio up. The Warriors.
I'm not so sure.
They're not done, Steiny.
All right.
Did you know that the great Mark Ibanez gave this to me about Clint Eastwood? Went to Oakland Tech, grew up in Oakland and Piedmont.
Okay. What's your point?
He said he was from Monterey.
I think he was born in Monterey. Then he moved up here for about a year, and then he moved right back, became the mayor.
And my boy Reg B's like, how can you not be a Clint Eastwood fan?
Well,
what do you watch? He said. And
there's
docs.
Well, some people determine whether they like or dislike a person based on things outside of, let's say, his acting career.
He was mayor of Carmel.
He is political. That's what I'm getting at.
By the way,
yes,
13th straight year the Warriors will be on Christmas Day. 13
That's
of the
a
last.
record.
Steph Curry.
Is that a record?
No, it's
these
just,
aren't records. These are just stats.
Yeah, I didn't say they were records.
You were ready to say it.
You want to let me finish? 13 of 14 years they'll play on MLK Day, and this is the one that I think you'll like, Steiny. You know, some snarky comments about it. 15 back-to-backs.
15.
All right. So Horford's down to 67 games.
And there he is.
Well, he's not even on the squad yet. Look at you. Be careful.
Oh, all right. All right. So the 49ers. I'm going to take a call to maybe not. All right. The 49ers right now, if I told you that where they're at right now is, to my way of thinking, and just know that I'm posing this as a debate point, but to my way of thinking, last year equated to Chip Kelly's last year, or Tom Sula. I can't remember.
Steiny, I hate that. They were supposed to be back to avenge their Super Bowl loss.
Right. So if I were to tell you that last year was the equivalent of Chip Kelly's last year, because injuries did him in, and they had no chance to win the Super Bowl last year, and they missed the playoffs. Okay. So we're starting over, essentially,
but you're
not with Shanahan. And so would you give him 2 years, this year and next, and then the playoffs?
I just feel like I mean, the notion that they're not going to make it for 2 straight is so strong, stronger than any cocktail, Steiny. So I hate that. But I do believe if we just keep it real like we do 10-2, he's earned that. He's earned that. And I just hate when you go to the Chip Kelly card. This team and even last year's team had some dogs. Although some of those dogs got hurt, this team's got some talent. They got some guys that know how to win, that have played in multiple Super Bowls. So we'll see how it manifests.
Right. And that's, I think you're absolutely right. And that's why, if you're invoking 2017, then
you keep going because he said it.
He's invoking 2017 and making sure people understand that he thinks there's a lot of similarities. To me, that is just setting the table that might be bumpy. It might not happen this year. Just give us a little bit of time.
When you say doesn't happen, are we talking about 6-11 or maybe it don't matter?
Playoffs, not making the playoffs.
I think that would be a bummer. And then that would really have me saying what I've been saying. If this is a soft reset or just the attrition, we always talk about the price of a dynasty, and I know the Niners didn't win, but good Lord, since 19, this team has been a bully. And they just couldn't get that elusive ring. But the bottom line is sometimes you gotta recalibrate.
Let's go to Frank Frank is in Atlanta.
Frank.
And here's what he thought about what Kyle Shanahan said. What's up, Frank?
Everything.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hope everything is all right for everybody.
Right on.
Thanks.
What Kyle is saying in a nutshell is the business model has to change for me and John Lynch. Everything has to change because starting next year, $53 million comes off the books on day one. We can't pay anybody anymore. There ain't no more money. There ain't no more holding out. There ain't no more bags. That's over with. Those days have come and gone. You have to change the way you do business now. You have to adopt the Kansas City, Buffalo mode of operation where you have to keep that $53 million investment standing up. So you have to pay for an offensive line. There ain't no money for no backs and receivers. You get them at the liquor store or the dollar store, anybody. On the defense, you can afford to pay one guy, and that's it. The rest of the guys, you could pick them up at the liquor store or the dollar store or at Home Depot. That's where you're going to get your people from because you don't have no more money.
Or the draft, Frank, or the draft like they did.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You have to get them. You have to draft them. You're not going to be able to sign no whole bunch of free agents. Look at Kansas City. They had to let Tyreek Hill go. Look at Buffalo. They had to let all of their guys go because they had to pay for an offensive line. Look at Dallas. They haven't been able to field a decent team since they paid Dak. That's how the NFL works now. The minute you get a $50-something million quarterback, you have to survive in the draft. That's all you can do.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Appreciate it.
And just speaking of which, quarterback Steiny, I'm excited to see. I think I know the answer, and I'm not being unfair. But if Brock Purdy's getting paid like a top caliber quarterback, he's had some gains in his career, played in some big games. Is he one of those dudes, Steiny, you could say, we got him. We got 13. Yeah, we're a little short over here. We're a little short over there, but we got 13. We'll be all right.
I mean, the way I look at it is, and we talked about this earlier, is how you would, what terminology you would use to describe where the Niners are right now. And Shanahan was using some of those words too. And one thing he said was, it's hard to call it a rebuild when we've got McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Kittle, da-da-da-da-da. And that's another thing I was thinking about, Goo, is I agree with him. It's not a rebuild this year.
Okay.
It could be next year. Because if you find out that your big boys, these 6 to 8 that you love,
no doubt,
McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Kittle,
Warner,
what if they're at the end?
Well, yeah, no. Then that's
some of them are. I mean, Trent Williams is at the end.
Then you are really. It's not a soft reset, Steiny. It's a hard reset.
So, that's why I think it's within the realm of possibility that they could struggle this year, not make the playoffs, and then what if they have to kind of move off all the, some of their big boys that used to be their star players,
and then it just boils down to how much. I believe their family over there, and when I say family, Steiny, York,
they'll just pay everybody?
No, Kyle, I'm just talking about the heat and the pressure on the coach. He's kind of a made man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he'll get that time to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, but
then
I guess what I'm saying is
trust the process and all that stuff and come up short, and then, the bad times linger.
I'm just thinking, I think the way it works around here is if the Niners don't make the playoffs this year, I think 49er fans could live with that. What I'm saying is if it's a 2-year process, then I think the fans are not going to be into that. But I'm just saying the coach already is comparing where they're at now to the time where it took 2 years to turn everything around. Right. And maybe, I don't think he thought about it like this, but maybe he's setting up a narrative where it's like, hey, guys, we're kind of back to square one, and I'm going to need a couple years.
Wow, and I go to Steph Curry like Steiny. They're doing everything for Steph, but you got guys on the offensive every level. The offensive line, they're trying to win one for Trent. They're trying to win one for McCaffrey. Like, they don't have all that ample time to be a part of that next reboot if we see one, sooner than anybody thinks.
Let's go to Connor in San Leandro. Hey, Connor, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. We're really excited you just pointed out the Warriors schedule. I guess Meg the Stallion might be sitting courtside on Christmas up here at Chase.
It's true. Yeah, man. Good call.
Clay brings there.
Yeah.
And so, look, I wanted to bounce off of what my esteemed colleague Frank, the guy that just went, the insightful gentleman who just explained that because of that $54 million hit, we're going to need to start making some dollar store decisions. I looked it up. And if you go to the Daly City Home Depot for $32.98, you can get a 90-foot wrap of bubble tape, because that's what we're going to need to start using. If Kyle Shanahan, after 2 years of not hitting the playoffs for the next 2 years in that hypo, if that happens, it'll be because McCaffrey went down. And if the reason that McCaffrey went down is because we're overusing him, because apparently we don't make business decisions about him because injuries are a part of football. And I do need to direct everyone's attention to the rousing success followed by the unceremonious layoff of one Tom Thibodeau in New York, right? Because similarly to Tom Thibodeau, Kyle Shanahan, for all of his brilliance, and I do think this man should have a key to every city in the Bay Area. I love him. I'm so happy that he's our coach. But the one thing that apparently Kyle Shanahan can't figure out is just because you keep losing leads doesn't mean that you need to start throwing our players at every potential situation in the fourth quarter, irrespective of whether or not we're overusing them. And I do think he overuses guys. I'm really worried about Isaac Guerendo not being ready for prime time and having his own injury issues. So, again, over the next 2 years, it's not going to rise and fall on Brock. Brock is solid, right? Brock sounds like Kyle at these press conferences. It's going to be about whether Kyle Shanahan learns the lesson with Tom Thibodeau. You cannot overuse your players and be part of the problem instead of the solution if injuries are what are preventing us from contending against the Rams, contending against our NFC rivals, and taking advantage that we have a relatively weaker conference as opposed to the AFC, because we really should in the next 2 years be seriously contending. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. See, I was with him up until I think in the next 2 years we should be seriously contending. That would be a hell of a thing.
Yeah, and to his call too, Steiny, I get it. Their heart's in the right place, but the depth of this team, I don't know. I'm riding McCaffrey in the ground. I'm not saying that to the wheels fall off, but I am saying that because, man, look at Guerendo. Look at Pearsall. They haven't even got tackled, and they come to camp, and they're banged up. I know it's football. It happens. But, man, are you so sure this team's deep enough in certain positions to where you can – when has Kyle ever used a pinch count? We've talked about him, and it's been brought up about McCaffrey specifically before last year and his touches or his carries. Kyle almost told us, Steiny, I don't care about that. If he can go, and I'm going to use him as such. So we'll see.
Yeah, the way I look at McCaffrey and Trent Williams this year is if they get hurt and miss a large chunk of the season,
oh, man,
they're done, right?
I have no problem saying that, man.
I'd hesitate to say McCaffrey's altogether done if he gets hurt and misses 10 games or so. But at that point, you have to look at him as someone who's not the player he was, obviously.
And how do you fill that void, or voids?
You don't right away.
Because they didn't do a good job last year.
Can't.
I know Jordan Mason, remember you kept fighting me after week 5. He was leading now he's not even on the team. But you got Guerendo, and he's banged up.
Caleb is in Newark.
Our man.
Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Long time, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
How y'all feeling, man? Is it tomorrow payday?
Yeah, it is, baby. Schedule came out today too. Warrior schedule.
Yeah, Warriors, man. I ain't gonna talk about the Warriors. I'm gonna save that for another day, man. You know I'm gonna talk about my Warriors soon, but we got to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Steiny, your favorite football team, it seems. I got a question, man. And my buddy who I do the podcast with, he's a huge Niners fan. What's with all these injuries, man? I know football is definitely look. It's a gladiator sport. We know guys are going to get hurt. We see it in all types of sports, but specifically with this team, I don't know what it is, man. It's like a guy goes down every single day, and it's unfortunate. I just want to know you guys' opinion on what's going on. It seems like there's a medical voodoo or something around that team.
It's been that way for years. Thanks for the call, Caleb. Steiny, I can't blame anybody, especially when you got young guys, and I just keep going to Pearsall. He's out there practicing, and he'll probably play this Saturday. But the bottom line is he showed up with a soft tissue. We'll call it ding, and Garindo's got some stuff. So I don't know what goes on in regard to taking care of yourself in the off season to where you show up to OTAs and you're dealing with something. But I can't explain these rash of injuries. And also I was going to ask you and the callers, nobody's making excuses, but man, if this follows them into week 1, are we going to say, oh, they're continuously bit by the injury bug? Relax, we can't really see who they are? Or is it hell no?
I don't know. I think we could almost answer that question right now. If they get hit by 5 injuries, starters, will that be an excuse for fans? I kind of don't think it will. And it also depends who got hurt, which particular guys. But, Goo, this is a text from the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Gentlemen, the season hasn't started yet. I feel such negative energy. Let's be a bit more excited for the upcoming season. Oh, I'm excited for the upcoming season. I can't wait till football. In fact, when I come back from little time off next week.
Yeah.
I was telling a guy the other day, he's like, what's up? I'm like, well, I'm going to take my last time off and then football season. So I'm excited about football season, but I think what we're talking about are expectations.
Yeah.
What are the expectations for this year's team? And I think we all got to acknowledge they're not as high as the last 3 years.
And all I'm doing, and your boy's excited, is proceeding with caution because the first time in a long time under Kyle, I don't feel like the big bad bully in the NFC West are the Niners. Now that could change. Greenlaw's not here. Hufanga's not here. A lot of guys in different places. Debo's not here. So there is some uncertainty. But to the 408, you got to put respect on. Just admit, nobody's being negative. A lot of your success is going to be dependent on if Robert Saleh and these young guys given the opportunity in the defensive backfield, the D-line, linebacker, all across the board, I don't know how it's going to play out, Steiny. And it's easy for me to sit here and say I'm excited because I don't know. And I'm not telling you they can't make the playoffs this year. I don't know what to make of them this year. But the bottom line is, I hated you saying this about a week ago. Baseball has spoken. Well, so is football. And it will week 1 in Seattle. Because I know Evan and I will get to it tomorrow when you're gone, Steiny. But the bottom line is, what are we going to take out of this Saturday against the Raiders? It's so hard in the NFL. All I want is, I don't even want Brock to play. Just avoid injuries.
By the way, Brock Purdy is expected to play on Saturday.
Oh, my God.
I was like, what happened? No, I get it, but man.
But you've always been soft that way. You're the bubble wrap guy.
Yeah.
Porcelain doll.
And I'm the guy that saw, I don't want to victory.
He saw McCaffrey.
You guys laugh. It's a calf. What are you talking?
So I don't get
dude
this.
missed 8 weeks.
I don't get
first
this.
8 weeks.
Everybody gets hurt. You say you're worried about everybody. What if they miss the rest of the year? One guy finally does. And now you want to say you called it?
Oh no, not at all. Oh no, I don't do radio like that. I don't talk to the listeners. Look at me, I got one right. That's why I'm fearless when it comes to opinions, and I'm not afraid to as Mark Abanya said, flip-flop.
Oh.
I didn't think about how he said that. I don't know if that was the best intro. You're not afraid to flip-flop.
It was great. You're not afraid to flip-flop.
Evan, I heard that
You're
the
not
other day.
afraid
You're
to
not-
say whatever's on your
I'm a real
mind.
one. I'm not
at
doing
the
this
time.
to be Mr. Know-It-all. If I see something, that's how I live my life. If a person, has some bad down times and they fix it, I'm going to say, you know what, Evan? I see you, baby. I see you working.
Hey, give him Biden credit. He had the early scouting report
Evan,
on you.
You're not afraid to flip-flop. Sports, man.
You're not afraid to flip-flop.
Yeah.
You're not afraid to say anything that's on your mind at the time.
No, that's not it. I don't paint myself in a corner.
No, but that's what he said. I remember the whole quote.
Anyway, you ready to give your Niner prediction, or it's too early for that? We'll do that in our football show preseason, our season preview.
All right, we can do that.
Yeah, because I don't know where I'm at yet with the number. I know they got an easy schedule, but are you so sure?
I think I know what I'm going to go with.
You do?
I think I'm going to go with 9 and 8.
I don't think that. Well, that ain't getting you in.
You never know. You never know.
That ain't getting you in, Steiny.
Okay. How much you want to bet that in the last 3 to 5 years, a 9 and 8 team has gotten into the playoffs? Please.
Not last
tell
year.
me. Okay,
I know that.
Did I say last year?
You said the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay,
So this is an opportunity for you, Evan, to do some research instead of chiding me.
Well, a 7-9 team has also made the playoffs.
There you go.
But
Yeah.
There you go.
You know what team that was, right?
Seahawks.
Yeah, look at my man.
I'm just saying you never know how it shakes out.
Dude, I didn't think you knew Seattle.
You have one more insult for me, or should I go to break?
I'll save it for the break.
Okay.
'Cause you are bugging me.
Okay. Well, save that for Friday.
Tomorrow.
All right. That last segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3. See you in the aisle.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Rick in Burlingame. I run a storage facility and had a door that would not work. I called RNS and they had 2 guys here within a couple hours. They got the door operational, professionally, and quickly. Very good experience all around. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
That's a weird assumption.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I need a new line of work, man. Oh, man. I don't know
he
what.
He cannot be that guy.
And I'm
so
not,
disappointed.
Steve. My boy Mello texted me. He sounded like a Purdy stand. All I said was he's earned that contract. Zucci, man. All you live for is victory laps. That's you. But they put it at my doorstep, man.
No, it's
I just got to shake it off.
You
shake it off, Goo.
You invented the phrase victory lap.
What?
Let's.
Yeah. What's your. Dude, you're off. You're about to go enjoy your vacation.
Not exactly, apparently. This is going to be.
Jawan Jennings. Say what's on your mind.
This is going to be. All right. Actually, I better be careful. He's already mad at me.
The boss?
Yeah.
You're mad about meeting. We haven't met with him in like a month.
I'm just flabbergasted. Like, at what point does it stop?
I'm on. I thought I was going on vacation today at 2:12.
But Thursdays, what do we have weekly?
Oh
but
my God, you're going on vacation at 2:30.
Oh my God.
You want to bet? You want to bet with this guy right now?
And I'm going to keep it long. I'm making questions up.
If there's anybody who's responsible for you not being on vacation at the time you thought you would be on vacation, it's you.
Hello.
Oh, so the support I got from you guys last night doesn't count anymore?
And the Forrest Gump thing, Steiny, you've lost it. You're on your own, bud. Me and Evan tomorrow. Or Evan and I.
Evan and me.
I don't care what your mom says.
Because you would say, it's me tomorrow, not it's I tomorrow. All right. Kyle Shanahan telling the fan base, I need 2 more years.
Stop it.
Our old guys are old. We don't know what to get. I got to tell you that. I almost feel like playing it again. Because I feel like it's a great starting point, and it just absolutely. All right. Kyle Shanahan, and you know where this is? I saw him shake his head.
I know where it's from because he's told you 8
Sirius
times.
XM Radio, NFL Network, NFL Sirius XM Radio. More Kyle Shanahan. I just want to use this as a starting block.
When we got here in 17, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. And to me, you don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot, and we got some difference makers in there, and that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades, but everyone else has kind of been homegrown and through the draft. And fortunately, we've been able to keep some of those guys, and that's to me the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here, and we got a group of players, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are difference makers, some borderline Hall of Fame players too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18, that we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players, also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan on Sirius XM Radio talking about his tenure here with the 49ers. And it's funny, every time I hear it, I have a new thought.
And I do too.
Coming into my mind. And it is, maybe he's not asking for 2 years, but he's asking for another year.
And he's
asking for a year
But
here.
the goal, Steiny, tell me if he didn't say this, is adding to the core that he already has. 17, they didn't have a core. They got a core, and they hope these guys pan out, the youngsters, to add, and they can identify and add to the core. But I don't think he's saying, and maybe deep down in his gut he feels it, Steiny, but that this year is off the table. No. We've talked about it, man. Vegas is talking. They got the 10th best odds, not to get to the Super Bowl, but to win it, if you're into that. And the bottom line is they do got some top-tier caliber players still. You just paid your quarterback. So I think I don't want to spill the beans, but, man, playoffs should be something on their radar for sure.
Yeah, I absolutely think it should be on their radar. Let's go through their core players.
Right.
Who am I forgetting?
Bosa. You got Bosa.
Purdy, McCaffrey, Bosa, Warner.
Williams.
I think we can put Lenore in there
Williams,
now. Trent Williams.
Ayuk.
Kittle.
All right. How could I forget Kittle? That's all I'm comfortable with.
We could put Pooney in there maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We won't put Pooney in there. Okay, so the question is, if this year is a year where you got to figure out again who you are, and there may be some growing pains, and you may make the playoffs, you may not. Like, how many of those core guys are going to be around in 2 years? And will they still be at a championship level?
I don't have the answers, but that's a real last question, and that's why I think it's imperative that let me just ask you this, Steiny. What do you make of Brock Purdy? Forget the contract. How much of what you saw from him last year resonates? Does it take away from what you saw the first 2 years? He's got to be a big part of this too. He's got to be before it was like he's got great stuff around him. he's part of it. Now he's got to carry it, man.
Well, he can't.
Well, we don't know. And I got to believe Kyle's going to ask him to do that. I mean, if you're throwing to Juwan Jennings and Pearsall and the days of Debo and the gimmick, the tricks are over, I mean, we're going to find out if Purdy can carry more of the load. You're paying him like he can.
You never.
I don't want to just gloss.
You know
past
what? Why don't you let's save that take for tomorrow.
The Purdy?
Yeah, because that's something you and Evan can get into. Because he's got nuanced thoughts on that, and like I know that Purdy can still get better, but I don't know that he's ever going to be able to carry you. But he's obviously a good enough quarterback to get you to the Super Bowl and possibly win it.
Yeah.
But you got to put the right team around him like any quarterback.
And you are not that team that you were last time you, Evan, and I went to Nevada. You know what I mean? So you've had some departures, and now a lot is going to be on first year again. First year defensive coordinator Robert Saleh to cook up some good stew with some of these new ingredients that are young.
Let's go to Philmo Mike. What's going on, Philmo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's popping?
Your birthday, Mike. I got to tell you, man, you had 89 stories on your IG. Happy birthday, buddy. But Evan and I were in the green room like, is that too many, Philmo? But we love you, but I had to ask.
Hey, man, when people show you love, you gotta show them love by reposting it, man. So I was humble. That's why I said if you look on my story, it's a lot. When it's hella stories on there, it's a lot to sit through hella stuff. But when people repost you, bro, they took out the day to frame your stuff, repost it. You gotta be like, man, I was just overrun. I literally had the most views I've ever had in a 24-hour story, literally. So I had to say, I was saying thank yous for like 30 straight minutes.
Happy birthday, buddy, for real.
Love. Thank you so much, man, for real. And with that being said, Atlanta's beautiful, Magic City. Shout out to Magic City, beautiful women there. Also, the Niners cannot be talking. That's like when you go into Atlanta, you expect to go to a strip club, right? The Niners, we expect to be making the playoffs. You mean you just paid this quarterback all this money and you trying to set something up to be like, oh, possibly, we made this. No. All the players that we have on this team, the coaching that we have, you brought back another head coach and Robert Saleh got him running the defense. Hell no, Steiny. Expectation is at minimum the playoffs. You feel me? We got to get back to them Bill Walsh, George Seifert days, man. The minimum is the play. We're trying to make the playoffs. We're going to get the best team that we could get. Okay, you have shout out to Larry Krug. He was saying this draft reminds him of the 86 draft when we retooled. So let's compare it to that. We ain't comparing it to 19 or 17 with them scrubs. We're comparing it to what we got now, the established players. Yes, sir.
I'm not comparing it to 17. He did. Shanahan did.
I don't think that what he's doing that is. I don't think the reasoning behind it though. You're saying like he's kind of trying to set up that we may not be this good. Or we may need 2 years. 2 years? What? Nah, we ain't got 2 years. We got this year. He got 17 games, and that's what we got to focus on. Not the next 2 years. Focus on this year. It's way too much talent on this team to be talking about. We may not make the playoffs.
Well,
good stuff.
Philmo, real quick, I'll just paraphrase.
Say happy birthday too.
Happy birthday. He was talking about his borderline Hall of Famers and his great players, and he said in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good your stars are, you've got to put the right kind of team around them.
He's right about that.
Well, we don't know, though, yet if the team's right around him because they've got a lot of young guys. We got to see.
Well, I get what you're saying, but my point is that if he's trying to set that up so that we may not make it, he's tripping on that one. He's completely right. It's not your star players. It's the little players, the players that come up and help you out when you're not expecting your stars because you expect your stars to perform. They're already there. We're trying to see if somebody going to pop this year. Malik Mustafa, I'm so mad that he missed his training camp because I thought he was going to be one of them players that helped us out a lot. So, you just got to keep building, man. Just keep getting better players. I don't know why they make this so difficult. It don't matter. The player is if they have a championship team, get the best player at the 59th pick. If it's basketball, baseball, football, find the best players. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
And let me throw this
Have
to you.
a
He got me
great,
thinking,
birthday
Steiny.
weekend.
Yeah. You think the Niners Super Bowl window is closed?
I do.
And I do too. But I'm open to see if I got there too fast. And do you think that soundbite that we've played 50 times, is that what Kyle's kind of saying?
I mean,
just a little like.
What's he saying?
That the window might be closed to win it all.
I mean, I don't know if he's saying that, but I mean, he's clearly saying that I have different expectations for this team
and we should
than the last
them.
3 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And we did this with the Warriors after 2022, and we talked about what constitutes the window being closed, and they made the playoffs. Remember that? Well, they lost to Sac, made the playoffs, and lost to the Lakers, and then last year. But I got to keep it real. A lot of what went wrong from the Niners was as soon as McCaffrey wasn't playing against the Jets and all the injuries and subpar play. But, Steiny, I'm here for the bounce back to see if that window is shut. I just feel like a lot of attrition, a lot of long seasons. This team has been through 4 NFC championship games, 2 Super Bowls again. Like, that takes a lot out of you. And now the personnel is somewhat different. You know what I mean? Eric Armstead, who I tried to run out of town. You missed him last year. Greenlaw was hurt. Now he's not even on your team. Hufanga, who looked like a find, and now all of a sudden he's not in your backfield. Will that come back to get you? Who knows? But I just feel like, man, it could nobody to blame. It could just be a natural evolution of hitting a soft reset.
This from the YouTube chat, Theodore Rand. If the window's closed, then why did we pay Purdy all that money?
Because he's so young and he could be the leader of the new window.
Yeah, but maybe he won't have enough talent around him this year. I am fascinated with that idea, and I do think you and Evan are going to have a good conversation about this tomorrow, because I think a lot of people feel the way Mike does. Is I don't want to hear that. They may struggle, and they should be a contender. They just paid Purdy $50 million.
Man,
but they paid him $50 million because
I can't wait to hear.
Because they paid him off the quarterback he was for 3 years. They're not expecting him next year to turn into a quarterback that is twice as good as he's been in the last 3 years. That's not going to happen. You're paying Brock Purdy to essentially be the quarterback he was the first 2 out of the last 3 years. And the question then becomes, is this, if and I know you can't do this in a vacuum, but if Purdy has a year like he did 2 years ago, will that be enough to get this team to the playoffs with less talent all around it?
Yeah, it's going to be more. I think this will be the most difficult season for Brock Purdy since he's been a Niner. And I got mad at you last year when you said, I want to see him without his weaponry. And I'm like, what's that mean? And boy, did we get that answer. And there was some regression. But now, Steiny, I'm with you. I was the guy that I felt like I started that campaign. He got paid on what he's done. I get it. But I don't believe they stopped there when the ink dried. It was like, no, we're paying you for what you've done. You're so young. We hope you can keep this up. And we might get this. We might need to lean on you a bit more. What's that look like when you're throwing to Pearsall, Jennings, no Ayuk, and Robinson for 6 weeks for Ayuk, and hopefully Robinson gets out of it, but he's going to miss a couple games.
What was the phrase you used about, lean on Purdy?
Brock, to take his game to maybe another level.
Like, what does that look like? Purdy taking his game to the next level.
Let's say Christian's not there and nobody wants to hear this, or they're on a pitch count with that's the Niners' identity, right? We're going to run the ball. We're going to be physical, punch in the mouth, but maybe lean on his arm and we see 35 to 40 pass attempts. I don't know, but he's got to bring more to the table than he's been because he's been afforded the luxury to where they could do things offensively that didn't go through him. And now I feel like those luxuries are gone, especially with Ayuk being sidelined. We need to see if you can do more. And I don't have that answer in regard to maybe more pass attempts when you say, what does that look like?
Well, if you want me to be honest, that to me sounds like a recipe for disaster.
But I think that's what you signed up for.
What? For him to throw 35 or 40 passes?
To do more. Like I think that's part of.
Okay, that's what I want to. That's what I want to talk about. It's like, okay, your offensive line is not very good. Your wide receiver core is really decimated right now. So the only, like when people say, well, he's got to step up, I feel like basically what they're saying is we got to still win. Like if we play the first 5 games and we don't have first 6 games and we don't have Ayuk and Jennings misses a few and Robinson misses a few, like it sounds to me like, okay, Purdy, this is why we're paying you $50 million. Get us to 4-2.
And how do you do that? By scoring points. And I guess without what you just mentioned at his disposal, can they still be effective if the box is loaded, they're taking McCaffrey away? I mean, there's nobody's going to be having a violin out like, oh, it's just tough for you, Brock, because that contract does come into play now. With it comes expectations, even if it's not all pretty around you. We got 13. We have 13, but I don't believe 13 can thrive if McCaffrey's not McCaffrey. And you know what? I'll just say it this way. How the hell is Brock Purdy going to thrive with that offensive line? Like I think it's going to be really hard. Well, what if they're better as a unit this year? And Trent's there and he's healthy. I mean he starts right there. And it's kind of funny during this whole run, the Niners offensive line has been like the black sheep. They never get love, but they're good enough to get you to a Super Bowl, good enough to get you points in the Super Bowl to where you should have too. So are we, and again, they took a step back, but so did a lot of other areas of this team. But are they that porous to where going into a new season, Steiny? Now, I get it can be a concern, but if you got a healthy Trent Pooney in year 2, I mean, can you make it work?
What about the other 3?
Yeah, no, I got you, but it's been like that for a few years, and it's been suffice.
Not last year.
No, you're right.
And that's why to me, the more I think about it, the more, I mean, this is all going to be about McCaffrey. If he's not Christian McCaffrey, and they can't run the ball like they did. This is just okay. I feel like it's logic. Yeah. Okay. If McCaffrey can't run it like he did 2 years ago, that means you're gonna need Purdy to throw more. But the receivers aren't even close to what they were 2 years ago. So it's going to be, and the offensive line isn't as good. So if you're really what I think I hear saying is like, if McCaffrey can't run the ball, then Purdy's got to pull rabbits out of his hat. And that's where
it's not to that extreme. But now I feel like the way you broke that down, should McCaffrey have gotten some of Brock's money? Because I don't like the notion, but I get it, that how McCaffrey goes, that's how Brock goes.
Well, it's kind of true. They're a run-first team. They just are.
I understand that.
And last year they lost McCaffrey. So what happens to your run-first team? Like if McCaffrey's not McCaffrey, especially this year,
Steiny, you got the screen game Mason to dump it off to McCaffrey. You're saying if he's out there, but there's other ways to get him the ball, and him still be effective. But my point is, Brock's got to bring something to the table along with McCaffrey. And my point is, if you got hellified McCaffrey, but Brock is what he was last year, who's to say that's a recipe for success? Like you need Brock to be Brock 2 years ago and McCaffrey to be the dog that he's been.
Well, and I guess what I'm saying is I don't like with this wide receiver core, if we're just talking about Purdy's numbers and statistics, how can Purdy have a better year statistically than 2 or 3 years ago when the weapons are just decimated right now? Or they won't be operating with a full complement of receivers for at least like 6 games.
I would say this. The first thing, Kittle's doing what he does. Pearsall picks it up faster than anybody thought. When Robinson comes back, Steiny, he's a factor. Then you get Ayuk, Lord knows when, and Jennings gets his paper or what have you, and they do it that way. But, man, it's got to be done, and I don't think we can just say it's all – I get what you're saying attention-wise. McCaffrey needs to be out there, but Brock's got to bring something to the table too for it to be effective.
I just don't – I do not think we're going to look at Brock Purdy this year, even if they're 10-7, and say, oh, my God, he was much better than 2 years ago this year.
Or as good. Maybe you don't even got to be much better, just as good.
Well, they won't go anywhere then. If he's just as good as he was 2 years ago, how are they going to be as good when it's obvious the supporting cast isn't as good? Now, no, but this is what I wanted. This is where the money comes in, and that's where it's fair to say, well, that's where Purdy's got to make up the difference.
And I think that you can't avoid that glazier or whatever you want to call it, iceberg.
But
you paid him.
But and it's not Purdy himself. I don't think any quarterback, other than maybe one of the top 4 in that tier 1, if this shakes out like it could, then I don't know if Purdy or any other quarterback is capable of quarterbacking this team to a great year if the supporting cast is worse than it was a couple years ago. Hey, Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking nitro thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community
In Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League high school baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Let's get nuts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get nuts, Steiny. It's our last one before you dip.
What does that mean? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I want to have some trivia with you and Evan. I know you guys aren't gamers, but the NBA players and their rankings have come out for the new NBA 2K game.
Okay.
And these athletes care about them, okay?
All right.
So it's a big deal. They do it for Madden. So the NBA 2K26 has released their top 10 three-point shooting ratings. Can you and Evan, their ratings, So it's out of 100. 100 is you're the best at what you do.
So they give you grades 1 to 100 on how many things, like three-point shooting?
Field goal shooting, awareness, all that stuff.
Okay.
So this is for the three-point shooters in the league. Do you guys know who's number 1 on that list?
I'd like to start. I'll say Steph Curry.
At 99, Evan.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
Man, so I know he's happy. That's damn near
Top
100.
10 three-point
Top
shooters.
10. So now we need 9, Evan. Can you guess who might be on the last 9? And I'll give you his rating if you say his name.
Klay
Thompson, 3rd at 89, which I think is a bit low, but 89 for Klay.
Wait, so there's only one person who's better than Klay, and he's between 89 and 99?
Yeah, so there's a drop.
That's a big drop.
Steiny, who else would you say is we got 8 now.
I'll say Trae Young.
Trae Young did not make the list.
What?
And the last person on this list is at 87, and I believe it's too low. They were a little strict with these. So it's back to Evan.
Durant.
Kevin Durant, number 2 with the Rockets. And I don't like this. At 91.
So he's second.
Yes. Curry's I love you, Steph, but damn. So we got Steph. You guys got the top 3. Steph, KD, Klay. And there's 6 more. 7 more. Can you guys name them?
I'll say Jamal Murray.
Did not make the list.
God.
Evan, I'll throw it to you.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be playing this year. Malik Beasley?
He didn't make the list.
Oh. Well.
Who you got, Steiny?
I'm going to say...
One of them is a guy
Grayson
you like.
Allen.
Yes, number 7. He's number 7.
Yes, sir.
At 87. All right.
Anthony Edwards.
He's number 10. He got it. And also 87. That's low. Dude shot 40% from 3 last year. That's a little low for my liking. So now we got 5 more, excuse me.
I'll say...
How many of them, if any, are on the Warriors?
None.
Okay, so that takes one guy out.
Okay.
I'm going to say...
Man, buddy didn't make it.
Shoot, I had the guy in mind, and now I can't.
You like him. Oh, no, you already got him. You got Grayson Allen.
Damian, no, he's not playing this year. Oh, boy.
And if this gets old, just tell me and I'll read it to you.
No, I love it.
3-point shooter. I'm shocked. Well, it's on you right now. We got
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell did not make the list.
I don't like where I'm at now.
We got 5 more, guys.
Duncan Robinson.
He did not make the list, so he's less than 87.
How about Norman Powell?
Norman Powell did not make the list, Matt Steinmetz. I can't believe you guys are missing this one.
This is from Grandy. Devin Booker?
Devin Booker, this is incredible, did not make the list. I don't like these rankings. How is Booker not on here? One used to be Ja Morant's teammate.
I was going to say Desmond Bane.
Yeah, he comes in at 4 and 88.
Okay.
I get that. But there are a couple. You guys are going to be shocked.
There's got to be a Jokic.
No, Jokic did not make it. And this guy, so let me tell you what's left. Number 5, 6, 8, and 9.
C.J. McCollum.
C.J. did not make it, and they got him lower than an 87. Evan, it's on you.
Oh,
just think, who are the sharpshooters?
Derek White.
Derek White should be on the list, did not make it.
Jesus.
Dude, come on.
How about
one guy was in the finals.
James Harden?
No, the beard did not make it. One guy played in the finals. And this is a shocker to me.
Who played in the finals again?
This guy is number 5 on the list at 88. He's 88.
Not SGA.
No, his teammate.
Dort?
No, Isaiah Joe. I didn't. 88, number 5. And this one at 6 is going to shock you guys.
How about...
I don't know. Like, this one shocks me.
There's no way.
Well, I don't know why.
If he's on it, I'm going to be PO'd.
Okay.
Please don't say Luka Doncic.
No, he's not on there. Yeah.
All right.
Evan?
Oh, I know one.
Is one a teammate of Luka's?
No.
I know one.
That would be a no.
I do know one.
Okay.
Peyton Pritchard.
No, but his teammate.
Jaylen Brown?
No. He don't have a schnauzer, but...
Oh, Sam Hauser?
Yeah.
Oh,
come
my
on.
God.
Dude, he can shoot now. 87.
Well,
He's
in that
number
case,
9.
who's my guy? AJ Green?
He didn't make the list.
How about Darius Garland?
No, Darius did not make it.
No, who's the white guy on the Cavs though?
He's a white guy, but he ain't on the Cavs. He's on the Hawks. A lefty.
Not
the European guy.
Luke Kennard.
Oh my!
This takes 9 threes a year.
So you got Steph, Kevin Durant, Clay, Bane, Isaiah Joe, Levine, Grayson Allen, Luke Kennard, Sam Hauser, and Anthony
Levine.
Edwards. I believe
Zach freaking
they're going to be
Levine.
some mad dudes out there.
I mean, he did shoot 40, I think, plus.
Not against the Warriors.
Or in the clutch. Man.
Pick another category.
Well, that was it. Mid-range. You want to do mid-range? They got
well,
the
what
top
are the
10.
characteristics?
They just take into and athletes get mad at this. I'm sure Durant's mad. He's a 91 and 8 behind Curry.
All right, mid-range?
Yeah, mid-range, top 10.
Start.
All right.
Steph Curry.
No, that's a
joke.
He's on the list. Steph's at number 7.
Okay,
and they got him at a
top
97.
10.
Yeah, top
okay,
10.
so he's top 10 at least. Okay.
You want to take a crack at it? Devin Booker. Number 4, Evan, at 97.
I will take Kevin Durant.
Number 3 at 97. Look at my guys on fire here.
This is where I'll go with Luka.
Luka Doncic did not make the list, Evan. I can't believe you guys are missing the one guy who's number 1 on the list.
DeRozan.
Number 8, good guess, Evan.
I'm gonna guess
96, DeMar DeRozan.
I'm going to guess Jalen Brunson.
Did not make the list, partner. There's one guy I can't believe he's got a movie after him. You guys are missing.
Ray Allen?
Nope.
A movie?
He's not your auntie, but he's your...
Kyrie Irving.
Uncle Drew, number 2 at 98. SGA, number 5, Steiny at 97.
Jokic?
All right. And Jokic, number 1 at 98. Oh, he's tied with Kyrie at 98. So you guys got only a couple.
LeBron?
One's going to shock you.
LeBron?
Is not on the list.
All right.
You got 3 more, you guys.
Who even shoots mid-range anymore?
I was going to actually say Clay, but no chance.
No, Clay's not on the list.
Oh, I know. This will count the bucket. This is right. Chris Paul.
Yeah, almost had it. Not on the list, but there is a Chris on the list.
Chris Paul's the best mid-range shooter in the game.
Chris Boucher?
No. This guy has a ring.
Chris Brown?
No.
Christian Braun?
Chris Middleton from the Wizards at 96. He's still in the list.
Kawhi?
Kawhi did not make the list. This guy was in the finals. Number 6 at 97.
Halliburton?
I'm shocked. Nope. He's got a brother playing
Pascal
college ball.
Siakam?
No, well, used to play. Nope. I'll give it to you, Evan. Andrew Nembhard. They got him at a 97. Number 6. And then this one, I just want to stop this because you guys will not guess this guy. He's on the Knicks.
Oh, Mikal Bridges.
Nope.
Cat?
He said Brunson, no.
I'm
shocked, to be honest.
Cat?
Nope. Evan just said that.
Oh, Josh Hart?
Nope. Not Hal.
OG Anunoby?
Nope. Not Hal, but...
Al Horford?
Nope.
Wait, what? Not Hal?
Yeah, not Hal, but Miles McBride is right from the New York Knicks at 96.
Wait,
Evan.
who's Hal McBride?
The old actor. Hal McBride.
Miles McBride is one of the best 10 mid-range shooters in this
How
game.
was Kawhi not on that list?
Are you thinking of Bake McBride, the former baseball player?
No.
Played for the Cardinals and Phillies?
Hold on. Clean up on all. That's it, Evan. Boy.
All right.
They're going to be Kevin Durant should be mad that he's 8 down off of Curry from 3. And Devin
so
Booker,
Curry is
number 199.
And what's the second highest?
Kevin Durant at 91.
So
I believe Durant's going to go to Twitter and say something about his ranking.
Does somebody out there realize that Curry didn't shoot 40% from the field last year? From 3-point range?
Hey,
he didn't.
Yeah, but
so
he's the best shooter in the game, though, Steiny.
DOD.
Not last year.
Degree of difficulty.
Okay.
Isaiah Joe, I know he hits, but number 5, wow. Clay,
that guy can shoot.
Yeah.
Isaiah
Anthony Edwards shot 40% and he's at 87. I didn't like that one. Sam Hauser, put some respect on his name. You guys didn't even bring him up. That dude makes every 3 he takes, it feels like.
I could do that all day.
Well, but we can't.
Why not?
Because it's about you, man. You wanted to go over some, you had something after I just did that. I appreciate you and Evan letting me get that out.
Try to remind me.
Oh, boy.
It was,
yeah.
No, seriously.
Anything you want to take back about what you said about any movie, Tom Hanks? Maybe when you're gone, you're in your room or whatever, you just fire up Forrest Gump.
I can't see it. I don't have any interest in that movie either. That's the problem.
Because a lot of people love it.
No, because...
And how did you not like Freaky Tales? I thought it was a great... it happened in real life.
No, it didn't.
Sleepy Floyd, Papa's in there going Superman.
He was a ninja.
He killed 59 people at the end of the movie.
Dude,
he'd still be serving
Mia
time.
said something about what they could have, yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just not down with the kids, but that movie was just, first of all, I didn't realize movies now, you can draw cartoons in the middle of the movie.
You mean you can use special effects in movies now?
These are different than special effects. And then also, obviously...
Evan's right, but yeah.
Obviously I just didn't understand the samurai situation at the end with the saber.
Did Oakland have a skinhead problem like that back in the day? That's my era. I don't remember that. But that was a part of the movie.
That was what, 89?
88.
Yeah, that's the year before I moved out here.
No, it was earlier than 88.
What are you saying? I moved out here because I knew there were skinheads out here?
No, I'm just saying I hadn't heard. I didn't know that.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't know that part of the town.
I didn't move out here because I'd heard it was a hotbed for skinhead ideas.
I thought it was a good movie, though.
Did you mean Hal McRae?
That's who I meant.
Thank you, 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury
A lot of people got a kick out of that.
Text line. Yeah, I did.
And these athletes, Steiny, especially football, they get mad at their ranking. Like if I'm KD, what you got me from? Now, I didn't get the overall where you put everything in there, who the top 10 were. I got to believe LeBron would have been on that list and Kawhi. And if I was good at my job, you'd think I would have that, but they only gave me the mid-range and 3-point ones.
All right, so the Warriors schedule has come out. And what would you like to know? What would you like to know?
Well, you told me the back-to-backs.
Yeah, 15 back-to-backs.
And Clay comes to town when? That Christmas?
All right, let me just read some of the highlights. Okay. 34 national TV games.
Damn.
That's the most they've ever had. They opened the season on the road against the Lakers. Their home opener at Chase is October 23rd, a Thursday against the Nuggets.
I love that.
All right, so they're 0-2 to start. I'm just kidding. The team's 6 are on ABC, 7 on ESPN, 7 on NBC, and then some streaming. Pair of holiday games at Chase Center Christmas Day against the Dallas Mavericks.
I like that.
So they play at home against the Mavericks at 2 o'clock on Christmas. And then on Martin Luther King Day, they play the Miami Heat at night.
Jimmy Butler revenge game.
And as Evan said, 13 of 14 Christmas Day games. Now the Warriors have played.
That's the one. Yeah.
The Warriors guys play the most national televised games in the league, or tied for the most
It's not
national
over. That's big, man.
Would you
Evan,
like to guess?
All right, here we go.
The other three teams.
L.A. Lakers.
Dallas Mavericks. Now, can't get mad, Evan. It's wrong.
Knicks are in a... Wait. No, you said the Mavericks. Oh, damn it.
Oh, the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's easy. So there's two left, Steiny.
No, there's only one more.
Uh-oh.
The Warriors are one of four teams.
The Knicks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I just said it.
Oh.
Not Boston.
The Warriors will host a season-long 8-game homestand from January 7th to the 20th. That's in the middle of January. Now, let's hope they don't lose 7 of 8 of those like the Giants would.
Do you know their longest road trip of the season?
Oh, yeah. Golden State will embark on a pair of 6-game road trips, one in November, one in March. They have 15 back-to-backs, 4 home and home.
I got one question. When does Wemby come to town and the new look Spurs? How soon do they come to the Bay?
He didn't make the press release, so I'd have to look at the schedule.
Oh, okay.
Including 4. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it doesn't show Spurs here.
I just don't have the whole schedule in front of me. I just have the highlights.
Spurs might have some
San
action.
Antonio comes to Chase Center 2 times. Once February 11th and April 1st.
See, that's kind of, guys, that's ridiculous.
What is?
They don't come to the new year. 2020, like, damn.
Well, they're not in the division.
But still, I don't like that. You're in the conference.
You know how hard it is to make a schedule for 30 teams? It's really hard.
We didn't have 30.
Whoa, what?
He used to do it for our Madden League. We had about 16, 18 dudes. This was pre-internet. He had to do it on hand.
You do realize most of these arenas, they have other functions. It's not like, hey, 49er Frankie, we'll go to Jim's for that one, and we'll go to Bill's for the other one.
Yeah.
No, the...
Man, the Warriors are still box office. I'll say that.
For now.
Are you surprised Minnesota wasn't top 4 ever? Finchy losing a little... Come on now. What?
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
It's incredible. Have you talked to him at all this offseason? Not a text.
No, I haven't.
No.
We could probably, but here's the thing. I could get him on, but nobody wants to hear from Chris Finch in the Bay Area in late August.
That's what you think.
Exactly. And that's where you go wrong, man.
All right, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'll get him on, but what's the content?
Well, hold on. You can never make up for what you missed in the missed opportunity when they were playing in the playoffs. I had Phil Handy in studio when they were playing in the finals.
He's an assistant coach.
Yeah, but still.
He has no responsibilities.
But you could have asked, what's he doing in there? But, Steiny, there was meat on the bone to have your boy in here talk. Man.
Everything I said came from his mouth anyway. Trust me.
Man.
Like when I say stuff like, they didn't care about Kuminga getting 30. Where do you think I get that?
For a second. I wish you would reach out to Lakeup. He's text you during our show to see what's going on. No, seriously.
We know what's going on.
How's he doing since the Kent news, you know?
How's who doing?
His son. He's leaving.
You know, his son probably told him that 2 months ago. We just found out today, that's all.
Dude.
What was the one thing you were talking about with the Warriors? Oh, okay. If we had Chris Finch on the phone right now, you tell me what a pertinent question would be for him in this market that would be in any way illuminating.
How big of a deal was it for you and your team to play the Warriors without Stephen Curry? Talk to us about how big of that's what won you the series, right?
Oh, is that how you would ask me the question?
Yeah.
Ask me the question.
I'll say, hey, Finchy.
Yeah.
How big of a, honestly, how big of a deal was it when Curry went down that you guys knew you had us?
Oh, well, anytime one of the greatest players in history goes down, you probably should have an advantage because of that. But, we thought even with a healthy Steph, we could win that series. Obviously, they won game 1. But let me ask you this. You seem to be a smart sports guy.
The head coach does not ask questions.
Yeah. No, let me ask this.
I got another one for you.
Finchy does. So let me turn the question on to you. What's your name, Mr. Guru?
Yeah, Johnson.
Don't you think that the Warriors probably aren't as good without Steph Curry?
I believe they would have beat you had he remained healthy.
Okay. And I believe that they're better with Steph Curry than without him.
All right. Point taken.
It's such a dumb question.
Yeah.
Of course they're better with Steph Curry.
Let me run this by. Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
We got a big problem right now in the Bay Area. Can you talk to us about the guy that gave you guys the business? Are you at all shocked that they're standstill with young Jonathan Kuminga?
I can't comment on another team's player. I think, and that's another thing you should know. Are you new in the business? Right. I can't tamper. Jonathan Kuminga is a good young player in this league, but that's where I got to stop.
It is so unfair to that player, Jonathan Kuminga, that what he did on the fly, those 3-4 games, got just obliterated by it. We didn't win.
Ask me again about Kuminga, and I'll answer honestly.
No, I'll say this. Yeah. Coach, what do you think about Kuminga?
He cannot be that guy.
That's pretty good.
I think some of his decision-making is diabolical. I think he's a great young player.
Yeah. Enter the Draymond on the YouTube chat. Don't get him on.
Needs a lot of work.
He would be a good Minnesota. Man, they would love him.
What?
Who gave Kuminga so much credit here? I was in the SIP. Wasn't a GM. Somebody came out and said, man, that Kuminga. Oh, anyway, I'll have it for Evan tomorrow on the listeners. But they were pro Kuminga like, this dude's ceiling and upside is better than some of your favorite ball players out there. I was like, man.
So you're clearly talking to a casual?
No, this was somebody in the business. We need Thundercats.
I'm not saying.
Dude,
there are a lot of people in the business that don't know anything.
We need Thundercats. So are we going to remind Dibs and Willard,
about what?
If the Giants somehow make it, you guys are out?
Well, I might, but I know you'll cower. Just like you did yesterday. Willard. Just like you did yesterday. Please. I'm coming down his road about Ohtani. It's not fair.
And I did.
No, you know what, Mark? You're right. He is a cheater. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt sign.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
He cannot be that guy.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
You going to tell them or I'll tell them? Well, we talked about early. We called them out.
That's an early sniff.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's wait a second.
Yeah, all right.
Let me ask you guys something. If a superior asks you to do something.
Yes, go ahead.
If your boss asks you to do something, does it matter if the difference is you forgot to do it or you just didn't do it or you did it wrong? Is there any differentiation there?
It comes down to process or results, and I'm a results guy, so there's no difference.
Okay.
I think there's a difference.
Okay.
Like, did you do it wrong on purpose?
I forgot to submit a request for some days off.
Okay.
And I thought I'd gone into the system. Goo is the system.
It's pretty simple.
Well, wait a minute. I think I forgot to hit submit.
Oh, okay.
That one in the one in the low bottom left.
So when you forgot to hit submit, did you then subsequently follow up to make sure that the request was?
Wow.
See, that's where you have the problem in my eyes.
And Mark, just to be clear, I went to the site.
You executed poorly.
That's right.
You were like the Giants. You didn't forget to show up and play baseball. You just played it poorly.
I think that, in fairness, forgetting would be worse.
Well,
because that could be
if you were buttoned up like Dibs said, this would have been avoided, and the people in the know would have knew.
Of course. And you know who else could have been buttoned up? All right. Just wanted to see. That guy. I guarantee you he could have found the days off that I requested in one of his 17 legal pads that he jots everything down on anytime you have a meeting.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. So, yeah.
Anyway, that's that.
Yeah. We were just knee deep in that legal pad about 6 minutes ago.
I saw you in there early. Up there,
smoke coming out of that room. Yeah.
Okay, I will say this.
Happening.
I will say this, and I will credit Evan for this. And Evan said it. Nahegan was hot at me last night.
Last night?
Yes.
Oh, that's never good.
About this.
We've agreed to not talk at night.
He does get over things. He does. He said he's like he's like a great coach who will say something. Hey, he'll say something.
Come on.
He's like a great coach who will bark at an official when he thought he was wrong, and then that's it. Says his piece. Hey, Dan, I thought you missed a walk there. I thought he took an extra step. I don't think so, Coach. Okay. And then you just leave it there.
That just depends on who you're talking to, because you have to obviously address each person as a coach or as a boss in the way that person can be reached, and that goes for the six of us or any other team and any other coaching situation.
And, of course, the great suggestion, I don't know why I didn't think of that, is Steiny should have just gotten Goo to go onto the site to request the day off. He probably knows how to do it.
Like
I didn't say it.
Like Will. Yeah. Drive by, man.
Wow.
Just
all right. I'm not initiating any more conversation.
You did enough right there.
You've done more than enough.
Yeah.
Why don't you take a week off, Steiny? You've done enough.
Yeah. And you're talking to Dibs, a guy that has not seen, Willard, the movie Forrest Gump. People have come for him and
not surprised.
Listen. Look at Dibs. He knows him.
If you have, I believe everybody has holes in their iconic movie game.
No doubt.
This is why I like Willard.
Stop nodding, because your takes that hour were so unfathomably bad. They were so.
You're talking to Goo, right?
No,
he's talking about the 10, 11, 12, and 1 o'clock hours.
I don't care if you haven't seen it,
right?
But the dismissive nature and the assuredness that Castaway is better,
it is.
Though you haven't seen the other one, and then to double down with, if you're playing a role of somebody who is in any way suffering from some sort of a
malady,
either a handicap or whatever, that shouldn't count.
I think it's an easier role for them to play. That's all.
Yeah.
So these were rough
What was the
takes.
first one?
That you're sure that Castaway is better than Forrest Gump?
Oh my God!
But you haven't seen it, so you can't actually see.
He got an Oscar.
Only if you've seen both can you speak on that.
Man, Philadelphia.
Ask me what the best stadium is in the major leagues.
What's the best stadium in the major leagues?
Dodger Stadium.
He's never been there is the bit. He's never been there.
That's weird, too. You've never been to Dodger Stadium?
I know. I do want to go.
That's weird.
His favorite movie of all time is called Midnight Run.
It's a great one.
Oh, it's a good movie.
Oh, my man.
Right, but, I mean, there are probably 700 movies that people would put above it that he just hasn't seen. And
again,
that's where
I don't even.
You have no movie depth.
I don't care what your rankings are, and I don't care what makes you happy. But you're speaking on stuff you don't even know anything about.
What's new?
What do you mean? What's new?
That's what he does.
Been here 7 years, Mark.
Well, and we can be bothered by it every day if we want to be.
And that little
I saw enough of Forrest Gump walking by it 70 times.
No, you haven't.
To know.
And you went Shasky on me. I didn't like that.
Oh, here you go again.
I can't
I don't have any
apologize for
friends
people
in
in my family getting sick or deaths. So have fun at my disposal with. It's not all vacation. So there. I didn't like that. Until they called Goo and he would have knew that.
I didn't write that.
It's constant. Where
Hey, Will, that hurts, man.
Every Thursday,
who needs enemies
every
with
time you
coworkers
miss on
like
a
this?
Thursday, they're always chitter-chatting around.
I see you, dude.
I just want to raise my hand. All of mine's vacation, and I don't feel a damn bit of guilt.
Dude, I got sickness left and right, but man, oh man.
I got a ring on it.
Hey, we talked about you guys early. That bit with the funeral was awesome yesterday, and I just said to Steiny on air today, if somehow miraculously they come back, can you guys be at the party? After the funeral, you got him in the coffin. You did the eulogy.
He did the eulogy, and I didn't stop him because I brought flowers, and he wore his black suit, and that's the way that thing goes. And you can look up at the screen behind you right now, and you can see the replay of what took place yesterday.
Good Lord!
Wow,
that's just that. And if they're not going to play with any verve and any enthusiasm, why should we as fans watch them with any enthusiasm?
And I think that's why they booed, because we've taken days off. We did whatever to get here. This ain't right. And that's why I think we hurt some birds.
By the way, I've never booed Jordan Poole. I just want to answer that. I don't boo. I actually have kind of a policy against it, but I'm not bothered if anybody else wants to.
Right.
Like, yeah, dude, do your thing. And there are times even where I will agree with someone about, like, the deservedness of a boo. I thought that was a fun conversation that you guys were having.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that kind of comes down to either effort or just, like, there's a certain bar of execution. Professional sports is hard. If you are in a slump and you strike out 18 times in a row, I'm not going to boo you. I might want to replace you, but I'm almost going to feel bad for you more than boo you. But, for example, and we should circle back to this because we all kind of had fun at Ramos's expense yesterday because he threw the ball straight into the ground, and now we've seen the aerial view of all of the infielders running for the dugout or something. Like, the Giants this year have a large number of players that don't seem to know where to go or what to do with a baseball when it's hit to them or hit to someone else. And that's boo-worthy. That's stupid at the major league level. That's crazy.
Man.
I will say this. There is a silver lining to you guys having that funeral yesterday.
What's that?
You are now welcome.
Nope.
At the Haters Bar.
Oh, man, I wasn't here, but
you're more than welcome now because you've given up on the Giants.
He can go until the end of September, and once the season's over, it's going to be back to, we're going to get him next year, guys.
Oh, man.
So he's got a limited window.
Oh, I'm not waiting for September to that.
What do you mean, oh, my? He's right next to me.
I've never heard this tone from you.
Then you don't listen to the program.
Yes, you have. You've been here for 7 years.
There was some malice there.
Frazier, like
no malice. There was an absence of malice. And unlike some shows, I bring it to people's face. You rat-a-tat-tat me while I'm not listening. That's your thing. That's your bit. I do it in the crossover.
I'm not raising my voice.
He's
before
coming
I
for
leave
you.
Am I
vacation.
raising my voice? Not at all. I'm just pointing out the facts.
You have another show tomorrow.
And I've heard you two guys go at it.
You're out tomorrow too?
Yep. Yeah. Evan and I.
Oh, good for you.
No malice.
I would love to see the scoreboard because you're closer to the top of the leaderboard than you are to the bottom of the leaderboard as far as flex time away goes.
This is where
I could run down your list of times you've taken off if you'd like, and we can add it up. But you don't want that because you don't want to go into the vacation mad.
I choose to look at it this way.
I've taken
30.
Not even close.
Wow, now who's raising their voice?
Wow. Now it's on. Willard.
God.
Take a playoff wheel.
You had the wedding, and you backed it up with a trip to New Orleans. And then you had the trip back to South Carolina for the golf trip. That was damn near a week. You had the tourney, and you took the Monday after, which was a quiet 3. And you got another 6 coming up. I think you hear me knocking, and I think I'm coming in.
Y'all are keeping track of each other.
I'm the Michael Jackson meme with the popcorn.
I'm the snitch.
Yeah.
I'm the snitch. You approve of what he's doing right now?
I want you to stand up to him.
Well, I'm going to run down the actual numbers.
Why you come my way?
I'm just hyper aware of my teammates and how it affects the overall product.
Guru would call that nosy, right? You said I'm nosy.
Yeah.
He keeps track of everybody's time off.
He'd call it
too. Pocket watching is what he'd call it.
Okay.
Not being nosy, because it's not nosy when I look across the console and I see Evan. That's not being nosy. That's called showing up to work.
Okay. I took a Friday and Monday off to go on a golf trip to South Carolina. Mm-hmm. That's 2.
How'd it go?
It was fun. We won the team event.
Okay.
I took the New Orleans thing was 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 9.
Yep.
Then, this is where you're so mistaken, it was just 3 Fridays and 1 Monday. Okay, so that gets me to what?
13.
And here comes 1 more week, and then it's football.
And a Friday.
What Friday?
This coming Friday and a week.
Yeah, it's still less than 4 weeks total.
That's 6.
I mean, who made up the 4 weeks thing?
I just made it up.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
so the answer's you.
What do you mean?
I said, who made it up? You said, I just made it up. So I said, oh, then you made it up.
Well, no, what I'm saying is...
did everyone else hear that?
I'm saying 4 weeks is, it's about average for a guy my age, and I still haven't hit it.
Then you have a bunch of coughs, too. You had a bunch of coughs.
What does that mean?
You took a bunch of sick days.
Those don't count.
Yeah,
I didn't say they count.
Days.
The listeners don't know what's going on. They just know that Steiny and Goo weren't here.
I've got
Don't put Goo in it.
I've got 27 weeks.
This is Steiny.
Or anyone. Or Willard and Dibs. I'm not counting anybody's days. I've had mine.
I would be too embarrassed to count the next man's chicken or days off. That's just the cloth I come from.
Yeah, you can.
So stay in your lane when it comes to Goo's days off or time off, and then you can ask me about it, and I'll tell you where I was at.
I'll just tell you, if you want to go hardcore, you want to peel the Band-Aid off, let's get the stats. All 6 of us.
Right.
I think I'll be right smack dab where I usually am. In the middle.
I know my stats, and I believe that next week you will surpass me.
Okay.
So congrats.
And you're probably about to double me with this next little 6-day flurry. And so, yeah, because I'm gonna think.
Oh, right. So my sick days count.
No, they don't.
But your bereavement doesn't.
None of it counts. You didn't count your sick when you just racked up your 20. Those 20 that you just racked up, those were days.
Didn't, but
time to do the legal.
Willard brought up the cough.
That's Willard. So don't come to me with what's coming out of Willard's mouth. No, I just counted the ones you rattled off, which is 20.
No, it's less than 20. It's less than 4 weeks.
Time to do the legal.
Okay, we did the math. It's 19. Go ahead.
I'm actually a little annoyed. A little, not a lot, because I'm going on vacation.
I got 10 minutes to get there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, but mostly you're listening to Dan Dibley antagonize. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. And I know what's going on here today. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we're coming to you today, right now, live from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
You prefer to be the antagonizer, not the antagonizee. So in this case, the shoe is on the other foot, Cinderella.
Okay.
That is an interesting
I'm
point.
fine.
I mean, you did just look at me and go, I've been here for 7 years, insinuating that you have been antagonizing people for 7 years, and you're mad that Dibs is doing it to you for 7 minutes. Just an observation.
Yeah. I'm pretty much done here right now.
I did it for 51 weeks when the three of us had a show together, and that's why we didn't make it 52 weeks.
That's not why.
And for anybody else,
changes. Willard came aboard.
For anybody else our age and older, Goo is in here right now looking like UL Washington, and I freaking love it. Please tell me you understand the reference.
Yeah, with the toothpick.
Exactly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Batted second behind Willie Wilson.
Yeah,
So
but
good.
unlike Steiny, I got one boss to answer to.
Who that?
My boss is not in this room.
Straight up top. G to the O to the D.
Why don't you try to live that example?
Well,
look at that.
I'm comfortable in my skin.
The antagonist is back.
It's a gang up. That's fine.
No, I'm
It's
just...
you. He's been his normal self.
No.
How is it a gang?
Let's be clear. I work alone. And when I walked in the studio and you and the boss were having a discussion about flex time away, I chimed in.
Oh, yeah.
I was
chimed
uncomfortable, too, because that was them going.
I'm an open book. And I jumped right in with both feet. So don't make it seem like it's a gang up. It's me. It's Dan Dibley.
No,
it's
Gooder's up to something here, too. He knows it.
I stood on all 10. I don't have to answer to nobody.
Take the toothpick out of your mouth.
I'm Dusty Baker.
Just when you leave, if you wouldn't mind picking the pieces up off the floor of the toothpicks that are invariably there.
I won't do like Shasky.
And Steiny, if
my
you could
bottle
take your water and your coffee out too, there's always dishes left when you guys are done.
But please stay as long as you want.
But assume they're ours and not Shasky or
And how are their dishes when you don't even sit where I
runner.
sit at, Dibs? You don't even sit over here. So how would you know if they're dishes?
I walk over there to turn on
That's
the
the Goo I
television.
need.
Yeah, he's
and
acting
I have
like
to
the old
dance
granny right
around
now.
the sticks. And you're the only one who drinks
Stay in
a
your
pint
lane.
glass of water.
Dibs needs to stay in
and you
his
leave it
lane.
in here
I love
every
you,
single
Goo.
day.
No, I'm just saying.
So, my lane
If
is
we
in
were
your
on
lane.
radio, I'd cuss them out. How dare you tell the next man how many times they take off?
It's a shared space. Can we?
No, I'm not talking about the stuff. You don't sit here, so I don't leave dishes.
Right.
I noticed you never told Lorenzo Neal to clean up some of his things. Why?
Incorrect.
Ooh, this
Do you
is
think
some
I
old
didn't
stuff.
tell him to clean up his toenails?
I don't think you did.
When he would trim his toenails on the counter? You don't think that I asked him to clean up his toenails, you're wrong.
I know husbands and wives that won't go back that far. Good Lord. Yeah, how long are you holding on to that?
What, the low kneel?
Yeah.
Well, it's just what came to mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Whew.
Man, what else you want to talk about? You got about 8 minutes.
Yep.
Your new boots on the ground for the Valkyries, Pods?
Yeah,
that was a good get.
Yeah, we got a new correspondent. His name is Pods. And he handled the interview in the middle of a rainstorm. And he was outside. He was outside. He was outside in his backyard in Orlando, and a thunderstorm came through.
He lives in Orlando?
No, he's working out in Orlando.
Oh, no. That's the first
show.
red flag.
Listen to the show. You said you were going to listen to the correspondent.
Did you ever pay off that tease?
The whole day.
Which one was it? There were two things I wanted to know.
Obviously, not that badly.
Well, now you're doing it too. I thought I could count on you. I guess not.
There was that, and
that
also
was the tease.
Yeah, we also played the game higher or lower, where we threw out things that were higher or lower the number of stolen bases the Giants have this year, which is 52. So it was a fun game. We played that at about 5:25 or 5:30. We got to it.
I didn't hear that when I was listening at, I think 5:30 to 6.
Yep.
That's about it. I didn't text you guys anything because I didn't notice you said anything wrong. So I let it tomorrow. Yesterday you must have done a nice job. Well done.
Nice.
What are you hot on, Goo?
What am I hot on? Dibs and all the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Shasky being the one.
Yep. I'm with you, Goo. I've never been Team Goo more than today.
And I've been at funerals. People getting sick.
Like
Let me apologize for that. Standing by people when they're sick. My bad.
Yep. You guys proud of yourselves?
It reeks of jealousy that you're going somewhere and then he would do
that's
that
what
to
it
you out there.
does. You know what? I'm with you,
What was the plurality of that?
What?
Are you guys proud of yourselves? I haven't said a damn word about anybody missing time.
Mark?
Have a great vacation.
But
Mark.
you're in his head anyway.
Well,
No.
But that's just the way it works.
You made an inference about,
say it to him with your
I
chest.
didn't. Not about your vacation.
No. This is not me. It's. I do think you guys have been a little callous as it relates to some of the tragedies that have happened with Guru's family and some of the family stuff he's got. I think you've been very callous.
I have never said one word.
And I can speak for myself. Don't try to come to my room. You speak on what you got going on.
Speak for myself.
No.
I've never said
it's just what I've observed.
Now he's helping me.
I have never said one word about the numbers of time you've been absent. I've texted you. You know that.
You're my guy.
Virtually every single time.
Yeah.
The jokes about your absences come from your own show.
No.
Oh my God.
And I tap into them because they don't have the real.
Such
They don't
as,
know the real.
It's a Thursday and you're here. What a miracle!
Yeah.
Like that whole joke about Thursdays is a thing.
No, it's not actually. The new protocol is me to come on the air and say, "Shut up, everybody! He's at a funeral."
Gotcha.
That's right. I support my guy.
Yeah.
And be happy about your vacation you're about to take tomorrow.
Now I feel bad about it.
Have a great time.
No, I'm not
it's
gonna.
great.
If you do, then
Just
you're
for
lost.
you guys, I'm going to be miserable. How about that?
If you do, then you're lost.
I don't think you'll be
Don't let
miserable
them take
going
your
where you're
joy.
going. That's going to be super fun. And with the system, get what you can get. That's all. I just was curious about what's the range so that I can be in the middle.
Well, the word's frequency.
I
now
hate to
is what
say
you
it, but
frequency.
Willard is the one who's right on this. The word is unlimited, as you would say. And that's, unfortunately, the facts.
Okay, yeah.
Now, this is what I'm hot on. He asked, is it foul or fair to throw your own birthday party? Steiny came in with that today.
Fair or foul to throw your own birthday party?
Do you want to? What if you don't have a spouse?
Depends on the party.
But if I'm 18, 25, 38, if I want to throw my own, that's what it's about. Enjoy it. He has a problem with it.
No,
I think the
Guru,
whole
you don't listen to me.
the whole idea.
Guru,
you get to do what you want for your
I
birthday.
said I want to feel out the answer here because I'm not.
But
I don't
in your
know.
core, just say it. It's okay.
I wouldn't throw a party for myself
And
at
there we
25
go.
years
Okay.
old.
Oh,
That's
why
all.
though?
Because I'm a punk at 25 and I don't deserve it.
Enjoy yourself.
I just want
and your friends.
I want people's birthdays to just be one day. That's always been my wish. That's always been my wish. And I don't want to get, I don't want to dabble into something that sounds sexist, but a lot of women I know tend to celebrate their birthday for about a month and a half.
Father's Day, Mother's Day. We won't talk about that.
But, just your birthday is your birthday. You get one day. You celebrate it again next year. You do whatever you want. When's your birthday, Steiny?
September 26th. I'll probably take the day off.
That's football season. I wouldn't do that.
Maybe it's a Saturday.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I don't know.
Mine's on a Saturday next year. I just found that out. I was looking at the Warriors schedule and noticed that they play on my birthday.
You'll be there?
I can't even remember if it's home or road.
Yeah.
But it clued me in that my birthday's on a weekend. I think I might throw a party.
You're a grown man.
Yeah. Very grown.
I don't have an opinion on that. I really don't. Because if you're single, what are you going to do?
Makes it kind of like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
And I'm not single.
And this all stems from Evan. He's throwing himself a bash at his house.
Great.
Steiny offered him his home to throw the party at. Now that's a friend. He declined, but damn, Steiny, that makes me like you.
I needed him to house sit too.
Well, I mean, that's great. He doesn't have a wife, I don't think Evan does, and so, yeah. When's his birthday? Is it coming up?
I think it's next week. I think it's next week, but he's celebrating Saturday.
This Saturday.
I think it's Monday.
31.
Awesome, 31. All right. He's
Monday.
another Leo. Attaboy.
It is Monday.
Grandy, do you have to clean up after this?
Probably.
Okay.
Grandy, he could have had this party at my house and spared you all the mess.
Why didn't he do that?
Because he didn't trust the guests.
I thought if he got hammered, he would want to get in his own bed, and he couldn't do that at Steiny's house.
When's your birthday, Guru?
May 19th, same day as Malcolm X.
Dibs, when's your birthday?
Tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
You're playing, Dibs.
Uh-huh.
Dibs,
Is it?
There's no way we did all this. And
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
You off?
No. No.
One dude get them all?
No, I mean, had I known that taking days off was that easy, I'd have taken birthday week, for crying out loud. Call me Karen, I'm taking the week.
Boy.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm coming in to do Willard and Dibs.
Well, yeah, but then it's Friday night after that.
I'm actually going to take
Friday night.
I'm going to take up the whole crossover on what's bugging me
Come
tomorrow.
to the ship.
That's what I'm going to do.
Come to the ship, Dibs.
Well,
I got
wouldn't
one
do
for
that because
you.
he won't be in the room.
We'll
I don't do that.
We'll lay out.
He'll be look at him.
You want to lead the show tomorrow?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah,
tomorrow. You want to do the whole thing?
Nah, I want to just do what we do, have the usual Friday laughs, watch you get into silly mode at 5 o'clock, which happens every Friday.
Sometimes it happens at 4.
I mean, the man will just start giggling at everything, which is infectious. Go home and have a little dinner with the wife and kid and call it a week.
Oh, man. But seriously, Steiny, we are going to miss you, man. You know I am.
Where are you going again?
That was better.
Bandon Dunes.
Oh, you're going to Bandon?
Yeah. Wow.
I wonder about Bandon. I've never been there.
Tell him everything. His rich friend flies him in.
No, I get it. And everybody says it's incredible. And
it is.
Everyone I talk to when they get back, they're like, the wind was blowing 38 miles an hour the whole time. And you're like wearing rain gear, and then they come out and they're like, it was incredible.
Possible.
I'm like, it looks miserable.
It can be. We're in the middle of August. We should be okay. But
use your IG live for us.
Spend like a bit.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Like
Willard, I've gone
$500 tea time, and it might
Willard.
Yeah,
I've gone twice, and after the second time, I said, like the last Bob Dylan and Van Morrison concert I said, I will not go to any more.
Was the last time when you had to break into your own car because you locked the keys inside?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, that's tough.
Real quick, I said, Bandon's gotten too expensive, so I'm out.
What is it?
But you don't pay for anything.
Well, that's why I'm going.
No, but yeah, what is it for regular people? Not like yourself.
Like if you golf for 5 days and stay on the property, it's got to be $5,000.
Yep. It's a stay and play, but
are you allowed to just go get a tea time?
You can stay off the property, I believe.
And do one day? Can you just if somebody wanted to
if you want to go out and just play around,
play
probably $250.
Yeah. Okay. That's
and
not
you might be on they have 6 courses, and you want to stay there and you want to get the whole experience.
Can you play a good round? Is it possible to score?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Like the courses are all different.
It looks like sideways rain. Every person I've ever known who's gone there. They're like, yeah, it was great. It was incredible. Couldn't stand up straight. I'm like, really? Was it fun?
You know how they like to simulate Irish golf, kind of. Okay. So
we're living vicariously.
Okay, here you go.
Weekend,
the tee times get less expensive. Like March, April, May, and October, November, pretty much, because that's when the weather can get really bad. Although you go up there and you prepare for anything.
Yeah. You got tomorrow 66 with a 25% chance of rain. So
there you go.
And then Saturday 64 and then 63.
Wait, do we see rain?
Only Friday.
Okay.
Only
Are you
Friday.
playing golf for 7 days?
Like 5 or 6.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I love it.
Your back will hold up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got
a new hip.
We've got a recovery room at our place.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
What happens in there?
There's a sauna and like these cold baths, and you get a massage if you want. I've never had a massage, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's the good life.
Yeah.
Should I go get a massage? I've never had one.
You've never had a massage?
That's a lie. I've had one, and it was uncomfortable.
Me. Yeah.
If you come back having never had a massage and having never watched Forrest Gump, I'm done with you.
There's no way I watch a movie on a golf trip.
Why not? What the hell are you doing at night? What are you doing?
I'm not watching the Gumper. All right, guys.
Oh, man.
Have a great trip, Steiny.
Well, before the trip, we got a meeting on 95.7 The Game.
Unlike Steiny, I got one boss to answer to.
Who that?
My boss is not in this room.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Yeah, what's going on, Willard and Dibs? Let's get started. Now my mind's just completely in a different place. I mean, I guess we'll just wait till tomorrow to say happy birthday, but happy birthday Eve.
Thanks. I mean, you get to be this age, it's like, whatever, it's my birthday. It's just another day. If I had something really fun to do, I would have taken the day off and done it, but we're back to school, and we're in back to school mode, and, end of the week, it's like, let's just do the show and go home, have a nice dinner, and call it a day.
It's one of my favorite numbers. One of my favorite numbers.
Heinz 57?
57.
Steak sauce?
Not because of Heinz. No, not because of Heinz. First of all, Dre Greenlaw.
I think Dan Buns back in the day.
Dan Buns, absolutely. Yeah. And please don't take this as bringing the room down or anything. It was also Greg Willard's number.
Oh, man, yeah.
It was.
Wow.
It was his number. My cousin, NBA ref, and may he rest in peace. He was number 57. So, you know me, I love numbers. Yep. Numbers are numbers. And I love the number 57. So
awesome.
Happy last day of 56.
Well, thank you. And that makes me feel actually really, really good that 57 is something that I'll think about throughout the year. And I will think about your cousin because I know how much he meant to you. And just doing a quick Google, who also wore 57, threw a no-hitter for the Giants, Sanchi. Jonathan Sanchez.
Did he?
57.
You know me when it gets
numbers.
Once we get past, like I sit here and go, Dre Greenlaw, my cousin.
Good old Sanchi.
Once you get past, once you get past Buster Posey and Tim Lincecum, maybe Mad Bum. Did he wear 40?
Yep, 40.
Yeah. I was like, holy smokes! What Jonathan Sanchez wore? No clue.
Right.
No clue. I have to squint in my brain to think of what Christian McCaffrey wears.
It's 23.
23,
Jordan,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Jordan. Draymond Green.
Well, I mean, 23 was popularized, I think, by Jordan first. But anyway, 57.
How's everybody doing? 888-957-9570 is the number. Glad you're with us today. And we do want to talk some 49ers right out of the gate because I have a question, a burning question. And I mean this genuinely. I want to know, why would a coach do this? I know where most brains will go right away when you hear it, but I want to know. I'm always fascinated in this because we're in the media. I'm always fascinated because, and maybe this is a little cynical, But when we get to hear stuff publicly in front of a microphone, I don't just take it for what they're saying. I want to know why. And I'll give you an example. So, for instance, when you get a report from Shams that Jonathan Kuminga wants to, I thought I'd get it out of the way early today.
Right.
But anyway, that Jonathan Kuminga would rather play for another team, and then you get a report the next day, well, that the Warriors are breaking off sign and trade talks. It's not just what they're saying. I'm like, why? Why did someone call a reporter so that will go out to the public, and then maybe that helps shape an opinion or two with regard to sort of like what leverage game is taking place? Are they negotiating in the media or whatever? Jawan Jennings, like what's actually going on here? So don't just listen to what Kyle is saying, but maybe why Kyle is saying it. And so, Grandy, is it both of these on he was on Sirius XM?
The first one is the full cut, and then the second one is just the tail end, so we don't have to listen to it all again just to get his expectations piece.
Let's listen to the whole thing, the whole banana, and then today, at least to start, I am genuinely interested in sort of why you think that Kyle Shanahan is saying this. Take a listen.
When we got here in 17, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. You don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot. And we got some difference makers in there. And that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades. But everyone else has kind of been homegrown and through the draft, and fortunately we've been able to keep some of those guys. And that's to me the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here, and we got a group of players, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are difference makers, some borderline Hall of Fame players too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18, that we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players, also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
Ooh, that last sentence. Oh, that last sentence. My whole goal is that hopefully we get better throughout the season and then hopefully get into those playoffs.
Those playoffs.
Which does not sound like somebody waltzing in being like, we're the dogs in the NFC West, about to win this thing. And coaches don't talk that way anyway. But there is, on some level, right, Dibs, like a managing of expectations?
Absolutely.
With this comment?
Well, especially when you look at the context of 2017 and 2018, and he mentioned it a couple of different times in a couple of different ways, because they did have to change out the roster, and the roster was the worst in football when he took it over, and it took some time. And then, you had to go out there, and this team, you go out and you pay your quarterback, and, that takes its toll a little bit. And I'm remembering back when they paid Jimmy Garoppolo after the 2018 season, and they paid Jimmy Garoppolo. At the time, I think that was record-setting money, and then they went to the Super Bowl the next year. But after that, it became tough to hold on to everybody. So I think that it's a little bit of a tempering of expectations, and he's probably right to do that. Honestly, if you look at the roster and all the new players and the unproven guys, you can't look at that team and think, 13, 14 wins. They're not going to challenge to be the best team in the NFC right now. Could they be in December and January? Well, you hope so.
Well, here's the thing, because, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the case right now for Kyle Shanahan with this team. I don't think the seat is warm or anything like that. But this in general is the exact spot that a coach does not want to be. In general. in general. Here's what I mean by that. You do not want to be the coach of a team that the world expects a lot of, but you don't. That's not where you want to be. That's the firing range. Normally. I don't think this is a little bit of a different scenario because Kyle's got some cachet and some history and all of those things. I think some belief from the organization. But in a normal setting, if you're coaching a team and behind the scenes, it's kind of like, oof, I don't really like the way this is stacking up. But out in Vegas, everyone's like, I'm betting my $1,000 on that team to win it all. And the Niners are, right now, 5th or 6th favorite to win the Super Bowl. Yet their coach is over here going, yeah, I don't even know really who's going to be on the roster. And whoever's on the roster for week 1, half of them probably won't be on the roster week 12 because we're in total transition. But Vegas is like, favorites, love them. That's a bad spot. And so I wonder if this is step one, especially with all the injuries, of Kyle, and I think this would be smart for a lot of the 49ers, to start subtly. You have to be subtle with it because you don't want to go over the top, and you're not trying to inspire a lack of confidence with your guys. But it might be smart to start saying things like this to downplay it a little bit. One of my wife's favorite sayings, and this goes for business of any kind. It goes for relationships. It goes for anything. Whenever you can, under-promise and over-deliver. And I wonder if that's what the 49ers are shooting for. I'm not saying they can't win. He's not saying they can't win. But you're going to start over the next 3 weeks. Keep getting these subtle reminders. We're young. We're new. We got a lot of things going on right now. So relying on this to be great right out of the gate is probably a fool's errand.
And it's honestly the way you should look at it, coming off of a year where you go 6-11 and you change out that many pieces. And if you look at their depth chart, especially on defense, a lot of first-year, second-year, and third-year players. So, yeah, the expectation in the gambling market is 10 or 11 wins. But if he comes out and goes 7-10 this year, he can at least look back at this and say, well, I was kind of trying to tell you guys that this might be the year we were looking at.
All right. 888-957-9570. Do you take Kyle at face value? Or do you think he's just trying to temper too many expectations? 888-957-9570. We'll let you hear it again if you're just joining us. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or even over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Where are you on sugar right now? What are you doing with sugar?
I love sugar.
You do?
Oh yeah, I can't.
But
get
I mean,
enough
like,
of it.
but I mean, like, injected into your veins, or are you trying to abundant life, or where are you at right now?
I'm kind of in a little bit of sugar mode, like not going crazy. I don't think tomorrow there'll be a cake or cupcakes or cookies or.
I might be asking for a reason. I
mean, if there's sugar, I'll eat it.
I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah,
all
like
right.
Yesterday.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah, yesterday we got here and there was a donut and a half left over.
Oh, really? You got here before me.
Yeah, and well, it's funny because I was on the phone in one of our phone booths, and Lucas was like, took a knife and he's cutting off a piece, and I knocked on the window and I gave him the no. He's like, yes. We're doing this.
Yeah, you're not the boss of me.
Right.
Okay.
But I didn't have any of the slightly aged donuts, so
okay.
I'm not in full like gotta have it mode, but sugar, I'll eat it.
So did you or did you not get any donut yesterday?
I didn't get any donut. Yeah.
Huh.
Which I mean, yeah, it was
okay.
Yeah, it was a no from me yesterday.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And like glazed or like whatever.
I mean,
or
one of the many things you and I have in common is we share a favorite donut.
Is it
the chocolate old fashioned?
Oh,
yeah. So if you and I ever get to a box where there's a draft, if you have the first pick, I'm screwed because I know what you're taking.
Well, I mean, if somebody did it right, there's more than one chocolate old fashioned in the box.
That's true.
You don't stick one of those. That like the one of those is the weird one. And Grandy, aren't you the one that eats the donut that's got nothing on it?
No.
Oh, that's Evan.
I also love the chocolate old-fashioned.
That's Evan.
Oh, boy.
Evan is the weirdo who dumps the plain thing into a cup of coffee like he's 112 years old. Like, what are you doing over there, dude?
I'm offended you thought that was me.
I forgot. I get you guys, you have the same address and the same job. I get confused sometimes. That can be our next game. Instead of higher or lower, we can do Grandy or Evan.
I love that game.
You know what I mean? You guys are... Who's doing the Warrior post game today? I don't know. Grandy or Evan? Somebody.
The schedule came out today.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually would be a great game for the listeners.
Yeah.
Evan or Grandy?
Evan or Grandy.
I get called Evan oftentimes in the chat.
That's what I'm saying. People don't know the difference. You're just voices in the room, and you do the same thing a lot. Who's filling in today? Evan or Grandy? I don't know.
Right. Who's doing play-by-play for a college softball game? Evan or Grandy?
I literally did this. We're planning something for a week from Monday, and in the meeting, and I don't know if I'm like betraying some confidence or whatever, but I think, boy, this will probably start a fight today, but I think Shasky is out, not next week, but the week after that. And I asked the boss, because we're good planning something. I'm like, who's in? Evan or Grandy? And he's like, I don't know. He just shrugged his shoulders. So you might be in.
I haven't heard about it yet.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't thought about it yet. He's got a very thick binder, and he has not gotten to your page yet. So what are you going to do? Hey, Matt in San Jose, thanks for calling. What's up?
Fellas, good to talk to you guys.
Matty.
So the Kyle Shanahan thing, I think he's doing a little reverse psychology. Because if you remember back in 2020, he didn't give the fans and the media much of anything in regards to who he's going to take. But then they make this huge trade where they go and move for the number 3 pick. And everybody thinks it's Mac Jones. Here we are a few years later. Who would have thought we actually have Mac Jones on the roster and Trey Lance is not in the league? But, man, so you have all these reverse psychology factors Shanahan likes to put in. Maybe he's just trying to kind of alert people like, yo, expect low, and then punch you in the mouth. Next thing you know, here they are in the Super Bowl.
Maybe. And yeah, Matt, like just to let everybody know who maybe is just joining us, here is the shorter clip, Sirius XM, with Kyle Shanahan talking about expectations.
It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding because you got guys there who can't carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
I mean, Matt, I'm kind of, and thank you, Matt. Great to hear from you always. I think that there's some strategically placed words in there. Like I don't want to say that we're rebuilding.
Because you never can be rebuilding in the NFL.
Yeah, well, and because we got a bunch of future Hall of Famers on our team. So I don't want to say that we're rebuilding. At the same time, I got no idea who's going to be on my roster. Final 53, who knows? Good bet that whoever's on it won't be for more than about 6 or 7 weeks. That's going to keep evolving, and boy, fingers are crossed that we can just get better, maybe scratch out a playoff spot. That's what I'm thinking. I'm with him. If I'm the 49ers, I'm not even really saying whether I know for sure. I think that there's a floor for them that is, I don't know, moderately high, but there might be a ceiling too. We've got a bunch of answers to get. Health, rookies, how quickly can they get it together and all that. But yeah, if I'm the Niners, and I'm looking at the Vegas board right now on Super Bowl odds, I am not comfortable with what I'm looking at all. At all.
Well, it's a well-earned reputation because they've gone from bad to really good. And I'm thinking about the years he was referring to. And after 2018, when you go 4-12, you drafted Bosa, you drafted Debo, you drafted Dre Greenlaw, and you come out the next year, and they won their first 8 games. You start out 8-0, you end up 13-3, you go to the Super Bowl, and Jimmy Garoppolo gave you a 10-point lead, and Kansas City came back to beat you. But that was coming off a 4-12 year, and yet you came out and you beat Tampa and Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and teams that probably weren't great, and you had that last place schedule that you have this year again. So there are, I think, some parallels in between that year and this one.
I don't know if it was his comments or if it is the injuries in camp or whatever. There has been an adjustment. There has been an adjustment to the Super Bowl odds since the last time we talked about it, which was either yesterday or the day before. Remember, it was the Bills, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Lions, and then the next team after that was the 49ers. The next team after those top 5 was the 49ers, and it still is. But 3 other teams have joined them in a tie for, 6th place. Behind it, and it is in that order. Right now, those 3 teams are all co-favorites, the Bills, Ravens, and Eagles, followed by the Chiefs and then the Lions. And then the next teams after that, all tied at plus 2,000 right now, are the 49ers, the Rams, the Packers, and the Commanders. Those teams are all even Steven with regard to their Super Bowl odds, but they are next in line. So even with that fact, you still look at the 49ers as a top 10, inside of the top 10 favorite going into a season where they were 6-11 last year, and their coach is using words like rebuild. Like we're not fully, but we're kind of rebuilding. And if I'm the Niners, it's probably a little bit uncomfortable. To be looking at some of the question marks that they have, yet knowing that that Vegas and the public are thinking about them the way that they are.
But they're not fully rebuilding, and he kind of even said that in the cut, where
not fully.
You can't be when you've got Christian and Trent and Debo and Fred, and you got a quarterback who's about to make $53 million and the rest of it. So you're not fully rebuilding, and you never fully are in the NFL. But he does underscore the reality, which is you don't know from, let's just say, players 18 through 53, who those guys are necessarily going to be. You don't know who's going to be your starting D lineman. You think you know now your linebacking core. The secondary is still a little bit of a question mark based on health and the safety position, wide receiver as well. So I think there's a number of different things that he said that are true. However, I think that it's kind of a classic undersell, over-deliver because, the teams you're going to play and the amount of talent you have and the system that you put out there. And last year, 6-11, you are what your record says you are, but the metrics would show you that you probably should have had a better record than what you did based on how you actually played.
Well, I'm even tracking this if you look like through the last couple of weeks. Doesn't it feel like what we heard Kyle and Robert Saleh saying about some of these rookie defensive players? If you go back 2 weeks ago, they're like, dude, these guys can play. They're like, Michael Williams he's long and he's got a huge reach and he's a really tough matchup and he's this, that, and the other. And then this last week, here's Shanahan saying, well, hopefully we can get better and get into the playoffs. Here's Saleh being like, it might be midseason. It might be next year, quite frankly, before we really, really get something that's seasoned from those guys. Listen to Saleh. He's talking about his rookie defensive tackles.
We may not know who they are till the midway point of the season. They're rookies. As soon as we hit week 1, it's going to start all over. They're going to be leaning on new bodies, new blocking schemes, and they've got to learn week to week what they're putting on tape and understand that part of the game that's happening in there. So right now you just want to see those guys play as hard as they can, as violent as they can, and you trust that as they get more reps, they'll learn how to play the game a little bit better and get better every day.
2 weeks ago, I couldn't stop talking about how C.J. West and Michael Williams are just dominating people in practice.
Interesting switch.
And now, might be week 9 before we know who the hell these guys are.
By the way, really quick, speaking of C.J. West, we know Michael Williams dealing with a hyperextended knee. C.J. West also hyperextended his knee at practice today.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Great. Viva Las Vegas.
There you go. Well, football's dangerous.
Yeah, football's football.
And you get into it 2 days from now in an actual game, so I don't know who they're going to play. Have they made that determination yet on how they're going to approach offensively? Who's playing, who's not playing?
No, but Kyle Shanahan did say earlier today that he wants to play Purdy and some of the starters, and he expects to. He's just not sure exactly who and for how long. Yet.
Okay. So no definition on that.
No.
And Guy Haberman, by the way, who right now is doing play-by-play for the 49ers preseason games, is going to join us here in 17 minutes.
Awesome.
So we'll get some of those answers from Guy because he's out there in Vegas getting ready for all of this.
Yeah, in just a couple days, the big preseason game number 2. It used to be the 3rd, and hard to believe that they used to have 4 of these things.
I know.
And
some teams had 5 if you were in that Hall of Fame game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And pretty soon we're going to be down to 2. Once they're able to expand to 18, we'll be down to just 2 preseason
You think
games.
so?
I think that's the way that it goes.
You might be right.
You give every team 2 byes. You go to 18 weeks. You end with the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend. That way everybody gets the Monday off. Because we all cry about that in January. Oh, the Super Bowl, the day after should be a day off.
Certainly don't want to make it about us, but wow, I wonder how the sports media world will handle, Monday's a holiday.
Well, Tuesday we still talk about it.
We're going to need you to be here, actually.
Totally.
We're going to need you to be here.
Good point.
It's the day after the Super Bowl. Giovanni in Richmond is next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Giovanni. What's up?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Big fans. I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
Hey, I was on earlier. I seen you guys saying like the Niners might go 7-10. And what this makes me think that I think they're going to do better than that is the easiest schedule in the league.
Ooh.
And the injury to Stafford in the division. Like I could see them winning 10, 11 games and being a sneaky team in the playoffs.
Giovanni, when you said you were on earlier and guys were saying 7-10, I imagine you're talking about different hosts on 95.7 The Game, maybe?
It could have been. Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, definitely not. That's not the prediction from either of us, at least I don't think.
No.
I don't want to speak for you.
I like 11 wins.
Yeah.
I mean, minimum. I think 11 wins is very, very feasible. It's plausible. And, yeah, it depends on how many of these guys will stop having hyperextended knees in August. But I think that if they're young players, if just half of them step up and are pretty good, and you have ordinary health, not bad health like last year, then I see a lot of wins on their schedule.
Yeah, Giovanni, I'm with you. I'm with Dibs, and I think a lot of it has to do with Robert Saleh. I know that there are injuries. Then again, hyperextensions on August 14th do not mean missed games on September 7th. They do not mean that. So we'll see about those guys. But even if those guys are ready, those guys are rookies. I don't think they're going to put everything on their shoulders for week 1. The 49ers will have some people in there, and they will stop the run better than they did last year solely because of the presence of Robert Saleh, his leadership abilities, and his abilities to not stay vanilla and shake it up and try to confuse a quarterback. And I think that the Niners, most weeks this year, will play what I would call a confusable quarterback. Not all of them,
right?
But most weeks, you'll be playing a quarterback that is either inexperienced or not a top shelf player. Sam Darnold, by the way, I would put in that category. I think he's a good player, but he's confusable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stafford, I think, is outside of that. I think Baker Mayfield is outside of that. Maybe C.J. Stroud. I don't see too many quarterbacks, though, on the Niners schedule that are not gettable if you disguise. And I think that's what Robert is really good at.
Is the disguise. And it just comes down to the players being able to execute and being able to go out there and, disrupt like you're talking about. And just thinking about the running backs that they're going to face. And because you said, the Niners will stop the run better than they did last year. And I'm just looking at the schedule and relating it to last year's rushing stats. Tampa Bay's on the schedule, and you love Bucky Irving.
Bucky Irving.
And
He's a good player.
They were 4th as a team in rushing total yards, so that's going to be a tough test. Arizona, you had a real problem with James Conner both times. They were 7th. Indy was 8th. Atlanta was 10th. So
yeah, Bijan's on your schedule. Bucky Irving, Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, Kenneth Walker twice. Yep. But here's the thing, because you all of these teams, get to Carolina. Chuba Hubbard's a good running back, but are these offensive lines able to open holes? And how are the disguises being picked up? Whatnot? I'm not saying they'll be perfect. I just know they'll be better than they were last year.
Well, they have to be better than they were last year, and just by scheme and probably by personnel. And Fred Warner, playing with a fractured ankle, was unable to have a lot of clean runs at running backs because the blockers were able to get to the second level a lot. So even if he was totally healthy, he was up against it, but he was playing hampered, and Dre was out all year, and your other linebacker was terrible, and then he quit, Devondre Campbell. So you had all kinds of problems trying to stop the run.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I think that this is what good coaches do. And I believe Robert Saleh to be a good coach. I believe Kyle Shanahan to be a good coach. And that is that right now, they're not just looking for who's good and who will be in the schedule, but they're taking notes on a daily basis to think to themselves, all right, and how can we put what we've got into their best position to succeed? And that's why I think that, especially coming off of what was really, let's be real, this was a poorly hatched plan last year to have Nick Sorensen come in and be the defensive coordinator. Not ready, kept it constantly vanilla, did not have the personnel to do that. The personnel to stay that vanilla means that we are just flat out better than you.
Right.
And they weren't, not even close. And so that just takes all of the guns away from the people who are on the field. Now, by contrast, you might come in and have some inexperience, but if you can really shake things up and disguise what you're doing and try to fool quarterbacks and try to fool offensive line, you're not going to bat 1,000, but you're going to do it sometimes, and those sometimes are what can turn into kind of game-changing or at least drive-changing plays, bust into the backfield and get a sack, or create a holding penalty, create a turnover, whatever. I have all the confidence in the world that they're going to do a lot more of that this year.
Much more exotic as far as the blitzes, and you mentioned vanilla, and last year it was so predictable when they would blitz, which wasn't very often. They would just bring an extra linebacker, and you would just blitz with 5. You rarely blitzed with 6, and Steve Wilkes famously blitzed with 7, the 0 blitz, and I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this, and that turned out to be one thing that kind of cost him his job, but they didn't do a lot of exotic things defensively, and they probably should have, because you're right, they weren't man-to-man good enough to overwhelm offenses, and I also think that's part of playing into the schedule, because you mentioned all these Tier 3 and Tier 4 quarterbacks you're going to face, guys who are among the confusables, and if Saleh can do that with his scheme and the defense can get some wins against offensive lines that aren't that good, it puts them in a great situation to win.
So again, listen to this, Sirius XM, what Shanahan says about this year.
It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding because you got guys there who can't carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
So listen, there is a little bit of a splitting of the difference here. I don't think Kyle is just making this up so that the media hears what the organization wants them to hear. I don't think that the Niners concern themselves with what we're all talking about that much. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, we're not that big of a deal, us fans and media and whatnot. But I think there's maybe a little bit. There's a little tinge of like, let's tap the brakes on we're a Super Bowl favorite just because of our name and because of our history. That's not really the moment we're in. I do lean, though, in almost taking him at face value. What have we always heard from players when they play for Kyle Shanahan? To a fault, kind of a straight shooter.
Yep.
Like, he'll tell you what he's thinking, and he'll tell you how it is, even if it's not what you want to hear. The most recent to mention this was Mooney Ward, who's now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. And I do think, largely when we hear him and John Lynch talk, not always, but largely, that's what's going on with us too. He's just like, this is what it is. I'm not lying to you. We've got a bunch of question marks out there. He's almost acknowledging what I hear a lot of people say about this team locally. I wonder where these Super Bowl odds are coming from. It almost does feel like it's coming from just habit right now. It's just habit.
But it's also protection because the Niners are a popular team in the betting market,
sure.
So they're always going to be overinflated in their value just as a protection from the books, but the other piece of it is the Shanahan factor. He's now entering his 9th year. He's widely regarded as one of the better coaches in football. It's one of the better organizations in football. You've got a quarterback who's been a proven winner at times, a defensive coordinator who's done well here. I think there's a lot of other factors that lead it to where 10.5 is about, it's a good number. Like, it's not a slam dunk under that they're going to go 10-7 or worse, and it's not a slam dunk over that they're going to go 11-6 or better.
Yeah, nothing's a slam dunk in the NFL.
But if you put it at 9.5, I do think that there's a lot more over bets than there are under bets.
For sure, which is why it's a 10.5.
And if you put it at 11.5, it's probably the same.
Yeah.
So you got to find that sweet spot, right? That balancing act of, where can you draw the even action? And I think 10.5 is probably that spot.
That's probably the spot. Yeah, because I could see them going 10-7. If they're not blessed with luck, if they're not blessed with the bounces, if they don't get good injury luck, if they do get good injury luck, and if a lot of the teams that are on this schedule play like we think they're going to play, I could see them doing better than 11-6. I don't know how quickly this is all going to come together, but I just know that a lot of the teams that they play, you should, in theory, if I'm just playing this schedule based on how many times do you play a team that's in a quarterback crisis, and should you beat that team? It's not automatic. It's not. I mean, they lost to Cleveland when Moody missed that field goal a couple of years ago. And who was the quarterback for Cleveland that day? I don't even remember his name. Remember Purdy went on the drive and Moody pushed it right?
Yeah.
And it was the game in the rain. They were 5-0 and then they lost.
Wasn't Spurgeon win, was it?
No, I can't. This is the point. They were in quarterback crisis and you lost anyway.
It was P.J. Walker.
There you go. P.J. flipping Walker.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't win those games automatically, but you kind of should. You should win at least most of those. So look at their schedule right now. And how many teams do they play that are in a current quarterback crisis? New Orleans week 2.
Yep.
100%. I'm going to say New York Giants week 9.
Yep.
I'm going to Cleveland week 13 for sure. What about Carolina?
And Indy.
Indy and Tennessee.
That's 6.
That's not a crisis, but it's a brand new spanking rookie.
Carolina's not a crisis, but he's about 6 or 7 bad starts away from them doing something else.
And Chicago is only just a little bit south of this bar.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's some debate there, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 times, you have a quarterback crisis. So you should do really well in those football games. So let's say... let's be conservative and say, okay, well, let's give the Niners 4 wins there.
That's really conservative, but go ahead.
So now you're playing a 13-game schedule. And can you just pretty much play 500 the rest of the way?
You would figure.
And if you can, you're in great shape.
Yeah, because a lot of those other games, well, they're divisional games, and even the teams that have better quarterback situations, Tampa Bay is not an overwhelmingly good team. It's a good offense.
Yeah, they're a good team.
They're a good team, and it's a road game, but it's still going to be winnable.
Yeah, and Atlanta is playing, we don't call it a crisis. He's a first-round pick, but he's brand new. He's only started about 4 or 5 games in his career. And then we're assuming everybody's healthy. You might be playing some backups somewhere along the road. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors' schedule is out. We'll get to that later. But Guy Haberman is doing the Niner games, calling the games throughout this preseason, and he is in Vegas, joint practice today, and he will join us next on Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back in the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K through 8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
At Star One, we make savings simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Shop back-to-school deals at Whole Foods Market. Get 32% off select Applegate sliced lunch meats with Prime through August 19th. Stack your sandwiches with delectable turkey, smoky ham, and more delicious toppings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. It's week 2 of the preseason, which means we'll likely see more starters getting game action as we inch closer to the season opener. All eyes will be on the 2 New York teams as they face off in East Rutherford. Both franchises boast new quarterback play and a revamped offensive attack. While it's a make-or-break year for the Stars under center, defensive line play could carry the day and potentially the season. No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bonito's coming off the edge. That is in the air to Watkins, and he brought it down. And he's finally caught by the former 49er, Talanoa Hufanga. The speed of the rookie on display.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now that, my friends, that's some high quality play-by-play.
You're damn right it is.
What that is right there.
And I'm so happy that very early on, I got a whole bunch of Haber stock. I bought it early. He became a coworker, and since he left, that stock keeps going up, up, and up.
Well, I mean, up, and up from, I've been used to listening to that voice to a lot of college football games. That one was a pro football game. That's a pro football game on KPIX. Willard and Dibs is coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. That's the voice of Guy Haberman, who, as of right now, is doing all of these 49er games while Greg is going through what he's going through. A lot of you know all about that. But my man Guy is already off to a great start and joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Hey, friend, how you doing?
Hey to both of you friends. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. How's Vegas?
Great. Hot.
I bet.
Good to talk to you guys.
I bet. Yeah, what'd you see out there today, other than a CJ West injury?
Ricky Pearsall looks good. I would say Ricky's one of the highlights of watching practice for me every time I'm out, just because I was thinking about it today. If you showed up to practice and I said, "Hey, that guy caught 70 balls last year," you'd go, "Yeah, okay, that looks right." He fits. He looks like he belongs. So he's high on the list as well. A lot of familiar faces, you two. Not to make this a Jason Barrett media article. A lot of familiar faces.
I love it. It's like a full-on homecoming. I can only imagine all of the crossover you saw out there. But aside from Ricky, especially offensively,
Dan Dibley.
That's right, Guy Haberman. How you been, my brother? I miss you.
I miss you. It's great to talk to you.
Yeah, always good to talk to you. And just hearing your voice reminds me of like 2013 or 2014, whenever it was. And I always tell the story about you and your buddy John Middlecoff doing the midday show. And one day you thought it would be cool if you brought Indian food in the studio. I think it still smells like Indian food wherever that studio was.
There's no chance that was us.
Without a doubt, you had it delivered. It was like a trade-off, or like a friend of the program, or somebody, a listener's like, "I'm going to bring you guys lunch."
Oh,
and in came, some curry, and oh boy, curry!
Yeah, don't sleep on chicken tikka masala. It's delicious.
I agree with that. I distinctly remember a tray of Mediterranean food. I remember that. But I'll take your word for it, Dibs. You have an impeccable memory.
Right.
He does.
Yeah, I would have dived into the hummus and the baba ganoush and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But it's enough about
it was 10:15 a.m.
No doubt.
Why not?
Yeah, got to eat. And we could do memory lane for another half an hour, but I do want to get more of your thoughts about what you're seeing out there. Who else is going to catch the ball on this team, Guy, right now when you don't have any other receiver we've heard of?
Demarcus Robinson. Now, he may miss a few games with a suspension. So if you're asking week one, that becomes a tougher question. Well, you hope Juwan Jennings is back from the calf. But, Demarcus Robinson is going to be an impactful receiver for them this year. They're just waiting to find out how many games, if he'll miss a couple or 3 or whatever the deal is there. I think, the other guy that I would be interested to see this week and then the next preseason game against the Chargers is Russell Gage. 884 in your handwritten notes there, Dibs.
Nice.
He hasn't played in a couple years, had some injuries, had some past production. Says he's back to full speed. I don't. It's hard to put into a category. Like I think about Chris Conley, who was definitely not one of their core receivers, but when they needed him in some big spots, made some big plays. They're looking for more production than that, probably. But if you're just asking me, week 1, if let's say Jennings, I don't know what's up with the calf, so let's just say in a scenario where he doesn't, and it's Ricky Pearsall, who else is out there? It seems like Gage is a guy there circling. In addition to, this team's a little weird to talk about receiver because Kittle and Christian McCaffrey get so many targets. But that would be another name for sure.
The great Guy Haberman is with us from Vegas here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Guy, I'll take your word for it. As you just said a moment ago, don't know what's going on with Jennings' calf. But as you're there with all those familiar faces, what's kind of the buzz? What are people saying is going on with Juwan? Because we all know there's a little conversation as to how much of this is physical and how much of it is negotiation.
Yeah, I don't know how you break those percentages up. The thing that, because I'm wondering it the other day, Shanahan made a comment about the MRI and seeing his calf pop. It is an issue on the MRI, and they've seen it before. They saw it in OTA. They saw it last year. So, I don't know what that, I don't know how to put a target on that. Like, is that, or a number on it, right? Like, if it was week 1 tomorrow, would he play? If it was the Super Bowl tomorrow, would he play? I think right now, even if there wasn't a contract situation, even if it's I could play tomorrow with this calf, they still might not want him to play because they want him to be ready to roll week 1. He's not a guy that has to. He practices so hard. He looks so good from the jump. You don't necessarily need him against, to show you anything against the Raiders. So I think both things are happening, and I think both things are real. If you're asking, is the calf made up? I don't think so. Not after what Kyle said about the MRI. So, and not after watching him practice. He was practicing. So I think it's real. Now, his agent's also Drew Rosenhaus, and that's real. And we know what that means, right? That means hardball negotiation, et cetera. So I think both of those things are happening. I don't know, if he signs a contract tomorrow, does it mean he's back on the field? Doesn't feel like that. It's definitely critical to get him healthy. It's just back to Dibs' question about receivers, but it feels like both of those things are real things.
What are we going to see on Saturday, Guy, from this offense? Are we going to see Brock Purdy in the ones for a series more or not at all?
I think we'll see. Shanahan said today he wants to play Brock. Brock played last year in the second and the third preseason games. He did it the year before in the second and the third preseason games. So, even last year in that second preseason game without Trent Williams playing, Brock played. Now, how many other guys are going? Great question. Ricky Pearsall, does he get the bubble wrap treatment given how valuable he is? How many of these other offensive linemen, like Ben Barch, started at left guard the other day? Of the 5 starters in that first preseason game, he was the one who was actually a opening day starter. But now he's a little banged up. So I think Marquis Siegel, it sounds like, who's the safety, has a chance to start at safety. I would think he'll play again. But I don't know, Dibs. It's hard to. Kyle usually doesn't in this. Going back to the Broncos week, it was some of the okay, let's watch the film and then decide, or let's look at maybe some of their GPS or whatever load management stuff. So it's a little unclear, but it sounds like he wants to play Brock, and if he plays Brock, then maybe that means he wants to play a few other guys as well. But unclear at this point.
Guy, let's go over to that defensive side of the ball that you're talking about a little bit. It feels to me like 2-3 weeks ago, the coaches are talking in front of microphones consistently with how good Michael Williams and C.J. West and a lot of these guys, like the measurables are there and we're really seeing what we want to see. And then over the last few days, it's been more like, yeah, I mean, we may not even know what we've got until midseason. So what is your sense in terms of what the 49ers know they have and how quickly could this defense produce?
Well, I mean, I don't know what they have exactly. I like Upton Stout a lot, right? Like maybe he could start right away at nickel. It certainly feels that way, but he's got to get on the field. I thought of the 3 rookie defensive linemen that they took in the top 5 picks, the 2 guys you mentioned, that Alfred Collins, the second rounder, if you hit on 2 of them, it's pretty good. And I thought watching them that, you'd have a defensive line that was probably, Michael Williams and Nick Bosa maybe in, running downs, and then Michael Williams inside and Bryce Huff and Nick Bosa on the edges with maybe Kalia Davis. Otherwise, and then like TJ West would be like the next up on the interior. That's how he's looked. And then he got hurt today, hyperextended his knee, and same thing Michael Williams did last Thursday, and hopefully, Kyle said both of them will be okay. But I felt good about those guys. I mean, but you also understand that looking good in training camp for a few weeks is very different than making it through a whole season. This time last year, we liked Dominic Pooney a lot. And Dominic Pooney turned out to be an every game starter. But it wasn't without growing pains. Chris Forster, the offensive line coach, said by the middle of last year, that the book was kind of out on Dominic Pooney. And it gave him a lot of stuff now in this offseason to work on to get better. So just because you look good in August doesn't mean you look good in September. Just because you look good in September doesn't mean you'll be good at the beginning of November. So I don't know. I can't imagine that they know exactly what they have in all these guys. Marquise Siegel, the safety I mentioned, is another guy. It's like, I think he looks pretty good. But, like, let's watch him, for 55 snaps against a number 1 offense that is schemed for him. And then the other factor is just they're on the road a lot early, even though the schedule, looks very manageable, to say the least, on paper. So, and then not being healthy really puts them, like, you'd love some continuity here with some of these guys. So I think it's fair to say you don't know what you have. And also what you do have are solidified corners with Ronaldo Green, Diamador Lenore, a starting 5 offensive line that you know who they are, starting quarterback, you know who it is, tight end and a running back and a fullback that are all maybe the best or near the best at what they do, a middle linebacker who's a gold jacket, a pass rusher who's a gold jacket. That's a lot of stuff that when this whole team gets together, even if you've got some young guys that you're a little unsure of, against this schedule, you should still be able to win. So, that's the part about preseason that's tough is we just don't get to see these blue chip guys. This team is top heavy. Like they Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Fred Warner and Trent Williams, another gold jacket I didn't make. Like those guys all really matter to ensuring that CJ West and Michael Williams, et cetera, have an environment where they can contribute right away and, kind of learn on the job, which at quarterback we learned with Trey Lance is a very hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But hopefully for some of these guys they can do it.
McCaffrey, by everyone's assessment, has looked terrific in camp so far. I don't know if he's going to actually get a chance to play Saturday, but behind McCaffrey, with Garendo nursing the shoulder, what do you think is going to be how it shakes out with the depth at running back?
Well, the other guy that I liked, and then he broke his finger, was Jordan James, the rookie from Oregon. So hopefully he's back soon. Oregon Dibs. He'll be there on Parents' Weekend in 20 years.
Probably.
Thank you for that, guy. Thank you.
God, I miss you, Dibs. But Corey Kiner, I would say that's the guy that I'll be there with you, Dibs.
Yeah, no doubt. You're right behind me. Right behind me. Also with a diminutive child, I will imagine.
At least when it's a child.
That's right.
But yeah, I would say Corey Kiner's the other guy that I think. Hopefully Jordan James is healthy, and then you're looking at the roster going, all right, like, what are you going to do? Can you get one of these guys on can you get Corey Connor on your practice squad, or is he going to, maybe he'll make your 53-man roster? But that would be the guy, that he's getting a lot of run in the preseason and looks like he has a chance to contribute.
Hey, Guy, how'd the Raiders look?
That's a great question.
Is it though?
Thank you, Guy.
Is it a great question? I mean, he just asked you about another team.
Where's the ding on great questions?
Well, dude, I'm on a roll this week.
It's actually commerce, and so when you say to him, "That's a great question," it actually matters. Yep. So if you don't actually think that's a great question, you can retract that.
And if Dibs sounds mad, it's because he is.
You're clearly stalling, Guy. It wasn't that great a question. Let's be honest.
It was a legitimate question. If I had a legitimate answer,
yeah.
The answer is you probably haven't been watching him. You've been locked in on your Niners.
Ashton Genty broke off a big run. You know, the real question with the Raiders, guys, is who's going to play center?
Is it? Is that really the big question, Guy?
It actually is one of the questions. Yeah, it actually is. They had this drill. They started practice where they're running over the bags, and one of their coaches had a stick. And at the end of the stick was this huge fathead printout of Pete Carroll's face. And he was like swinging the stick at all the players as Pete stood in the line of fire and nearly got knocked over 10 times because he just wants to get so close to the action. So from that standpoint, they're energetic. Their facility is beautiful. But I'd be lying if I told you I was watching the Raiders as closely as I'm watching the Niners.
No, of course. I just want some general stuff. Like, is that 73-year-old guy still running around chewing gum like a crazy person? Is that still happening?
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
He is. He does not look 73. We should all be so lucky.
Right?
I mean, their division, and you saw the Broncos last week, their division is so hard.
Yep.
And I think 7 of their 9 home games are against playoff teams or something like that from last year. It's going to be tough.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Those are.
Did Brock Bowers shave his head, or was that AI?
I think he shaved his head. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So, Genty.
Great question, guy.
Yeah, that was a great question, Guy.
So, Genty in the late first round of your fantasy draft, Guy?
Brock Bowers?
No, Ashton Genty.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, Chip is going to run the ball. I didn't even see Chip Kelly today. I mean, he was out there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I would, I like that. Why not?
Why not?
Ashton Genty. Yeah. Give me a Raider. Yeah, everyone needs a Raider. Everyone needs a Raider to root for.
I mean, that's a debatable statement, but I'll take it. Guy, thank you. We enjoy you. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you do. So likewise, feelings mutual. It's great to hear from you guys.
Play date soon, Guy, with me, you, the wife, and the kids.
All right, brother.
All right.
Yeah, make sure the kids are there. All right, that's Guy Haberman.
Yeah.
And he's doing Niner games right now, and he's out in Vegas for joint practices. And I tell you what, first of all, we love Guy, and so much came from that. But that was fascinating. Purposefully left that as open-ended as possible right out of the gate. And I'm like, what'd you see? And he goes, Ricky Pearsall.
First thing, Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall.
If somebody walked up and said, hey, that guy have 70 catches last year? Sure.
Yep.
I mean, he's playing at that level.
Listen,
as a polished guy.
I'm going to stand on what I say.
Stand on business.
And I am fine if I look like a banana head by week 10. Ricky Pearsall, over 1,000 yards.
What exactly is a banana head?
I mean, we could do that a few different ways. I could actually come in with bananas on my head.
Yeah,
I could do that.
You were going to do the egg on the face thing if you,
right?
If something would have happened.
What was that bet?
I can't remember.
I was going to, what was it, Grandy? I was going to come in with actual egg on my
his face.
If fill in blank. What was it?
I was thinking of you painting your face.
No, that I did.
Yeah.
That was related to a Warriors tough stretch. I don't remember what the egg on your face was.
Yeah, the Warrior thing was in that, remember that gauntlet at the end of the year? It was Lakers, it was Nuggets, it was a bunch of stuff, and that was like, if they can win, I think it was 4 of these 5 or even 3 of these 5, I will paint my face. And I did.
You did?
And I was happy to do it. But whatever the egg on face promise was, I did not have to do.
You didn't. No.
I would have.
You would have, yeah.
I do love eggs.
Yeah, but not like a raw one on your face for 4 hours. That would get a little uncomfortable.
First of all, I never said raw.
Sure.
I could have scrambled those things.
Gross.
Well, those stick better than, like, how do you make a raw egg stay? I know, the whole thing was going to be a weird payoff anyway. I was pretty sure those were going to be cooked eggs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd let them cool down, and then you put some egg on your face.
Yeah.
You're not going to make a raw egg stay on your face. How would you even do that?
Make an omelet and put it under that hat of yours.
But that's cooked.
Yeah, just pin it under there.
That's fine.
Crack an egg on your head and let it just slowly trickle down on your face.
Not this hat, though. This is my new hat. I don't want to mess up this hat. I don't want
it's a nice hat.
I don't want to get egg all over it.
That's earned media is what you're rocking right now. You taught me that.
It is earned media, yeah. But I'm not being paid for this. I just love this hat, and I love the restaurant. B&V Whiskey Bar and Grill out in Sonoma. We go there a lot. And I just got this hat when we went there last week. They make a good old-fashioned out there. And they make a good burger out there, too. They make a good lot of things. A little atmosphere, a little action.
I'm going to eat it.
That's right. That's right. Good night. Let's drink. we had a good night, Dibs.
I bet.
We had a really good night. Anyway, yeah, I don't remember.
I don't either.
Do any of our listeners remember what was the egg on the face thing? Anyway,
I'm drawing a blank. But Banana Head, you might. Yeah. I don't think that you're going to look like a Banana Head.
Well, if he gets hurt week 2 and never plays again, but
or if he gets ejected in week 18, like Jawan Jennings did, where he was 30-something yards away from getting 1,000.
Yeah, but in many ways, I think this is actually a conceptual conversation. It's not about the actual numbers. A lot of things will affect stats, and I could be right, wrong, otherwise, and who cares? That's not really what it's about. The belief for me is that Ricky Pearsall, and I'm comfortable with this, Ricky Pearsall is WR1. And I feel like I'm somewhat on an island with that thought. I think that a lot of people think it's still Juwan. I do not think it is Juwan. I think Juwan was moonlighting as a 1 because of injuries. I think that Brandon Ayuk is going to miss at least a third of the season. That's obvious. Ricky is a first-round draft pick. And if you really want to get into a conspiracy, here's Juwan asking for more money. Are the 49ers motivated right now to blow up Juwan's stats? No, they're paying $30 million to Brandon Ayuk and have another round 1 receiver.
Yep.
They don't want to blow Juwan's numbers through the roof so that he's got some sort of leverage at the end of the season, or hell, he's going to be a free agent.
Well, they'd be motivated to get it worked out now and then go ahead and just blow up his numbers all you want because you'd have him on a 2-year deal in theory. I'd still ascertain that wide receiver 1 is George Kittle, and he's a tight end, and that's what Guy Haberman said. And last year, George had 1,106 yards. Juwan ended up with 975. So could George get 1,100 and Ricky get 1,000? Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I'm sort of leaving George out of the conversation because he's not a wide receiver, and there is room for him to get 1,000 yards and a wide receiver to get 1,000 yards.
Yeah, I do think that having McCaffrey back does hurt Ricky's chances of getting more targets.
And that's a good problem to have.
Sure.
I think Ricky's going to lead the wide receiver room. That's what I think this year.
Yeah, I think it's a safe bet. The way he's looked and the fact that the wide receiver room right now is Demarcus Robinson and a bunch of guys fighting to make the team, you'd be safe in saying that Ricky Pearsall will lead that wide receiver room.
Although, there's also a scenario that by week 8, it's actually a pretty strong room. I know some people won't think that has a whole lot of sex appeal, but if Ayuk is back and healthy, if Pearsall's playing like a first-round draft pick, and Jennings is healthy, and Demarcus Robinson is running around, that's
Russell Gage too. I think Guy made some good points about Gage being a veteran who looks good.
Yeah, we didn't even bring up Cowing. I think this is Jordan Watkins. They seem to like. I'm fine with that room's long-term projection. It's just kind of right now that it's all wobbly.
Yeah, and if Guy actually, I was looking at his Twitter before, in 8 of their last 10 games, they face teams who are coming off of the road. So,
that's interesting.
They have a rest advantage, and these teams they're going to face, either they're coming off the road going to their home or coming off the road and coming here.
That's interesting. All right, we're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. All right, coming up next, you're going to want to play this with us. The Misery Index. Lucas put this out to our group earlier this morning. It's courtesy of ESPN. It tests every fan base. How miserable are you? Or how miserable should you be? In every city, combining all of the teams out there. And so let us first just ask. Go ahead, dial up. 888-957-9570. Bay Area sport fan, how miserable are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10? And then we'll explain the index to you on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control, this event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Hey, Guy, how'd the Raiders look?
That's a great question.
Is it, though?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Listen, again, it's like a broken bat home run. It counts. I have gotten it off of some ridiculously easy questions this week, but it's happened. It's kind of like...
He actually said that to me earlier in the interview. You weren't listening.
No, he didn't.
Mid-answer, he said, that's a great question.
No, he actually posed a hypothetical himself. And
which was under the umbrella of what I had asked.
No, it was something that he just brought up himself.
Because I asked him, who else
gets
looks
the great
good?
question, but I don't think you're allowed to give it to yourself.
And I also think that if the guest has to for 3 seconds, he clearly is like,
Hey, Guy, how'd the Raiders look?
That's a great question.
Is it though? Listen. I don't
we all know it really is.
I don't make the rules.
Credit.
I just look at the scoreboard.
Yep.
And so again, I always make this same sort of analogy. If you get home late tonight and your wife says, "Where were you?" and you go, "That's a great question."
Well, that's actually not a great question.
No, it's not a great answer.
No,
is what it is. But
you better be careful.
Maybe he was just stalling to find something to say because he has no idea how the Raiders looked.
Right.
But then he brought up Ashton Ginty and he brought up Brock Bowers and Pete Carroll is chewing gum and running around.
And the real battle's for center.
Dude,
and we both laughed.
He goes, now that's the real question.
Right.
I don't know. Is Barrett Robbins still on the Raiders offensive line?
Wow.
I don't even know who their center is. I don't know who anybody else's center is. I think that's the way offensive linemen work. You only sort of kind of maybe know the ones on your favorite team. That's it.
And you only pay attention to them when they make mistakes.
Totally. Or when they get paid.
Well, if I say Spencer Burford, then you flash to one mistake he made, and we all blame him for going the wrong way.
By the way, speaking of Spencer Burford, John Feliciano, former 49er offensive lineman, will join us on Monday.
Why is that speaking of Spencer Burford?
Because he was the one who called Burford out on Twitter after the Super Bowl and then had to apologize.
We'll have to ask him about that on Monday.
Oh,
you won't.
That's a great question.
Right. Why'd you call out your teammate when he made a mistake?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, Grant Brisbee in there.
All right, I got a question for you. All of you angry Bay Area sports fans. Or is that just a perception because we work in sports radio? I don't know.
It's all relative, like our anger relative to Philly anger or New York anger or other market anger.
Yeah, a lot of people wake up angry, especially when it's cold, or when it's not cold anymore, it gets too hot. That's why California is such a hack. You know, you go to some of these and there's great cities. I love Chicago, for example, but it's like snowing, and then it stops snowing, and it's 1,000 degrees.
And 100% humidity.
Yeah, you can't breathe. And you're just like, when is it good? So I get it if you wake up angry because you're like, I have to shovel my car out so that I can go somewhere. I get it. But from a sports perspective, I think there is an inherent bias, is there not? All fans tend to think that what's going is somebody out there more miserable. Is that fair?
There should be. I mean, if you really take a step back as a Bay Area sports fan, why are you so mad? Unless you're prisoner of the moment guy. And yeah, the Giants losing 11-0. Did they score? They scored one.
They got one.
11-1.
Each day they got one.
Which is kind of cool. Not really.
No.
But you can look at the small sample and be outraged. Absolutely. And the Giants, it's been more than just a few games or a series. And so you can feel some type of way. But if you have a larger perspective, I think that you would be less unhappy than many other fan bases that don't even ever get a sniff of what you've had.
Well, and the only way to sort of measure that is to kind of put it out, right? Put it out to the world, put it out to an objective space that's covering all of the spaces. So, for example, I'll sit there with you right now in the sandbox of I'm really upset about Giants baseball. we might be upset about different things. You might be over on one side being like the farm system, and this is just like the execution is terrible and all of that. And I look at it a little bit differently, where it's like, hey, ownership is spending, and so you don't have one of the teams that's not trying. So that's good. Their execution hasn't been right. And what I'm mad about is just sort of the day-to-day functionality of it. There's not enough sports that I care about in the month of August now. There are not enough sporting events that I care about. And I'm shocked, actually. The one team right now that's giving me games that where I care about the outcome this month, the Valkyries. That's it. That's it. The Warriors don't play, the Niners games aren't real, and the Giants games have been ruined. So that's frustrating to me, because this is what I do, and this is what we love to do on a nightly basis. We do our show, and then we go home, and we lock in. And I can't yock in
right
when, like, all you're doing is striking out and then looking forlorn in the clubhouse afterward. I don't know.
Or taking a pitch and bat flipping, thinking that you got to walk.
Good grief.
And you got to go get your bat because it's now 3-2.
So, like, I get that disappointment and anger, but obviously the ESPN Sports Misery Index is designed to get more of an overarching global feel to how you're doing as a sports fan right now in your market. So I think we'd love to hear from some of you with regard to how miserable are you, or how not miserable are you? And I guess you can, for us, we talk largely about the Niners, Giants, and Warriors, but you can put whatever teams you want into this. If you're a big Sharks fan, if you've got something out of market, you're still a Raiders fan, A's fan, whatever. But how would you answer this? The ESPN Sports Misery Index is broken up into 5 categories to rate your misery, okay? The bottom 5th is woeful. The lowest of low. We wouldn't wish this one on anyone, almost anyone, okay? The next lowest one is flailing. Some teams have it worse, but it might take a minute to think of them. Then the one in the middle is meh. That's what it's called.
Yep.
Meh. Feeling somewhat ambivalent, you find yourself looking up at your rivals. Next one, pleasant. Your teams are competitive, but there could be more. And then there's the top, which is elated. This is the top 20% of the whole board. Elated, you remember your last championship like it was yesterday, because it basically was. So, woeful, flailing, meh, pleasant, or elated. Where would you put yourself on Bay Area sports right now?
Right now, in this moment, probably meh. I would say that I'm meh. The Giants are a disappointment. Granny and I did the whole thing that you like to talk about, expectations versus hope. And when you were gone and we did the show, I was firmly in the expectations camp. I expected them to make the playoffs, and, well, not now. That was a disappointment. The 49ers, I think they could have a 10 or 11 win season, but they're coming off a 6-piece, and that's not great. And the Warriors, even though I think they can be a good team, I don't think that they're going to be a championship team. And if I put the over-under that I did before on 4.5 playoff wins this upcoming playoffs, which is now still 9 months away, I probably would take the under in this moment, so I'm meh.
Well, I guessed this is how the misery index works. You guess like how you're feeling right now. So you would vote meh. I voted pleasant. So I voted not in the top 20%, but in the next 20%. You voted in the middle. And you're kind of guessing, because then what it does is it takes you to a board and it says, tell us who your teams are and tell us how long you've been a fan. So I wrote in the Giants, the 49ers, and the Warriors, and I've been a fan for 15 plus years. And it spits out, like it does the metrics, and it spits out a rating for your overall fandom. And again, you want lower numbers than high. It's like golf. So if you're 80 or above, it's terrible. If you're between 60 and 80, blah, blah, blah. You guess that you should be between 40 and 60. I guess that we should be between 20 and 40. And the sports misery rating for the Niners, Giants, and Warriors together right now, is 35. We are in the pleasant range. Quote, this is a pretty good place to be. You haven't faced too tough of a road. You're probably one title away from truly rarefied air. And then it gives ratings for each individual team. Would you believe that right now, the San Francisco Giants, in all of baseball, rate third from the lowest misery rating in the entire league?
I would, based on the fact that they are basing it on your fandom, which is 15 plus years. And 15 years ago, they won the World Series for the first of 3 times.
Right, correct.
So if you would have put in, I've been a fan for 5 years, your misery index would have been dramatically different.
But I think they're also rating the fact that, and you've had multiple playoff appearances since then. You are in the top 10 in payroll. Again, only the Astros and Dodgers right now rank sort of as less miserable than being a Giants fan. I don't think it'll surprise you that if you go to the NBA, the Golden State Warriors are the least miserable fan base in the entire sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 1. We have a misery rating of 0.
Yeah, for those of us who've been here for 15 plus.
Or 3.
Yeah. Well,
right?
I'm going to go through the misery index and see if it changes based on a fandom of a much shorter period of time. Because I think that's the interesting part for me with the Giants is 15 plus years, and you've been a fan for 40 plus years. Yep. And I get that. I'm right there with you. But if you're a new Giants fan, your misery is a little bit different. If you're maybe a 24-year-old transplant from another place and you're just finding baseball, I'm a Giants fan, and you've been a fan for 5 years, your misery is much higher than it would be for you or I.
Well, like for instance, we've had a lot of talks with even people in this building. If you're 30 or 35 years old, your misery index for the 49ers might be off the charts because you keep getting teased and you've never had the ring. Like, look at Grandy. Look at his face. He's miserable. He's absolutely miserable.
I've never seen him so miserable.
Miserable about the 49ers. You and I are not miserable about the 49ers. We've experienced probably more championship rings than any team in football outside of the Patriots. But because it's been a while, even though there have been multiple trips to the Super Bowl, because it's been a while, the Niners' misery index sits at 25th. Broncos, Seahawks, Bucks, Rams, Chiefs, Patriots, Eagles have lower misery ratings than the 49ers. The bottom line is, even if you haven't been a fan for that long, the Bay Area sports misery index right now is incredibly low. You have 3 teams, and none of them are basically in the top 25 of miserable rated teams within their own sport. So we're kind of spoiled.
We're big time spoiled.
We're kind of spoiled.
We're big time spoiled, and I ran the numbers before about since 2000. How many finals, Super Bowl, World Series appearances do you have in your market? And our market, the Bay Area, is 3rd. And that is not even including the A's, and I guess the A's haven't been there since 2000, but I ran it for just San Francisco, Niners, Giants, and Warriors, and you're second only to Boston. Thank you, Patriots, for carrying the majority of the water there. And I think New York was the other team. I'll find it in my notes.
L.A.?
L.A. was right there, but yeah, in the Bay Area, we've had just appearances. Oh. The Niners have the 3. The Warriors have 6, and the Niners have the 3, right?
And the other way that I look at it also, and I know that I'm not speaking for everyone here at all, when I get upset about my teams, it's because I think they're being run by morons. And I don't think we've got any of those right now. Some of you do, and you can have an argument, whatever. But I look at front office play. I look at ownership support. I look at money spent. Yes, they make some bad decisions, just like every company does, for sure. I'm not saying things are perfect. I don't think that even exists, quite frankly. But you have motivated, try hard, financially bolstered, and largely smart people who have some championship cachet running these 3 teams. And so there is some level of comfort there in my mind.
Definitely, because even the way this Giant season looks like it's going to end, short of a miracle turnaround. You get in the offseason and you expect that they'll spend, they'll try, they're going to run it back and look to improve the team. They're not just going to go into full rebuild mode. And even what Shanahan said today about, in the NFL you can never rebuild and stuff, and, his team, and it's going to be a little different in Week 10. They're going to try to win this year, and we know the Warriors are trying to win. It is L.A. who is ahead of us. It's Boston 17 appearances since 2000, L.A. 15, and the Bay Area's got 13.
Yeah,
the Giants have 4. I forgot. I didn't want to mention 2002, but since 2000, the Giants have appeared in 4 World Series. The Warriors have 6 finals appearances, and the Niners have 3 Super Bowl appearances.
And you said L.A. was 17?
L.A. with 15.
15.
You had 4 Dodgers.
Well, 3.
And, you had 4 Dodgers.
3.
You have 4 Dodgers.
3.
You have 4 Dodgers.
Fine.
And
your opinion.
The Lakers have 8. And, you can discount the Laker one, too, because it was in Orlando.
No, but they played a full season.
Right. And then you've got, that would leave 3 for the Rams, I believe.
The Giants, if it was a 60-game season, would have been in the playoffs this year.
The A's in that same season were a playoff team.
Yeah.
16 teams made the playoffs in that strike year, or the COVID year.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. There are a handful of people who are Raiders and A's fans who would like to know what their misery index is on this list.
Fair.
Raiders are 5th most miserable, only less miserable than the Jags, Jets, Browns, and Bears. And somehow in baseball, I don't agree with this. The A's are 8th. Somehow, Mariners, Pirates, Reds, Angels, Marlins, Rockies, White Sox, more miserable. I would argue, at least those fan bases still have their team. So actually, to me, that's got to be...
that's part of it, but if you want to go just based on, and this thing is an algorithm based on track record as much as anything.
I get that.
And Bob Melvin would remind you that they made the playoffs almost every single year.
Totally. But in this moment,
for sure,
I think that they, fans have been dragged through a pretty awful experience. All right, let's go out to the phones. Brian in Walnut Creek. Hey, Brian, what's going on? Thank you for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. Thanks for taking my call. Mark, I have an exception to your comment about, they're spending, at least they're trying. I don't agree with you, and I want to use my hometown, shut it out, Milwaukee Brewers as an example.
Okay.
And just for the record, I was at the first ever game. It was my senior skip-out day. Thank you very much. But each year the Brewers seem to put together one of the best teams in the major leagues. They do it on a shoestring budget. They lose their key big free agents because they simply can't afford them. Right now, if you look at ESPN, they rank the top 50 players at the MLB. Not a single Brewers listed.
Right.
Right now, if you look at Baseball America, they rank the farm teams. Brewers are ranked number 1. Look out. So my point is, rather than spending, do your homework. Put together a team that melds together, that plays hard together. Find a coach that gets a message that that resonates, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. And tell you what, if there was a step above, what's the top of the rung of your list, whatever? If there was one notch above it, that's the whole city of Milwaukee right now. And I'm not talking about the free burgers, by the way. It's just the excitement. Every game, the way they're winning is mind-blowing. I encourage your listeners, if they want to find a fun team to watch other than the local teams, please watch the Brewers. They are amazing.
Brian, I love the way they play ball. They're the fastest team in the bigs. They've been the best team in the bigs. So, like you sort of said, like you take exception or disagree, that's not something I can disagree with. The Brewers have done a wonderful job. What I would sort of rebut, though, with is simply the idea that spending – that does, for many markets in baseball, that does equal trying. Now, trying is not enough. You have to do a good job also. But there are only 2 teams right now currently in the top 10 in baseball payrolls that are not currently slated for a playoff spot. And only one of them has the losing record. I'll let you take one guess on who that is. That would be the Giants. So my question for a while coming into this year with where we've been is this ownership actually committed to winning, or are they committed to making it sound like they're committed to winning? We're going to miss out on Harper. We're going to miss out on Judge. We're going to miss out on Ohtani, and then we're going to tell you, but we're right there coming in second place. Well, this year, they put their money where their mouth is, And to a degree, I appreciate that. I'm not saying it's good enough by any stretch. But there are so many baseball teams out there that don't do that. So that's all I meant by that comment. I'm not saying the Giants are in great shape by any stretch. I do appreciate, though, that they have an ownership group that is trying to win.
Right, and the Brewers are also trying to win. They have 3 or 4 guys who make a ton of money, but beyond that, they've done really well at draft and develop. And that's where I look at the Giants and think, okay, Buster, you're coming into year 2 after this year is over. That is the task that you're faced with. You have to find a way to either change out your scouts or change the way that they scout. Start finding players who in 2 to 4 to 5 years can come up and be major league impactful players, because if you can do both, and the Dodgers have done well at both traditionally, finding talent, having them in their system, and either trading them away for megastars or having them come up and be good major leaguers. The Giants haven't really been able to do that.
Let's go to Matt in Napa next. Matt, hey, thank you for calling.
Hey there, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to share this with you. You mentioned the misery index and Oakland fans. I'm from Oakland, and I don't feel like there's anybody more miserable than me. I typed in Raiders. It spits out 97 plus year fan. I add the A's to that. It goes to a 98. Like, oh, my God, it can't get much worse than that. And then I type in Warriors, and it pulls it up to 79. So I thought it was kind of funny, even in spite of the Warriors' constant success and the fact that they're just so enjoyable, you pair those 3 together and it's still borderline miserable.
Borderline miserable, but the Warriors alone pulled you out of the most miserable index by themselves.
I wonder if you could throw in, I don't know if they go all the way down to the Oakland Roots and the Oakland Ballers. Maybe ESPN needs to flesh this out into the real new local Oakland teams, but
they do not.
But I'll say this for those 2 teams, they've done a lot for the overall mood and morale of Oakland. Those Roots games are packed. People are loving going to the Oakland Ballers games in West Oakland, so it's a small consolation prize, but if you live in Oakland, it's not nothing.
Yeah, Valkyries are on here. Bay FC is on here. San Jose Earthquakes are on here. Obviously, the Sharks are on here. You can put all that in there if you want. Sitting here talking about the misery index on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Coming up next, there are a couple Warrior things to get to, including the schedule, which came out today. Willard and Dibs.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's true. I got some numbers for you.
Yeah?
You want some numbers?
Sure, bring it on.
I'd like to give you these numbers. These are pretty interesting. I bet that Jonathan Kuminga and his agent love these numbers.
Okay.
I'm sorry to bring them up.
All roads.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, this is a real thing now. This is a I don't know if you want to call it a report. This is a new little nugget of information, though. This is new today. The Athletic spoke to an anonymous NBA executive who says he would give Jonathan Kuminga $125 million over 5 years, and then compares Jonathan to Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. How do you feel about that comparison? Here's what he said. Quote, McDaniels is great in his role, but JK is more talented and has higher upside if he ever can hit.
Right.
End quote.
I totally agree with that. McDaniels is better in his role. And my counter question would be, what is Kuminga's role? Now, it's not to say that he can't fill a role, but the role that Jaden McDaniels is asked to fill, he's willing and able to do that. Kuminga's asked to fill a role with the Warriors, and he's been unable to fill that role. So does that mean that Kuminga's no good? Of course not. It just means they're in different situations, and they're being asked to do different things. And Kuminga, so far, in the Warriors' eyes, has not been able to fill the role they need.
$125 million over 5 years. Now, the interesting thing is you'll sit there and go, whoa, 125. Everybody, if you want to do this over AAV, everybody's sort of coming around into the same spot. Like, the word is that the Warriors, I don't know how real or true or whatever, but the reports are out there that the Warriors have an offer on the table for $22.5 million a year, but only for 2 years. And one of those years probably being a Warrior option. So that's way, way, way less of a commitment, but everyone seems comfortable with this sort of between $20 and $25 million number. This executive just seems to sort of be insinuating, I would make the commitment. The interesting thing is the executive is saying, I would make the commitment, and then ends his quote with, if he can ever hit.
Right.
Which sounds like, well, why would you commit 5 years if your feeling is if?
And also, if he hits, let's just say that he hits this year, either the Warriors sign and trade him somewhere and he hits, or he figures out how to play and he actually has a great year and he hits, well, he's going to cost you more than $25 million a year if he, quote unquote, hits. And if you really like him for 5 years, then you get him for $125 and he does hit, that contract is going to be a bargain by the time you get to year 3. The way the salary cap and the aprons go up and everything goes up and up and up. If you get Kuminga for 5 years for $125, by the time you get to the end of that deal, you're probably getting a bargain if he in fact hits.
Right. No, completely agree, and you're still dealing with a player that won't even be all that close to his 30th birthday.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. It's an interesting number. It's an interesting comparison. Jaden McDaniels is perfect in the role he plays. For those of you who don't really know, McDaniels on the Minnesota Timberwolves is kind of I guess you'd call him 3-and-D guy. He's long, he's athletic, he knocks down threes, but he's also somebody who can attack the rim a little bit. Very athletic player. Maybe the biggest issue I have with the comparison, again, when we say JK is more talented than McDaniels. My question whenever we do this is, okay, define talent. Are you talking about with
the ha-ha?
The ha-ha.
Yeah.
Because you know what Jaden McDaniels is? Jaden McDaniels is an elite defensive player in the NBA. Like, high bar. Elite, lockdown. That's who we're going to put on Steph Curry type of a player. And so on one side of the ball, JK is nowhere near as talented as Jaden McDaniels. On the other side of the ball, he probably has the potential to be a more versatile offensive player. I will completely agree with that. But kind of an interesting way to go about it, to say, hey, 5 years, I'll lock it up because he is definitely going to be good. Maybe.
If he hits. And that's the thing.
It's like, okay.
I think it's a classic ceiling floor conversation, because Jaden McDaniels, his ceiling is probably not much higher than what we've seen. His floor is really high. You mentioned it. He's an elite defender. He was all defense second team 2 years ago. He doesn't shoot the three that well to really be a 3-and-D guy. He doesn't shoot the three very often, but what he is a 6'9", I can guard any of you defender who also has a serviceable or slightly better offensive game.
Yeah,
he's not a bad offensive player.
No, you're right. I'll take your description. He's about a 35% career three-point shooter, but he tends to almost GP2 it. He stays in the corner a lot.
Exactly.
Right? He's not somebody who's going to float around and do it everywhere, but he's capable. He averaged a little bit over 12 points a game last year.
When he's out there, he's not going to kill you offensively.
Not at all.
He's opportunistic, and he can rebound. He can hit the open three on occasion. He can score, not on all three levels, but you're not going to run your offense through him, but he'll get you 10 to 12 a game. And on the other end, he's going to be a plus defender. And if you look at how Minnesota did last year when he started every single game, and he played 32 minutes a night. So you play every game, you play in literally 75% of your team's minutes, and you just lock down the other team's best player. Yeah, I'll take what he has.
I'll take it, yeah.
No
and
doubt.
He took a huge jump last year in his rebounding. He averaged 3.1 a game at age 23, 5.7 a game last year, shot over 81% from the free throw line. And so what I'm getting at is, while I'll buy the offensive versatility idea of a Jonathan Kuminga, you know what you have in Jaden McDaniels? It's what you just said. You have a finished product. You have an all-around basketball player. And I saw someone say this sort of in the Warriors kind of social media space the other day. And he didn't name Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kuminga, but I was pretty sure that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And he said it this way, and I wonder how this will land with people, because this gets hot and debatable and all of that, and everybody has their side, and so I get that. But the comment was sort of made like this. It's fascinating to see a coach get criticized for wanting a player to defend, rebound, and do what they're asked to do and make the right play. Isn't that literally the definition of what a coach is supposed to do? And so that, to me, that's the rub on this whole thing. Like, those are the things that Jaden McDaniels does, and he already does them, and he's only about a year and a half older than Jonathan.
Yeah, and that is something that for players cannot be taught. Some players can learn it and adjust to it, and you have to want to play hard on defense. It's not something that comes naturally. If it does come naturally, then go ahead and do it. But other players, it's tough to encourage them to go out there and play that dogged defense unless they have it in them. And, part of it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where if Kuminga's not playing hard on defense or playing the way you want him to play, then you play him less. And because you're playing him less, then he doesn't want to play the way you want him to play. And so then you play him less. And because you play him less, then he doesn't want to play the way you want to play him. And it becomes kind of a steamroll effect where, the player wants the minutes, the coach wants him to play a certain way, and if you are at odds, then you're in a spot where it's not going to work out.
Yep. So anyway, I mean, that's just kind of to add to the conversation today. That's a report out of The Athletic. I'm sure Jonathan and his agent are, I don't know, they're clipping that and sending it all over the league if they want. It's not in any stretch going to change this conversation, and I don't think we are anywhere closer to any sort of a resolution on this, and it does not even feel like something that's going to end in the month of September. So,
and we're not even in September, Mark.
No, we're not even close to September.
Checks notes.
Yeah.
And it's great that this unnamed exec is like, yeah, I'll pay him $5 and $125, but problem is nobody has $5 and $125 right now because of that damn second apron.
Exactly.
So you can say that you want to do it, but you won't because you can't. So for Kuminga, it's like, great. Can you say that next year?
Now, I don't know if Kuminga's going to be a part of this or not, but the schedule came out today, which is always fun. Sometimes I look at this and I go, boy, we get really excited about it. Like I knew the schedule came out, and guess what? Yeah, the Nuggets are on it. So are the Pistons. Like they're all on there, and it's just dates and times and all this. So there's only a few things that are intriguing that come out of it, but I do think there are some. Yes, there's those like circle that date, and here's that holiday, and okay, that road trip looks crazy. There's stuff like that, but there's also the fact that the Golden State Warriors this year will be presented to a national audience more times than ever before in their entire history. And the NBA does have some new partners. And so that's the other thing to get to a little bit as well. And I wonder kind of how people feel about it a little bit. So in other words, lots of games that are a little bit like Thursday night football this year.
Marquee.
Lots marquee, yep. But also on Amazon.
Right.
On Prime Video.
And NBA on NBC is back. And so we get the Tesh theme and a lot of change. And a lot of interesting things that I have seen pouring over the schedule. I'll share some of my insights with you.
Let's do that. Coming up next, we're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change this Labor Day weekend. Be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. You've heard me on the daily talk about this bank, and I'll just try to explain a little bit more why I love a good local bank some more. Not a big box bank, but a bank that actually cares about me and my savings and loan goals, my finances, my checking, and my money market account. And they always reach out to me and make sure that everything's going well with my accounts because they care about me as a customer, and they also care about the community. And that's important to me because I live in these communities, and they've got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. So odds are you live near a Fremont Bank branch or you are a part of one of these communities. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank, and I'm refreshing right now to see if that direct deposit is in. Not quite yet, but we're hopeful it'll come before the end of the day so that Fremont Bank can reinvest that money into the community, home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. Go in and see for yourself. It's Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
San Francisco, it's 64 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper on his And We Back tour on October 16th at the Masonic in San Francisco. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Thanks, JK. Those picks are coming up now, partner.
Are we fading the Dibber?
You got to fade the Dibber.
We're going to fade the Dibber this year.
I think I went 12-2 in the playoffs. And by 12-2, I mean I lost 12 of the 14.
What play? Oh, the NFL playoffs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it finally took shape. You took a while.
And then you
Captain
finally coin flip all year.
Yeah, you were just like, is somebody going to win or lose? We don't know.
Yeah, but when the games meant the most,
Dibs
came through for us.
You turn it on. You're a big money player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And Grandy has the actual numbers. I don't want you to pull them up now, but I do think I do think that I was something like 2-12, which means you guys were 12-2. Because the whole bit for those of you just joining the program is I make a pick, they get excited and they go against it, and yeah, fade, hey.
Yep.
Lucas with one clap. He's not ready to fade.
Lucas wakes up more for that bit than anything else that happens on this show. And for those of you who don't know, Lucas is both our producer and the 95.7 The Game director of sports. He is supposed to be as locked into everything that happens on this station as anybody in the world. And nothing will pull him out of a slumber like a fade clap, as you just heard.
Yeah. He woke up and got one clap in.
Yeah. Hi, Lucas. Yeah, that's my guy.
Dibs, going into the Super Bowl, you were 2-10, and then you picked the Eagles plus 1.5. So 3-10. 3-10.
Stupid way to end it.
Yeah.
Why would you build all the way up there and then get it right?
I know, right?
That's just mean.
Mean-spirited. But 3-10, you're welcome.
Well, yeah, but somebody might have let it ride on the last game.
Including getting everyone wrong in the divisional round.
I remember that.
And the conference round.
Those were bad beats.
Oh, they were brutal. 0-8 on a 2-week stretch.
I mean, I was 0-6, but...
Yeah, 0-6.
0-6, yeah. Sorry.
I think I
should have parlayed all those together.
Split the baby in the wild card round, and then Casey Schmidt the bed after that.
You went 2-4 in the wild card round.
Oh, that's right, because there's the 6 wild
games.
cards.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Man. And then you
better than
0-6.
Fade my math, too.
It all and pick the Eagles.
Well, what are you going to do?
And they had an Ottoman game.
Made a bunch of money on y'all playoffs, then put it all in the Super Bowl and lost it all.
Yeah. Anyway, get ready to fade.
Okay.
Coming up.
Yeah, we will. I am. I always am. Beautiful. Hey, we'll get back to Niners in a little bit because apparently, and this is no surprise, a little testy out there.
I bet.
Get those Niners and Raiders. And apparently, Max Crosby on his podcast basically said ahead of time, yeah, we're looking to get under some people's skin. And he and Trent Williams got into a little bit of a barking match. This is according to Vic Tafer of The Athletic. That's a high-level barking match. Who you got?
Those some big dogs.
Who you got? Trent Williams versus Max Crosby. Who you got?
A lot of bark and a lot of bite in that one.
Whoa.
Yeah, seriously.
Whoa.
I mean, Trent is a very, very large man. Max is too, but Max is about 12 years younger.
Right, but so Max has got a little bit of that Romanowski in him.
Right.
Like, dude, you're crazy. Okay. And Trent Williams is like, well, Trent's in charge. Trent's in charge of the whole league. That's how I view Trent. How many times have you seen something going on in the trenches in a Niner game, and Trent's just like, whatever, you guys. But if Trent shows up, it's kind of like when I don't know if this will get you, when brothers and sisters are fighting and then dad walks in. And it's like, you two, over here, right now. That's Trent, which is absolutely animalistic in the NFL to have that kind of juice over the craziest, most powerful athletes on the planet. That's Trent. So that's a hell of a matchup.
I'm trying to remember, I think a couple years ago, there was in the regular season, there was a post-play scuffle that was happening, and Trent just kind of sauntered in, grabbed a guy by the jersey, and whoop, kind of like bowling balled him to the side. And it's like, oh, Trent's here. Fight's over.
Okay.
Back to the huddle.
Back to our bases.
But at the same time, you're right about Max. I mean,
I'm not messing with him either.
No.
Oof. So anyway, Trent didn't even practice today. They're not practicing. They're not putting Trent Williams in a joint practice. I think they just give Trent a joint. They're just like, dude, you just
mellow out.
Yeah, stay over here. But he was. So thank you. So he and Max were barking at one another, and I guess Kyle Shanahan said after the practice he was really proud of his players for, quote, not engaging because we knew what we were going to get when we landed here in Vegas, and we did. And the Raiders were jumpy and after them and wanted to get a little of this and a little of that, and largely their stuff didn't work, according to Kyle.
Yeah, and well, this is it now. Like walk through tomorrow, game Saturday, and no more joint practices. So next week you get into a semi-normal week of, all right, all the 2s and the 3s. This is your last chance to make the team, and then after that you get ready for real football.
Before we get into the Warrior schedule thing, couple things, just because we were having that conversation about the unnamed exec who wanted to compare Jaden McDaniels and Jonathan Kuminga and the salary and everything. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Let's see, 925. That was his agent spreading that. Nice try. And then I don't understand this one. Help me with this one. 262. Duh, Willard. You don't buy a Ferrari to take it off-roading and haul gravel. That's why people are mad about Kerr's expectations for JK. Does that make sense to you?
I know what the texter is saying, but you don't get to not haul gravel when you are 6'7", 22 on a team with Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the Ferrari. He doesn't have to haul gravel. Draymond Green is basically one of those flatbed trucks, and he's hauling everything.
Exactly.
So Draymond Green's out there hauling gravel, so to speak. Jimmy Butler is doing the same. Kevon Looney, he's got a hard hat on in the shower. He's doing the work. So Jonathan Kuminga, he hasn't earned the right yet to be a, quote, Ferrari. Well, so I get the text, but I disagree with it.
So I like that. Yes, I think that's an overstatement to call Jonathan Kuminga a Ferrari. But is this text insinuating that even if you do think the world of Jonathan Kuminga, do you think that any coach in the NBA would be crazy to ask him to defend and rebound? Is that what we're saying?
I think that's what the notion was there. The notion from the text that I'm getting is Steve Kerr is asking him to do things that a player of his ilk shouldn't be asked to do.
All players should be asked to do that.
Well, I'm thinking about a player.
All players.
Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. If he's not in there taking charges and getting 6 or 7 rebounds a game, okay.
Right.
Ja Morant, more of a diminutive guy. Jordan Poole to a lesser level. He's not as good as these guys, but you could run through the list of, smaller stature stars.
Sure.
Stature, rather.
But even the example you gave is in there taking charges. I'm not asking for him, for any, great offensive player to be that, gritty dive on the floor guy. I don't think that's what defense and rebounding are. Just defense and rebounding. You don't need to dive into the stands. You don't need to talk to the refs. You don't need to get in the other team's shorts. You don't need to pick them up on the team bus. Just defend and rebound. I would ask that of everyone. No?
Absolutely.
And not everyone's going to be great at it, so I get your point. You're not going to, Steph Curry for years was not a great defender. I think he's a little bit better now. He'll never be great. If you're not going to be great, you're not going to be great. But I do think that he tries to be. He tries to defend. He rebounds. I don't know. That's an odd thing that you wouldn't ask that of anyone who has a uniform.
Right.
To me.
Well, and I think about the Poughkeepsie kid who is might be a Toyota Corolla. He might be a
kid.
He might be a Honda Fit. I have a Honda Fit, and you'd be surprised how many things you can actually fit in the Fit. And he's in there. Pazemski. He's in there.
Pazemski.
Thank you. He's in there.
The Shelves one sounds possessed. That's why it's not. Like, especially the way you say it. And I wish people could be in here and see you say it.
Pazemski.
Your eyes fly out of your head. It is so possessed. Like, first of all, it's not someone's last name. At no point does that look like his last name. And the way he says it, it sounds like he's under hypnosis.
Pazemski.
Anyway,
a great one.
As you were.
It's just the way he nails it so perfectly. Like, I've been practicing this. I'm about to wow you with my Pazemski.
You're getting sleepy. Anyway,
yes.
Onward.
That's it. He hauls gravel, is my point. And not that he's a star. No one on this team is so star that they shouldn't be asked to do the things that, this texter is saying that Kuminga is being asked to do.
Play basketball. Play basketball. Steve Kerr in the Olympics was asking Anthony Edwards to rebound. Like maybe the most exciting young scorer in the game. It's like, you want to be next level? You should start rebounding. You know what Ant said? Damn, my coach says the same thing. You sound like my coach. Coach?
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Right, because that's what coaches do. They ask their players to do all the things that players do.
You mean play basketball?
On a basketball court. Anyway, so what did you want to... You had some schedule quirky stuff you wanted to get into.
Just a few things. I was looking at the back-to-backs. They have 14 of them this year, which I don't think is as many as they've had in the past, but they do have a couple of the weird ones where it's either road then home, home then road. They have a home go to Portland, not a huge deal. Home go to Sac. They've got Utah then come home the next night. That one's a little bit awkward, but the other ones are either home and home or like Cleveland, Chicago, big deal.
Yep.
They've got a Toronto, Brooklyn. They've got a New York to D.C. They've got Orlando to Miami. These are back-to-backs that I think are, it's still awkward because you don't want to play back-to-back, but they're in-state or close in proximity.
That's good.
So that schedule-wise, that's good. What is a little scary, in March, all on the road, 6 games and 9 nights.
Six
games. Yes.
That's at the end.
6 games, 9 nights, and that includes 2 of the aforementioned back-to-backs. So that's going to be a trip. And that's not even I guess that is the totality of that trip. You open up on a Sunday in New York, you wind up on a Monday in Dallas. And, yeah, that's tough. That's actually, 9 nights.
I'm excited, man. I can't wait to see a full year with Jimmy Butler. Like, I can't wait to see a full year with Jimmy Butler. And sure, like, I don't know who's going to stay healthy, and I have no idea who else is going to be on the team because the Warriors' offseason is not started yet.
Right.
Unlike the rest of the NBA teams. And so that'll all get figured out at some point. But to me, that's the lead story because they were a very, very good basketball team. Whether you want to do the whole but their schedule was lame. Okay. And then
I already debunked that with my deep dive.
Thank you. And then, gosh, Steph Curry gets hurt and geez, Jimmy, you can't win one game. All right, we like all of that emotion from the end of the season. I don't know, sweep it away. That year's over.
Yep.
They were very good. They're a very good team once Jimmy Butler arrived. And now they get to do that for a whole year. And I would imagine on some level that's got to put them at a little bit less of a desperate chase when you do get to February and March and April.
You hope.
I hope.
Well, because that gauntlet I just was mentioning, 6 games and 9 nights, all on the road, you would like to be able to load manage a little bit of that, have a cushion. A couple other dates that I want to highlight. Jimmy to Miami, November 19th.
Well,
so that's an early one.
I mean, after what happened last year, I'm like, wake me in the fourth quarter. Like that was such a disappointing performance by him and the team. And by the way, such a muted show by the crowd. I don't know, man. That one didn't live up to its hype at all.
No, it didn't. But, going back there, Pods, he was talking about the schedule and how he's looking forward to, the trip to Milwaukee.
He's got it memorized already.
October 30th.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to get Pods on. And
well, we will next Wednesday.
And we're going to ask him about the schedule. I'll have to quiz him a little bit. But early. It's an early visit, so
October
Pods,
30th?
Yeah.
What do they do? What's their next game?
After that, it is the first in Indiana. So
Okay.
he'll have a night in between, or,
Maybe he could stay and do Halloween in Milwaukee.
Perhaps.
He could dress up as the Valkyries mascot.
Pretty much.
Anyway.
Clay comes here for one time only, Christmas. That's his only visit. Dallas does not come here again. The Kevon Looney tribute video game. 11:30, November 30th. Kevon comes for the first time with New Orleans.
And Jordan Poole.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Jordan
right.
Poole.
I keep thinking he's on Washington.
No, Jordan Poole's on the Pelicans
Yeah,
now.
but I think it's going to be about Kevon.
Of course.
Jordan already had his moment.
He's already had his return.
And the other one is you always want to see when Steph goes to Madison Square Garden. That is March 15th. That's actually the beginning of that road gauntlet I talked about. And one final one, Mark, and this is a really positive one to keep an eye on for the Warriors. They don't leave California from January 1st to the 20th.
What?
20 days. They have 10 home games and a trip to face the Clippers.
I'm laughing because you said that like Scott Hansen on Red Zone.
20 days.
20 days.
Everything now.
Yeah.
They have 2 home games back-to-back. They go to the Clippers, and then it's an 8-game homestand after that.
Fantastic.
So you've got a 3-week stretch where you don't have to leave California.
Rest up for March.
Right. So it's just a couple of the quirky things in the schedule where, the back-to-backs and then the road gauntlet, but the home cooking. So after Christmas, you get a 3-game road trip after the Christmas game, and then you're home. You're home for 3 weeks in California.
Love it. Yeah. And then the other thing is you're going to have to get used to some new media partners. I still think we're in some level of getting used to this, especially those of you who have been fans for some time, where games are going to be Amazon Prime, games are going to be on Peacock, and this is just kind of I don't know. I sort of had a question about this. Does this still bother people? Does it still bother people?
You asking me?
Oh, well, sure. You're the one. It does?
It bothers me.
Because I've sort of arrived at this spot where it's and I don't want this to come off a certain way. I'm with all of you, and in fact, I get bugged by how overwhelming it all feels to figure out YouTube TV, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, HBO Max, and I'm still the dunderhead who's over here doing the regular thing too.
Me too.
So if you add it all up, I think I'm spending, I don't know, $947 a month or something.
Something like that. And
It's
you
probably
didn't
not.
even mention Disney Plus because you don't have a toddler.
I don't do Disney Plus.
You'd mentioned Paramount Plus, right?
Because I did not
we love
mention
Paramount Plus.
Paramount.
Because for those of you new to the show, my daughter,
There are no Ls,
who is
yes.
brilliant, the L's are Y's. But when the L is in a place like that, it's Paramount Plus.
No,
She won't do Paramount Payas.
I don't think you should say it that way. You shouldn't say that the L's are Y's. You should make sure that your daughter is a winner. Mila, no L's.
She is, and she's not going to be a user.
Maya,
Yeah.
no L's.
She's working on the L.
I know she's working on it.
But-
One of these days she's going to get it, and you're going to be bummed.
I'm already bummed.
You're going to be bummed. You're going to That's that. It's like anything in parenting.
Because I'll
You're
put on
so bugged by it, and then they leave, and
dude.
you're like, please, can we just go back?
I'll put on a Valkyries game, and I'll say, Mila, you need to get locked in. I don't want to lock in. Can we please lock in? They're pushing for the playoffs. I don't want to lock in.
Why doesn't she want to lock in?
Because if I ask her to lock in, then she won't. If I just put it on, she's going to lock in.
Does she say, I'm going to lock in?
No, she just locks in. Thummy goes in, and she's watching the ball game.
But she never says, I want to lock in.
No, but if I ask her to do something, then it's I don't want to do whatever you just asked me to do. I don't want to do it.
When Red Zone Channel comes on, does she lock in or no?
Usually not.
We're too early for that?
Yeah, and that's like peak playtime because it's 10 in the morning, and so she's now, breakfast is done, and I need to play. And so,
miserable.
Yeah, I usually try to utter the fateful phrase, "Go play with your mother." Doesn't usually go well.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
But I'm with you. I am bothered by all of it. I get over it because I want to watch it. I want my content. But the thing that bothers me the most is the inability to toggle. Because if you're on, for example, Peacock, and you're watching the game on the cock, and you want to flip over during a commercial, you can't do it. What? That's the colloquialism of Peacock.
Yeah, we do say that.
I was actually more taken aback by the way that you said before you called it the.
Right.
Even just when you call it Peacock, there's so much emphasis on the second syllable.
What is the second syllable?
You said Peacock.
That's right.
Yeah.
When you watch it on Peacock.
I'm not going to do what you want me to do.
I know you won't. Yeah. That's fine. And, the same thing with Amazon Prime.
Well,
we have it in, like, Thursday Night Football every single week. That's right. It's on Prime.
Like,
Prime.
I'm trying not to upset you, but at the same time, I'm like, this feels a little bit to me like your Android.
Not really.
It does.
I mean, in what way?
In this way. What I mean by that
it's a reach is what that was.
It's not a reach. It's not a reach. Because I would say the same thing about the toggling and about the HBO Max and the Hulu and the Amazon Prime. And is it frustrating? Is it too expensive? It's all of those things. But this is sort of just like one of those battles that I'm not really going to choose. In other words, what do I always tell you about your Android? Like, you're allowed to buy an Android. You're allowed. It's your phone. You get to pick whatever provider you want. But at some point, I'm like, can you just do what we're all doing? And like, that's just...
This is where you miss me.
No, but that's how I feel about Amazon Prime. I'm with you. It's a bummer that we have to do it this way, but this is how we're doing it. So we're just do what everybody's doing.
I can't be disappointed by that, though.
You can be disappointed, but understand that it's a train heading down a track at 1,000 miles an hour. And so it's not a fight that anybody can win.
I'm not fighting it. I'm just expressing the frustration in the inability to toggle. And I pay for all those services, probably more than you do because I do have a toddler. And so I just want to have the ability to hit last channel and go from, for example, the golf channel. If I'm watching the golf channel and the Warrior game starts, I want to be able to hit last channel and have it automatically go to Amazon or Le Coq. And then when they go, hey, we'll take the break. When Tim Roy says we'll take the break, I should be able to go last channel right back to the golf channel.
I hear you.
But I can't. I have to exit the app, and then I have to move over.
That's probably coming someday.
Well, I'm waiting.
Need to figure that out.
I'm waiting for it.
So
when we go full circle and the streaming services just become a cable package, essentially.
Yeah, so that you don't have to do that little circle that's searching.
It's all of it.
And then when Netflix comes on or whatever. Again, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. We know that this is coming. I am frustrated that it's becoming more difficult, as Dibs is talking about, to watch everything, but also it's just becoming so much more expensive to continue to be a sports fan.
There's no doubt.
I don't know how much longer I can survive doing it.
And Lucas, and they're doing a better job of figuring out, like, we used to be able to get around this by everybody was just sharing each other's passwords.
Right.
Like anybody, like one person in the family would get Netflix and 18 other homes are like, and now they've figured out how to be like, no, you can only have 2 on at one time.
Yep.
And then what happens is if you've had these services for a while and your families in other houses do have it, this will really, you want to see me ticked off? It's not about all the streaming services and the lack of toggling. What it is when I run home from work and I try to turn on Thursday Night Football and you go through that whole process and then a little note comes on your screen, I'm sorry, there's too many devices using your Prime right now. And I got to call my nephew in San Clemente and I'll be like, you Get off my Prime! Get off my plane!
That's when you take the power move and you just hit the log out of all devices button.
That's right.
And screw you guys. I'm changing my password.
And they're just somewhere in America like, what happened? Well, I found out. That's what happened.
Yep.
Anyway. All right.
Fool around and find out.
Better.
Mess with me on my prime.
All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We are also here to discuss a couple of the quirks of the trade from joint practice today between the Niners and the Raiders. And also, if you were with us earlier today, and if you weren't, more importantly, you got to hear exactly what Kyle Shanahan said on SiriusXM about his expectations for the season. And then we'd love to hear from you on whether he's talking at face value or is he purposefully trying to lower the fans' expectation. So 888-957-9570 is the number, and that is next on Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A strong heart. A steady stride. A life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms. Supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Shop Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through September 1st, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
He cannot be that guy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, quietly, we're only a couple of months away from Steve Kerr press conferences.
I can't wait.
And some table banging.
Steve, did we lose you?
I'm sorry. I'm here.
Look forward to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And hold on, can we confirm? Yeah, okay. Speaking of the River Islands guest line, Kirk Morrison's going to be on it in 20 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes. Kirk Morrison, who does a lot of work broadcasting now, not only in the NFL, but for the Raiders, used to wear the Raider uniform and is out there in Vegas. Niners and Raiders joint practices and a game coming up Saturday. He will join us in 20 minutes. Speaking of people who will join us, though, I wanted to share this little story real quick before we play the Kyle Shanahan thing, just because you said it that way. Peacock! And then, what was it on the Warriors schedule? 20 days!
That's right.
It made us think, of course, of one of our favorite lines in all of sports, which is 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now, which it doesn't. It doesn't start now. It will start on September 7th. That, of course, is a reference to the great Scott Hansen, who hosts Red Zone Channel, and Scott, in my house, is as big of a celebrity as Taylor Swift.
Wow.
Okay,
That's saying something.
Well, I have a 16-year-old daughter, and if you're like, who's the most famous person in the world? She'd be like Taylor Swift. And then I have 2 sons, and I'm like, who's the most famous player in the world? And they're like, Scott Hansen. So, Scott has been on this show before. We love Scott. And I decided I need to let Scott know we're going to need you to come on the show again.
No doubt.
And my sons are going to lose their bananas when this happens. Thank you. This is their favorite dance music right here.
Da.
I mean, it's mixed feelings every time Granny does that. And sorry, YouTube, we're playing the Red Zone theme. But, like, it's mixed feelings because the hair on the back of the neck is all the way up. but it's also not 10 a.m. on an NFL Sunday. And so we're still waiting. But anyway, right before my run this morning, I'm like, I'm doing it. Hey, Scott, we're going to need you. My sons are losing their minds. We're going to need you to come on the show. And I thought I would pass on what Scott said. Scott's going to come on the show. I don't know what day yet. We don't know what day yet. But Scott said, we're going to figure out a time before the season kicks off.
All right.
And then he went on to say, please tell your boys, thank you for the compliment, and buckle up, because Uncle Scott is ready to go on 9/7/25.
Oh, man. Uncle Scott.
Followed by 3 exclamation points. All I did this morning, I got home from the run. Jude's sitting over there with his PJs on watching TV and hair going in every direction. I said, hey, Jude, come over here. And I just showed him the phone. I said, read that. You know who that is? And he just read it for a second. He's like, is that the host of Red Zone?
It's pretty awesome.
And he got the biggest grin on his face. And I think I'm as excited as them. I can't wait till Scott comes on this show. Yep. That is coming soon here in an August date near you.
3 weeks and 3 days until I mean, even less than that because it's in the morning on that 24th day. 24 days until the full schedule opener. And as I mentioned to you before, it is an Octobox in that 10 a.m. window in week 1.
We go into the Octobox.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and 3 weeks from today is the game. The Eagles and Cowboys. 3 weeks from literally almost right now is the NFL opener on Thursday night.
And I think that our fantasy draft is 20 days away.
Yeah, the night before.
Yeah, we're starting to get close to our draft and then other exciting things happening.
Yeah, speaking of that subject, Lucas, green light? Green light? Rules up? Green light? No. Yes?
Let me confirm. Give me 30 seconds.
Okay, confirm 30 seconds because there's something that I would like in a perfect world to let everybody know about next
around
week.
The same subject, yeah.
Around the same subject and specific to next week. I would like to let everybody know that, but I want to make sure that we have got corporate clearance.
But, I mean, you have a good enough relationship with the boss that it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I mean, I think you've got that
always,
status.
but not always. But why? Like, why do that when not necessary?
This has a flex. Flex on the boss. You can punish me, you won't.
Yeah. There are moments for those, but
this might not be one of them.
Choose your battles. Battles, which used to be a segment on this show, right? Didn't it?
Might have been Pick Your Battles.
Pick Your Battles.
Yeah.
Didn't we do something like that?
Sounds familiar.
Anyway, all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kirk Morrison is going to join us in 15 minutes. All right. We want you to hear this. This is the full Monty, okay? Kyle Shanahan on SiriusXM Radio talking about expectations for the 49ers. I want to let everybody know right now, this is 1 minute 45 seconds long. You have to stay to the end. The last 2 sentences, that's where this boogies. So listen to everything he's saying, but don't tune out, start texting people and going to get a snack. Listen to what he says because we got to talk about this.
When we got here in 17, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. You don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot. And we got some difference makers in there. And that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades. But everyone else has kind of been home homegrown and through the draft. And fortunately, we've been able to keep some of those guys. And that's, to me, the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here. And we got a group of players, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are difference makers. Some borderline Hall of Fame players, too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18, that we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players, also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in the in-between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
Okay, those last couple sentences, there are like 3 or 4 insinuations there. One of them is, whatever we do with our final 53, I expect that to keep jumping around as the season goes, which makes it sound like, part of that is just the NFL, but it makes it sound like there is just some uncertainty that will firmly still be there even 3 weeks from now. And then that last comment about, I just hope we can keep getting better throughout the year, and then hopefully we can find our way into the playoffs. Just feels like a new message to me over the last week or so coming out of 49er camp, where they are maybe trying to lower the lofty expectations that this team has to rebound the 6-11 and send it in the other direction.
And that makes some sense, where you don't want to come in with sky-high prognostications and expectations and then perhaps under-deliver. You want to over-deliver, of course, at all those points. And I can't help but think about 2019, which is what he referenced multiple times. And, that year, you had drafted Debo, Justin School, Nick Bosa, Dre Greenlaw, 4 guys who you drafted as rookies. They came in and they started. And Bosa was number 2 overall. I get it. You were expecting him to start, but Greenlaw, you weren't. Justin School started half the games over there at left tackle. And in that year, it was kind of like what he's talking about here, where the team you started with was not the team you wound up with. That was the year they got Emmanuel Sanders, right, in a trade and midway through the year. And so you had a roster shuffling that took place. And by the time you got to the end of the year, you had a team that was good enough to go to the Super Bowl. And that also was a team that, won its first 8 games. And also the other similarity, that year you played the NFC South. You played Tampa and Atlanta, and New Orleans that year was 13-3.
That's true.
You beat New Orleans, and your only losses were to Baltimore 14-2, Seattle 11-5, and Atlanta got you in that weird game down in Atlanta, where you just couldn't get off the field to stop the run. But if that team bounced back from a 4-12 and did that, this team can do the same thing with a lot of rookies.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Nice win for the Valkyries last night, by the way.
Very nice win.
Very, very nice win.
Tiebreaker ramifications, too.
Yep, professional kind of an effort. They had a big lead, held on, won that thing. Yeah, I just got kind of curious as to how much face value is actually taking place in this conversation. In other words, is Kyle Shanahan, does he truly believe what he's saying? Does he truly believe, this is a young team. This is going to be a bumpy ride at times, and our hope is that we can sort of have it come together at the right time and then maybe make a run in the second half of the season. That's our hope. But we're just kind of trying to make the playoffs. Is that managing of expectations that the organization has decided are too high, or does he actually believe that? I think like so many things, it's probably somewhere in the middle a little bit. It just sounded like the Niners a couple of weeks ago were so excited about their draft class, and now they're trying to almost push it a little bit the other direction. I mean, even hear what Robert Saleh said just a couple of days ago.
We may not know who they are till the midway point of the season. You know, they're rookies. As soon as we hit week 1, it's going to start all over. They're going to be leaning on new bodies, new blocking schemes, and they've got to learn week to week what they're putting on tape and understand that part of the game that's happening in there. So right now you just want to see those guys play as hard as they can, as violent as they can, and you trust that as they get more reps, they'll learn how to play the game a little bit better and get better every day.
I tell you what, I think the Niners are in a spot that traditionally can be a little bit dangerous to coaches, which is that there's these expectations sitting there that also go right along with admitted questions. And that's where coaches are in suddenly a tough spot. I think this is a little different because Kyle, Robert Saleh, these guys are accomplished. I don't think anybody's really worried about their job status right now. I don't think that. But in a traditional sense, if you're coaching a team that's got lofty expectations but is short on surefire talent, that's how people get in trouble.
They can, but I don't think that this regime, to your point, this regime is in no threat of that. Even if they run it back with another 6-11, I don't think that they have job status that's in jeopardy.
I agree.
Now, if you do go 6-11 again, then going into next year, okay, now we can talk a little bit about jeopardy or double jeopardy, but the roster they have here, and I'm looking at the 2019, I mentioned the rookies. They had the second-year players, Mark, on that team. They had Fred Warner, you had DJ Reed, you had Emmanuel Mosley, Mike McGlinchey. These are all guys who played a lot as, quote, young players. Now, the big difference between 2019 and this year's team, and I looked this up earlier in the show, the Niners win total over-under going into that year was 8. Their over-under was 8. This year it's 10.5. So even though this year they're coming off 6-11, the experts are like, oh no, you're not going to fool us again, 10.5. This team was coming off a 4-12 year, and they set the over-under at 8.
Yep.
They won 13 games.
Yep.
And they won it with all those rookies I mentioned, all those first-year guys. You had George Kittle in his third year. Matt Breida, who announced his retirement today, by the way, was in his third year. DJ Jones. You had a lot of guys on both sides of the ball, like this year, either rookie, first year, or second year guys.
Yep. By the way, the Matt Breida thing is kind of fun because I always imagine, dude, if you're a football player, when you announce your retirement, I don't know how any of them don't cry. And I don't mean that because they're leaving the game. I mean that because they're leaving the pain. That's got to be such an emotional moment to finally get an opportunity to say, okay, this is not going to hurt anymore. And I know people will maybe you think that sounds kind of funny because you think that these guys are just Goliaths and they're monsters and just absolutely the toughest people on earth, and they are. But trust me when I tell you, having spoken to some who are retired, August is a real mental challenge. When these guys are like, okay, hon, here we go.
Get the ice bath ready.
This is going to hurt every single day, and there's a really good chance we snap or break something. Really good chance. And you drive or get in a plane to go do this. Wow. And so good for you, Matt. Congratulations, Matt Breida. Thank you for being a good 49er, and go sit down.
Yeah. And even thinking about it long term, and Trent Williams, for example, he's coming into his 14th or 15th camp. I don't know the exact number, but how many different years has he gone through exactly what you're describing, which is you kiss the wife, you say, all right, honey, I'll be home later, knowing full well that for the next 4 or 5 months, you're going to be in a tremendous amount of pain. And the other part is that hovering, lingering burden of knowledge that you're cutting your own life short from a number of different aspects.
Yep.
You're more likely than not to have a shorter life expectancy based on what you're about to do for the 14th consecutive year.
Yep.
And so the mental burden of that, and I think about George Kittle in this way because he's out there looking to make contact and put his helmet on people, and he loves it. and he thrives on it. But at the same time, it's like the physicality with which he plays, and he's now, 30 years old? Coming up on his 30-year-old season, I think.
George?
Yeah.
I think he's actually past that already, isn't he?
Yeah, you may be right. But, you get to that point where you're continuing to do it and go out there and be violent, and it's, it's got to be tough mentally, too.
32 in October.
32?
32 in October.
Man, okay.
Yeah. 888-957-9570, the number. Kirk Morrison joins us in about 3 or 4 minutes. By the way, a lot of people wondering if Brock Purdy's going to make his preseason debut coming up this weekend. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about that today.
I'd like Brock to play. We'll see how, I haven't decided anything for sure yet. We'll watch this tape, but, I planned on getting these starters going. There might be a couple guys I rest, but there's not a lot of, especially on the defense, there's not a lot of healthy starters as it is, but I'll figure that out here in the next 24 hours, but I plan on some starters to play.
Okay. If we translate that, I would be very surprised if Brock doesn't get a little bit of time on Saturday. Brock has lobbied for it. Kyle is openly sort of sounding like he's open to it. It sounds like he just wants to make sure that they're going to get through whatever needs to happen between now and then and not be overly injured or in a bad spot. They're down 20 players right now.
Right.
They're down 20 players.
But you do have 90, so you can play a bunch of the 2s and 3s. And also, you do want some of the 1s to play. And you made a point earlier about if you play Brock, then you do want to play some of his protection. I would be surprised, though, Mark, if Trent Williams was out there. I'd be stunned if McCaffrey was out there. But you may want to go with every other starting offensive lineman, and you give Kittle a few series to go out there and hit some people. Other than that, I think you're going to start just about everybody.
You're probably right. I mean, if you want to get a sense of where the 49ers are on the whole Trent Williams thing, there's a great article. Vic Tafer in The Athletic kind of gives a blow-by-blow of just exactly how things were feeling and how they were out at practice today. Shanahan said he definitely thought the Raiders were looking to engage. Quote, we had an idea of what we would walk into. And he said, I have no problem with people fighting. I have a problem with you hurting your football team. So he went through all of that. And then they asked about Trent Williams, said he was a healthy scratch. And Shanahan said, quote, for who? For what? In other words,
Ricky Waters.
Why didn't Trent Williams do anything at practice today? For who? For what? So if that's any indication, Trent Williams is not playing Saturday. I don't think he's going to play anything in the preseason at all.
No, and they really gives you no reason to go out there and do just that because, the age and the fact that if something bad were to happen to Trent Williams, you don't have a backup who's anywhere close to as good as he's going to be. He's one of the most important people in this offense, so you got to keep him fresh.
Shanahan made a really interesting comment about Trent and protecting him in the preseason and joint practices. He said, quote, you only have so many bull rushes once you get to a certain age. And when you put a guy out there like Trent, I mean, everyone wants to measure themselves up against him. And then went on to say, so we're just going to be a little bit smarter with him. We'll see Trent on September 7th, 2025.
That's right.
Same day we meet Scott Hansen again this year.
Because that's an interesting point about Shanahan. Of course, guys are going to try him. And if you're a rookie defensive end and you're a guy who's maybe a second teamer and you want to flash for your head coach and you want to make this team and you want to make a play and you're going up against Trent, you're going to give him every last bit of everything you have just to try to show out for your coach and take on a Hall of Famer, for crying out loud.
Absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Absolutely open for your correspondence throughout the remainder here of this 5 o'clock hour. But we're excited right now to go out to the River Islands guest line and welcome in our buddy, former Raider, former NFLer, broadcaster now, Kirk Morrison on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Kirk, what's going on, man?
I'm doing great. How we doing today, fellas?
We're doing fantastic. We're wondering how Vegas is and sort of what you think. I don't know, like everyone's always talking about the same thing here in August. Like, what do you think is the difference between the way these two teams will approach this week and this game, knowing that the Niners are probably a little bit more of an established veteran team? Like, what do you think we'll see Saturday, philosophically?
Honestly, I don't think we see much. I think because of what we saw basically today, here at the joint practices in Las Vegas. You got guys who got some good work throughout the day on both sides. I mean, both sides of the team. But more importantly, though, I think it was a situation where the 49ers came in banged up. I mean, that was the story. It was like as soon as they got off the bus, Kyle Shanahan's like, hey, look, we got 25 guys banged up. So we want to just kind of get through this practice, but more importantly, see where they're at as a team, guys that they may need to lean on a little more in terms of getting ready for week number 1. So just my assessment just off of the joint practice and what kind of came out of it was that the Raiders are still trying to solidify some position groups, and the 49ers are just trying to make it to week 1 healthy.
Is that a dangerous place to be in if you're the Niners? Because you're more likely to be a little bit tentative, aren't you, if you're trying to just avoid injury?
Well, not necessarily tentative, but you're trying to see guys that you are going to be able to lean on. We already knew that this draft class of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch is, one of the, the biggest classes they've had in their time together. So they were going to bring in a lot of guys, and now those guys are going to be called upon to play. So you have to see what you have, and you've already mentioned it a little bit earlier, right? This is a experienced group of 49ers in terms of your front line guys. So how much do you truly want to see when you kind of know what they already can do? It's really about the guys who are new to the team that you need to see what they can do. I thought you got a chance to see that with the controlled practices today. But Saturday, I think, guys who are trying to prove and show that I can take what I've learned in the classroom on the practice field, I can bring it into game situations, and that's really your young players.
Kirk Morrison is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Kirk, I think one of the questions we're trying to get to is, are expectations around the Niners correct? They are tied for the 6th or 7th highest Super Bowl odds team in the NFL right now, and they do have a bunch of great players, but as Kyle Shanahan's been talking about, tons of injuries and tons of brand new rookies who will need to contribute. So what's your take on that?
I mean, this is what you pay your quarterback for. That regardless of what you have going on in terms of injuries or just the way that the team is being built and the rookies and all that, this is what you pay your quarterback for. This is where Brock Purdy has to earn his money, earn his keep. I mean, I know you guys have seen these. Everybody's done a tier, right? I'm surprised you both haven't done a tier of quarterbacks, right? Everybody's like, oh, here's your top tier, and here's tier 2, and here's tier 3. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. What I'm saying is that you're going to have to ask Brock Purdy to be a little more of those guys at the top that I just mentioned, all because of what you meant. So that's what I think the Super Bowl odds look at, is that who's that quarterback? Has he led you there before? Yes. Almost came into a victory, right? You go into overtime. That's what I'm just thinking right now as I look at it. The odds come from more about the quarterback and a team that still has some superstar all-pro talent that can bring along. How quickly do they bring along the rookies and first-year guys?
Forget the tiers part of it for a second, Kirk, but when you watch Brock Purdy, does he have the stuff to be the quarterback you're describing? Can he be good enough to carry this team if they have lesser talent?
You can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. You can. And we've seen him, take a team to the Super Bowl. So we know that. My only question is that, obviously the talent that he was throwing to and had around him is probably not where it was a couple years back. So, yeah, gone is Debo, and I don't know if 49er fans are going to miss him or not. We'll see. But, obviously Brandon Ayuk is going to be banged up for the early part of the season. We'll see what's about Juwan Jennings. But George Kittle and obviously Christian McCaffrey are going to have to be huge. Ricky Pearsall, hey, sorry, buddy, year 2, you got to handle it. So Brock Purdy has to elevate the roster. That's what I think I'm kind of getting to, is that when you pay a quarterback that kind of money, you have to elevate the rest of the roster. Now, it doesn't matter, right? We've seen Patrick Mahomes do it. We've seen, obviously, Josh Allen has done it last year when they trade away Stephon Diggs and all that. So with all this roster reconstruction, Brock Purdy has to show that you can win a Super Bowl on my back and on my arm. I can do that. I believe that he can. Now, it just depends on just how healthy this team is going to be, and can they get through a full season, unlike what we saw last year where it went bad. It went sideways pretty quickly at the end.
Kirk, you're a linebacker. I want to ask you about that spot with the 49ers and what you would have done in a perfect world whether it is, Dre Greenlaw, who was coming off of an injury and they were chasing him in free agency, or what you feel about D. Winters, who is supposedly ready to step up and take that role alongside Fred Warner.
I was surprised it took D. Winters this long, though. Right when I saw him at TCU when he was still in college, I'm like, man, this dude is a playmaker. And then when he gets drafted by the 49ers, you knew he was going to be the guy in waiting. And then at some point he would take over that linebacking core. Devondre Campbell last year comes in, and it was more because they didn't know about the status, obviously, of Dre Greenlaw, and we all know what happened with that. And then Greenlaw goes, to Denver. And at the same time, I'm saying it's D. Winters' opportunity. I know he can play, and he's got one of the great mentors who is going to be on the opposite side of him in Fred Warner. You're not going to pay that amount of money to two linebackers. You don't see that in the league, in the NFL. My position. You tell me a team that's going to pay two linebackers that kind of money, and look, this isn't Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis, right? Don't get it twisted. Like, this is a young up and coming player who we'll see. He'll have an opportunity right now, but Fred Warner is still the guy, and he can bring D along. And if he plays, to the level that a lot of people envision for him, it will give a little bit of relief to losing a guy like Dre Greenlaw, who was kind of let's call it the heart and soul of a defense, right? Who brought the intensity. And so who's going to replace that outside of Fred Warner and Nick Bosa?
Yeah, they're going to need that motivational leader. Maybe it comes from the coordinator who returns home, Robert Saleh. How important is it to have an experienced coordinator, especially with a young defense?
Well, it's just all about teaching. How you got to teach and get guys up to speed. It's very important, especially a guy who knows the fabric, who knows the culture, for the 49ers, and it's all about the buy-in. If you buy in, this is what's going to happen. You buy in, you're going to be put in some great situations, and you're going to make a ton of money. That's always, for my ears, I get excited about that if I'm a young player. And Robert Saleh has shown that, and I think that's the part that the young players are going to have to go in and just realize that, look, I am going to play. I'm not here just to wait around a year or 2 years. No. Robert Saleh comes in with his expertise on that side of the ball, and I'm great to see him back where he kind of got started at with the Niners. Getting guys and putting them in situations to go out there and be successful. I mean, I don't know if Fred Warner's the same player without a coach like Robert Saleh, who comes in and finds a way for a guy who didn't play off the ball linebacker to go out and do it. So a lot of things that go along with it, and I think you have to be excited about what Saleh is going to bring to that defense. And more important, like you mentioned, the intensity for this team, right? D'Amico Ryan's brought it, and I think it's back with Robert Saleh.
Kirk Morrison is with us, former NFL linebacker, broadcaster now, with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Kirk, I tell you what, you mentioned earlier in this conversation these quarterback tiers. You may have been referring to that article that came out in The Athletic earlier this week. So the 49ers schedule this year, I believe that if I've got this right, 13 of the 17 games will go against quarterbacks in Tier 3 or lower. Are we right or wrong for saying that this is a crazy easy schedule?
No, I would say consider what the 49ers schedule has looked like in the past, being a division winner or, the division winner, but more important, conference championship, Super Bowl. They've always played that first, second place type schedule. Now it's a little bit different. They're playing a last place schedule. I want to repeat that, man. They're playing a last place schedule. So you're going to play against some of the easier teams or teams from last year who weren't as good. And so the 49ers kind of have a little bit of an edge. At the end of the year, nobody's going to say, oh, they didn't play anybody. Just tell me what your record is. And so I think it's a little bit of relief for the 49ers this year than maybe in past years where they had to go through the gauntlet of some of these quarterbacks. This year, a little bit different, and if there's a year I want to break in a lot of young players and kind of retool my roster, definitely this would be the year for the Niners to do that with that schedule.
What's the toughest part of the learning curve of a rookie having to play defense in the NFL?
Angles, knowing your ability and the guy across from you's ability. That's what it is. I mean, a lot of times in college, you're able to, take a false step if you're a linebacker, or, miss with your hands on the D-line, right? Or in the secondary, misread a route and your speed can always catch up. In the NFL, everybody's good. And so that's the hardest thing, is learning how to get caught up to the speed, but more importantly, shifts and formations. And, oh, man, I trust me, the game didn't slow down for me until year 3. So, I know I was out there playing, but the quicker you get out there and play, you realize how teams want to attack you. You also get the understanding of your defense a little bit better, or offense, whatever it may be. And then you just really just lean in on the guys who've been there before. Lean in on your Fred Warners and Nick Bosa's. Lean in on Trent Williams. Lean in on Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, guys who have done it at a high level. I know when I was in my rookie year, I was lucky enough to have a Charles Woodson and a Warren Sapp and a Nnamdi Asomugha. I had guys who were unbelievable football players, and I just soaked everything up like a sponge around those guys because I wanted to play right away early on. I did that, but to maintain that level of play is really how you do it. It's about being around the right guys.
Kirk, is Kyle Shanahan a good coach, a great coach, or an overrated coach?
I mean, Kyle's a good coach. He is a really good coach. Now, do you put him in the great? It's hard to do that without that Super Bowl win. He's really, really good. And I was looking at this the other day because I was preparing for this week's game. And since Kyle Shanahan has taken over as the head coach of the 49ers, the Raiders are on their 5th head coach and 5th general manager, by the way. Just want to put that in perspective for people, right? So everyone has their problems. Every organization has their problems. And I hear from Niner fans. I still, I'm always in contact with my buddies up in the Bay Area, and we're not going to win because Kyle Shanahan, and yeah, it's great, we win, but we're never going to win the big one. And I always say, well, look over here at some of these other teams. Look around your own division. Outside of Sean McVay, it's, coaches have come and gone. And your guy is still standing there. And why is that? Because they've been able to ride the wave of the NFL in terms of retooling a roster, going through different quarterbacks, getting younger when you need it, also maintaining the relationships with your older players. But it's all going to come down to play calling. It's going to come down to how your roster is tooled at the end of the year. And then you got to win the big ones. That's what it comes down to, man. So hopefully it's Brock Purdy. That's the guy, because I don't know if Jimmy G was the guy. I don't know, Trey Lance, that experiment didn't go quite right. But I think you've got an opportunity to get this thing fixed. And I think he wins a Super Bowl at some point as a head coach of the 49ers. I don't know if it's this year, but I just love the way that they've built it, and it's built in the right way. And it's almost like this. I don't want to be too long-winded, but it seems like they're kind of taking that Philadelphia Eagles model of the last couple of years. It's like, look, we got a quarterback. He wasn't a first-rounder, but he's our guy. He's taken us to a Super Bowl. We just got to get younger in some spots, and they've gotten younger. And now if that talent starts to play like we think they can, they've got a chance.
So who wins the NFC West this year, Kirk? I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, man, watch out for those Arizona Cardinals. I'm just telling you, don't laugh.
Wait. Are you joking?
Hold on. This thing you took a left-hand turn now, Kirk.
What did you just say to us?
Yeah, don't watch out for those Arizona Cardinals, man. I'm all in on Arizona this year. No one's talking about them.
Why?
But why? I love their offensive line. I love James Conner, who no one talks about as one of the better backs in all of the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 2. I think, look, I'm here and I love Brock Bowers, but man, right next to Brock Bowers is Trey McBride at the tight end spot. I love the additions that they have on defense. Will Johnson from Michigan, who they drafted in the 2nd round, which is first-round talent. Josh Sweat comes over from the Eagles. Now he's on that D-line with the Cardinals. They bring in the leadership of Calais Campbell. Look, if you ask me who wins the division, I think a lot of people will lean on Sean McVay and the Rams. But if my sleeper in that division right now is the Arizona Cardinals, who we know last year could have been in the playoffs had they not, messed off a couple games at the end of the year. But don't be surprised if they're ahead of the Niners at the end of the year, because I'm not.
Okay. Do you have the Niners at least in a playoff spot or no?
No, I don't have them in the playoffs this year. I don't. I think that they missed just because of how good the whole NFC. I think this is how I look at it, fellas. There's 7 teams that go to the playoffs in the NFC, and last year it was the wild card teams were Washington, they were Minnesota, and then the last one was who am I drawing a blank on? The Minnesota Vikings.
It was the Packers.
Washington,
the Packers,
and the Packers.
Yes.
Yeah. Of those 3, who are we taking out?
Minnesota. I am
taking out Minnesota.
I'm taking out Minnesota. I don't think J.J. McCarthy's going to the playoffs in his first year.
And you're inserting who?
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't know that we can just automatically buy that all of those. I mean, maybe we're going to take out the Packers too. I don't know.
I mean, the Packers only lost to the Giants. I mean, they lost to the Eagles, and they lost to the Minnesota Vikings twice, and they lost to the Detroit Lions twice.
Right, but
if you take those 3 teams out of that, like the Eagles, I mean, the Packers had a really good season. I got a chance to look at that team over in Seattle last week. Oh man, they're not going to be make it easy on you. Now, can Sam Darnold rekindle that magic? I don't know. And I'm not trying to hedge my bets, fellas. It is so much unknown. I don't want to give out the hot take where like, oh, I think this team is just like, there are so many unknowns, and yet I can see it going so many different ways. Mike McDonald's defense.
No doubt.
Oh, my goodness, they start playing football last year.
Kirk, I'll agree with you on that. I guess my point is what I think a lot of Niner fans keep falling back on, as you already talked about, is that schedule. Like what the Packers and the Vikings need to do is they need to play in that NFC North. And that alone is like more tough teams, at least on paper, than the Niners are going to face all year.
Right, man. It's going to be tough, man. I love it. It's just, it's to me, the 49ers got to stay healthy. They always got a shot. They always do. But I think in a division right now, which I think is probably going to be one of the tougher divisions in the NFL, it really is. I look at it and say, I think Seattle's an unknown because of their quarterback, but yet their defense played great. Kyler Murray is really motivated. And the 49ers are right there on the verge of, coming off of a year in which they didn't qualify for the playoffs. And yet you pay Brock Purdy, that's going to be the big question. Can Purdy live up to that contract now? He's got it. He's got it now. So we want to see it.
Now you got to go do it. Kirk, hey, man, thank you for the time. We love having you, brother.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
There it goes. Yep. Kirk Morrison with us here on Willard and Dibs. I will say
a little curveball there at the end.
Curveball, but here's what I'm not going to say like agree or disagree. Here's what I will say about the NFC West. When we look at it, so many people right now seem to favor the Los Angeles Rams, and I get that. And I know that not many are looking at the Cardinals and the Seahawks, although there is some unknown there, and I don't think either of them are doormat-type franchises. The NFC West may not have the highest ceiling right now of all these divisions in football, but it's got a pretty high floor. So I don't know if any of the 4 teams are great, but I don't think any of the 4 teams are awful. I don't think you're going to see any of those 4 teams in the top 7 in the NFL draft next year, for sure.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I would
my
say
feeling.
that you probably won't have the last place team with fewer than 6 wins. Maybe it's even more than that. Last year, the Niners were last at 6-11, so it's not that dramatically different. But if you look at the win totals, the over-unders for the 4 teams, I think even Arizona's sitting at 8 or 8.5, which means they're expected to be about a 500 club. So your point is well made. Like, you think about the AFC North, Baltimore is going to be great. Cincinnati should be good to very good. Pittsburgh's always good. And Cleveland, well, there's your doormat.
There you go.
And so you can go around every division. And even the AFC East, Miami looks to be regressing. And New England, I still think is going to be a year away. But, every other division, the NFC East, you've got the Giants. They're not very good. The AFC West is interesting because the Raiders could be better than we think.
Oh, I think they're all good.
Right.
I don't know if the Raiders
like the
are
NFC
quote
West.
good, but look, you have 4 wildly accomplished coaches in that division, and now you also have 4 very viable quarterbacks. I don't know where Geno Smith fits into all this, but he's not a joke. And Justin Herbert is talented. Bo Nix up and coming, and then you got Patrick. So, yeah, I agree with you. That division, to me, has probably the highest floor of any division in football.
The
right
AFC
now.
West.
The AFC West.
Higher than the NFC West, even.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I sort of feel the Raiders are like, I mean, go to the NFC North. I'm not big on Minnesota this year, or not as big as others, but I think Chicago could be a little bit, they could get bumped up a little bit. Detroit is very good. Green Bay is very good. That's another division that sort of mimics the AFC West to me. It just doesn't have, unless I'm wrong about the Bears, it just doesn't have that sort of freebie. But the advantage that the Niners are going to have on these other three teams in the West, it's a small one at times, but it is real, is that schedule. So, for instance, go to Arizona. All of the same characteristics of the Niners schedule, these other teams have to do them too. You're matched up with the AFC South, and you've got to play those other teams in your division. But then you get outside the box a little bit, and you'll notice, for instance, I would spotlight three things that Arizona needs to do that the Niners don't. Arizona needs to go to Dallas. Arizona needs to host Green Bay.
Yeah.
And Arizona needs to go to Cincinnati. Those are 3+ opponents, and 2 of them are on the road. The Niners just don't have games like that on their schedule. Again, at least on paper.
Right. And, I haven't looked at the full schedule stack, but they play the Niners, and then on a short week, they host Seattle. So that's a difficult back-to-back for the Cardinals. I know the Niners have a similar one where they take on the Rams on a short week on the road, but the Cardinals will have back-to-back divisional games, one here, and then the other one at home against the Seattle team that is always tough, and the Mike McDonald defense is going to be a challenge for just about everybody. And so when you start to look at the schedule, things don't always stack up great for Arizona, and I'm trying to find their bye even in here. Their bye is not until after they take on the Packers, so which helps them in their trip to Dallas. But
look at Seattle's schedule. What do they need to do that the Niners don't need to do? Well, Seattle has to go to Pittsburgh. Seattle has to go to Washington, and then Seattle will host Minnesota. Again, I'm not high on Minnesota, but I could be wrong. A lot of people are. A lot of people think that they won't really miss too much of a beat. We'll see. But all of these teams, and then if you go to the Rams, what do they need to do that the Niners don't need to do? Well, the Rams have to, week 3, go to Philadelphia. Week 6, they have to go to Baltimore. And then week 15, they've got to host Detroit. So those are games. Each of these other teams in the division have 3 games that in theory are much more difficult opponents than what the Niners have to do in those slots.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage that they've got to grab that to at least come in second place and be in that wild card conversation.
Yeah, and hopefully they can go worst to first, but if they come in second in this division, it might be good enough to make the playoffs. Last year, no team, Mark, of the 8 divisions went worst to first, and if you look at this year, there's 8 teams, obviously, with a chance to go worst to first, and I think the Niners are the only one with a shot. You've got New England in that division trying to overtake Buffalo.
That would probably take a Josh Allen injury.
Cleveland at 3-14 has to get by 3 teams.
No.
The Titans at 3-14. They've got a shot,
I guess, but rookie quarterback seems unlikely.
Raiders at 4-13 have got to get by 3 good teams.
No way.
The Giants were 3-14.
Not happening.
The Bears were 5-12. That's a tough climb.
Yeah.
Green Bay and Detroit are still really good. Minnesota's really good pending their quarterback. New Orleans went 5-12. They might have a shot if they find lightning in a bottle with their quarterback.
Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, I think Atlanta is going to be better, and Tampa is still going to be Tampa.
And then you get to the Niners. That's the last team that could go worst to first.
They definitely have the best chances of it. No, I mean, there's no question about it that if you were going to sort of rank the chances of a team to do that the 49ers have the best shot.
Before last year, it had happened in 4 consecutive seasons. Like, the worst to first thing happens almost every year. In some years, it happens for 2 divisions. But last year, nobody did it. And this year, it does feel like the Niners are the only one with a live chance.
Yeah. I agree with that one. I mean, there will be surprise teams out there. Maybe the Bears will catch some lightning in a bottle. I got a lightning in the bottle guy, though, for the 49ers. I want to harken back to our conversation with Guy Haberman, who's calling games for the Niners this preseason. And again, the reason I want to play this is because I want people to know we didn't ask about this player. We didn't ask about any player. All we said to Guy was, hey, man, what's popping out there at Niners practice, joint practice in Vegas? What'd you see? And listen to the way Guy answers the question.
Ricky Pearsall looks good. I would say Ricky's one of the highlights of watching practice for me every time I'm out, just because the way I was thinking about it today, if you showed up to practice and I said, hey, that guy caught 70 balls last year, you'd go, yeah, okay, that looks right. You know, he fits. He looks like he belongs.
So again, unprompted, what'd you see? He goes right to Ricky Pearsall. I know everyone has the same thought. Kyle Shanahan even said it the other day as well. Ricky, stay healthy. You got to be on the field. But fingers crossed, since they basically took him off of that PUP list and put him out there, he's been stacking practices.
Yep.
And he's been doing a good job. And people have been loving the way that he looks out there. And I don't know. For me, that's a little bit of a calming force, knowing that no matter what happens here the rest of the month of August, something's going to be a little wobbly in the receiver room at least week 1 and 2. I feel like at least week 1 and 2.
Probably 3 as well.
Yeah, even if it goes perfectly, even if you get Ricky and Juwan, it's going to be a little bit bare after that. But I think you can keep it together and move this down the road to week 3 and 4, get Demarcus Robinson back, and then you start thinking about getting Ayuk back. But provided that Ricky can be ready to go full bore week 1, I don't know, man. I think he can play that role. Knowing that Kittle and McCaffrey are on the field as well, I think he can be your 7 to 8 catch guy.
Yeah, and you need Juwan to also be out there for me because he is such a great blocker as a wide receiver in the run game.
Sure.
And Ricky had a good blocking year last year based on the Pro Football Focus numbers that they put out. But, 7 to 8 catches, you don't need to be that every game. If you can be 5 catches a game, that gets you to 85 catches on the year. I think you'd take it. Like if you average 5 catches a game, you're an 85 catch guy. You're probably around 1,200 yards, 8 touchdowns. That would be a fantastic year for anybody.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first full year, and I know you're talking more in a general sense, but first full year for Pearsall. But I'm a believer. I love what I saw late last year. The reports are consistent that the chemistry is absolutely there between Brock and Ricky and has been throughout the offseason. I think that both those players want to keep one another accountable. I think that those conversations have taken place with one another. And so, that's my guy. That's my guy, and he's the reason that I think the wide receiver core with the 49ers, while not in a great space, I don't know. I think it's in a better space than people make it sound.
We'll see, and depends on Juwan's calf and his contract. Depends on Demarcus Robinson's suspension length, and just doing a little bit more reading on that. If they're appealing the suspension, it might be because it's coming down at more than 3 games. And there could
maybe that would be odd.
Well, if it was just 3, why would you appeal? Because that's the boilerplate standard garden variety. You get 3.
Because why not? Because maybe there are some sort of quirky aspect of this that they wanted to argue.
Well, maybe it's because they're looking at 4 or 5 and I'm looking at some of the extenuating circumstances such as a high blood alcohol or driving 100 miles an hour, which is what he was doing.
Yeah, but
these are things that they can look at and say, oh, you get 4 for that.
Right. I mean, Addison, his original charge was even worse, and they played it down and pled to a lesser charge, and then he got 3 games. That would surprise me if he got more, but who knows? I don't know. Here's what I do know. Remember about a half hour ago, I'm like, Lucas, we got the green light to tell everybody about what's going to happen next week?
And he said give you 30 seconds, and it's been a half an hour.
Yeah. Maybe he meant minutes.
Okay.
But we got the green light.
Okay.
So stay right where you are.
Out with it.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
Coming up next.
Okay.
Sponsored by the American Cancer Society on Willard and Dibs.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome in Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome in Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Macy's One Day Sale is the one sale you can't miss because it's our best prices of the month, like jeweled women's sandals for $19.99 and under, 60% off premium bedding from Charter Club, and over half off Alfani 3-piece suits. Half off. Plus, it's Star Money Bonus Days, when Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster. Not a member yet? Join for free and earn $10 in Star Money for every $100 you spend. Tomorrow at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. Subject to credit approval.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection, 0.5 milligrams.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
To turn your life around, you have to first turn your hat around.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it was very well played radio. That's Colin Cowherd's voice. And that was talking all about quarterbacks who did interviews with their hat backwards. Who was the guy he was coming after? Carson Wentz?
I think it was Baker.
Is it Baker?
Pretty sure.
I think it might have been Wentz.
I'll double check for you.
He had already come after Baker for 100 other things. Although I think maybe both of them wore a backwards hat. Whew, that one got people going.
I don't find the offense. Like sunglasses indoors, it doesn't bother me. Hats at the dinner table, that's from my parents. Like, you would not wear your hat at the dinner table. If you had a hat on, frontwards, backwards, sideways, didn't matter. That's off at the dinner table.
Oh, I don't do that.
Well, my parents did, so
yeah.
We kind of carried that tradition on as younger people.
I mean, we do a pretty good job of sitting down as a group to eat dinner, but my parents had a very, very clear, like, the TV is off. The TV is off. Unless it's a special something like an event or whatever. Like, it used to be a thing. Like, hey, Mom, can we actually have the TV on during dinner tonight? Okay, special treat. TV can be on. But then, now we'll sit down to dinner. I'll be like, hey, turn the TV off. And they'll look at me and they'll go, volume off. And
it's a negotiation sensation is what it is.
What'd you do? I go, TV off. Come on, Dad. Volume off.
TV off, laptop on.
Exactly.
The only time I was allowed to leave the dinner table as a kid was during halftime highlights. When Howard Cosell, because you didn't get to see the other game. So it was the only time to see Roger Staubach and the Dallas Cowboys.
In that, what a wonderful thing. I mean, Joe, hear what Dibs just said, and I know a lot of you listening, you know exactly what he means, but you and I have gone from you needed to wait until 7:30 at night on Monday to find out what happened in Pittsburgh the day before.
Just to see 2 or 3 plays.
And here we are, and sometime within the next 2 weeks, we're going to have the guy on who literally sits on our television set all Sunday and shows us every single play that happens anywhere ever as it's happening.
7 hours.
Incredible.
And even sometimes if I'm out and about, because, life, you can't always devote 7 hours on your Sunday. If I'm doing things, I record the Red Zone, and I will watch the every touchdown montage no matter what. That is appointment viewing. So even if I'm not able to watch 7 hours of unadulterated NFL football, you watch the touchdown montage, and it's like, I got my fill right there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and speaking of sitting around watching a ton of football, speaking of that, green light, I want to let everybody know what we're going to be doing next week that involves you, an opportunity for you to come have a really good time, and partially with us, but mainly not with us, with your people.
Your people?
You don't need to have fun with us. This is our people, but you can have some fun with your people, and then we'll be there too, kind of if you want us to be.
Sure.
But if you don't want us to be, then we won't. It's all up to you. Every single day next week on Willard and Dibs, you will have the opportunity to qualify, okay? And yes, you can qualify 5 times. You can just qualify each time every day. We'll be having a keyword that we'll give out, a different word each day, but each day you'll have that opportunity to qualify to have your fantasy football draft and party hosted at Splash, the incredible sports bar and restaurant right next to Chase Center. But you don't just have it there. You have it there on Wednesday, August 27th with us. We'll do our show there, and then we'll come over to your draft and make fun of your picks.
That's not nice.
On the house.
Oh, that's free.
That's free. You eat nachos, we make fun of you. You and your friends are sitting there doing your draft on us at Splash.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Exactly.
So I took a kicker in the 5th round.
It's
Guy, what's it
possible.
to you?
We're working behind the scenes to see if Guy can come to your draft and say that to you. Hey, Bill, your picks stink.
Hey, listener, this is Guy Santos. Your picks stink.
And he'll wait until like the 6th round or something. He won't say that after the first. But anyway, you have that opportunity by listening next week.
Chuck from Los Gatos, this is Kevon Looney. Your pick stinks.
So you'll have that opportunity.
It's Kevon Looney.
There he is.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
So I took a defense in the 8th round. Kevon, what's it to you?
I mean, boy, he said that to you, and then he got shipped off to New Orleans.
Better watch yourself, Warriors.
You're still here.
Will Richard. Better not come for me.
Anyway, yeah, you can have your draft at Splash on Wednesday, August 27th. You and all your friends are going to be hosted down there, have your draft. There'll be a party. There'll be food. We'll be doing our show down there from 2 to 6 and then hang out with you a little bit. Again, only if you want us to. We can crumple up napkins and throw it at you as you pick or whatever. We can eat your food if you want us to, whatever. So anyway, it's going to be a whole thing. And you have your opportunity to win your way in coming up every single day next week on Willard and Dibs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fantasy draft time.
It's incredible. And the only caveat is we want you to be able to have your draft that day. If you could, just make sure that you and your other fantasy football owners are available to draft on the 27th, right?
The 27th. Yeah.
So 2 weeks from yesterday, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, I mean, I'd add this. You know this. It's very difficult with any group to have all 12 of you available, especially on a Wednesday. So it's not like everybody will need to be there. Some schmuck's going to be on Zoom or texting you the picks. That's fine. But if you have, for instance, like if I were out in this world and I was trying to like win my way into this, my high school fantasy draft, literally, there are 4 of the 12 of us who are in the Bay Area.
That's it. 8
of us are like, the majority of us aren't even in the state of California. I'm not going to try to come win this prize because nobody's flying from North Carolina in order to come to the fantasy draft. But if you're available and you can get the majority of your peeps over to Splash with that kind of lead up, August 27th, still a little bit less than 2 weeks away, then hey, this is for you, and I can promise you it'll be fun. The food is really good. We'll have a great time out there. And, dude, everybody loves the draft. I got one in on Saturday.
This Saturday, wow.
I was grinding last night on the laptop. I'm grinding during one of the breaks, reading all the emails from Matthew Berry, getting all the info.
Do you know where you're picking?
I do not. I will find out tomorrow night. I did find out where I will be in my high school draft, which is still a week and a half away. I will be number 9.
In
number
10
9,
or 12 person.
12. How are we feeling about number 9?
9 out of 12 better than 9 out of 14.
Well, yeah.
And Lucas, I'm being told we're going to have a 14-person draft. Is that confirmed?
At least.
Wait, what?
Wait, at least? What do we have, 2 divisions?
I don't want to turn people away. We want everybody to feel involved at this station.
Wait, who's in that wasn't in before?
We have a couple new employees.
Cam.
Steven Risotto.
Okay.
Rice.
You can't kick people out? Kick people out.
I don't think there's anyone.
Let's do. It'll be relegation sensation.
That's a buck.
Who came in 11th and 12th last year?
I think Loveman.
All right, he's out. Sam's out. Who else?
Well, we're adding Zach.
Okay, good. I like Zach. Are we going to add Shasky?
He won't.
Great question.
Huge TBD.
Yeah.